This young man is Sano Haruto, a hunter whose class is known as the Mana Gopher. Right now, he is part of a raid party currently conquering a dungeon. But the problem is that despite being a hunter, Haruto only acts as a support with a single ability transferring mana to others. Today, after helping his team defeat the Golem King in a low-level dungeon, Haruto collapses to the ground, panting heavily from exhaustion. Before he can even catch his breath, another male teammate approaches him with a highly annoyed look on his face. "Hunter Sano, you didn't really contribute much to today's raid, did you? So why aren't you getting up to help clear the path?" Haruto quickly apologizes and scrambles to his feet. The other hunters watch him with a mix of curiosity and pure disdain. They start gossiping about him, not even bothering to lower their voices. Isn't he supposed to have some kind of critical attack skill? Why is he only standing in the back doing support? Oh, please, he barely has any actual skills. But did you know he somehow has an infinite supply of mana? He can generate infinite mana? The other hunter sits up in utter shock, completely amazed by the concept. Wow, that sounds like the ultimate skill. But how is that powerful? Mages can just absorb mana from a healer anyway. Besides, they only need that much mana for boss fights like today, so most of the time he is completely useless. The man keeps complaining, his tone dripping with obvious contempt. No wonder he has been raiding dungeons for 5 years and still hasn't reached level 30. And yes, Haruto hears every single word of their cruel gossip. Denying his anger would be a lie, but honestly, he is already used to people whispering behind his back. But still, no matter how low level a hunter is, they still possess abilities far beyond any normal human. So Haruto is already stronger than most of humanity, and he has got a remarkably resilient spirit to match. That's why, no matter how much they mock him, Haruto vows that he will absolutely never give up. Everyone always assumes his skill is limited to just generating mana and transferring it directly to his teammates. But his true power is actually far more unique, and get this, Haruto has never shared it with a single soul. He possesses a one-of-a-kind skill called copy and paste, just like right now. After he picks up a rice ball, a system window pops up in front of Haruto, asking if he wants to copy the target using Ctrl+C. The moment he hits that shortcut, another identical rice ball drops out of thin air, just like magic. This is his actual special ability, Ctrl+C and Ctrl+V, allowing him to copy and duplicate any target. He had absolutely never heard of such an ability before, so when he first discovered it, Haruto had incredibly high hopes for his hunter awakening. However, he soon realized this skill was practically useless, because it is an ability that only he can interact with. Any duplicated items dissolve like an illusion the moment they leave his hands, meaning he cannot use it to copy money. He cannot even sell the gear he copies. And to make matters worse, replicating equipment is strictly limited by his own level. For instance, since he is currently only level 29, he cannot duplicate gear meant for a level 90 hunter. His famous infinite mana ability, in other words, his Mana Gopher title, is actually just him constantly copying his own pool of mana. Copied mana does not disappear and can be easily transferred to other hunters. He even tried using this method to copy skills, but doing that actually requires several complicated conditions, like needing to land the final blow on a high-level monster. Those conditions are basically impossible for him to meet, leaving Haruto completely discouraged. If he could only gain a few more levels and copy some decent high-grade gear, he could easily join any raid he wanted. But Haruto just cannot seem to cross that level 30 milestone. Shoving the rice ball into his mouth to vent his frustration, he scrolls through the news and spots a massive headline. The headline reads, "Kalisha, the worm longsword has arrived in Japan." Haruto's eyes immediately light up. The Kalisha worm longsword is a legendary weapon that boasts 2 special skills and an incredibly high defensive boost. The reason this longsword is considered a one-of-a-kind treasure is because the weapon itself has its own level. The moment someone wields it, their personal level instantly skyrockets straight to 200. Best of all, it is incredibly sought after because anyone who reaches level 30 can already wield it. Even though he is not level 30 yet, just looking at the Kalisha sword makes him start fantasizing. If he could just copy this longsword and somehow boost his level up to 230, then hunting high-grade monsters would be incredibly easy, leading Haruto to immediately set his sights on making this weapon his next target. That was his top priority. According to the news report, the Changlong sword was going on display in Japan for the next week, but its durability was down to just 10, meaning even if he copied it, the blade would only last a few more hunts. Since it was useless as an actual weapon now, the owners decided to parade it around the world on exhibition to make some easy cash. For Haruto, this was a golden opportunity. If only he could lay hands on that sword just once, Durability was not an issue for him, since he could easily copy and keep it forever. Right now, his main goal was grinding enough experience to hit level 30, so Haruto headed right back out to hunt. After getting kicked out of the Great Sage Guild, he joined an unregistered hunter group to act as their mana battery. Today, they were raiding a giant Spider King cavern. Haruto did his job perfectly, feeding endless mana to the other hunters so they could unleash their strongest attacks on the boss. Along the way, Haruto crossed paths with a friendly junior of his named Ikunaga Aoi. Even though Aoi constantly teased him about his low level, Haruto knew the guy was actually a good person deep down. The two of them had been close since their days in the Great Sage Guild, and Io only tagged along with this illegal raiding group because he was a total money grubber. These unregistered dungeons were notoriously dangerous, since they were completely off the grid of the official Hunter Association, but it was the only way Haruto could team up with high-level players like this. Before he and Aoi could catch up any further, it was time to get back to work. The dungeon boss itself was looming right in front of them, a legendary level 80 threat that even went by the name of Elisa. Just one look at the thing sent shivers down Haruto's spine. It felt like a single swipe of those massive legs would crush him instantly, and Haruto could not help but swallow hard as sweat rolled down his face. Aoi noticed his panic and took the chance to tease him, asking why he was so scared when he was just a spectator. But then his tone turned serious as he warned Haruto that while the monster was manageable, they still had to be extremely careful. If anyone got caught in her sticky webs, they would be completely paralyzed and helpless. He also warned Haruto to steer clear of the eggs in the nest, since threatening her unborn babies would drive the Spider Queen into an absolute frenzy. An enraged Spider Queen was far more terrifying than any normal monster they could ever encounter. But the arrogant mage in their group, who had an attitude as ugly as his face, suddenly cut in. He barked at Aoi, demanding why he was wasting time explaining things to a useless bystander. He snapped that they were on a tight schedule and had no time for tour guide antics. Aoi just offered a polite apology to smooth things over, while Haruto fumed in silence, powerless to speak up. The annoying mage kept muttering under his breath, continuously calling Haruto a useless burden. But that incredibly careless attitude of his soon dragged the entire party into deep trouble as the blind mage accidentally kicked a loose rock on the ground. The rock bounced off and hit the web, instantly waking the sleeping Spider Queen. Opening her eyes to find a group of intruders in her lair, she immediately greeted them with a devastating, lethal strike. The frontline tanks scrambled to hold their ground against the assault. They had hoped to catch her sleeping, but now their sneak attack was totally ruined and they had to fight. Fortunately, the group had already assigned their roles beforehand, so once the initial panic cleared, everyone quickly regained their composure and fell into position. Their flawless coordination allowed them to rapidly chip away at the monster's health pool. Watching from safety, Haruto was highly satisfied with their progress. If things kept going smoothly, he figured he would easily leech enough free experience to jump straight to level 35. However, just as they cornered the giant beast, she suddenly retreated back into the darkness. The lead tank instantly recognized her stance and yelled for everyone to take cover behind the stone pillars to avoid her incoming webs. Hoping to redeem himself for the earlier blunder, the reckless mage stepped forward to show off his powerful magic. His fire magic was the perfect counter to burn her thick webbing away. But a level 80 boss was a different beast entirely from normal spiders, and she easily blocked his massive fireball with a thick shield of her webbing. His fragile pride couldn't take the failure, so he began channeling an even bigger, more destructive spell to blow her away. Wait, Haruto screamed as he saw the danger. Stop, you idiot. What if he hit the eggs? The tank also realized the threat, but it was already too late. The devastating fireball had already erupted from the mage's staff. The Spider Queen easily dodged the blast, but her fragile eggs caught the full force and shattered into pieces. In an instant, the situation spiraled completely out of control. At this rate, that spider will quickly go berserk, leaving them completely unable to fight back, and the mage is the first to pay the price when hit by the sticky webbing. Run behind the pillars, senior. Aoi desperately yells to Haruto while running for his life. If that massive thing goes into a berserk rage, it is going to start shooting webs everywhere. The poor mage is already pinned down by the webbing, completely unable to cast a single spell. Watching the Spider King crawl closer, he panics completely, begging for mercy 1 second and screaming at it to get away the next. But it is completely useless. An instant later, a blood-curdling scream echoes through the dark spider cave, a terrifying sound easily reaching over 160 decibels. Haruto gets hit next, bound so tightly by the thick webbing he can barely even breathe. He curses silently under his breath. He has always stuck to safe, low-level dungeons before this. Total nightmare. Just trying to level up has landed him in this absolute hell. In a flash, the monster is over him, and as its leg stabs down, Haruto feels agonizing pain. It should be a fatal blow, but despite only being a level 29 hunter, he is still breathing. This miraculous survival is all thanks to his unique cloning skill, not a limitation. In fact, it is his ultimate trump card. While the items he copies and pastes eventually fade away, his actual self will never truly disappear. That is why, before stepping into this dungeon, Haruto copied his own body just like saving a video game. Whenever he dies, his next copied self instantly pastes into existence while the old corpse vanishes. He watches his own previous body get torn to shreds by the beast. Pure horror. No matter how often he witnesses it, the sight never gets any easier. But in a hopeless situation like this, he has absolutely no other way to survive. He keeps throwing himself and his duplicates at the monster, solely to draw its attention away. But the Spider King is just too overpowered. Haruto dies and duplicates over and over, burning through lives, yet the beast does not weaken. Just then, a trembling, familiar voice cries out from the darkness, "Help me, Aoi is still alive." Haruto does not want to abandon him, but honestly, he has no idea how to save them both. Direct threat. He spots the massive spider lunging straight toward Aoi. Leaving his junior behind is completely out of the question. He has to act like a true senior, instantly boosting his resolve. Charging forward with his trusty dagger, he slashes straight at the Spider King leg, and while desperately dodging its vicious counters, a sudden system notification pops up. You have leveled up. He does not understand why he leveled up before clearing the dungeon, but taking down this giant insect is now just a matter of time. By chipping away at its health bit by bit, he can simply copy-paste 100 more times to stack enough damage to kill it. But it turns out to be a long grind. Haruto spends 3 whole days and dies 50 times before finally killing the monster. He repeatedly copies and pastes all his weapons, along with gear left behind by his fallen teammates. Fighting this grueling, endless battle actually helps Haruto become way more skilled in actual combat. Since the boss cannot heal itself, it eventually succumbs to his endless onslaught. With the boss dead, his level skyrockets, and he even scores a sweet bonus reward. Priority first. He has no time to check the rewards with Aoi in danger. Carrying Aoi on his back, he barely takes a few steps before a swarm of baby spiders knocks them down. Facing these level 30 pests, he is completely speechless. First the mother, and now her annoying kids. Haruto can survive easily with his infinite respawns, but if Aoi takes even a single hit, the poor guy is done for. In a desperate rush, Haruto tightly shields Aoi with his own body to absorb the incoming strikes. He shuts his eyes tightly, bracing for the pain, but right then, an absolute powerhouse appears and vaporizes the entire swarm. Even without seeing them fight, Haruto knows this newcomer is on a completely different level. The spell used is Hellfire, a legendary, high-tier fire magic technique reserved only for the absolute strongest. Only a handful of mage-class hunters in the entire world can pull off this kind of spell. If he remembers correctly, only one person in Japan can do this: Nanase, the 5th-ranked hunter known as the Witch Spear, a legendary magic swordsman who wields a powerful spear. Are you two the only survivors? Nanase asks, to which Haruto replies yes as he helps Aoi up. Looking around, she carefully notes the hatched eggs and realizes the Spider King went berserk long ago, easily wiping out several high-level hunters in the process. Everyone else in the party died, yet a low-level hunter like Haruto somehow survived. On top of that, he even found the time to save Aoi. To clear up exactly what happened in that unregistered dungeon, Nanas brought Haruto back to the Japan Hunter Association for questioning. After drilling him with endless questions, they finally let him go. As for the loot dropped by the Spider King, it was confiscated to report to their superiors. Haruto was shocked that the high-level hunter team was completely wiped out. Worse, they had raided an illegal dungeon, and he had actually paid extra money just to tag along. And yet Nanas let him walk away that easily? What else did he expect? She coldly explained that the association overlooked low-rank hunters paying high ranks to carry them through raids, especially when trying to level up. It is only natural for a hunter to want to grow stronger. Even if this practice has some bad side effects, it still gets results in developing a hunter's raw abilities. Before Haruto left, Nanas let him know that the Spider King's drop would be converted to cash and wired to his account in a few days. But he coldly turned it down and asked them to transfer it straight to Aoi instead. Haruto's completely cold silence made Nana's highly suspicious. After all, that was a massive sum of money that almost no hunter would decline, especially a struggling low-ranker who desperately needed resources to power up. She felt certain he was hiding something, but what exactly it was, she couldn't quite figure out just yet. Stepping out of the interrogation room, Haruto flashed a sly smirk, like he would ever just walk away from boss-level loot. The truth was, before Nanas could confiscate it, he had already copied countless duplicates into his storage. To understand how, we have to jump back a few hours right when Haruto took down that giant beast. The item he received was the giant Spider King's adhesive. According to the system description, this stuff had an incredibly strong binding force, just like the actual spiderweb. Haruto couldn't help but feel disappointed. This was basically just glorified superglue. He couldn't believe he had literally risked his life just to end up with some useless junk. With absolutely nothing better to do, he decided to duplicate it first anyway. Once that was finished, he pulled out the original giant Spider King's adhesive to inspect it one more time. But this time, the item suddenly dissolved right in the palm of his hand. Haruto looked around in total shock, and then a system notification immediately popped up to give him some answers. The giant Spider King's adhesive has been merged into an existing skill. The Ctrl+V skill has been upgraded. This notification was a massive shocker, as it was the very first time Haruto had ever heard of his paste skill evolving. He had honestly thought its basic functions were all it would ever do, never expecting an upgrade. It seemed the drop from the Spider King was perfectly compatible with his Ctrl+V skill, which meant if he found something compatible with Ctrl+C, he could upgrade that too. Following this evolution, Haruto's pasting ability unlocked 3 brand new skill options. First, he could copy a target and paste it for any duration he wanted. Second, he could paste a target anywhere within a set time limit. The final option made him immune to the giant Spider King's webbing. He assumed these choices would be total garbage, but they actually had massive potential. Time to test the first option. Now, even if a duplicated object left Haruto's hand, it would not disappear, marking a major breakthrough for him. A whole minute passed, and yet that spider cocoon was still completely intact, right there. Haruto couldn't hide his pure excitement. He could make as many copies as he wanted, and they wouldn't vanish for 30 minutes, 100 years, or even a millennium. Testing his new powers left Haruto absolutely thrilled. He felt like his entire life was finally turning a new page. From now on, he was going to be filthy rich, living the high life as a top-tier hunter. He had also leveled up, so now he just needed to copy and duplicate the Kalisha longsword to be all set. 2 hours earlier on Tokyo's Rainbow Bridge, an escort vehicle was cruising down the road with Morgan, a level 112 hunter from the International Hunter Association. Sitting beside him was Alice Hill, a level 113 mage, who was also a member of this International Hunter Association. He asked how many times she had been to Japan, and she flatly replied twice. When asked about it being her mother's homeland, she brushed it off as irrelevant to her. Morgan was highly talkative, but Alice shut him down every single time with short replies. This time, the famous longsword was coming to Japan to complete its international exhibition tour. Alice had joined the escort to hunt for a few specific dungeon items. As they kept bickering, the vehicle began driving past the Rainbow Bridge dungeon. It was Morgan's first time seeing a dungeon right on the street, drawing curious crowds of onlookers. He thinks it is pretty romantic. What nonsense is that if this thing collapses, it will be an absolute disaster. You are so boring, he complains. Why do you always have to be so incredibly grumpy with me anyway? Meanwhile, over at the Rainbow Bridge Dungeon Management Office, the gatekeeper is Satoru Shinoda, a level 21 offensive class hunter and a proud member of the Great Sage Guild. Satoru just keeps yawning, completely bored out of his mind with this dull gatekeeping duty. His colleague notices and warns him to snap out of it and take the job seriously, reminding him he only got this gig through connections. Right when something suddenly lands on Satoru's foot. It is just a tiny, cute-looking slime, but his coworker's face instantly turns pale at the sight of it, because a slime wandering freely outside of a dungeon is never a good sign, and that terrifying realization hits fast, especially when something solid suddenly slams hard right into his back. Spinning around, they find themselves staring at a savage, raging orc. Even with weapons and shields raised to block, the air is instantly filled with a thick scent of blood. All of that chaos unfolded just 2 hours ago. Meanwhile, our main man Haruto is just chilling, totally oblivious to the drama. He is still riding high after absolutely crushing that giant spider. He secured a mountain of skill points, putting him just inches away from reaching level 50. Crossing that level 50 threshold makes joining elite dungeon raid parties a whole lot easier. Aside from the beginner zones, most mid-tier monsters lurking in these dungeons are usually above level 50, but these tougher dungeons are where hunters can rake in massive experience and way better rewards. There is also a solid chance of scoring rare item drops, which makes leveling up past 50 pretty smooth sailing. While basking in his success, Haruto starts wondering if he should auction off that sticky fluid from the giant Spider King. He copied a ton of it earlier, and thankfully, it does not dissolve nearly as fast anymore. Then, out of nowhere, the heavy thud of stampeding footsteps echoes nearby. Haruto looks up to see a panicked crowd rushing right toward him, shouting at him to move as they shove him aside. People are muttering about their terrible luck and wondering why the dungeon suddenly collapsed as Haruto catches fragments of their panic. It looks like the Rainbow Bridge dungeon has officially collapsed, releasing a swarm of monsters into the city. Even worse, the transport truck carrying that legendary sword to the exhibition got trapped right in the middle of the madness. That last detail is the absolute deal-breaker for Haruto, because his ultimate target, the Kalisha longsword, is now in serious danger. With an official emergency request sent out by the International Association, a group of elite hunters quickly assembles on the rooftop of the headquarters in Japan. Their #1 mission is to secure that weapon transport, a direct order delivered by Nanase herself. On top of that, the sudden disaster means they also need to protect nearby civilians from the stampede. Just as Nanase and her squad prepare to board their aircraft, their attention is caught by a young man desperately trying to push past the guards, and it is none other than Haruto. He calls out to Nanase, begging to join them since he already knows the entire plan they are deploying. Nanase is pretty stunned to see a low-level hunter like Haruto popping up in a high-security area, but Haruto is not backing down, since his eyes are locked on that long sword. Intrigued by his bizarre confidence, Nanase ultimately decides to let him tag along. Even though they know his motives are 100% selfish, the other hunters on board remain completely focused on the grim situation ahead of them. It has not even been 3 weeks since they stabilized the Rainbow Bridge dungeon, and yet it has already collapsed. Through it all, Nanase is the only one keeping a completely cool head. She firmly instructs her team to do whatever it takes to contain the outbreak, determined to prevent a repeat of the tragedy from 15 years ago. Haruto remembers that 15-year-old disaster, all too well, a terrifying catastrophe that shook the entire planet simultaneously. It was a massive dungeon break on the scale of a global natural disaster, leaving cities in ashes and causing countless casualties that still haunt survivors to this very day. The root cause is that when a dungeon is ignored and left uncleared, the monsters inside just keep growing stronger over time. Eventually, the overloaded dungeon collapses, letting bloodthirsty beasts flood right into the human world to unleash a literal hell on Earth. They call these events dungeon breaks, and it was during that tragedy 15 years ago that Haruto lost both of his parents. He has kept it a secret because it sounds completely unbelievable, but during that chaos, he witnessed an otherworldly entity crossing over from that dark dimension. That very creature is the one that branded him with this bizarre copy and paste ability. The bizarre creature actually called this curse a gift and only spoke a few words. One detail remains a complete, frustrating mystery. 20 years, is that the countdown for his skill? Or is it his actual remaining lifespan? Even right now, the cursed grains of sand inside that glass hourglass just keep trickling down. Originally, that terrifying creature only ever surfaced during times of great calamity, meaning its return is bound to trigger another massive, historical catastrophe. From this very moment, Haruto has only 5 years left before his time is up, but now he knows how to level up his skill. He can finally climb to the top as the strongest hunter, stop the impending doom, and break this curse once and for all. Before tackling any of those grand plans, though, Haruto first needs to successfully duplicate the Kalisha Dragon Sword. Meanwhile, total chaos breaks out on Rainbow Bridge. Monsters have begun lunging at civilians, triggering massive multi-car pileups on the road. Screams of terror mix with the brutal crunch of colliding metal, sending panic surging through the crowd. As a dungeon administrator, Satoru is forced to draw his sword and join the fray, but their severely outnumbered force quickly loses control to the beasts. Even Satoru himself, a mere level 21 hunter, finds himself constantly cornered and threatened by a swarm of goblins. Fortunately, his stocky colleague stays glued to his side, pulling Satoru out of harm's way several times. The guy is pretty rough. He acts just like the blunt weapon in his hand, mockingly calling Satoru a pampered kid. Yet he still saved him from the orcs and goblins. Satoru silently vows to repay his senior for this. His senior is growing anxious, A handful of dungeon administrators like them stand absolutely no chance of stopping this full-scale invasion. To make matters worse, all communication is completely dead, jammed by the heavy electromagnetic waves radiating from the dungeon. They cannot expect any immediate rescue, though Satoru Sr. suspects that other strong hunters must have spotted the anomaly and are already rushing to the bridge. Still, they need to push across the bridge if they want to meet up with the backup team sooner. Satoru hesitates, looking at the completely devastated bridge. Do they really have to cross that nightmare? Absolutely. Staying behind is just handing themselves over to the beasts on a silver platter. The duo sprints for their lives across the hazardous span. Meanwhile, near the truck carrying the priceless sword, a level 190 Bear King launches a relentless, terrifying assault. As a giant-class beast, its sheer physical size dwarfs every other monster on the battlefield. The vehicle takes a brutal beating but barely manages to hold together because Alice is actively casting her defensive magic to shield it. On top of that, her barrier magic is elite tier. Even a level 400 monster would struggle to leave a single scratch on her defense. But right after that, something infinitely more terrifying than the Bear King appears. It is a creature so powerful that Alice knows even her highest tier defense magic will be completely useless against it. Up in the airship, well before they even reach Rainbow Bridge, Nanase's subordinates spot the monster. Even the usually calm and collected Nanase breaks into a cold sweat at the sight of it. That creature is Quisia, the absolute strongest boss monster of the entire Rainbow Bridge dungeon. Prepare yourselves, Nana screams out in terror. Right on cue, Quisia opens its massive jaw, unleashing a devastating wave of highly destructive energy. The resulting shockwave is powerful enough to literally shake the entire city of Tokyo. Watching from afar, Haruto is absolutely petrified. That monster just exhaled once and pulverized the entire bridge. At this rate, he has no idea if his beloved sword will even survive the onslaught. Since the boss has surfaced, Nanase instantly changes their battle plan, ordering the entire association team to take control of the zone. Once everyone lands on the ground, she finally remembers Haruto, only to realize the boy has completely vanished. She does not worry too much, though. A level 29 hunter who survived the Spider King probably will not die easily in a mess like this. Putting him out of her mind, Nanase immediately activates her signature opening move, Hellfire. Intense blue flames erupt from her spear, blazing directly toward Quisia with overwhelming force. Watching from a distance, Haruto is completely mesmerized by the sheer beauty of the skill, just like the first time. Seeing it again only fuels his burning desire to copy it someday. As for Haruto, he uses the thread-spinning skill he copied from the giant spider to land safely on the ground. No matter how spectacular her Hellfire looks, Haruto has only one goal in mind, reclaiming the Kalisha Dragon Sword. Little does he know, this entire chaotic situation was carefully orchestrated by a mysterious group, and they also want to steal that legendary weapon. Even though Quisia showing up was a complete wild card that could easily end anyone's life, their leader is confident that Nanase and the Hunter Association can suppress the beast. He plans to exploit this chaotic window to steal the priceless treasure. Meanwhile, Haruto carefully threads his way through a path littered with fresh monster corpses. Examining the precise, fatal wounds on their bodies, he is certain another group of skilled hunters did this. The biggest problem with fighting these things is they always hunt in massive packs. Haruto gets a terrible feeling in his gut but tells himself to just keep running. Suddenly, a loud scream cuts through the air, making him jump. Turns out it is Satoru. Where does this guy get his drive? Refusing to back down against these beasts, his partner is severely wounded on the ground, completely unable to fight back. The bleeding senior begs the kid to leave, but Satoru absolutely refuses to budge. Meanwhile, Haruto watches everything from behind a nearby car. He doesn't know them personally, but their uniform clearly marks them as hunters from the Dungeon Management Agency. Catching sight of the senior's bloody wounds, Haruto tries to convince himself to just walk away. He really has no time to play hero. Right on cue, that bad feeling in his gut comes roaring to life. A pack of level 15 dire wolves floods the street. They might only be low-level trash, but when they swarm together like this, their threat level easily matches high-rank monsters. Satoru finally sees how grim things are. Still, the kid stubbornly grips his sword. He refuses to abandon the senior who took a hit for him, shouting that now it is his turn to protect his mentor. Those words make Haruto freeze. He suddenly flashes back to carrying Aoi out of that giant Spider King's dungeon. That familiar spark of empathy flares up. There is absolutely no way he can just turn his back and walk away. At first, As the wolves close in around them, Satoru somehow manages to desperately fight back and take out a few. Unfortunately, they are completely outnumbered. With beasts leaping from every angle, he is quickly overwhelmed. While Satoru focuses on the wolves lunging at his face, another stalks him from the blind spot. By the time he registers the danger, the beast is already mid-air, jaws wide open. Moving at that insane speed, there is no way Satoru can dodge. Out of nowhere, Haruto bursts into view like a savior, slamming the flying wolf right out of the air. Satoru looks up with absolute gratitude. The problem remains completely unsolved, however, as the pack grows larger by the second. Not wanting a stranger to die for him, Satoru yells for Haruto to run while he holds the line. Little did he know, Haruto is twice as stubborn as he is. Staring down the snarling pack of beasts, Haruto just flashes a highly confident smirk. He knows exactly what to do. Opening his inventory, he pulls out the giant Spider King's webbing, which he was actually saving for an auction. Using it in a chaotic brawl like this is totally worth the cost. Though, he starts copying and pasting like crazy. Thick, sticky webs shoot out in waves, wrapping up wolf after wolf until they are all piled together in a helpless heap. He completely wipes out the pack, but only gains 2 levels, leaving him looking incredibly disappointed. At least the spider silk technique proves highly effective for crowd control against swarms of monsters. With this trick, he can basically win while barely lifting a finger. Meanwhile, Satoru just stares at him, completely wide-eyed and speechless. The kid cannot comprehend what kind of insane skill could possibly wipe out an entire horde of bloodthirsty beasts in a single, effortless move. He is so stunned, he even forgets to thank him. In the end, the wounded senior is the one who speaks first, thanking Haruto deeply for saving their lives. The senior asks if Haruto is part of the association rescue team, but Haruto awkwardly shakes his head. Well, they did ride the same helicopter down here, so it is not a total lie. The man then asks if Haruto can take the kid with him, but before Haruto can even process the request, Satoru instantly starts throwing a massive fit. He absolutely refuses to abandon his senior, crying out that he would rather die right here by his side. The senior sighs in disbelief, telling the kid that he is much safer following this mysterious stranger. Haruto just stands there watching the drama, silently amused by the whole situation. It is like some tragic movie where the loyal disciple insists on dying with the master. Still, Haruto cannot take him. Since he can only copy and paste, he is no bodyguard. Dragging Satoru along would only put the kid in even worse danger. Having no choice, Haruto opens his inventory and hands over a mid-tier healing potion to the bleeding man. Though he cannot fight, Haruto promises this potion will give him enough strength to walk away, warning them not to linger in danger. Stunned, the hunter stares at the bottle and asks why Haruto is giving him something so incredibly valuable. Because you have to survive and make it back with your junior, Haruto says, speaking to the man but also to himself. Right now, through Satoru's eyes, Haruto looks absolutely legendary. To him, Haruto is practically a savior, so Satoru decides to bow forward at a complete 90-degree angle to show the absolute highest level of respect. My name is Satoru Shinoda, a guard at the Dienbao Bridge dungeon. He says, please remember my name because one day I will absolutely repay you for saving my life. Haruto was already walking away, but those dramatic words make him stop. Instead of waiting for some random day, Haruto figures Satoru should just pay him back right now. So Haruto asks him to help locate the transport vehicle carrying the greatsword of the International Hunter Association, mostly because Haruto is completely terrible with directions. His target is that exact sword transport truck, which is currently still under brutal attack by the giant bear king. Alice is totally exhausted from constantly maintaining her defensive magic, so she decides to just put the beast to sleep. Moji mocks her, saying she acts more like a peaceful monk than a hunter with all these non-violent tactics. But before they can even start bickering, a brand new threat arrives, and Moji uses his incredibly sharp reflexes to instantly slice a hidden weapon thrown at them right in half. He already anticipated that some scavengers would try to use all this chaos as cover to steal the greatsword, but when their opponents actually step into the light, even the usually calm Alice completely loses her composure. The mysterious group of thieves instantly launches an attack the moment they appear, and even putting strength aside, their sheer numbers completely overwhelm the two of them. Still, Moji maintains his composure like a true commander. Even though he is currently acting as a simple escort, the power of a level 100 hunter is absolutely no joke. After easily blocking their very first attack, Moji is already gearing up to charge in and counter. Alice panics and tries to yell a warning, But it is already too late. Moji suddenly collapses to his knees as blood starts pouring from his mouth. He has absolutely no idea how or when he was even hit. Alice rushes over to his side, warning him that those thieves are using a special item to block mana absorption, and if he keeps fighting, he will literally die. The enemy leader steps forward, mocking Alice by calling her a highly observant mage. He is clearly just mocking her, adding that they never underestimate their opponents because this is simply the exact way they operate. Alice finds it completely ridiculous, asking if this is really what they call a standard operation. They are using dangerous poisons banned by the International Hunter Association, and they do not even hesitate to use them directly on humans. She warns them that they will absolutely regret this. And as the words leave her mouth, a bright yellow light glows from Alice's fingertips as she begins to cast her magic. But the criminals are not intimidated at all, scoffing at her and asking what a mage can possibly do when she cannot even access her mana. You really should just shut your mouth, they sneer. The thieves immediately split into two groups, one to deal with Moji and Alice, and the other to steal the sword. But right at that moment, because Alice's sleep magic was neutralized, the giant bear king wakes right back up and instantly starts swinging its massive claws to destroy everything in its path. The massive crowd of thieves is instantly torn to shreds, turned into nothing more than a bloody mess under the beast's paws. Seeing the tides turn, their leader quickly retreats to save his own skin, leaving the raging bear to turn its eyes toward Alice and Moji. Moji asks if Alice can possibly put it back to sleep, desperate for any hope even though he already knows the tragic answer. She replies that he should already know they cannot access any of their mana right now. Moji sighs, muttering that he knew her non-violent tricks would eventually backfire on her. And it looks like today is indeed that day. Alice admits he is right. But there is one thing he got wrong. Alice suddenly charges forward and desperately tries to summon her magic once again. But without any mana to absorb, her skills fail to activate no matter how hard she tries. Moji watches in absolute horror, realizing Alice is already trapped in a completely defenseless position. At this rate, she is running straight into the deadly claws of the giant beast. In her final moments, Alice completely gives up, only wishing she had the chance to say a proper apology to her companion. But right at the last second, Haruto arrives using his copy and paste ability to save her, using the sticky webbing of the giant spider king to trap the bear's limbs before quickly wrapping the entire beast into a tight cocoon. Since this special silk is incredibly sticky, the bear only ends up trapping itself tighter the more it struggles, eventually crashing heavily onto the ground. Haruto easily logs another legendary victory by taking down the bear king in a matter of seconds, and Satoru's group, who followed him here, can only give him an enthusiastic thumbs up to praise such an absolutely insane performance. Senior Haruto, you are honestly the absolute greatest, they yell out. Satoru's voice is ridiculously loud, making Haruto grit his teeth and snap back, asking when exactly he became Satoru's senior, since they are clearly the exact same age. Satoru simply smiles, explaining that, since Haruto saved him in Senior Sakabe, he has been a true senior in Satoru's heart ever since. Satoru's eyes literally sparkled as he stared at Haruto with absolute, wide-eyed admiration. Haruto knew that nothing he said would get through to the starstruck guy. Deciding to ignore him completely, Haruto stepped forward to ask Ares and Mori how they were holding up. Ares still seemed completely frozen in shock from what she just saw, failing to react to Haruto's question at all. Mori, on the other hand, leaned heavily on his sword to stand, his gaze dripping with pure hostility. Are you here for the sword too? Haruto quickly waved his hands, explaining that he only came to help protect the blade and meant absolutely no harm. But Mori had just survived a brutal ambush and nearly lost his life, so he was not about to lower his guard easily. Hearing him mention an ambush, Haruto finally noticed the bodies scattered all over the ground and gasped in realization. So these guys tried to steal the sword but got absolutely wrecked by the Bear King. Honestly, he really needed to thank that giant beast. If those thieves had actually succeeded, he would have never gotten the chance to even get close to the Kalesia dragon sword. Explaining things to Mori now was going to be a massive headache, especially since the guy looked ready to swing his blade at any moment. Sure, he could easily bind monsters with a single skill, but handling a veteran hunter with formidable combat skills was a completely different story. While Haruto was carefully choosing his words, Satoru suddenly stepped in and yelled at the top of his lungs, "Wait a minute, why are you treating us like enemies? He literally went out of his way to help you and save your lives, yet you are treating him like some common thief." Saying that, Satoru quickly pulled out his ID badge to prove their identities. He is with the Japan Hunter Association, and Senior Sakabe and I are the hunters assigned to manage this entire dungeon. Incredible. This was the first time Haruto found Satoru's constant blabbering actually useful. Seeing Mori starting to calm down, Haruto decided to push things just a bit further. Reaching into his inventory, he pulled out 2 mid-grade healing potions and handed them over. Even though it hurt his wallet, investing this much was completely worth it to copy the Kalesia Dragon Sword. Both Mori and Ares stared at the potions with highly complicated expressions. Especially Ares, who kept looking back and forth between the massive Bear King and Haruto, her mind racing with secret thoughts. Right at that moment, several helicopters suddenly roared to life directly overhead. It seemed the backup team from the 5 major guilds had finally arrived. Satoru was grinning from ear to ear, fully believing they were saved at last. But Sakabe did not share his absolute confidence. That was because not every hunter was a noble saint looking out for others, especially those belonging to the Great Sage Guild. At the exact same time, Strike Squad leader Nanus was still locked in battle with the monstrous Kusia. Since the beast was gearing up to enter Phase 3, unleashing devastating wide-range fire attacks, she ordered her team to fall back. With other guilds arriving to assist, Nanus decided their primary goal now was to stall the beast, allowing civilians enough time to evacuate the area. Is this pathetic performance really the best you can do to handle a simple dungeon outbreak, Hunter Nanus? Right as Nanus finished issuing her evacuation orders, a highly sarcastic voice drifted in from right behind her. She turned around to see a familiar face, Shirosaki Masato, a level 503 dark mage and the leader of the Future Guild. Wearing a deeply annoying smug face, he immediately channeled a massive magic circle to completely obliterate Quesia. Nanus grew pale at the sight and screamed at him to stop if his magic failed to finish it off. Then, before she could finish, Masato cut her off, sneering that if he wasted time worrying about trivial things like she did, he would have never achieved greatness. The last time this happened at the Rainbow Bridge, only she and the association were there to claim the credit. He smirked. Let me tell you, that previous incident seriously pissed me off. Because of that grudge, this outbreak actually thrilled him. Masato wanted to personally deliver the killing blow to Kusia and hoard all the valuable drops. Instantly, Masato unleashed his signature lightning magic, sending massive thunderbolts crashing down from the heavens with deafening roars. Nanus screamed at everyone to fall back immediately. That devastating lightning was too intense, even for a giant beast like Kusia, meaning normal humans caught in the blast would easily be vaporized instantly. Masato's terrifying lightning completely shattered the entire middle section of the bridge. Fortunately, Haruto used his thread skill to save himself, while quickly shooting out adhesive webs to secure the other 4 companions and the weapon transport truck before they plunged into the river below. Clambering back onto the bridge, the absolute first thing Haruto saw was a set of massive, terrifyingly sharp fangs. Recognizing the beast as Kusia, he immediately covered his mouth in absolute terror, but a closer look revealed the monster was completely knocked out, apparently suppressed by the massive lightning strike. Masato leisurely descends from above, hovering in midair, right in front of Haruto. He wears a look of pure, insufferable pride. What is this? He asks indifferently if there are actually survivors left here. You look like a low-level hunter, he notes coldly, but you did a good job. Haruto ignores the irritating words. He simply stares, his eyes locked directly onto the emblem pinned to the front of the man's chest. He recognizes that symbol immediately. He had seen it before, belonging to the 3rd-ranked guild in the entire country, Future. You look like a support guild member, but clearly are not. Shouldn't your objective be saving civilians and taking down these rampaging monsters? Only then does Haruto speak up, his first words directly questioning the smug hunter. Save civilians and pacify beasts? Masato indifferently tells him to look over there, noting that all the survivors have already been safely evacuated. His only reason for descending here was because of an incredibly annoying, loud crying sound. It did not come from Quesia, but rather from the massive Bear King tightly bound in spider silk. Masato takes one quick look and knows the silk belongs to the giant Arachnid King. And get this, with a casual flick of his finger, he easily snaps this unbreakable bind. At the same moment, the Bear King's physical body is sliced into 100 pieces. Denying his fear would be a lie. Haruto stands frozen in absolute shock as the man effortlessly shreds a level 200 monster bound in King Spider Silk. With the Bear King dead, Haruto receives a massive flood of experience points since he dealt the absolute most damage to it. The continuous chiming of level up alerts immediately catches Masato's attention. He wonders aloud if those are level up alerts. Was that hairy beast actually your prey? he asks, mockingly apologizing for stealing the kill right out from under him. Masato's tone is filled with absolute disdain. He does not even bother hiding his contempt, openly mocking Haruto to his face. The drop reward for landing the killing blow on the Bear King is a single claw. Masato tosses it to Haruto like a cheap handout, stating he has absolutely no use for such trash. Even with a level 503 hunter standing before him, Haruto cannot stand this sheer arrogance. He opens his mouth to fire back, but Nana suddenly arrives, looking extremely panicked. Seeing Haruto standing there completely alive, Nana lets out a massive sigh of relief. Her instincts were completely correct, and honestly, it is crazy that even after that rapid succession of deadly events, Haruto remains standing tall. Seeing their obvious familiarity, Masato immediately assumes Haruto belongs to the Japan Hunter Association. This realization only makes the young hunter look like even more of an eyesore. The rescue team is currently guiding the civilian evacuation, so you should head over there immediately. Ignoring the annoying jerk, Nanas turns to warn Haruto that once the dragon wakes up, it will launch a massive area of effect attack. Haruto is highly confused. Wouldn't it be much smarter to just eliminate Quesia while the beast is completely unconscious? Nanas simply shakes her head with a look of regret, stating that doing so is absolutely impossible. This is because boss monsters are classified strictly based on their overall ability rating. Once their health points, or HP, fall below 30%, they will automatically trigger their ultimate specialized skills. These ultimate skills manifest in two distinct forms: Rage Mode and Wide Range Attacks, both of which cause bosses to go wild. Low and mid-tier boss monsters typically enter that Rage Mode, meaning hunters simply have to stay extremely alert and cautious during the battle. While Rage does not typically have distinct phases, a high-tier threat like Quesia possesses such an incredibly massive health pool that it can easily trigger both Rage Mode and devastating area of effect attacks. Consequently, pacifying and taking down this beast must be divided into several distinct phases. Phase 3 initiates the exact moment the boss senses a direct, critical threat to its very existence. Rumors say they will unleash highly destructive attacks, functioning like atomic bombs that are capable of completely vaporizing everything in the area. Right now, Quesia is entering this dangerous third phase, constantly absorbing surrounding mana to form an absolute protective barrier for the entire duration. No matter how powerful the attacks are, they remain completely useless, so the only viable path is to quickly evacuate civilians. Just as Nanas finishes speaking, Quesia suddenly snaps its eyes wide open. Licking her tongue, she mutters that the beast woke up far sooner than expected. Masato remains incredibly confident, aiming to claim Quesia's drops all for himself. Right before the shockwave launches, she calls out, "Hunter Sano, I trust you will survive this upcoming shockwave." Nanas chooses this indirect way to warn Haruto to be careful, but Masato treats the warning like a total joke. How could a weakling like him survive? He sneers, warning him not to blame them if he dies, since a low-tier hunter dying in a dungeon is like a civilian in a car accident. Leaving those cold words behind, both Masato and Nanas rush toward the beast, leaving Haruto standing completely alone, quietly storing the Bear King's claw in his inventory. Haruto has only one thought left on his mind: the future guild leader. Is it? This was never the plan. But it looks like he has to take down Kusei before that bastard Shirosaki Masato does. Ready to get payback for everything Masato just did, Haruto quickly pulls up Satoru's group and Ares. He then tells Moji and Ares that he needs their help, especially since all their lives are on the line. Since Kusei has reached stage 3, the only way to save everyone is to defeat it before it unleashes its massive area attack. Haruto wants to handle the beast himself, but first, he needs the legendary Colizia Dragon Longsword. Haruto promises on his honor that he will return the weapon to its rightful spot once Kusei is taken down. But honestly, getting permission is not going to be easy at all, especially when dealing with someone as incredibly stubborn as Moji. Moji thinks there is absolutely no way Haruto can defeat Kusei, believing the boy is just making up a wild story to steal their precious sword. Ares rejects his request as well, but only because unlocking the transport vehicle requires a massive amount of mana, and right now, neither she nor Moji can use magic because those nasty bandits poisoned them. Moji is completely stunned by her words. He realizes she is basically admitting she would gladly unlock the transport vehicle and lend Haruto the sword if they just had the magic to do so. Luckily, mana is the one thing Haruto has in abundance. After all, his dungeon alias is the Mana Guzzler. Utilizing his infinite mana regeneration skill, Haruto sends a massive surge of pure magic rushing straight into Ares' body. With her magic restored, She breaks the seal on the hanging transport container, and Haruto immediately leaps toward the dangling vehicle. Watching Haruto run off, Moji remains thoroughly confused, asking Ares why she would ever do such a thing. He warns her about being too soft, but Ares is not worried, pointing out that Haruto only tied up the Bear King earlier, instead of killing it. Moji sighs. He cannot believe she is so easily swayed, thinking she is incredibly naive. Just as Haruto successfully forces the transport container open, another unexpected disaster strikes when the leader of the sword-stealing gang suddenly ambushes him from right behind his back. It turns out that after his initial plan failed, the thief had been silently tracking Haruto, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Unable to react in time, Haruto gets stabbed right through the stomach. Ares and the others watch this horror unfold from the bridge above, completely helpless because the dangling container is far too unstable and dangerous to approach, run through by the blade. Haruto collapses straight to the bottom of the vehicle. The greedy bastard follows him inside, eagerly reaching out his dirty hands to grab the treasured sword container. But right at that exact moment, the spider silk snaps because its monstrous owner has finally died. With the binding magic gone, the container loses its support and plunges straight into the rushing river below. Of course, protected by his classic main character armor, Haruto is not about to die in such a lame way. Just like before, he had pre-copied his own body, letting him swap his wounded self out the moment he took a fatal hit. The thief nearly jumps out of his skin when he sees Haruto suddenly reappear right behind his back. Before the criminal can even process what is happening, Haruto drives a blade clean through his chest. He warns him that he always settles his scores. If someone attacks him, he will always strike back. Those are the last words the thief hears before collapsing. After all that insane effort, Haruto finally gets his hands on the legendary Calizia Dragon Longsword he has been dreaming of. He tries to copy it immediately, but the system flashes a red alert, warning that his level is too low to duplicate this item. It feels like a harsh slap to the face. Is the system seriously playing games with him right now? Level 30 is enough to equip the sword, and he is already sitting at level 50. Before Haruto can even process this sudden failure, a mocking voice sneers from behind, saying that was a close one and he almost brought major shame to the Blood Pressure Guild. Before Haruto can even turn around, a massive, agonizing slash is ripped across his back. It turns out that greedy bastard is still breathing, all thanks to some pretty impressive high-level self-healing skills. The sword is violently snatched from Haruto's grip, as the thief mocks that he also believes in paying back grudges 1,000 times over. To make absolutely sure Haruto never sees tomorrow's sun, the thief decides to execute him using his own dream weapon. Without wasting another second, he drives the Calizia Dragon Longsword deep into Haruto's body once again. No copy this time. He has absolutely no chance to save himself. Haruto feels his consciousness fading away fast, but he is the main character here. There is absolutely no way his story ends in a dark place like this. Sure enough, a system notification flashes right before his eyes, announcing that the Calizia Dragon Longsword has fused with its wielder. As its powerful abilities are copied and absorbed, Haruto suddenly feels a surge of strength snapping him back to full consciousness. He has no idea what this fusion actually means, but he immediately absorbs a passive defense skill that boosts his defense by 35%. To top it off, he unlocks the weapon's first ultimate skill, a powerful lifesteal ability. His second special move is Frenzy, and to make things worse, Haruto's health has dropped below 25%. The dragon sword immediately triggers its protective barrier to shield him, while his second Frenzy skill is forced into action. Right at that moment, the massive monster Kueisha unleashes a devastating area of effect attack, creating absolute chaos. The situation turns so bad that even Masato loses his cool leadership facade, while Nana struggles to fight back against a completely overwhelming power difference. Just then, a terrifying surge of energy erupts from deep beneath the river. Before Nana or Masato can even process what is happening, Kuesia is sliced clean in half by that raw power and defeated. With the raid officially cleared, the evening news is completely flooded with reports about the massive monster breakout at Dreambow Bridge. Though there are still casualties and heavy damages, the Hunter Association and the guilds successfully contain the chaotic situation in under 2 hours. Meanwhile, public backlash intensifies against the Dungeon Management Office for their incredibly lax safety measures. Over at the Japanese Hunter Association headquarters, a heavy silence hangs in the room. To break the tense quiet, Fukawa Tokuo, the association president and a high-ranking priest class, finally speaks up. He sighs. Now is really not the time for everyone to look so bitter. They need to focus and analyze exactly how this gate was breached and cleared. He mentions that the association supposedly cleared the Zenbo Bridge dungeon 3 months ago. So how did this disaster happen? Responding next is Takechi Go, a level 701 swordsman and leader of the elite Midas Guild. He scoffs just because they cleared it once does not guarantee it will never happen again. Then, Shinoda Makoto, a level 670 healer and leader of the Great Sage Guild, chimes in. His words instantly spark an uproar. The others tell him to shut up, arguing that the Great Sage Guild bears the blame for failing to manage the dungeon properly in the first place. They even make sharp threats that once this crisis is settled, they will officially petition to transfer control of the Dreambow Bridge to a different guild entirely. Nana is sitting in the meeting as well, but the loud bickering fades into the background. She is completely preoccupied, wondering if Haruto managed to survive the chaos safely, since she has not had a single moment to check on him. Hey! Go suddenly slams the table and stands up aggressively, demanding to know if the boss was scheduled to spawn on September 5th. He asks why Nana was at the scene but failed to deal with Kuzuya herself. Hearing her name snapped Nana out of her thoughts. Mimicking Go, she slams both hands down on the table with incredible force. The fragile desk, already weakened by Go, cannot handle her strength and completely shatters into pieces. Masato, sitting across from her, seemingly predicted this outcome and activated a shield beforehand, casually sipping his tea. The others are not quite as quick to react and end up hit by flying debris, a pretty satisfying moment of payback that makes Go absolutely furious. If this were not an official meeting, the two would probably be tearing each other apart by now. Tokuo intervenes, apologizing to guild leader Takeuchi on Nana's behalf for her extremely rude and aggressive behavior. Since the president stepped in first, Go cannot press the issue further, merely muttering under his breath about her utter disrespect. He warns that showing off like that will only get her killed, but Nana remains completely unfazed by the top-tier guild leader's intense pressure. She slowly stands up, saying that action speaks louder than words, and showing him is much faster than trying to argue. She tells him not to mistake her newly acquired shockwave skill, which she received as a reward for defeating Quesia. Nana claims that guild leader Shirasaki, who also participated in the fight against Kuzuya, can easily back her up. Masato, still drinking his tea, is suddenly dragged right into the conflict. Under the intense gazes of everyone in the room, he nearly chokes on his hot tea. He mutters that he did not have time to check the rewards himself, but he believes she is telling the truth. Capitalizing on Masato's input, President Tokuo immediately pushes him into the spotlight by publicly praising his heroic efforts during the dungeon disaster. The entire room erupts into polite applause for Masato, almost like cheering for a first grader who answered a simple question. Masato forces a polite smile to brush it off, but his eyes remain locked on Nana. He realizes she is still holding a grudge, since he interfered in her fight without gaining anything from it. That is exactly why Masato vows to get his revenge and clear his name, aiming not only at Nana, but also at the mystery hunter, who stole his kill by taking down Kuzuya with a single strike. Nanaze had no desire to linger in this chaotic, noisy room any longer, so she made an excuse to leave early. Regarding the prison break, she took full responsibility and decided to investigate it herself. On top of that, she bluntly declared her intention to question the guilds about their delayed response to the crisis. The moment she said this, several guild masters looked anywhere but at her, completely unable to face her piercing, icy glare. But before Nanaze could even take a step, the meeting room doors burst open. Standing there was Mazi, looking incredibly sharp in a tailored suit. His companion Ares walked in right behind him, casually noting that the meeting seemed far from over. Mazi introduced himself and announced that he brought critical news for everyone in the room. The legendary greatsword, known as Kalizia, had been stolen during the absolute chaos. Since the theft occurred while transporting the blade to an exhibition in Japan, Mazi demanded that the local hunter association assist him in retrieving the sword as quickly as possible. Naturally, he brought a formal request for cooperation from the International Hunter Association. Go immediately spoke up to object even though he was not at the scene. He always kept tabs on gossip faster than anyone. Hold on, he asked. I heard that when the transport vehicle was attacked, you guys actually released the seal yourselves? That is indeed what we did, but it was done with the cooperation of Hunter Satoru of the Great Sage Guild and Haruto of the Japan Hunter Association. Ares replied, sending a sudden shockwave through two specific leaders in the room. Specifically, the leader of the Great Sage Guild and the president of the Hunter Association. But while guild leader Makoto immediately claimed Satoru as his own member, President Tokuo could not find any records of a hunter named Haruto in his entire association. Hearing a familiar name, Nanase unconsciously clenched her fist tight as tension gripped her. Masato caught her tense reaction right away, unable to suppress a highly devious, scheming smirk. It seemed his chance for revenge had arrived much sooner than expected. Masato spoke up, asking if they were talking about the guy who bound the Bear King with giant spider silk. He added that he had also run into the guy, and surprisingly, he was fully convinced that he belonged to the Hunter Association. So, maybe we should just ask Hunter Nanase here. Mazi turned his attention back to Nanase, since Masato had craftily implied that she and Haruto were already acquainted. In fact, she was the very person who allowed him onto the association's rescue helicopter. Meanwhile, the thief had successfully delivered his prized loot, the Kalisha Greatsword, straight to his master. That master was none other than Takumi, a highly powerful level 301 attack type hunter, who ruled as the leader of the Dark Guild Blood Tower. Holding the precious sword in his hands, Takumi could not contain his excitement, so this was the legendary sword rumored to boost its wielder by 200 levels. He wondered if it recognized its owner by fingerprint. It was incredible, he muttered, realizing that spending hundreds of millions to stir up that dungeon was absolutely worth it. Only now did the thief realize the true mastermind behind everything was actually his own guild leader. Right then, Takumi pointed out that the entire raiding party had died, leaving the captain as the sole survivor. Fearing his boss was going to punish him, he bowed his head low, apologizing because he had run into a total freak during the mission, but he begged his boss to rest assured, claiming the guy was definitely dead by now. Takumi went silent for a few seconds, then tossed a heavy bag of money forward. He called it a reward for the captain and his fallen teammates, promising he would be totally free to do as he pleased after this. The captain thanked him profusely, but before he could even grab the cash and escape, Takumi burst into a chilling laugh. "Wait, didn't you actually fail the mission?" Takumi asked. The captain gasped, completely confused when Takumi added that the sword was just a fraction of its true value, and only an idiot would sell it for 1 million. Besides, he pointed out, the captain clearly wanted to profit off this legendary sword. The captain didn't fully grasp the deeper meaning, but he knew exactly what it meant. His boss was going to silence him permanently. Terrified and panicked, he frantically grabbed the money and tried to run, but Takumi's blade swung fast. In a single, horrific split second, the living man was sliced completely in half. Because of that attack, the Kalisha Greatsword's durability dropped by 2 points, going from 10 down to 8. Takumi sighed, muttering that it would be a disaster if it broke before he could have it repaired. Meanwhile, after a horrific nightmare about the mysterious creature that had cursed him with his ability, Haruto woke up in a cold sweat. Before he could even catch his breath, something suddenly leaped right into his chest. Satoru cried out in relief, thanking goodness that Haruto finally opened his eyes, since his long unconsciousness had scared him to death. It was just Satoru being dramatic as usual. While Haruto felt the kid was overreacting, Satoru insisted that the actual scene back there had been absolutely terrifying. Right after Haruto finishes off the monster, a massive pillar of light shoots up from the sea and explodes. The resulting shockwave leaves the entire area in absolute chaos. Just then, a man lying on the next bed over hears their conversation, sits up, and asks if they were at the Colosseum dungeon. That is when Haruto notices both he and that annoying kid are wearing hospital gowns, meaning they ended up in the same medical facility. Hearing him, Satoru excitedly spills the whole story. Haruto just slips out of bed for a quiet walk to escape that kid's insane energy. He might not look it, but he is actually the one who saved you. Hunter Sano Haruto freezes as he hears this, realizing Sakabe is in the next bed, looking way worse off. According to Sakabe, Haruto had vanished, and Satoru was the one who stubbornly insisted on saving him no matter what. Pressuring their scouts, he caused a huge scene. Eventually, they found Haruto passed out on the shore. But Haruto cannot help but feel like something is off here. Sakabe says Satoru forced the scouting team from the Great Sage Guild to search for him. But could a mere low-level dungeon receptionist actually have that kind of massive influence? Thinking back, Satoru's last name is actually Shinoda, and the master of the Great Sage Guild is Shinoda Makoto. Could those two actually be related? Absolutely no way. Real life isn't a drama with crazy plot twists like that. Meanwhile, over at the Japan Hunter Association headquarters, the tension is reaching a boiling point. Nanase, President Tokuo, Moji, and Aries head into a private room to talk. The two visitors break the news that Haruto died after his transport vehicle plunged into the sea, but Nanase's face remains totally blank. This makes Moji highly suspicious, so he cautiously asks if she is not even a little bit surprised. Hunters are only human, and always teetering on the edge of death anyway. Nana says calmly, picking up her coffee cup for a sip. Moji sighs, fully convinced now that she and Haruto really did not share any special connection. As for their joint proposal to find that missing blade, President Tokuo fully agrees and promises complete support in bringing the Kalesia longsword back. Ares demands several top hunters from Tokuo, already knowing where the sword is. The Kalesia longsword is not an item restricted to specific users. Instead, an engraved crest simply measures their rank. Ares can actually track that mark. She knows someone used the blade an hour ago, causing Nanaze to narrow her eyes. They never mentioned this tracking ability before, which means this hidden feature is the real reason they lent Haruto the sword. Ares then points out the biggest issue: the weapon's durability was down to 10. Since someone just drew the blade, that number has dropped, and further use will make it vanish from this world entirely. Oh, so the only lead is finding Ares's mother who vanished 15 years ago? Nanaze cuts in, shocking them with how much she knows. She holds up highly classified files on both Moji and Ares that she was flipping through. You think I became captain on luck? We even know the sword is your mother's keepsake. Ares bolts upright, all arrogance gone. Bowing deeply, she begs Nanaze to help retrieve her mother's keepsake. Nanaze leaves the office with a heavy mind. She knows they are hiding something, and she absolutely refuses to believe Haruto is dead because he is not that easy to kill. Suddenly, Nanaze hears someone call her name. Turning around, she sees none other than Makoto, the master of the Great Sage Guild, pulling her aside to speak privately. Makoto officially invites her back to the Great Sage Guild. Nanaze simply sighs with a highly skeptical chuckle. Dungeons are multiplying by the day, yet major guilds are just launching side businesses to milk them for pure profit. If this dungeon break was caused by your guild's negligence, you will take the fall. I am not coming back. Talk about a massive plot twist. Nanase is actually Makoto's daughter. Knowing she would react this way, he just laughs and brings up another matter. But before leaving, he really should head over to the Central Hunter Hospital. After all, that is exactly where Haruto is recovering. Right now, he is hiding out on the rooftop, taking a moment to check his status and inspect the Kalesia Greatsword. Even though he cannot copy the physical sword itself, he can actually absorb every single one of its abilities. Honestly, this turns out to be a much better deal. If Haruto had just copied the physical blade, pulling it out in every single fight would be pretty hard to explain. Above all, those unique skills are incredibly useful, especially that insane berserk ability. It triggered right in the nick of time, though activating it right on the brink of death meant enduring some absolutely agonizing pain. But hey, thanks to that incredible skill, Haruto managed to take down Quesia, that terrifying monster, over level 400 in a single strike. Looking back, even Haruto himself is shocked he actually pulled it off. After defeating Quesia, Haruto successfully absorbed its massive shockwave, which the system automatically converted into frequency, resonance, and natural wave skills. His giant Spider King Web skill also reached level 2. The absolute best part is that he can now combine frequency resonance with natural waves simultaneously. With this upgrade, Haruto never imagined his signature copy and paste skill could reach a level where he could actually absorb and combine completely different abilities. It is a massive blessing in disguise, because after absorbing that legendary sword, he officially becomes a high-ranking hunter at level 276. This is honestly mind-blowing, considering just a few days ago, Haruto was seen as a weakling who could never even break past level 30. But now, his main goal is to find the bastard who stabbed him inside that transport truck and nearly ended his life. Just as that thought crosses his mind, Haruto suddenly hears a familiar voice loud enough to pierce his eardrums. Why do you always make people worry so much? I told you to run the second things got dangerous. Haruto immediately recognizes Hunter Nanas, and he is shocked to see someone usually so cold actually making a face like that. Haruto quickly ducks behind a wall to eavesdrop on her conversation, only to hear another voice that is even more familiar to his ears. That is entirely on you, sis. It is your fault for not stabilizing the dungeon properly in the first place. Nanas is completely speechless with rage, while Haruto is left in utter disbelief because the person arguing back is none other than Satoru. What is even crazier is that Satoru just called her sis. Come to think of it, they both share the last name Shinoda, but he never guessed they were actual siblings. After bickering for a while, Nanas finally remembers to ask about Haruto, wanting to know if Hunter Sano is safe and where he is. Who knows? Go ahead and find him yourself. Hearing his own name, Haruto instinctively tries to slip away, Terrified that Nanas is here to arrest him for impersonating an association member and trying to swipe that legendary sword, he immediately turns around to run. But before he can take 2 steps, he slams directly into a chest as hard as solid rock. He almost breaks his nose right then and there. A cold voice asks if he is still alive. The little sword thief. Standing right there is Moji, and the way he spits out those words makes it very clear just how furious he actually is. Without warning, Moji grabs him by the collar and slams him hard against the wall. Moji is absolutely livid about being fooled by Haruto's fake association identity. Haruto desperately tries to explain that it is all a big misunderstanding, but Moji refuses to give him a single second to speak. Back then, they all saw him get stabbed by the real thief, yet here he is, completely fine and without a scratch. Naturally, Moji is convinced that Haruto and that bastard are actually working together. Things take a turn for the worse when Moji, his eyes burning with absolute rage, begins to draw his sword. Ares steps in to stop him, but it is no use. While Moji has no plans to use active skills, he is determined to teach this liar a painful lesson. Haruto really does not want to trigger his abilities inside a hospital, but he cannot just stand there and take a beating either. And the skill he unleashes this time is frequency resonance. The very second the blade is about to touch Haruto's hand, it instantly shatters into 100 tiny pieces. The loud commotion immediately draws the attention of Nanas and Satoru, who rush over just in time to witness the shocking display. Nanas instantly recognizes the technique as the exact same shockwave Quesia used, and she is absolutely stunned by it. Aside from the mystery of how he can even use this power, his completely transformed presence compared to the day of the disaster is enough to make her look at him in a whole new light. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to introduce a brand new face, Sano Haruto. She is a member of the girl group IF, but her lifestyle is completely different from her fellow group mates. After wrapping up a performance, instead of taking the company van, she drives her own luxury sports car home. But as she pulls out of the parking garage, she nearly collides with another car blocking the path. Furious, she rolls down her window and yells at the other driver, asking if they are completely blind or just do not know how to drive. "Where do you think you're going?" a voice calls out as a man steps out of the car, hauling a massive suitcase. It's Guild Master Takumi of that notorious dark guild. The moment Sarah lays eyes on him, she freezes up completely. Takumi slowly walks over and slams his heavy suitcase right onto the hood of her incredibly expensive car. He leans in through the open window, asking if her show went well, before suggesting they finally head into the dungeon. If she wants her life to return to normal, she really has no choice but to play along. Over with Haruto, things finally cool down. Thanks to Nanase stepping in, Mori decides to drop his grudge, even if he's still pretty ticked off about it. The group of 4, Haruto, Nanase, Mori, and Ares, start tracking down the legendary sword. But when they arrive at the location, they find nothing but a field of complete ruin. Ares sighs, admitting they might be too late. Nanas asks if this means they have to wait until the thief actually swings that sword again. Before Ares can even reply, Haruto gasps as a memory hits him, suddenly shouting out the name Blood Tower. He remembers that the assassin who tried to take his life mentioned that exact name during their fight. The killer claimed to be from the Blood Tower Guild. Since Nanes has never heard of them, she instantly figures it must be some secret dark guild operating in the shadows. Mori is growing seriously impatient. He knows the magical sword is running on borrowed time and won't last much longer. Even with this tiny clue, Nanes already has a solid plan. She happens to know a certain someone who is an absolute expert on this underground network. As for Sarah, the fact that a big shot like Takumi tracked her down proves she is no ordinary girl, and she really is not. Just like Haruto, Sarah was personally blessed by a mythical creature during that catastrophic event 15 years ago. At first, she assumed she had just awakened some run-of-the-mill hunter power, but it turned out she possessed a highly unique, one-of-a-kind skill called Ctrl+Z Undo, letting her revert any target back to its previous state. Sarah put this to work by buying broken, discarded luxury goods, restoring them to absolute perfection, and selling them off for a massive profit. And even though it is not a traditional healing skill, she can still make a decent living by fixing up injuries for people. But the cash she makes from these side gigs is limited, and she is running out of time. Sarah desperately needs an insane amount of money because her parents, both victims of that massive tragedy, are comatose in a really low-tier hospital with terrible facilities. She tried using her power to save them, but reverting a human body completely takes a massive amount of mana, and her own reserves are just too low. Without that energy, the best she can do is heal up minor scrapes and bruises. And unfortunately, mana is an energy source that only awakened hunters are capable of controlling. So, to siphon even a tiny bit of mana, Sarah has been risking her life entering dungeons since she was a little kid, working as a cheap errand girl. She would carry heavy gear or act as a makeshift healer whenever necessary. But for an unawakened civilian like her, stepping into a dungeon is literally walking into a tiger's den with empty hands. Every step is highly dangerous. The absolute worst part of it all is the constant contempt she gets from her teammates. After every single raid, she would beg them for a tiny drop of mana instead of money. And every time, they would just laugh and spit on her. Until one fateful day, covered in blood and completely broken, she wanted to just give up on this cursed power. That was the day she met Takumi. Fast forward to the present, and Sarah has no other option but to bring him straight to her cramped apartment. Looking around her tiny, incredibly rundown room, Takumi can't help but mock her, asking where on earth she spent all the massive cash she supposedly made. He chuckles, saying he never expected a big celebrity from the idol group to live like this. Most of her adoring fans probably have no clue she eats takeout for literally every single meal. Takumi keeps rambling on and on about her incredibly unrestricted diet. Other idols starve themselves to stay thin, but Sarah can gorge on anything she wants. Even if she packs on the pounds, she can just reset her body back to its perfect shape. After rambling for a bit, Takumi brings up the exact moment they first met. Back then, even with a corpse lying right in front of her, Sarah was only interested in looting the poor guy's valuables. He called her out as a thief, proudly declaring they were cut from the exact same cloth before forcing her to sign their very first contract. Their deal was simple. Takumi provides the massive amount of mana she needs, and in exchange, she uses her power to restore his broken items. But this time, Takumi demands she enter a dungeon with him, completely ignoring their strict contract. He wants her to fully restore that legendary sword, which is going to require an absolutely insane amount of mana. He cryptically promises this will be her absolute last raid. Sarah completely loses her composure, demanding to know if he actually managed to track down an infinite mana regeneration item inside that dungeon. Takumi chuckles and says no, but her very presence inside might actually trigger its appearance. He acknowledges their deal forbids her from entering dungeons, but begs her to make an exception just this once. Now, he coaxes her to join him one last time, promising the reward will be more than worth it. Back with Haruto's group, the ultimate informant Nana's just mentioned turns out to be none other than Masato from the Future Guild. She absolutely despises the guy, but she still has to bring Haruto directly to him. Along the way, Haruto finds this pretty hard to understand, because the top two giant guilds, fighting for Japan's #1 spot, Midas and their direct rival, should realistically possess far more intel. Those big guilds only focus on dungeon clears and management, while Masato specializes in digging up all kinds of shady backroom rumors and secrets. And just as expected, he knows quite a bit about the notorious Dark Guild, Blood Tower. It all revolves around the giant goblin heart, an incredibly rare item legendary for granting its user infinite mana regeneration. This item rarely drops in the Snowy Mountain dungeon, only showing up once a hunter manages to take down the hidden giant goblin boss. To track down that mythical treasure, the Future Guild deployed a massive scouting unit just to gather any scrap of information. During their scouting mission, they crossed paths with the exact same Blood Tower Dark Guild Haruto mentioned. Specifically, Masato stumbled across a low-profile recruitment flyer posted by the Blood Tower Guild that barely had any views. They wanted 30 hunters over level 90 with any gear they chose, which immediately tipped Masato off that they were building a massive strike team for the Snowy Goblin dungeon. He dug a little deeper after that, and trust me, this Dark Guild was far more vile than he initially assumed. They commit constant theft, they carry out brutal assassinations against high-profile figures, and innocent dungeon-clearing teams alike. And being a Dark Guild, they could not care less about public hatred. Haruto listens very closely to every single detail of Masato's story. As for that famous infinite mana regeneration item, Haruto has absolutely no use for it, since he already possesses that exact power. Still, it is a pretty eye-opening treasure, and based on what Masato is sharing, it looks like someone desperately wants to hoard it. But even if someone manages to claim the heart, how does any of this connect to the stolen Kalesia longsword? At first, Haruto thought they stole the blade to slay the giant goblin, but its durability is almost depleted, and it cannot be swung many more times. So he quickly throws that theory right out the window. After discussing it further with Masato, Nanis concludes that the Blood Tower is definitely targeting the heart of the giant goblin. That explains why they are trying to form a massive squad to raid the Snowy Mountain dungeon. But Ares suddenly speaks up to Object, completely disagreeing with their logic. Ever since that hidden dungeon was first discovered 15 years ago, absolutely nobody has ever managed to lay eyes on the item. When Haruto asks how she knows this, Ares explains that she cannot share specific details, but she was once highly obsessed with researching that dungeon herself. After all, though, that Snowy Goblin Mountain is notorious for its brutal, unforgiving difficulty, consistently ranking as one of those absolute nightmare zones that regular, sensible hunters will avoid at all costs. A few brave hunting parties occasionally went looking for the hidden zones, but even they ultimately gave up on this place. What on earth is inside that dungeon to force cold-blooded killers to form a full-scale raid team? Masato flashes a pretty sly grin. It seems he is getting quite interested in this mystery too. When Haruto asks about their departure date, Masato simply shrugs since the recruitment phase ended. There is a good chance the Dark Guild set off a long time ago. Haruto grinds his teeth in pure frustration, realizing the enemy must have planned this way in advance, which is why the sword heist went so smoothly. With time rapidly running out, Nanis demands they set off for the Snowy Mountain immediately. By pure chance, the future guild happens to have a high-tier strike team ready to move out right away. The moment she mentions this squad, Masato pale faces and demands to know who leaked that info. He claims they have no such thing, but she counters that she heard they keep an elite force on standby. An elite force that can easily rival the Hunter Association's own strike team, right? Masato shakes his head. This girl somehow digs up everything, but he refuses to get dragged into a mess that has absolutely nothing to do with him. Besides, the weather in that dungeon is horribly extreme, so why should he risk his personal forces there? Yet through some sort of miracle, Nanis still manages to force Masato into mobilizing his forces. Even better, the guild leader himself has to tag along with her. Even when standing right before an army of level 40 rock golems, Masato still cannot fathom why he ended up in this freezing wasteland. These rock golems are not actually that strong, but the hunters must destroy their inner cores, or the monsters will just keep regenerating forever. It is pretty annoying. Masato's squad fights like absolute beasts, but with the enemy constantly putting themselves back together, he ultimately has to step in himself. Masato's magic is no joke. He stands perfectly still, waving his wand to obliterate the entire horde of rock golems into dust. Their exposed life cores scatter all over the snowy ground, allowing his soldiers to easily smash them before the stone bodies can piece themselves back together. Watching the whole display, Haruto has to admit that even though Masato is kind of a show-off, his raw power is genuinely impressive. Letting him play the hero for a bit does no harm, as long as those stone monsters are cleared out quickly. According to Alice, after entering the Goblin Snow Mountain dungeon, they need to eliminate as many stone monsters as possible. That is the exact condition required to summon the mid-level boss, the Snow Mountain Golem. Based on her previous research, this is actually a sensor dungeon, which operates very differently from a normal one. Regular dungeons are split into clear zones, separating the minor mobs, mid-level bosses, and the final boss area. In those ordinary dungeons, hunters who know the layout can simply bypass the mobs and head straight to the end. But in a sensor dungeon, the next zone only unlocks once they complete a strict step-by-step formula. They absolutely have to wipe out all the small fry first, just to unlock the mid-boss, progressing one step at a time. Miss even a single requirement, and the rest of the dungeon stays completely locked away. Alice suspects this weird setup is a side effect of the Great Disaster 10 years ago, which completely disrupted the dungeon system. That explains why this hidden dungeon inside the Goblin Snow Mountain has remained completely sealed off until now. Truth be told, Alice is not entirely sure what triggers the mid-boss, but her research suggests that farming every single minor monster in sight is their best bet. Furthermore, they are racing against the clock. If that mid-boss drops the key to the next zone, the Dark Guild is definitely after it too. That means they absolutely must secure the key and unlock the hidden dungeon before their enemies do. Haruto does not care what the Blood Tower is plotting, but he is determined to retrieve the Khaleesi longsword and return it to Mori and Alice. So, he jumps into the battle against the stone monsters, deciding to combine the giant Spider King's silk with his devastating shockwave skill. The sticky silk binds the monsters tightly, while the shockwave shatters them into a million tiny pieces. Watching Haruto breeze through the mobs is a shock to Masato's soldiers, who cannot believe he is using the giant Spider King's silk in a low-level dungeon. They never expected an item that seemed so useless could actually unleash such terrifying power. Meanwhile, Alice is not just standing around, joining forces with Mori to take down the monsters. She uses her magic to extract the monster cores, while he swiftly shatters them to pieces with his sword. Soon, much larger and far more aggressive stone giants appear. When Masato's troops find themselves completely helpless against them, Nanase finally steps onto the battlefield. The sheer power of Japan's top 5 hunter is definitely not just for show. Just like Haruto, she received Kuasia's shockwave skill as a reward for dealing the most damage during that raid. With a single strike, she easily obliterates the giant beast, calmly asking if everyone is alright. She scans the group to make sure no one is hurt, and they quickly thank their captain. Things seem to be settling down, but wait, here's where Nanase catches sight of a very familiar back. Even though he is completely wrapped up from head to toe, she spots him instantly. It is none other than her troublesome little brother, Satoru. Furious, she demands to know how he got in, but Satoru immediately snaps back, asking why he cannot be here. He proudly explains that he joined the raid as a member of his senior's squad. Nanase asks skeptically, demanding to know who this senior is. It turns out, Satoru had thrown a massive tantrum back at the hospital, even rolling on the floor to beg Haruto. He desperately wanted to come along, arguing that Haruto has terrible direction sense and would definitely get lost in the dungeon. Satoru wanted to prove he could be useful. Haruto was not going alone and did not need a guide, but the kid threw such a massive fit that he finally gave in. Besides, Satoru actually is great at navigation, so having him around might not be the worst idea. Hearing that Haruto actually allowed this nonsense, Nanase can only hold her head in her hands and sigh deeply. She mutters to herself, wondering what Hunter Sano was thinking since a low-level hunter can barely even protect himself. Her brother overhears the comment and immediately defends Haruto, telling her not to look down on Sano. Satoru insists he saw it with his own eyes. Neither she nor Guildmaster Shirosaki cut Quesia in half. It was actually Haruto. Seeing her brother defend a stranger so fiercely makes Nanase wonder whose side Satoru is actually on. Still, Satoru might actually have a point. Seeing Haruto today, she can tell he is far stronger than back in the spider nest or on the bridge. Plus, the devastating skill he is using right now is Kusia's signature shockwave. There is simply no other way he could possess such a rare ability unless he dealt the final blow. Yet, she still cannot fathom how a low-rank hunter like him could slice a monster as massive as Quesia in half. Shaking off her doubts for now, Nanase focuses back on the battle alongside her team. But she has no idea that the very dark guild members they are searching for have already blended right into their own ranks. Right then, Takumi and Sarah are hiding off in the distance to monitor the battlefield, while his dark guild minions slip quietly into the chaotic vanguard. Using stealth skills to stay completely invisible, they snatch away the crucial killing blows while hoarding both mana and rare items. High-rank hunters like Nanase and Masato are undeniably powerful, but because they are so strong, they basically look down on everyone else. Because of that, they never really bothered to polish their combat precision. On the flip side, members of the Blood Tower Dark Guild constantly face stronger foes, which force them to master stealth and weapon concealment to an absolute peak level. They are almost never caught. Takumi definitely lives up to his reputation as the leader of an entire guild of cold-blooded assassins. His lazy yet highly effective dungeon clearing style is the bread and butter of this dark organization, leaving him and Sarah with nothing to do but stand back and watch. Every drop of mana his minions steal is channeled straight into the device Sarah is holding. This luxury item is a mana generator, and filling it up requires slaying at least 100 minor monsters. However, that meager amount of mana is still not nearly enough to fully restore the legendary Kalizia Long Dragon Sword. To pull that off, they will have to hunt down and defeat the boss of this hidden dungeon. Even though this hidden dungeon has never actually appeared before, Takumi has heard countless rumors that a nearly unbreakable barrier blocks the hidden dungeon, and the only weapon capable of shattering it is the Kalizia Long Dragon Sword. Sarah is highly skeptical, wondering where on earth Takumi obtained such classified information, but the guild leader does not even bother to answer her. To him, her only job is to restore the weapon, so he tells her to stop asking questions, leaving her to sigh nervously about returning to dungeons after so long. Still, she cannot help pointing out how cowardly and underhanded his current strategy is, causing Takumi's face to immediately darken. Sensing the sudden tension, she quickly backtracks and tells him to just ignore her ramblings. As long as their contract remains active, she claims she does not care what he does, though in reality, she absolutely despises his incredibly shady and underhanded methods. But, to save her parents' lives, she is willing to do whatever it takes to secure that infinite mana regeneration item. Down on the battlefield, The tension is quickly reaching a boiling point. Haruto is starting to grow extremely impatient, because they have already slaughtered over 200 stone monsters, yet the path to the next zone remains completely locked. Suddenly, he spots a unique stone monster core that looks completely different from all the others. Out of habit, Haruto reaches out to copy and paste it, but the core suddenly slips from his grip and plunges deep into the earth. The ground begins to violently shake beneath their feet, and Masato lands right behind him to ask if the main event is starting. Haruto stammers in confusion, but Masato explains that clearing the stone monsters triggers the arrival of a mid-tier golem. And right on cue, the Snow Mountain Golem makes its entrance, boasting a massive level of 150. The beast emerges in a state of absolute fury, immediately launching an attack the moment it locks eyes on them. Due to its colossal size and relentless barrage of giant boulders, Nanas's strike team immediately finds itself struggling to keep up. Even Haruto, who long ago escaped his low-rank status, is left completely disoriented by the chaos, leaving elite hunters like Masato to step up and carry the entire battle. With a single devastating strike, Masato slices the massive golem into thousands of crumbling pieces, exposing its glowing life core. But before anyone can celebrate, the creature rapidly regenerates its stony body, shielding the core before they can strike, which prompts Masato to slash at it again. Sadly, the result is exactly the same, and missing two perfect opportunities to finish the beast leaves him absolutely furious. Seeing the struggle, Haruto quickly proposes a new strategy. If he uses his giant Spider King webbing to wrap and secure the core the exact second Masato exposes it, the monster will not be able to regenerate. Putting the plan into action, Haruto successfully catches the core with his powerful spider webs. Unfortunately, the massive stones rushing back to reform the golem's body instantly crush and bury his webbing. Even the giant spider silk cannot hold up against that kind of raw physical force, leaving Haruto racking his brain for another solution. Suddenly, a voice shouts out for Hunter Sano to fall back, prompting Haruto to dodge away on pure instinct. Nanas immediately unleashes her devastating ultimate skill directly on the beast, marking the third time Haruto has witnessed her signature Hellfire technique. The visual is just as jaw-dropping as the first time. Look at that giant golem completely engulfed in stunning blue flames. Nanas explains that physical melee attacks are completely useless here, meaning they have no choice but to melt it down. Annoyed that she stole his spotlight, Masato grumbles that he already knows that and is trying to think of another strategy. Otherwise, they will exhaust themselves to death trying to melt every single broken rock on this battlefield. Looking around, Haruto realizes that after slaying over 200 stone monsters, the amount of debris littering the area is absolutely massive. He remembered Ares warning them about how terrifying this intermediate golem would be before they even set out. It was easily the most troublesome and terrifying monster inside this sensory labyrinth. Normally, the sensory labyrinth unlocks the next zone only when specific conditions are met, and this newly opened area changes based on what happened in the previous room. Once the conditions for defeating the ordinary stone monsters are met, the intermediate golem's core finally reveals itself. The leftover debris from the defeated stone monsters pulls together to reconstruct the massive body of that intermediate golem. In other words, they have to fight the rebuilt remains of the very same monsters they just barely managed to destroy. For previous hunter teams, this usually meant complete mental exhaustion, or worse, getting wiped out entirely. Compared to normal dungeons, this intermediate golem is basically as tough as a final boss, which is exactly when Nanas came up with the idea she just tried. If they cannot destroy the core directly, they have to melt down all the stone, so there is absolutely nothing left to regenerate. But the amount of rock forming the golem is immense, and melting it drains her mana so fast, she is already starting to tire out. To make matters worse, while her flames are still blazing hot, the intermediate golem suddenly vanishes and reforms directly behind Nanas. She quickly unleashes her Hellfire skill on the monster once again, but keeping this up will completely exhaust her, and Haruto knows this is not a winning strategy. He wants to use the power of the dragon-slaying sword Kalisha, but doing so would immediately draw Ares' attention. Yet if they stay in this frozen stalemate, they will never be able to destroy the core. In the middle of this deadlock, Haruto suddenly remembers an item in his inventory that he has never used. The Bear King Claw Masato threw him back on the bridge. This item grants two skills. First, it can hold any target in place for a set amount of time. Second, it allows him to close the distance to any target and deal damage. Haruto smiles with satisfaction. This is it, the exact key they need to break this deadlock. He immediately uses his copy and absorbs skills on the item. The first skill is loaded into Ctrl+V, allowing Haruto to lock down targets even tighter when using his giant Spider King thread. At the same time, the second skill is loaded into Ctrl+C, which lets him pierce the target to absorb 15% of its health and mana. Armed with these brand new skills, Haruto eagerly charges forward, hoping everything goes exactly as he planned. Meanwhile, Nanas is still sticking firmly to her plan of melting down the golem's massive stone body. Both Mosey and Ares look pretty worried about this, because no matter how incredibly skilled of a hunter Nanas is, constantly unleashing hellfire like this is going to drain her entire mana pool in no time. Under the heat of her blue flames, the golem's body begins to crumble. Nanas unleashes yet another blast of hellfire to push it further. But this time, it completely backfires. The enraged golem charges straight toward her for a counterattack, completely ignoring the hellfire as it has lost all effect. This means Nanas has officially hit her mana limit. But just as the intermediate golem is about to crush her, Haruto's spider threads wrap around it, binding it tight. This time, he uses an immense amount of thread to encase the monster in a giant cocoon. Saved in the nick of time, a relieved Nanas shouts out Haruto's name in pure joy. Seeing this, Masato cannot hide his absolute shock. Just like everyone else, he cannot believe that simple threads from a giant Spider King can actually do this. Spotting him frozen in disbelief, Haruto yells out for guild leader Shirasaki Masato to attack once again. Startled by his full name being called, Masato gasps out in confusion. He asks if Haruto is blind, since attacking is clearly useless, but Haruto insists this time is different. He will stop the core from moving, so they must hurry before time runs out. Haruto urges him desperately. Furious at being ordered around, Masato grits his teeth in anger, but ultimately unleashes his magic to strike once more, threatening to beat Haruto to an absolute pulp if this plan of his fails. Masato's magic pierces through the thick layer of spider webbing, shattering the golem's body. Huge boulders scatter through the air, and the monster's glowing life core is finally exposed. Haruto seizes the moment, using an upgraded, high-tier version of his spider threads powered by the bear claw to lock the core firmly in place. And this time, his plan works perfectly, leaving both Masato and Nanas staring at the scene in absolute shock. Thinking back, Haruto always seems to show up at the most critical moments of their boss fights, meaning she can no longer view him as just another low-rank hunter. Utilizing the Bear King's Claw is definitely a combat strategy only Hunter Sano could have dreamed up. Ares offers his nod of approval, while the rest of the strike force cheers aloud at this miraculous sight. It seems that besides Satoru, absolutely nobody in the group believed Haruto and his seemingly useless threads could pull off such a massive miracle. But in contrast to all their wild celebrations, Takumi and Sarah look completely choked up, so he immediately orders his men to stop gathering mana right away to speed up their plan and launch the operation. After putting on his mask, Takumi orders everyone to get into combat positions, prompting Sarah to wonder if the situation is serious enough to drag him out personally. Sarah looks pretty panicked as Takumi explains that because of that strange guy, securing the key to the core is going to be a bit of a headache. He warns Sarah to get ready, and upon receiving the order, she quickly pushes herself up from the cold, white snow. Meanwhile, Satoru is using his stealth skill, hiding behind a massive tree trunk to observe the situation. Satoru begins to wonder what he should do next. The leader has already left, so what on earth does that girl plan to do with all that collected mana? Should he report this to Haruto? Satoru suddenly recalls the moment Haruto handed him a stone, telling him to take it because it was a high-level stealth skill. Satoru was shocked back then, asking if it was really okay to accept something so valuable, but Haruto just scratched his head and said the job was just that important. Satoru gasped in surprise at the mention of an important job, and his eyes immediately grew dead serious. Haruto had told Satoru that he did not need to fight monsters this time, and should instead use his stealth skill to tail their targets. If they found the hidden labyrinth, Satoru was supposed to report back immediately so they could hijack their plans. Recalling those instructions gives Satoru a surge of courage, and he reassures himself by remembering that Haruto, his sister, and Guildmaster Masato are all working together on the other side. Most importantly, Sano is with them, though Haruto's voice soon rings out in pure disbelief, asking if he really has to destroy it. Masato turns to confirm that since Haruto caught it, he should be the one to shatter it, while Nanase smiles and adds that this is Hunter Sano's achievement. After all, Haruto raises his sword and gets into a ready stance, warning them that he is really going to do it. Haruto feels quite surprised, deep down, as it is his very first time being treated with such respect. But since he has already copied it, he quickly thrusts his sword straight into the red sphere, cracking it wide open. The orb instantly shatters into tiny fragments and vanishes, prompting a brief system notification to appear, stating that the mutated golem has been successfully defeated. Right after that, a rapid stream of level-up notifications begins flashing all around him. Immediately following that, another system prompt appears, declaring that he has received a special reward for destroying the mutated golem core. A golden key suddenly materializes in midair, landing right in Haruto's palm, a sealing key designed to unlock the door to the giant golem's heart, which he holds high in the air, while shouting out that they have finally secured the key to the hidden labyrinth. Mo speaks up, genuinely thrilled for Haruto, admitting he never expected to see it in person, and asking how it feels to be one step closer to finding his mother. Though Alice looks skeptical, muttering that it is just a key, and the real trial is only beginning. Ignoring all the lively chatter around him, Haruto keeps his focus on his surroundings, and quietly calls out for a status check, bringing up his character profile. He cannot help but smile as he lets out a quiet gasp, celebrating that with the longsword boost, he has reached level 285, putting him incredibly close to level 300 hunters, and making his solo days feel right around the corner. Haruto literally jumps up and down with pure joy. Masato looks on in absolute disbelief, muttering that celebrating over a mid-level boss is pathetic, though Nanase giggles and asks who it was that struggled so hard against that exact boss just now. Feeling teased, Masato quickly fires back that he was not struggling at all. Suddenly, a series of massive explosions erupt, sending shattered rocks and debris flying in every direction. Mo and Alice are forced to scramble out of the way to avoid getting hurt. To everyone's complete shock, dozens of sharp black spikes thrust up from the ground, each one engraved with glowing red runes. Masato yells that those spikes are a clear sign of a giant monster spawning, and with the situation rapidly turning sour, he commands his team to fall back behind his shield immediately. But before he can even finish his warning, another massive blast tears their formation completely apart, sending a giant red pillar of light shooting up to illuminate the entire sky. The chaos gives way to a sickening, deadly silence, with several hunters already lying dead on the ground. A man slowly steps forward, noting that while the weapon was pricey, its power is undeniable. With enough money and zero conscience, anyone can buy anything. The speaker is none other than Takumi, who easily exhales a relaxed breath while muttering to himself about keeping things highly efficient. Suddenly, a sharp and determined shout echoes through the air, forcing him to look up. A system notification instantly flashes across the screen, activating his spider silk binding skill. Massive silk threads form right in front of Takumi, and Haruto bursts through them with his sword, screaming for him to give it back. He charges forward fiercely with the Kalizia dragon sword, but a sudden shockwave forces a mouthful of fresh blood from his lips. Takumi smugly strikes him, shouting that his spider silk might have blocked the blast, but his traps go far deeper than that, and he viciously beats Haruto in the stomach and ribs for almost ruining his entire plan. He throws Haruto violently across the clearing, sending debris flying, as Nanase screams out for Hunter Sano in absolute terror. She immediately raises her weapon as a brilliant blue aura erupts all around her body. But Alice charges forward without a second thought to save Nanase, though Mo quickly holds her back, yelling at her to stop before she gets caught in the deadly blast as well. A blue whirlwind surges straight toward Takumi, who stands just a short distance away. The gale is violent enough to shatter the solid ground beneath them, and suddenly, Nana coughs up a thick spray of blood. She plants her spear to stay upright, collapsing as Masato quickly orders Shinoda to find out what is wrong with her. Shinoda rushes over to cast a healing spell, but suddenly panics and warns guild leader Masato not to use any mana. She quickly explains that the strange gas blocking their mana absorption was likely released during that giant pillar explosion earlier. It is an incredibly underhanded tactic to neutralize high-rank hunters, leaving her wondering how they managed it. Meanwhile, a dark black liquid boils across the floor, raising questions about why they would resort to something so incredibly dangerous, while Takumi turns away from a severely wounded Haruto. Time to get productive. Takumi sneers, while Masato grits his teeth, unable to believe the skill he is seeing. Seeing Takumi move with such a bizarre, unnatural stride leaves him completely stunned, recognizing it as the ultimate stealth skill. That skill should have been wiped out by older hunters due to its sheer danger, so how does he have it? While Takumi silently surveys the area. Suddenly, Takumi notices a mysterious key lying right next to Haruto and quietly picks it up in absolute silence. A system notification confirms the key of the heart seal has transferred ownership, prompting Takumi to chuckle that his mission is accomplished. Yet, he does not seem satisfied, suddenly grabbing the young man by the throat. Red light flashes from Takumi's mask as he growls that they must finish him, but Haruto wheezes out a sarcastic reply, admitting he was thinking the exact same thing. Surprised that Haruto is actually still conscious, Takumi watches as the boy smirks, mocking his attacker for being absolute trash despite stealing his heavy greatsword. Suddenly, a mass of thick spider silk shoots out, completely binding Takumi before he can react. The threads wrap tighter and tighter around him, silencing his panicked screams. A system window appears just as sharp. Deadly spikes suddenly break through the silk bindings. By combining giant spider silk with the Bear King's single claw skill, jagged teeth explode outward, wrapping Takumi inside a massive, spike-covered shell that looks just like a terrifying monster. Takumi's underlings instantly descend into a panic, crying out for their leader. Recognizing the exact skill he used to crush the mutated golem, they realize it is time to run, while Haruto slowly steps forward and warns that touching his greatsword was their absolute biggest mistake. His voice echoes with calm authority as he commands the giant spider silk to release, but his smug look quickly turns to utter disbelief when he looks down and realizes Takumi is not actually inside the cage of spikes. Emerging from the shadows, Takumi gasps that he barely survived, having never used that escape skill before. He starts laughing like a total madman, shouting that he would have met a truly pathetic end if there had not been a shadow in there. After seeing Sid fall to such a simple move, he finally understands why the hunters he slaughtered always died with such pathetic, regretful faces. Either way, you are absolutely going to die right here today. A brilliant light suddenly erupts from Haruto as he asks if the thief knows his actual nickname. Standing tall, the blinding aura grows even stronger. As Haruto explains, they call him the Mana Battery because he shares his energy with allies. Haruto admits it is his first time trying it from this distance, but as a stunned Takumi falters, the boy coldly declares that it means the thief's life is over. Masato stands nearby, calling out with a loud shout. He laughs, claiming he is overflowing with excess mana and is about to wipe out their entire Blood Tower guild right here. Right then, a massive red magic circle manifests in midair, crackling with violent bolts of dark black lightning. Takumi curses, recognizing Masato's wide area dark lightning as the ultimate counter to his stealthy shadow shift. Trapped with no way out, he frantically whips his head around, ordering Sarah Arita to activate her reversal magic immediately. She responds instantly as a mysterious, vibrant green light begins to radiate around them. The remaining mana potions scattered across the ground uncork simultaneously, rising like glowing pillars under Sarah's careful manipulation and focusing into a single point. Gritting her teeth, she strains to reverse the magic just as a system prompt appears, ordering the complete reset and restoration of the entire Snow Mountain Golem dungeon back to its original state. Broken pieces of rock begin to dissolve as if time itself is turning backward, reverting the entire zone to its very beginning. Suddenly, the entire cavern shakes violently, leaving everyone screaming in sheer panic. Blasts of dark lightning and howling winds whip through the chamber, making the hunters panic even more as they question the sudden change in airflow. Amid the chaos, a hunter shouts out that this is definitely not a normal change in airflow. Right before their eyes, the shattered pieces of the golems begin merging back together. Nana watches in utter disbelief as the massive monsters reform, whispering in shock about what is happening. Masato hesitates in growing dread as he looks into the distance, watching the massive silhouettes of the golems slowly taking shape behind the thick dungeon mist. Is the dungeon resetting? A crazed golem charges right at him, catching him off guard as its massive fist slams hard into Masato's shield. Damn it, that poisonous gas is keeping everyone from absorbing any mana. Looking back at his teammates, he grinds his teeth. Masato has to hold the shield to protect them, making it impossible to fight these golems. They will all end up dead inside this barrier if things do not change. But wait, look at that. A sudden twist completely catches him off guard. Nanasa's vibrant green storms erupt once more, completely tearing through the oncoming golems. Masato gapes in sheer disbelief. How is Hunter Nana's even doing this? She glances his way with a deadly serious look, asking if he heard it earlier too. Nana's brings up Hunter Sano's nickname, Mana Gopher, with absolute certainty, though Masato still doesn't quite get the connection. Ares speaks up to clarify for her, while keeping his focus on healing his allies. The ability to endlessly regenerate mana and transfer it to teammates is clearly Sano's own unique skill. Masato immediately feels a wave of doubt, unable to believe it as he stares at Ares' hands healing Haruto. Only priest-class hunters should have that kind of power, so how can Sano do it when he isn't even a priest? He looks over at Nana's and Mo again as they pour everything into the battle. High-ranking hunters like him and Nana's require a massive amount of mana to activate their skills, and they aren't the only ones. He is sharing his own mana with everyone here, and doing it so quickly. Masato grinds his teeth at the thought of infinite regeneration. He has never heard of such a unique skill in his life, but if it is real, his mind starts spinning with new calculations. Instead of searching for the giant golem's heart, a much better plan would be to recruit Sano into Masato's own guild. Suddenly, Nanas's voice cuts through the noise, drawing Masato back to reality. Everything makes sense now. Rushing forward into battle, she shouts that all of this, even the incident at the Rainbow Bridge dungeon, was the work of the Blood Tower Guild. Mo blocks a heavy strike from a golem, turning back to yell that their main problem right now is the dungeon resetting. If they trigger another reset, but Ares speaks up immediately to dismiss that theory. He explains that it is highly unlikely, suggesting the hidden dungeon remained unexplored all this time because of its unique internal logic. She continues to explain calmly, while keeping her focus entirely on her task. Whether they realize it or not, a hidden dungeon is absolutely guaranteed to appear now, and hearing those words causes Nanas's gaze to turn completely icy cold. But something is different this time. She calmly puts down another golem before continuing her explanation. There are fewer golems showing up now, and Masato quickly realizes why the golem melted by Hunter Nanas did not reset. Either way, they need to clear this place fast so they can hunt down those Blood Tower bastards. Even so, a lingering doubt weighs heavily on her mind. If it was only this, there would be no issue. But if they are repeating the exact same method they used at the Rainbow Dungeon, there is no way they could pull that off again, right? Meanwhile, Masato cannot help but feel anxious about Haruto, wondering if Hunter Sano is actually doing okay out there. He surely has not been taken out by those guys already. Elsewhere on the snowy mountain, a massive spider cocoon rests silently in the snow. Haruto tears his way out of the cocoon, his body covered in fresh wounds, as he releases the power of the Spider King. Damn it, his eyes burn with anger and frustration just as Takumi suddenly steps out of a freezing gust of wind. Without a second thought, he charges straight ahead and yells for the bastard to stop right there. Their blades collide with a sharp, metallic screech. Takumi looks down at him with a mocking grin, asking what on earth a low-rank hunter thinks he can actually achieve here. Ignoring Takumi's insults, he simply tightens his grip and holds his sword with absolute resolve. Ha, that low-rank hunter you keep talking down to is currently tearing your precious plans to shreds. He unleashes the Spider King's threads once more, instantly binding the villain's hands tight. Takumi easily breaks free from the threads, snarling that these webs are as pathetic as insects. He vows to ensure Haruto never uses them again, slamming his sword into the ground to blast him far away. A blinding light erupts as he roars out, unleashing the true power of the Collegia Dragon Sword. Haruto narrows his eyes, quickly wrapping himself in defensive spider silk. He managed to escape with his silk last time, but as he wipes blood from his lip, he has to admit the power of the Collegia Dragon Sword is terrifying. Yet, experiencing that attack is exactly how Haruto figures out how to use its power, stabbing his sword into the ground to stand back up. He wonders where that guy got such rare information, especially since he could not completely block that last strike. Well, he will just have to chase him down and force him to spit out everything. But the bizarre scenery around him quickly throws him into complete panic. Seriously, where even is this? Nothing but a vast, blinding expanse of white snow. He has absolutely no idea where he landed. Almost at that exact moment, golden sunlight washes over the massive high-rise building of the Japan Hunter Association. Leaning back on the sofa, Tokuo reassures Makoto that there is no need to worry. After all, President Shinoda and the future guild leader, Masato Shirasaki, are accompanying them. Makoto crosses his arms with a serious expression, noting that their biggest concern right now is whether the Blood Tower Guild actually orchestrated this entire situation. They know next to nothing about them. Go quickly agrees, saying that is absolutely true. Even high-ranking hunters are completely helpless once they become targets, leaving them with absolutely no way to gather any further information on the group. Pausing for a moment, he tosses a tablet onto the table and reveals that his Midas Guild has actually managed to uncover a few things. He breaks down the details, recounting the entire situation to the other two. Their massive, loud move this time is triggered by the presence of Starfield, a massive global multinational guild. Tokuo widens his eyes, raising an eyebrow in shock at the name Starfield. Even Makoto, sitting nearby, cannot hide his curiosity, wondering why a world-class powerhouse guild would be in a small country like Japan, let alone partnering with a minor sub-guild. Go lowers his head, his voice dropping an octave as he admits it is terrifyingly difficult to imagine what the dungeon looks like right now. However, 15 years ago, during the Great Cataclysm, only one single dungeon ended up collapsing. With a slight tremor in his voice, he describes the horror of that day, when the escaped golems proved to be far more terrifying than the worst demons of hell. He takes a brief pause before continuing, noting that the one who sealed the golem snow mountain back then was Tomoka Nishihara, one of the strongest priests in the world. Makoto strokes his chin, agreeing. Indeed, if Hunter Nishihara had not sacrificed her own life back then, looking directly at the other two, Go notes that the heart of the giant golem has remained sealed inside that hidden dungeon until now, making it an incredibly tempting prize for power-hungry people across the entire globe. He goes on to thoroughly explain how those two rival guilds operate, since both groups are known to do absolutely anything to achieve their goals. It is no surprise that they teamed up to conquer the treacherous golem Snow Mountain. And isn't Alice Hugh from the International Hunter Association actually the daughter of Nishihara? Makoto quickly points out that besides seeking the Colizia longsword, she clearly has her own personal agenda to investigate the mysterious death of her mother, the legendary hunter Nishihara. But Go quickly shakes his head, revealing that no one has ever actually confirmed Hunter Nishihara's death. This shocking revelation catches him off guard, making him ask what Go means. Usually, any hunter missing in a dungeon without a recovered body is declared dead. Yet he is claiming that someone missing for 15 whole years is still not officially recognized as deceased. Go picks up his tablet, scanning the list before replying that there was actually a survivor from back then. A hunter who made it back from that very dungeon about 5 years ago claimed to have spotted Hunter Nishihara alive. Tokuo widens his eyes in complete shock, asking him if that is really true. Lowering his voice, he confirms that while Starfield blocked all news, making it hard to investigate, this is absolutely the truth. That mysterious dungeon holds far too many secrets. Wait, before they can even dig deeper, a panicked worker bursts inside with terrible news. Go turns around with an annoyed scowl, demanding to know what is so important during their meeting. The young man grabs the remote and stammers that a massive dungeon break is underway. The moment the television screen flickers on, the thunderous roars of golems echo out. Hiding behind a battered car, the field reporter speaks rapidly into his microphone, telling viewers that a dungeon break is actively happening right now. His frantic voice turns increasingly desperate as complete chaos erupts all around him. The monsters are invading the very heart of the city, surrounded by the deafening screams of panicked citizens and the terrifying sound of collapsing buildings. Watching the screen, Go grits his teeth in absolute rage, recognizing those monsters as the golems from the Golem Snow Mountain. How is this possible? Did the recently cleared dungeon just collapse? Or what on earth is going on here? Meanwhile, deep inside the freezing dungeon, a group of hunters struggles to push through a raging blizzard. Sarah silently watches Takumi as he grips a crumpled piece of paper in his fist, finally asking him if their plan is still good to go. She remarks that this is her first time seeing Kurosaki injured, offering to heal his wounds. Glaring back at her with a defiant smirk, he challenges her to check the damage himself if she is so curious. Takumi reveals the item, causing Sarah to gasp in awe. Halting before a massive set of stone doors, he calmly announces that they have arrived at the hidden dungeon of the Golem Snow Mountain. Gazing up at the grand entrance in sheer wonder, Sarah realizes she is finally close to claiming the legendary heart of the giant golem. Takumi boldly leads his group across a terrifyingly narrow suspension bridge that hangs suspended between two massive mountain peaks. All the while, Satoru remains completely hidden in the shadows, using his stealth ability, closely tracking every single move they make. He waits patiently until the entire group crosses the bridge before silently tailing behind them, keeping his targets in clear sight. Just across the bridge, a hidden path leads straight to a mysterious cave, with Takumi and his men only inches away from stepping inside. Satoru stares in absolute awe, realizing this is indeed the hidden dungeon. Right behind him, the rest of the crew keep their faces completely covered to guard their true identities. After only a few steps, they sense something is off with the barrier. An uneasy feeling washes over him, prompting him to report straight to the master that some kind of barrier is blocking their path. Hearing this, Takumi slowly approaches and touches the barrier, thinking to himself that Starfield truly deserves its reputation as a world-class guild. Their intel is absolutely mind-blowing in its accuracy. Takumi thinks back to the old legends, knowing this barrier was sealed 15 years ago by a great mage, the strongest hunter Nishihara Tomoka. It holds the one prize he has spent his entire life dreaming of, the massive golem heart hidden deep within this secret dungeon. His eyes narrow, and he suddenly yells. Takumi warns his team to stay sharp and watch their surroundings as they prepare to dismantle the magic barrier. They all shout out in unison, understood. With his order set, he turns to her and demands Sarah, reset the configuration of the Dragon Sword Academy. Before Arita Sarah can even react, his gaze goes cold as ice as he mutters, hold on, it seems we have a sneaky rat trailing us. His words only leave her more confused, standing frozen on the spot. Satoru catches every single word, his heart hammering violently against his chest, as sheer terror completely takes over. Who is dumb enough to use stealth to tail the blood tower? Satoru turns pale, his blood running cold as he grits his teeth. Senior Haruto is in massive trouble now. Without a word, Takumi charges straight toward the noise and screams out, "You are really starting to piss me off." Meet the screaming rabbit of the snowy Golem Mountain, a level 31 beast lurking near the hidden dungeon. This rabbit-shaped monster is always starving and highly aggressive, dropping a valuable mana stone once defeated. Seeing this leaves Haruto completely stunned and speechless. He had no idea other monsters existed here besides golems, but before he can think, a massive punch lands. A brand new ally has entered the fray, knocking the beast out cold with one single hit. Right next to the fallen rabbit, a brilliant, glowing red gemstone catches his attention. Spotting it, the little snowy golem trundles over and gently picks up the red stone. Then, out of nowhere, the creature rushes straight back to him, its face full of innocence and its eyes wide with a quiet, curious question. Knowing exactly what it wants, Haruto pats its head and asks if it wants to eat the stone. Go right ahead, little guy. With permission granted, the snowy golem happily munches down, while Haruto smirks, knowing he has already copied the item anyway. Now, Haruto grips the treasure tightly in his hand, utterly amazed that a mutated golem core could possess such an insane ability. By pouring mana into this mutated core, he can summon a brand new golem. Its first skill creates a level 1 golem matching his exact imagination. Its second skill can conjure a level 1 mutated golem armor. Skill 3 shares scouting and recon senses with the golem, allowing the user to control it from further away as its level rises. The sheer excitement is almost too much, twisting his face into a pretty wild grin. He felt quite disappointed earlier when he could not find any skills to copy and paste, but this core is still an absolutely incredible item. If a single core can create one golem, what happens if he copies and pastes the entire core? Haruto grins from ear to ear, unable to hide his pure excitement as he realizes he can now easily build a massive golem army all by himself. This means he can comfortably clear dungeons solo from now on, without needing any party. Meanwhile, the little creature stares back at him in confusion. This snowy golem can reach level 10, freely shapeshifting while sharing senses with its master. Still, a slight worry lingers in Haruto's mind. Since it is only level 1, he wonders how massive it will grow by level 10, because being too huge could pose a real problem. But wait, something completely unexpected catches him off guard. Sensing an anomaly nearby, the snowy golem suddenly throws a heavy punch and charges straight ahead. Satoru just arrived, only to get completely blasted by a painful surprise hit. Calling out in absolute horror, Haruto quickly whips his head around to find his panicked companion. Now that the snowy golem has suddenly ambushed him, he can't stop crying from pure fright. Leaping forward, Satoru clings to Haruto like a literal lifesaver, while crying out loud. Crying his eyes out, Satoru begs for help, saying he thought he was a goner. Armed with his warnings, the two quickly rush off together. Haruto cannot hold back his fury, shouting out in anger, "Damn it, did those Blood Tower bastards really find the hidden dungeon?" Well, Satoru actually thinks it might be for the best. Still, seeing himself get dragged into this mess makes him feel deeply guilty as he mutters an apology. Satoru never expected them to find him so easily. He genuinely believed his stealth skill was at the absolute highest level. Because of that, he let his guard down. But then, Satoru shakes his head, explaining that since he was in a different spot, he was completely safe. The one they actually caught was likely a hunter from the future guild. And indeed, the person spotted and eliminated on the spot was a completely different hunter. This allowed Satoru to escape completely unharmed. Seeing this, Haruto narrows his eyes, deep in thought. Guild leader Shirasaki seemed like he would not even bother planning. Yet, his secret intentions align perfectly with Haruto's own goals. After all, it is impossible to let one's guard down against the Blood Tower Guild. Suddenly, Satoru remembers something crucial and speaks up. He mentions there was a girl among them, shocking Haruto, who asks if it was really a female hunter. Satoru nods quickly, in absolute confirmation. Yes, she apparently gathered mana into some strange jars to perform a ritual, which somehow caused the entire dungeon to reset itself. In that terrifying moment, Satoru gripped his sword tightly but trembled too much to step out. Now, he is completely consumed by shame. Choking back tears, he admits he desperately wanted to stop them. But honestly, he was just too terrified and offers another tearful apology. Seeing Satoru so miserable and on the verge of tears, Haruto gently pats his head, reassuring him that he actually did a fantastic job. Sniffling, Satoru suddenly remembers an incredibly vital detail and quickly blurted out that the mysterious girl actually looked very familiar to him. He is certain he has seen her somewhere before. Shifting his gaze with caution, he glances over and asks a hesitant, curious question. He asks if it is really safe for that massive creature to keep following them around. Haruto knows exactly what is making him nervous. He calmly replies that it is just his subordinate, which instantly makes Satoru's eyes light up with pure, unbridled admiration. Satoru eagerly asks if a real golem is actually his minion, wondering if Senior Haruto can control the entire golem species. Calling his senior absolutely incredible, Satoru follows as they quickly relocate to a safe vantage point to observe the dungeon from afar. Satoru keeps whispering reminders that the hidden dungeon lies right across the bridge. However, with enemies hiding and guarding the entire area, any rash movement will get them caught immediately. Having said that, Satoru falls quiet. Haruto suddenly turns serious, instructing Satoru to go bring Hunter Nanase and guild leader Shirasaki over. This leaves Satoru completely bewildered. Satoru points out that this leaves Haruto entirely alone, reminding him that Freddy is still holding onto the vital greatsword. Haruto simply pats his Snow Mountain golem, telling Satoru there is absolutely no need to worry about him. He assures Satoru he has a reliable way to monitor their every move from afar. Left with no arguments, Satoru can only yield. He reluctantly agrees, accepting his senior's decision. But right before Satoru can turn to leave, Haruto stops him. Haruto hands him a mysterious item and instructs him to take it along, prompting Satoru to look at it with curiosity. Satoru gasps, wondering if this is actually a mutant golem core, instantly becoming as excited as a little kid. He loudly asks if it belongs to this golem, which startles the creature into giving Satoru a quick, wary glance. Haruto gives him a few final instructions, confirming the beast is now his minion since he seems to love it so much. He warns him not to underestimate its looks, because its combat power is surprisingly high. Satoru is practically moved to tears. He asks in utter disbelief if his senior is truly giving him such an incredibly rare and valuable treasure. Haruto feels slightly amused, simply nodding. He keeps to himself the fact that, while it is valuable, he actually has piles of them. Re-energized with pure excitement, Satoru eagerly runs off, calling out a massive thank you to his senior as he hurries away. He promises to bring Nanase and the rest back as fast as possible. Haruto cannot help but chuckle at his intense enthusiasm. It is hard to believe someone from a top-tier guild could still be so incredibly naive and pure-hearted. That is probably because Hunter Nanase usually carries all the actual responsibility. Turning his focus back to the task, Haruto waits. Now, it is finally time to summon a brand new subordinate. Just wait until you see what he creates with this core. Throughout this critical process, Haruto keeps his eyes glued to the evolving core. He plans to feed it extra mana if it takes the exact form he envisions. After a tense period of waiting, it begins. The core undergoes a massive, violent shift as Haruto watches with absolute focus. Seconds later, the process finishes. The system rings with a new notification, revealing that the mutant golem's third skill shares scouting and reconnaissance senses. Linking with his new creation, Haruto cannot believe his luck as his eyes widen in pure, unbridled excitement. This skill is absolutely incredible. Utilizing its advanced scouting senses, the golem swiftly flies toward the area where Takumi is hiding. All Haruto needs to do is focus on the shared vision, making sure he does not miss a single critical detail. Watching the feed, Haruto can faintly make out a girl standing next to the man, realizing she is the very same person Satoru mentioned before. What on earth is she doing with the Colizia longsword? Faced with these highly unusual movements, Haruto cannot tear his eyes away for even a single second, terrified of missing a crucial detail. Very quickly, Sarah Arita wraps up her strange actions, her eyes wide with deep confusion as she stares blankly ahead. Right then, the system flashes a sudden notification the Ctrl+Z skill is resetting the Colizia longsword back to its original state. Next comes the weapon screen, revealing the longsword was forged from the soul of the dragon Colizia, requiring level 30 to wield. An automatic scaling feature for level 200 users will also be combined. Activating unique skill 2 triggers a passive boost, raising the wielder's defense by 35%. Unique skill 1, Bloodlust, absorbs 15% of target's stamina, health, and mana. Passive skill 2, Frenzy, auto-activates when the wielder's health drops below 10%. This doubles all of the user's base stats and level, including their exact combat rank. It lasts for 1 minute, with a 1-day cooldown. Just like that, the display shows a tiny 6% durability. But that number begins to flicker rapidly, hinting at an imminent and massive change. In just a split second, those flashing digits turn incredibly faint. Then the durability shoots straight up to a record-breaking 100%. The Ctrl+Z system chime rings out. The Kalijah longsword's durability is completely restored to 100%, marking a 94% surge. With the entire reconstruction process finally finished, Sano Haruto collapses to the cold ground, far too exhausted to stand. Forging a legendary blade like this took everything out of her, leaving her gasping heavily for breath. Yet her visible exhaustion only pleases him. Grinning with absolute delight, he barks out, "Very well done." Takumi can barely contain his pure joy, lifting the heavy blade with a sinister smirk as he boasts that durability is no longer an issue. Watching this unfold through his scouting golem, Haruto stares in sheer disbelief, wondering if this is some kind of sick joke. With the legendary sword's durability fully restored, he wonders if such an impossible skill could actually exist in their world. A wild realization suddenly strikes Haruto. If this is real, then that girl must be just like him, bearing a system curse. The system interface flashes text continuously. A sharp, glaring red 6 slowly transitions into a bright 100, glowing coldly as if to signal a massive, game-changing shift in the balance of power. Upon reaching 100, the interface instantly flashes green. A prompt appears on screen, highlighting the Ctrl+Z combination. The Kalijah longsword's durability is fully restored to a perfect 100%, marking a jaw-dropping 94% recovery from its battered state. This effortless, logic-defying transformation hits Haruto with the force of a massive boulder, leaving him absolutely stunned. His jaw drops as he mutters to himself, completely unable to believe that someone else out there is carrying the exact same curse as him. His swirling emotions are incredibly difficult to read. Across from him, the biting cold and sheer exhaustion are taking a heavy toll on Nana, her pale face and ragged breath sparking deep thoughts. Since she easily reset the longsword's durability, he wonders if she possesses the ability to restore anything to its original form. This power is the perfect opposite of his own. He quickly realizes that if so, he absolutely needs to copy it. As the blizzard rages wilder, Haruto grows tired as well, knowing he cannot afford to delay any longer. Yet he hesitates, questioning if he can actually copy another person's unique skill. While the vast white snow continues to blanket the entire sky, the only visible point in the whiteout is the striking red of Nana's coat. Stealing his resolve, Haruto vows to win her over as his ally. Though both are drained, the ruthless Takumi has no intention of letting them rest. Unleashing a heavy wave of pure bloodlust, he growls that it is finally time to destroy the barrier sealing the hidden dungeon. Thrusting his sword forward, he drives it deep into the hidden dungeon's barrier, triggering an eerie, bone-chilling scene. Amid the freezing air, a blinding crimson light erupts from Takumi's barrier, forming an isolated space that no ordinary soul can penetrate. The barrier moves like a writhing centipede, locking tightly together to form an unbreakable chain. Escaping is completely out of the question, and the overwhelming, scorching pressure of the barrier waves directly into Nana's face. She screams in pain, quickly shielding her forehead. Feeling this monstrous force, Haruto stares wide-eyed at the intense glow radiating from Takumi, shocked to recognize the barrier of a hidden dungeon. He ignores the 2 dazed onlookers before him. Takumi sneers as he grips the key, muttering that without Starfire's information, they would never have cracked the barrier even with this tool. Thrusting the sword into the center of the barrier, he speaks as if bragging about his prize. It was created 15 years ago by the Grand Mage, Hunter Nishihara. That is why this exact sword is needed to break the seal. Nanase asks in tension, demanding to know what he means. Takumi slowly looks back, wearing a savage grin as he calmly explains that the sword's original master was Nishihara's husband, Frederick Hill. He vanished in this dungeon 15 years ago. Hunter Nishihara set up a barrier that only her husband's sword could breach, ensuring no one else could ever get inside. The revelation leaves them completely stunned. Nanase and Haruto both realize the master of the Kalijah Long Dragon Sword is indeed the world-class hunter, Swordmaster Frederick Hill. So his wife was the Grand Mage Tomoka Nishihara, and Alice is their daughter? That explains why she was so obsessed with that weapon. Takumi does not care what they think, completely consumed by his urge to break the seal. He drives the blade hard into the barrier, shouting out, telling them to break the seal now. He roars for the Khaleesi long dragon sword to release its power, channeling every bit of energy to force it open. Instantly, the barrier unleashes a suffocating wave of pure mana, sweeping up loose rocks and shattering them into tiny pieces. That deadly red glow feels like a sea of blood, swallowing up whatever faint life remains around it. Birds that had once braved the freezing blizzard are instantly incinerated by the searing heat. Both Haruto and Nanaz dive behind a massive boulder nearby, relying on its weight to survive the shockwave. Haruto narrows his eyes against the blinding light, cursing silently in pure frustration. A level 1 golem cannot withstand this storm. If the Khaleesi long dragon sword had not been fully repaired, it could never unleash this much raw power. But there is no time to overthink this. The barrier splits wide open, its chain-like structure rattling violently as it struggles to hold together against the immense, destructive pressure. The space rips apart like a torn page, revealing a completely different world on the other side. It is pitch black and impossibly deep, with no visible path or end in sight. Even the massive Takumi looks incredibly small before this yawning abyss. Ever the arrogant egoist, he simply sneers and mutters that he never expected the hidden dungeon's entrance to be a spatial projection. She must have suffered, but he does not care. After 15 long years, the hidden dungeon of Mount Golem has finally returned. With a loud shout that sounds like a command, he rouses his men, declaring that it is finally time to find the giant golem's heart. One by one, they silently step into the blinding light, vanishing into what feels like a one-way trip. Haruto bites his lip in deep anxiety, torn over his next move. Should he go ahead and tail them into the portal? Frustrated, he curses silently, wondering how much longer Satoru is going to keep him waiting. Meanwhile, in an S-rank dungeon in southern Italy, the atmosphere is spine-chilling, with the thick stench of blood hanging heavily in the air. Pools of blood and cold corpses paint a scene of absolute, nauseating horror. Clinging to his final breath, the sole surviving soldier wheezes, demanding to know why the killer had to slaughter everyone else instead of just taking his life. The killer casually snaps his fingers. His every gesture radiates a sickening coldness. He calmly replies that if he did that, it would make him look like a bad guy. Sounding entirely innocent, he adds that if the whole squad is wiped out, everyone will simply write it off as a tragic dungeon accident. With that simple snap of his fingers, the poor soldier's life is snuffed out. The scene is so grotesque it would make anyone turn away in absolute disgust. Once again, the cold, uncaring game system flashes its pre-programmed notifications on the screen. Under the Ctrl+A skill, when a user dies, their abilities are automatically transferred to the next eligible target. In short, it is a monstrous power that steals lives to feed his own strength, and he has just absorbed every drop of energy from those soldiers. Grunting as he absorbs the massive influx of raw power, a glowing red seal slowly materializes on his neck. A sickening bloodlust erupts from his body, and his face begins to distort, losing its human shape. Like a pre-programmed script, Ctrl+A has selected every single target in the room. These unfortunate soldiers are treated like worthless inventory, packed up and deleted with a swift Ctrl+X command, designed to completely erase the selected targets from existence. Just like that, they vanish as if they never existed. Human life in this dungeon is treated as something incredibly cheap and disposable. A dry sound breaks the heavy silence as a bizarre, blonde-haired she-demon slowly claps her hands, dryly noting that his Ctrl+A skill seems to have improved quite a bit. Erasing an entire squad at once is a major upgrade from picking them off one by one. He replies flatly, complaining that he still has to personally draw blood for the death curse to trigger. But what really irritates him is that no matter how many times he uses this skill, its mastery level refuses to budge. How frustrating. The enchantress walks over, scolding him. Did I not tell you before? Your skills will not change at all until you reach the target. The only skill you can acquire and upgrade without killing enemies. She pauses for a moment, then emphasizes, is Gacha-C. The mysterious man grumbles in frustration that they have searched for 10 long years without finding a single trace of him. Does Gacha-C even exist? He asks in despair. The blonde enchantress smirks, explaining that things are a bit different in their dimension. She is certain someone in this world holds it, and Gacha-F is meant to track down those with Gacha skills. Calming down, the man pulls up his hood and mutters, speaking of which, what about Gacha-Z? The other replies that based on all the intelligence they have gathered so far, The Blood Tower Guild reported breaking the ceiling barrier created by the hunter Nishihara. Both of them want Gacha Z since it is extremely important, but they must also make sure to obtain the giant golem heart. This is the item that allows those holding cursed skills to bring out their maximum potential. Understood, the other responds. With that, both of them instantly vanish into thin air. Meanwhile, deep inside the dimension, the Kurosaki Guild is slowly exploring, and after a while, Masato starts throwing a fit. He screams out, "What on earth is this? Did we rush all the way here just to find a frozen wasteland? There is not even a single trace of a struggle. Did we take the wrong path?" he asks, skeptically. Haruto smartly replies that they left not long ago, confirming that his intuition is actually very reliable. Those two just vanished without a trace, and based on the cave condition, the others analyze that there are no monsters here. Since there is only one path, they will catch up soon, so they quickly pick up the pace. While running, Nanas asks Alice if she can guess where they got their information from. Alice hesitates before replying that it is just her personal guess, but their backer might be Starfield. Her face grows serious, and Nanaze gasps in shock, shouting the name Starfield, which immediately causes everyone, including Haruto, to turn around in worry. She asks in disbelief how the #1 multinational guild in the world could team up with Blood Tower. Ares speaks up awkwardly, guessing the reason might involve his mother. Having heard everything, Haruto realizes this explains the source of Blood Tower's intel, the Rainbow Bridge dungeon, and the stolen Blue Dragon sword. Connecting the dots, he realizes with growing anxiety that they have planned out every single detail. He anxiously looks at Alice, wondering if their target is no, maybe not. But what if it actually is? He is completely conflicted. Haruto solemnly concludes that their target is not the transformed golem key, but Alice herself. Masato urges them forward. Hurry up. Grabbing one of those Blood Tower punks and forcing them to talk would be much faster. He is sharp enough to realize that if Starfield is backing them, then Kai being able to use Shadow Shift makes perfect sense. As for the rest, he grits his teeth, muttering that they just need to capture him and get the truth directly. Everyone speeds up, and even the clumsy golem lets out a loud shout, telling them to wait up. It stampedes after them. Masato approaches Satoru and curiously asks what that thing is, with Satoru happily replying it is a gift from Senior Haruto. Nanaze curiously asks why he gave Satoru such a valuable item. Caught completely off guard, Haruto stammers. Since it is valuable, giving him a bodyguard is the only way to ensure his safety. Hearing this, a faint smile appears on Nanaze's lips. Suddenly, an unexpected light surges beneath his feet, catching Haruto completely off guard as he struggles to understand what is happening. A glowing golden magic circle suddenly opens up right beneath their feet. It shines brilliantly, a clear trap, and in an instant, everyone vanishes in the blinding light except for Haruto. Haruto reacts immediately, screaming for Satoru, while Nanase quickly dashes right past his eyes as he desperately calls his brother's name again. All four step into the magic circle where Satoru's group vanished, and a golden flash envelops Haruto, filling him with sheer shock. Within the blink of an eye, they land right onto another magic circle, and he crouches low to touch the ground. Grunting in pain, Nanase immediately scrambles to her feet, calling out loudly for Satoru. Haruto looks around, shouting for Guild President Shirasaki while raising his sword to defend, demanding to know what just happened. They were supposed to be right behind them, but how did they vanish so suddenly, just as a loud roar echoes? Haruto instantly looks over to see a massive beast with fierce eyes and razor-sharp teeth charging directly toward him. Facing the monster's gaping maw, Haruto panics internally, wondering how this is even possible. Damn it, where did that thing come from? While he is still dazed, Nana steps up, charging ahead with her spear to unleash a devastating downward strike. The monster's head is severed cleanly from its body as it crashes down, kicking up dust and spilling blood everywhere. Shivering, Haruto gasps, how is there a dinosaur-like monster inside a snowy golem mountain? Eris kneels to inspect the monster carcass and replies that this place feels like an entirely different world. Looking at everyone with sheer determination, she declares it must be a multi-dimensional dungeon, leaving them completely shocked. They shout in unison, a multi-dimensional dungeon. High above the rocky cliffs, strange birds soar, while Haruto's group stands dwarfed by the towering trees below. Stunned by the sight, he mutters, "What is this?" Meanwhile, Nanaze immediately fires back at Eris, saying, "That is impossible. Didn't we hear that all multi-dimensional dungeons were completely wiped out during the Great Disaster 15 years ago?" Eris explains that her mother sealed all of them, but for some unknown reason, this one seems to have opened back up. She explains further that the hidden dungeon of the snowy Golem Mountain was actually one of those sealed zones. The magic circles placed inside these dungeons are what allow them to connect to countless other dimensions. Picturing the terrifying monsters that could be summoned here, Eris draws a grim conclusion. Once the magic circle activates, a portal to another world opens, and it is highly likely they have been transported into an extremely dangerous dungeon. Nanae rubs her chin as it clicks, realizing that is why Hunter Nishihara set up a protective barrier around this place. Eris adds that her mother theorized the great disaster from years ago was actually the rampage of a multi-dimensional dungeon. With a worried look, Haruto asks where Satoru and President Shirasaki could have been teleported to. She answers him they have probably been sent to a completely different dimension, warning them with a serious face. She says that clearing this dungeon will allow them to reach the heart of the giant golem. It is a blessing in disguise. Hearing this, Haruto grips his sword hilt tightly, declaring they need to move fast. Now, watch Haruto looks up nervously, only to see a massive pack of dinosaur-like monsters staring back at them. Crashing through the trees, they advance. Sweating, Mo warns this will not be easy, while Nana breathes out and readies her stance cut to the city center. Skyscrapers crumble in ruins, engulfed in thick smoke and towering flames. A stone golem rampages after screaming civilians, but hunters quickly band together, unleashing a flurry of coordinated strikes from all sides. They defeat it, but the core remains intact, letting the golem quickly reform. One hunter curses there is no way they can break the core like this. The hunter nearby turns and shouts desperately to their mage, demanding some wide-range magical support for cover. Looking back with a grim expression, the young mage replies that he cannot do it right now. Out here, we cannot absorb mana as easily as inside a dungeon. He mutters, adding that he is busy just defending himself. Slicing off the golem's arm, another hunter curses, wondering where that useless mana battery vanished to when they actually need him. A bald hunter nearby is also giving it everything he's got. Who knew we would ever miss that useless trash? Suddenly, a stone golem strikes from behind. It roars, raising its hand to crush the bald hunter. Seeing this, the terrified mage screams out a warning to look behind him. Suddenly, a brilliant sword slash flashes through. Lucas appears out of thin air, slicing the attacking golem completely in half. He lands gracefully on the ground as massive chunks of shattered stone rain down behind him. The mage starts to offer his thanks, but stops mid-sentence, utterly stunned when he gets a good look at the savior's face. Is he a foreigner? Lucas runs a hand through his hair, smilingly replying that he is only here on business, but cannot just stand by. The bald hunter approaches, thanking him for stepping in and admitting they were truly pushed to the brink of disaster. Praising his skills, the young mage notes his Japanese is impressive, and his outfit looks absolutely amazing. Curiously, Lucas asks what they meant by the mana battery they were complaining about just a moment ago. He admits it piqued his interest. The bald hunter waves it off with a smirk, saying it is nothing important. The kid is just a low-rank hunter who can barely fight, and his only useful skill is infinite mana regeneration. His sole job is playing portable battery for teammates. Intrigued, Lucas steps closer, asking where he can find this guy. The bald man says he used to run into him often, but has not seen him around in a while, so he has no clue where the kid is now. It just popped into his head and he blurted it out. Lucas ponders the idea of infinite mana regeneration, a skill he has never heard of, wondering who this mysterious hunter could be. Suddenly, a voice echoes from above saying they finally arrived, forcing Lucas to look up toward the roof of a tall building. Two figures appear on top: Go and Shinoda Makoto, staring down below. Lucas immediately recognizes their prominent identities: the Midas Guild Master Go and the Dainu Guild Master Shinoda. Lucas cannot help but feel a sudden surge of anticipation. Something exciting is about to happen as a massive pack of stone golems begins to move, with the largest one looming on a high platform. As the two look down at the golems below, Shinoda Makoto gasps that there is no doubt about it. A massive dungeon break has occurred at the Snow Mountain Golem Dungeon. Turning to the man beside him, Shinoda offers to provide support, noting they make the perfect opponents for President Go Takeuchi. Go Takeuchi grits his teeth in anger, cursing at Shirasaki, the damn dungeon fanatic, wondering what the hell he is doing in there. Leaping straight down, Go Takeuchi shouts back to Shinoda to tell the association president that his reward must be drawn directly from the exclusive S-rank vault immediately. Activating his stone armor skill, Go Takeuchi quickly coats his entire body in solid rock before slamming hard onto the ground. The sheer impact shatters the concrete beneath him, sending dust flying as Go's entire physical form completes its rocky transformation. The incredibly dense stone acts as an impenetrable suit of armor, encasing his entire frame. Failing to realize its own limits, a foolish golem lunges directly at Go. Filled with pure contempt, Go charges at them, declaring that while they are both stone, their power levels are worlds apart. One by one, the golems shatter in rapid succession, unable to withstand his blows, while the shockwaves from Go's brutal battle send massive tremors rattling through the surrounding buildings. Nearby, a hand begins to condense pure magical energy as brilliant streams of light gather around Shinoda Makoto. Shinoda raises his arm high to cast his spell, conjuring a vibrant, multicolored magic circle that spins rapidly around him. Pointing his hand forward, he fires the magical blast at blinding speed, sending it zooming directly over Go's head. Go grunts that the old man is just trying to enjoy the show, proving his support has its limits. Letting out a deafening roar, the final giant stone golem charges forward and swings a high-speed punch directly at Go's face. Without hesitation, he braces himself to meet the blow with his own fist, confidently declaring that he will always win a clash of raw power. Unleashing his reinforcement skill, sharp stone spikes instantly erupt all over Go's heavily armored arm. The massive stone fist collides with his smaller punch, generating a devastating shockwave that ripples through the area. Fissures rapidly spread along the golem's arm, splintering all the way up to its shoulder and across its entire body. Unable to withstand his overwhelming physical power, half of the monster's giant body completely explodes into rocky debris. As the stone debris rains down, Go swiftly snatches the golem's glowing red core out of midair. The stone on his face recedes to reveal a sinister smile, as he resolves not to let the old man have the last laugh. Without a moment's hesitation, he squeezes his hand and shatters the glowing core. A system notification immediately pops up, confirming the boss is defeated and the dungeon is cleared. On his end, Shinoda closes his eyes in relief, while the surrounding hunters near Go erupt in celebration, their morale instantly soaring. While they celebrate, a prompt on the Ctrl+F card appears, notifying that the target does not actually possess the Ctrl skill. Lucas, the holder of the Ctrl+F card, silently marvels at Japan's top hunter and president of the prestigious Midas Guild. To think he suppressed a massive dungeon break in just 10 minutes, Lucas feels a sudden surge of excitement. Even though the man is not the target, Lucas has still gathered some incredibly valuable intel. He quickly writes the details down in his notebook before snapping it shut with a satisfying click. He suddenly remembers the Ctrl+Z user, wondering if she is still inside the dungeon and hoping she survives. Little does he know that Arita Sarah, the Ctrl+Z user, is already clinging to life. A gaping wound pierces her stomach, but flashing back 20 minutes earlier, a horde of ferocious undead can be heard snarling. Dozens of glowing red eyes emerge from the dark city gates as Takumi stands calmly at the front of his party, unfazed by their approach. Lifting his longsword, he calmly notes they are just dealing with a horde of vampires. He warns the group that they are flying blind from here on out, meaning they must rely entirely on luck. With a mighty shout, he unleashes a blazing red slash, confidently stating this dungeon is not that difficult after all. The undead hit by the searing energy let out brief shrieks before their bodies begin to rapidly dissolve. The destructive force of the blade sweeps through the entire pack, wiping them all out in seconds as the thick smoke begins to clear. Only gray ash remains where the monsters once stood, followed by a system message declaring the dungeon has been cleared. They are being teleported to the boss room, prompting Takumi to flash a highly dangerous grin. Steeled for battle, the party is suddenly warped and materialized right in front of a giant stone door. Strange ancient runes are carved across the surface, and a masked hunter mutters they have finally found the hidden boss room. Takumi raises the golden key, muttering that it is finally time to put this valuable artifact to use. Without wasting a single movement, he plunges the key straight into the door. The massive, heavy gates slowly creak open, and they file inside one after another. As soon as they step inside, they are greeted by a row of massive stone statues. Their eyes glow with a strange, eerie emerald light. One of them can't help but exclaim, "What is this?" It's just a bunch of stone statues. A masked hunter drags his sword against the wall and asks if they arrived too early before the boss could spawn. Meanwhile, Sarah is sweating profusely, letting out a soft, anxious sigh. She wonders what absolute nonsense he is talking about. Ever since they stepped inside, she has felt an indescribable, suffocating pressure weighing heavily on her body. Looking at the others, she wonders if they feel nothing. Are they just used to this? The masked hunter keeps talking, confident they just need to slay the boss and grab the loot, but he completely fails to notice something falling from above. Before he can even finish his sentence, a massive stone hand slams down, crushing him into the shattering floor amidst exploding dust. As the giant stone hand slowly lifts, blood drips heavily from underneath it. The masked hunter lies completely motionless. That devastating blow came from one of the statues, and its eyes are now glowing a menacing red. A deep handprint is carved into the shattered stone alongside their crushed ally. Witnessing this, another masked hunter screams out in pure terror, "What the hell? Is that statue the boss?" Wait, the others are starting to move too. Surrounding them, Sarah is absolutely paralyzed with fear, her entire body shaking uncontrollably. She clamps both hands over her mouth, desperately trying not to make a sound. Amazingly, the crushed hunter from before is somehow still breathing. He painfully coughs up a thick mouthful of blood. Seeing Sarah frozen in sheer panic, Takumi glares at her in utter confusion. What is she doing? It is not like she has not seen people die right before her eyes plenty of times before. He immediately barks at her, telling Sarah to snap out of it and heal their dying ally before he draws his last breath. His shouting snaps her back to reality. Gasping through tearful eyes, she desperately tries to pull herself together. Sarah rushes straight toward the barely breathing hunter. But the very moment she pulls out her mana storage potion, streams of blue energy begin leaking rapidly out of the flask. Staring down at her hands, she is shocked to find the mana flasks are already completely empty. Are they empty? No, it is like the mana is actively being drained. Both of her potions are being hollowed out by some unseen force. Panic sets in. This makes no sense, because the seals on these high-grade mana flasks are supposed to be unbreakable, even by a top-tier mage. What is happening? The leaked mana is flowing in a single direction. Sarah watches in pure terror. Where is all that energy going? Meanwhile, a stone giant raises its massive sword to strike, leaving one trapped hunter ready to accept his grim fate. Another hunter scrambles to run, screaming in pure horror. Swinging his blade like a madman, Takumi roars at them to stop panicking and fight back, pointing out that no matter how big they are still just golems. With a ferocious swing, his blade carves right into a statue's chest, sending jagged stone shards exploding into the air. Takumi then orders another masked hunter to use their high-grade landmines against these monsters. The hunter frantically shouts back that both his stealth skills and landmines are completely blocked from activating. Suddenly, a massive shadow looms directly over him, making his blood run cold. A colossal stone blade slams directly into him. Forced to leap backward, Takumi spits out a furious curse. But when he looks over to the side, get this, he shudders in absolute shock. One of his masked allies is caught in a statue's crushing grip, squeezing him until his blood sprays everywhere. The stone giant then tosses the battered body right at Takumi's feet. Gritting his teeth in pure rage, he wonders if these things are actively mocking him. If his entire squad gets wiped out here, his eyes burn with fury as he growls that their mission rewards are completely ruined. Standing like a mere insect before the giants, he screams at the damn piles of rock. Their massive size will only make them easier targets. Raising his blade, Takumi commands his long dragon sword Kalisha to unleash its true power. But suddenly, a flashing red system warning appears, stating the user lacks the necessary mana to unleash the sword aura of Kalizia. Staring in disbelief, he furiously yells that he is already well past level 300, so lacking mana is absolutely impossible. As a stone giant lunges forward, he can only watch and spit out another curse before the colossal stone blade swings down with devastating, bone-shattering force. The impact instantly tears the stone floor apart, sending massive debris flying high. Completely oblivious to the carnage behind her, Sarah climbs the stone steps, following the trail of the escaping mana. She finally reaches the source with a quiet sigh of relief. All of their stolen mana is gathering right here. Right in front of her sits a stone pedestal, housing a strange object that is greedily devouring every drop of nearby magical energy. Sarah curiously reaches her hand out, wondering what this mysterious object actually is. The moment Sarah touches the icebox, it reacts instantly and begins to vibrate. A massive red gemstone suddenly appears right before her eyes, shocking her so much she gasps that this cannot be the heart of a giant golem. But why is it absorbing mana instead of regenerating? Sensing an intruder, the heart starts to shake violently. Sensing danger, sweat drips down Sarah's face as she realizes this is bad. Without a second thought, she bolts away from the giant golem heart. But she is too late, and a beam of red energy shoots directly toward her. The energy beam tears right through her side, and blood instantly begins to spill out. She tumbles down the high stone steps, coughing up blood. Just then, a nearby stone statue notices her lying there, raising its massive stone sword high with glowing red eyes. The statue swings a deadly strike directly at her. Dark shadows suddenly surge from Sarah's shadow. It is Takumi, appearing just in time to block the descending blade. The crushing weight of the sword is too much, forcing Takumi to spit out a mouth of blood. With one hand, he pulls out a small vial. A system notification pops up: the Hunter Association's high-grade healing potion. Using this restores 80% of health, mana, and damage resistance. In an emergency, it can be applied directly to the wound to stabilize the target's condition. Takumi pours the potion over the unconscious Sarah, then drops to one knee and hoists her onto his shoulder. A sudden alert flashes: the giant golem heart has awakened, initiating a battle with the boss monster. Takumi gasps, in utter disbelief. What on earth is that? Looking ahead, his heart sinks as the massive stone doors slowly close. Damn it. Is the exit shutting on them? He must use shadow transition to escape right now. Dark black smoke starts swirling around Takumi's feet. A flashing red warning appears, stating he lacks the mana for shadow transition. He screams in absolute despair. Are you kidding me right now? Where did all his mana go? Facing this life or death crisis, Takumi pushes his body to the absolute limit and runs. But by the time he gets close, the doors are nearly shut, leaving only a tiny gap barely wide enough for a single person to squeeze through. Inside, he screams in panic. At this rate, neither of them will make it out alive. Ignoring his bleeding wounds, Takumi hoists Sarah up and, with his remaining strength, throws her straight through the closing stone doors. Sarah slides across the floor outside, collapsing flat on the hard ground. Trembling all over, she struggles to sit up, weakly whispering, "Why?" Takumi looks back with a reassuring smile, saying as long as she is alive, she can restore everything back to normal. The stone door slams shut before her, as a statue charges at him from behind. Tears streaming down, Sarah cries out, "Are you an idiot? She is not even a hunter, and cannot absorb mana. So how could she restore anything?" With that, Sarah passes out. Floating in and out of consciousness, she blames herself. She never should have come. If she dies here, what will happen to her parents? Suddenly, she feels a warmth surging through her body. It is mana. Sarah slowly opens her eyes, and there stands Haruto, still half conscious. She can only make out his blurry figure, weakly asking who he is. Haruto spots her waking and calls out to ask if she is okay. Looking at him, Sarah wonders if this is the person who shared mana with Hunter Nana. As Haruto treats her injuries, she feels her entire body being refilled with pure mana. Haruto focuses on channeling his energy, telling her that with enough mana, she should be able to reconstruct her own body. Stunned that he knows her thoughts, Sarah wonders how on earth he could possibly know about her specific skill. Suddenly, a loud voice shouts out, "Is this some kind of joke? They chased them all this way only to find the door locked tight?" Alice calmly walks over to the gate and explains that as long as there are hunters fighting inside, outsiders have absolutely no way to open it. They could force it open with a key, but surely everyone remembers there is only one single key in existence. Masato, the leader of the future guild, curses angrily under his breath, muttering that life really is a pain. If he had known, they would have defeated that mutated, resurrected golem before coming all this way. Grumbling about their bad luck, he glances down at Sarah, who is now finally awake. He quietly asks if she is the high-tier healer from the blood pressure guild, and Alice replies that she was gravely injured but is now fully recovered thanks to Hunter Haruto's mana. Once they return, they will need to investigate further. Alice mentions she already suppressed her using hunter gear, but Masato only gets more furious, snapping back that only matters if they can actually get out of here. If they do not clear the dungeon, they will be trapped in here forever. Not wanting to make Masato even angrier, Alice still has to speak the truth that is highly likely. Fuming with rage, Masato stops yelling and just stands in the corner, muttering that this must be why so many people disappear. Trapped in this dungeon, Haruto watches him struggle in complete helplessness. Hearing this, he starts to anxiously calculate what his next move should be. Should he show them the key he created using his own skill? Checking his item inventory, he has 4 giant spider silks times 11, the Kalesia longsword, 4 bear king claws times 15, 11 mutated golem cores, and 2 heart unlocking keys. Maybe he can just claim he found it lying around somewhere. With that, he pulls the key out of his inventory. Alice steps up to the door, placing her hand on it to feel its energy. Since her mother sealed this gate, there must be something hidden inside. Suddenly, the door glows with a strange green light. Strange runes appear on the surface, matching the patterns glowing on Alice's own cloak. Everyone gasps in surprise. Haruto is the first to rush over and ask Alice, "How did you manage to open the gate?" Even the patterns on her cloak are glowing with the exact same light as the door. Clutching her fabric, Alice explains that this cloak belonged to her mother, and it was likely crafted to resonate directly with the sealed entrance. Hearing this, Haruto quietly rejoices. So Alice really is the key to this hidden dungeon. He'll have to investigate this multi-dimensional space very carefully soon. Masato arrived late, leaving him completely out of the loop. He mutters that it looks like an automatic door, but then, a sudden wave of pressure washes over everyone. Even the snow mountain golem traveling with them feels it. It grunts in shock. What is up with this heavy pressure in the room? Nana steps forward, shouting a warning to the team. Everyone, get into a defensive stance. Something inside is draining our mana. Haruto turns to Sarah, who is standing nearby, and asks Sarah, is this what you were talking about earlier? She nods anxiously. Yes. The core of the giant golem absorbs mana from its surroundings to generate its own massive power source. Haruto is stunned. It absorbs mana? If that is the case, what is his best course of action right now? As he ponders, Sarah grabs his hand in sheer panic, telling him they need to get out of there immediately. No matter how high-ranking a hunter is, they are completely useless without mana. Just then, Haruto notices something in the distance. Right in front of them, a horde of massive monsters looms. He mutters under his breath, what on earth are these giant creatures? Before he can even process the threat, Nanas approaches him, asking Hunter Sano, can I borrow some mana? Haruto opens his inventory, thinking, all right, let's do this. Determined, he proclaims, let me show you the true power of a human mana battery. At that exact moment, the system goes active. Ctrl+C is copying the user's mana. Ctrl+V is pasting the copied mana, multiplied by n. Extreme pasting initiated. The surrounding space is instantly flooded with a massive ocean of mana. And trust me, nobody saw this coming. The entire dungeon is completely saturated with mana, even though the core is still trying to aggressively drain it away. She turns her wide, astonished eyes to Haruto. This man, Hunter Sano, if she can somehow combine her skills with his, saving her parents might actually be possible. Nanas charges straight toward the beasts, calling out, we have plenty of mana now. More than enough to smash these stone statues. With one swift, devastating slash of her blade, she slices a giant clean in half. Masato activates his magic, speaking with absolute confidence, with all this mana, you guys are nothing but useless piles of rubble. He hurls a powerful lightning spear, instantly shattering the ground beneath a cluster of stone statues and sending them crashing down. Masato grins, a whole group of you. Perfect. I have been stressed out of my mind in this place, so get ready to be my stress relievers. Masato's destructive magic is so immense that it covers a massive area, obliterating one stone statue after another in a flash. Someone shouts out, he is over here. Hearing the call, Sarah looks around and spots an injured man slumped against the wall, barely breathing. He has a severe abdominal wound and is missing an arm. Watching from a distance, Sarah contemplates using her skill, but suddenly notices something highly unusual, the Kalesia longsword. Haruto steps up to the man, staring down in quiet contemplation, before picking up the Kalesia longsword. He inspects it, thinking, finally, it is back in my hands. Just as expected, the durability has reset. This girl is definitely a cursed skill holder, and he is going to copy that skill right now. He glances over at Sarah, startling her, but decides he needs to test it first. Reaching out, he touches Takumi's head. Ctrl+C is copying the target's phantom shift skill. Copy failed, target's level is higher than the user. Haruto sighs inwardly. It is exactly as he suspected, even with the level boost from the Kalesia longsword. His level is still too low. The target harbors intense hostility toward you. In this situation, you have two options to acquire the skill. Option 1, eliminate the target and absorb the skill. Option 2, forcefully absorb the skill, which can only be done when the target's health is below 15%. This will permanently lock them from using it. Haruto is taken aback. What? If the target sees him as an enemy, all he has to do is kill them to take the skill. If so, wait, no. Looking closely at him right now, his health is clearly already below 15%, so he can actually force absorb it directly without killing first. A forced absorption. He realizes he will use this skill a lot for defense later. Masato then walks over to Sarah, asking if she is a healer, and telling her to treat the guy. Just keep him alive and nothing more. Sarah begins healing Takumi, while Masato notes they have way too many questions to let him die. Sarah looks back at Haruto, and he nods, telling her to go ahead and heal the guy. Sarah starts the healing process, and Takumi's severed arm instantly grows right back. Haruto is shocked to see the severed arm regenerate so fast, realizing this skill easily rivals his own physical copy ability. Finally, Takumi slowly opens his eyes and wakes up. Sarah asks what he is laughing about. Takumi looks up at her, smiling as he points out that they both survived. Annoyed by his attitude, Sarah completely ignores him and walks away, leaving Nanase to immediately lock him up in handcuffs. She warns him not to try anything funny, reminding him that President Shirasaki is the only reason he is still breathing. Completely ignoring her threat, he confidently smugly thinks he is still superior. He taunts her, saying survival is his top priority before warning that this dungeon has only just begun. Instantly, Takumi turns and tries to make a run for it. Nanase immediately swings her sword to stop him. Right then, Satoru bursts in screaming for his sister, while a blinding light from the gate chases him. The Snow Mountain Golem suddenly steps in, shielding Satoru from the deadly beam of light. Rewinding 30 minutes ago to the Dry Bone Dungeon, Masato is busy using his lightning skills to shatter the stone statues. As the statues crumble into pieces on the floor, Satoru's Snow Mountain Golem rushes over, incredibly excited by the debris. Satoru asks if it wants to eat the magic stones, and Masato tells them to take it all, since those stones are worthless. The Snow Mountain Golem eagerly gathers the magic stones and begins gobbling them up. Suddenly, its body begins to transform as it reaches level 2 at 25%, capable of shifting shapes and leveling up to level 10. At level 2, it can share all senses with its user. Satoru excitedly pats its head and praises his little helper for leveling up. But the moment his hand touches the golem, rocky armor suddenly begins spreading onto Satoru's own body. Panicking, he screams, asking what is going on. Back in the present, Satoru is fully armored by the golem, completely shielded from the incoming attacks. Haruto watches in complete disbelief, wondering if that errand boy has actually fused with Satoru. Has it really managed to level up this quickly? Masato notes this looks exactly like President Midas's stone armor technique, finally realizing that the mutating golem core is able to level up in this exact manner. He decides he must investigate this further later. For now, Masato casts a powerful protective barrier to shield himself from the dungeon's onslaught. Suddenly, a massive blast grazes right past his shoulder, leaving him highly annoyed by the close call. Defending herself, Alice quickly warns Masato, the future guild master, to stay on his guard. She points out these attacks are formed from extremely concentrated, pure mana beams, warning him that ordinary magical shields cannot block them. Nana steps up to explain that physical counters are actually their best option. She unleashes a graceful yet devastating blade dance, and amazingly, her physical strikes manage to deflect the lethal beams. Haruto glances over at Satoru and realizes that Hunter Nanase's analysis was absolutely spot on. Since the mana is incredibly dense, they can actually use normal weapons and shields to block the oncoming attacks. Nearby, Satoru anxiously asks his golem companion if it is doing okay, which is exactly how his little helper successfully keeps him safe. Haruto still feels uneasy, knowing that if they only focus on defending, they will never be able to move forward. Fueled by an endless supply of mana, the giant golem's core will keep firing these relentless attacks forever. They have to get close enough to destroy it, or else everyone dies. He needs a plan. Fast. Then it hits him the Shadow Shift spell. A member of the Blood Tower Guild managed to use it even while trapped in spider silk. With that in mind, Haruto activates Ctrl+V to employ the giant Spider King silk. He feels relieved, realizing he can now safely use this skill without anyone noticing. After copying the silk skill with Ctrl+C, he activates Shadow Shift and completely vanishes from sight. Standing right behind him, Mo is completely baffled by his sudden disappearance, wondering where he went. The closer he gets, the more crushing the energy becomes, slowing him down until he finally reaches out to touch it. Hoping Quaisha's resonance frequency skill can shatter this core, he pushes forward, but the overwhelming power resists and violently blasts him away. Recovering from the blast, Haruto realizes the horrifying truth: this massive concentration of mana is preparing to detonate. Refusing to quit, Haruto charges back, furiously asking the mindless entity who it thinks it is dealing with. He declares that its mana is nothing but his charity, before activating Ctrl+V to deploy the spider silk once more. Summon spider webs wrap tightly around the energy pillar, stopping its wild attacks on the surroundings. Masato is shocked watching Haruto pull this off. Even under the giant golem heart's relentless assault, Nanas is equally stunned. He actually stopped it. Both Mo and Eri stare in absolute disbelief, while Satoru cheers excitedly for his senior. But wait, just when it looks completely secure, the volatile energy starts breaking through the webs. Haruto shouts that it is not enough yet. Activating Ctrl+V, He summons the giant king spider webs to trap it once more. If he can just touch it one more time, Haruto thinks, all his desperate struggle will be worth it. He finally reaches out and makes contact, using Ctrl+V, along with Kyuzia's resonance frequency trait to destroy the target. Haruto drives his hand deep into the core, causing it to crack. The system alerts him of a level up, as the giant core finally shatters into pieces. Standing right next to the blast, Haruto shields his eyes from the blinding flash of the explosion. A system notification confirms the giant golem heart is destroyed and the dungeon is cleared. Haruto sits down with a satisfied smile, knowing it went exactly as planned. Right after, a rapid flood of level-up notifications pops up, leaving Haruto completely frozen in place as his power skyrockets. He receives his reward and reaches out to claim it, the heart of the level 1 giant golem. Skill 1 offers infinite mana regeneration, while Skill 2 allows him to absorb mana up to a certain limit. Holding the permanent item, Haruto looks a bit skeptical. He doesn't really need infinite mana regeneration, so he decides it is better to just copy and paste it. His Ctrl+C skill has leveled up, and it can now automatically duplicate any copyable items. This upgrade instantly gets his attention. An automatic copy function is honestly the best thing ever. Satoru rushes over and tries to hug him, crying out that his senior is absolutely the greatest hunter alive. Haruto quickly blocks the hug and warns him to back off before he breaks his back. Masato walks up to congratulate him, saying he did well to somehow retrieve the giant golem heart. Haruto just lets out a heavy sigh and asks him if he can drop the somehow part. Nana steps in to correct Masato, telling him he should give a proper compliment if he actually wants to praise someone. She calls him incredibly petty, leaving Masato flustered and only able to mutter a very reluctant response. Getting serious, Masato tells Hunter Sano that they need to have a private conversation once they return. Already knowing his intentions, Haruto starts walking away while offering to sell him the golem heart for a very steep price. Surprised that Haruto read his mind so easily, Masato asks if he is actually willing to sell it to him. Nanas intervenes, advising Hunter Sano to wait and consult with the association before making such a major decision. Furious that his perfect deal is being ruined, Masato snaps back. He demands to know why Hunter Nanas keeps interfering in their beautiful friendship and tells her to stop ruining things. Nanas refuses to back down, arguing that she cannot just turn a blind eye to such a shady transaction, which only makes Masato angrier. Ignoring their petty bickering about shady deals, Haruto simply turns to leave, but someone suddenly calls out for him to wait. With everyone gathered around, Haruto presents the long-lost soul sword to Ares, apologizing for the delay in returning her late mother's keepsake. Staring at the sword, Ares says it is completely fine, and thanks him for recovering it. Keeping his promise, Mo asks Haruto if the teleportation skill he just used belongs to the Blood Tower Guild leader. Haruto feels a sudden pang of guilt, while Masato chimes in, noting how he teleported across a massive distance in an instant. Haruto stammeringly tries to brush it off, explaining it is actually a special skill from the king spider that lets him travel insanely fast by shooting webs. Mo still looks pretty skeptical about that explanation. Nanas cuts off the interrogation, reminding everyone that prying into another hunter's private skills is bad manners, especially since they need to head back to investigate those two. Forced to go back with them for the investigation, Takumi takes advantage of a quiet moment to ask Sarah if she plans on paying back his life-saving favor. He demands she quickly reset the dungeon, prompting Sarah to grit her teeth in anger and ask if he has completely lost his mind. She reluctantly agrees, but warns him it is the absolute last time. Takumi just smirks, asking if she finally found a satisfying mana vessel. He adds that it would be quite troublesome if she somehow forgot their little agreement. The eternal suppression bracelet will never let her betray her comrades, meaning she can never truly escape him as long as she wears the Adama's oath. He cold-heartedly reminds her that even her parents' lives are resting entirely in his hands. Tears well up in Sarah's eyes as she stares at her wrist. Takumi presses on, demanding she reset the dungeon right now to repay his life-saving risk. There is more than enough mana here to do it, and from a distance, Haruto silently notices their suspicious interaction. What on earth is Sarah doing? Is she really touching the ground like that? Haruto senses something terribly wrong and screams a warning. Everyone, get out of the dungeon now. It is about to reset. Ares gasps, resetting? Who knows what crazy dimension they will end up in? Haruto curses in pure frustration. Damn it. He lunges towards Sarah to stop her, demanding to know why she is doing this. Haruto desperately rushes forward and tackles Sarah to stop this tragedy, but it is already too late. The entire cavern is crumbling, swallowed by a massive surge of raw and uncontrollable power. Blinding beams of light burst through the chaos. The blinding lights flash continuously amidst a violent hurricane, dragging everyone along with absolutely no way to resist. Yet, somehow, in that critical moment of life and death, they manage to deploy protective barriers around themselves. Just in time, too, as the very fabric of space begins to tear apart. Safe inside their protective barriers, they drift like floating objects through the chaotic, stormy skies, finally escaping the cracked dimension just before the entire zone resets. Satoru spots Haruto still trapped in the swirling void and screams his name in absolute panic. Nana squints in complete disbelief and asks if they are currently floating right above Tokyo. What on earth just happened? Aries has no clue either, trying to focus on what matters now. But before she can finish her sentence, a voice cuts her off. Nana's. Makoto frowns at the sight of his daughter and demands to know why she is here, leaving her flustered as she stammers Dad. Correcting herself, she quickly calls him Guildmaster Shinoda. The sudden appearance leaves Masato completely stunned, wondering where on earth the Guildmaster came from. Makoto dryly responds that he should be asking that. Did they actually conquer the dungeon? A look of surprise flashes across his face as he asks if this is really everyone. Where is everyone else? His face darkens as he grits his teeth, completely unsure of how to explain. Meanwhile, Nanis looks back at the rift with worried eyes, whispering Hunter Sano's name. Back in the dungeon, Takumi demands to know what the hell is going on. The dungeon remains completely intact. Glancing at Haruto as he slides to the ground, Sarah makes up an excuse, claiming he interrupted the reset process. Instead of blaming her, Takumi simply lets out a sly and incredibly cunning laugh. At least the others have been thrown out of here, and the barrier seems to be sealed once again. Approaching Haruto step by step, he gleefully declares that once he claims the giant golem's heart, everything will fall into place. Haruto snaps, yelling at him to shut up before trying to cast his giant spiderweb. But the system flashes an error. Ctrl+C, Ctrl+V, cannot find item. A sudden wave of dizziness hits Haruto as he stares in absolute shock, wondering what it means by not found. Sarah breaks into tears, desperately trying to deny everything, crying out that this cannot be happening. So the target of the reset was not the dungeon, it was actually Haruto. He refuses to believe these words, casually thinking that she must be joking since his memories have not changed at all. Still, Haruto wants to prove it to himself by opening his status window. The interface flickers to life, showing his name, Haruto Sano, level 1. HP is 15 of 15, MP is 20 of 20, and all of his core stats and skills are down to level 1. Haruto cannot believe his own eyes, realizing he has been completely reset to his newly awakened state. Wondering about his skills, the system continuously displays that Ctrl+C and Ctrl+V are back to level 1. A mysterious, unidentified item in his inventory only crushes him further, making him wonder if things could get any worse. His skills have reverted to before he even leveled up. Then, the system flashes another notice. The notice of an available unidentified item leaves him utterly confused, wondering what it could be, when suddenly, a streak of blood splatters across the floor. Takumi seizes the moment while Haruto is distracted and completely disheartened, launching a brutal surprise attack. The devastating strike sends Haruto collapsing to the ground in agony. Savoring the look of utter confusion on his face, Takumi laughs mockingly, noting that his level has clearly been completely reset. He tells Haruto to go die. Amidst the deadly danger, Haruto desperately tries to calm down, realizing his cursed skill is still active. And if that unidentified item in his inventory is his former self, then there is still hope. His best bet is to play weak and catch them completely off guard. But a sudden twist shatters his plans as the sharp screech of clashing swords rings out across the battlefield. Mozan, the very man Haruto assumed had already run away, leaps in to block a deadly strike. Seeing him stand there only makes Takumi mock them with even more crazed arrogance. Hey, aren't you that pathetic low-rank trash from the Hunter Association? Why are you still here? Haruto watches in sheer panic, shouting out to ask why Mozan would ever risk his life like this. But Mozan's face is dead serious, determined to protect Haruto at all costs as he desperately yells, "Hunter Sano, run, leave this guy to me. You need to get out of here right now." But Haruto is too loyal to abandon a friend. He instantly refuses, shouting that he cannot do that. This touching display of brotherhood only makes Takumi curl his lips into a cold, highly condescending sneer. "You insolent brats." Feeling completely slighted by Mozan's bold words, Takumi looks down on him with absolute disgust. Are you mocking me when the power gap is this massive? Heavy pressure crushes down on Mosen, as Takumi growls, asking what a weakling like him could possibly do when he does not even belong here. But as much as they hate to admit it, this guy's raw strength is simply on another level. It is too much for Mosen to handle. His sword snaps clean in half as a brutal slash tears into him. Completely defenseless, Mosen is blasted backward by the impact, crashing heavily onto the ground with zero strength left. But Takumi has absolutely no intention of letting his prey go. He lunges forward with a vicious grin, shouting that he wanted to kick them out of the association anyway. Mosen's face turns completely pale in terror, realizing the incoming strike is far too fast to dodge. Taking this hit would mean instant death for Mosen, but Haruto throws himself into the line of fire to block it. The devastating blow hits Haruto head-on, forcing him to collapse onto the cold ground in a pool of blood. Mosen stares in shock, completely speechless, as he asks why he did it. Haruto weakly gasps that Takumi is his prey, telling Mosen to leave because he does not need any help. But Takumi swings his sword down again, screaming at Haruto to shut up and die already. Watching this horror unfold, Mosen drops to his knees in sheer despair, as Haruto is brutally cut down. The attack is so savage that it leaves Haruto mangled, forcing a terrified Sarah to cover her mouth as she breaks down in tears. Just like that, Takumi gets exactly what he wanted all along. Clenching the glowing heart in his fist, he smiles with satisfaction, stating that once a target is reset, every single item they own returns to its original starting place. Then he turns his sinister gaze toward her, speaking with a twisted sense of absolute excitement. Sarah, you realize I am the only one left you can rely on now, right? As she trembles in fear, he mocks her, telling her not to look at him like that, when her own reset skill is what drove Haruto into this dead end in the first place. He sneers that Haruto will probably thank him in his next life for ending his miserable, empty existence. But right at that moment, a familiar voice rings out, as a blade slashes his flesh, saying, "Yes, thank you so much for killing me, Takumi." Shocked and in absolute agony, Takumi clutches his bleeding wrist, completely baffled by what just happened. The blinding pain forces him to drop his weapon, falling to his knees as he screams at the top of his lungs. Stepping calmly out from the bright light, Haruto smirks, mocking Takumi by saying he was worried the guy would actually show him mercy. Sarah is so stunned by the sudden turn of events that she instantly stops crying, staring in pure disbelief. Mosen stands there with his jaw dropped, staring at Haruto like he is looking at a ghost. Meanwhile, a panicked Takumi spins around, demanding to know what kind of madness this is. "I literally just cut you down with my own hands." Desperately grabbing his sword, his mind races, trying to figure out what kind of broken skill Haruto is using. Completely losing his mind, he rushes forward, throwing everything he has into one desperate attack, screaming at Haruto to tell him what he is. Takumi is too slow. Haruto is already a step ahead, immediately casting Ctrl+5 to summon massive spider webs. Even trapped like this, Takumi's arrogance does not fade, shouting that Haruto is an idiot who has forgotten his abilities. He tries to cast Shadow Shift, but to his utter horror, the skill has been completely transferred and refuses to activate. His face turns completely pale with dread as he screams in fury, desperately demanding that Sarah reset the dungeon once again. But this time is different. Sarah stands her ground and firmly refuses to obey his orders. Bound tightly by the sticky webbing, Takumi continues to scream, asking if she forgot the Adama's agreement and telling her to act if she wants to live. Tears stream down her face as she helplessly begins to comply. Watching this, Haruto realizes something he had always wondered: why a girl like her would serve a monster like Takumi. But looking closer, the truth finally becomes clear to him. Everything is tied to that strange bracelet on her wrist. Without saying a single word, Haruto bursts forward at lightning speed. Sarah is so shocked by his sudden appearance right in front of her that she freezes completely. Without saying a single word, Haruto firmly grabs the bracelet on her wrist to stop her. On top of that, he activates his Ctrl+C skill, triggering Kuesia's unique resonance frequency ability. Within seconds, the bracelet completely shatters to pieces. Sarah's tears stream down her face as her eyes go completely blank and hollow. Furious that his plans are ruined, Takumi screams in absolute rage, "Stop, you bastard! I will kill you!" Shadow movement art, he screams in futile panic, cursing at the air. "Damn it! Why can't I use my skills?" In stark contrast to his panic, Haruto calmly looks back and tells him, "You see." Gripping his sword tight, he issues a chilling warning: "That skill belongs to me now, and you do not have a next." Without hesitating, Haruto sends him straight to his grave. Honestly, this is the exact end he deserved. The vile Takumi finally gets some swift, well-deserved retribution for all the suffering he caused. His expression turning cold, Haruto steps forward toward the golem heart. Picking it up, he wonders with a heavy heart if this tiny thing was worth triggering a massive dungeon breakout. Sara stops crying and stares blankly as he speaks. How many lives did you actually steal? Stunned by his heavy words, she stands there completely frozen, watching Haruto activate his Ctrl+C once again to channel Quasia's unique resonance frequency skill. Someone like you does not deserve to own this, he says coldly, before crushing it to dust right before their eyes. Right then, the system alerts him that he has destroyed the reward item of the hidden dungeon. But then, another notification pops up. Congratulations on acquiring a unique item. Haruto stares at the sparkling gem in utter shock. A final system message confirms the snowy mountain golem hidden dungeon is cleared, and the massive entry doors slowly begin to slide open. The hunters waiting outside immediately peek inside, pointing out that the doors are finally open. Does that mean someone cleared it already? They wonder as they file through the gates, searching the area for any survivors. One hunter spots Haruto and calls out his name. Hearing the shout, Haruto slowly turns around to face them. The hunter rushes over to ask if Guildmaster Shirasaki and Hunter Nanase are not with him. Haruto tells him that they got separated during the chaotic battle, but they should be fine since they are likely together. This leaves the other hunters completely dumbfounded. Did Sano really clear this entire dungeon all by himself? They glance over to see a heavily bandaged man lying completely motionless on the icy ground, with several other hunters gathered around to examine him. Haruto just gives them a quiet smile, announcing that since the dungeon is cleared, it is finally time to head home. The next day, Masato and Haruto sit awkwardly in a tense meeting at the Japan Hunter Association. Everyone in the room is busy debating the situation. Nanae sits silently with her eyes closed, keeping her composure amidst the chaos. Chairman Shinoda Makoto rubs his chin, noting that clearing a dungeon like this will inevitably impact other dimensions. Chairman Gall finally breaks his silence with a heavy sigh, realizing that explains why the breakout happened. Tokugawa chimes in to point out that the critical seal established by Hunter Nishihara has officially been broken. This spatial rift feels like a chilling warning of the massive disaster from 15 years ago. Hearing this, the man sitting next to Nanase suddenly speaks up in frustration. He asks the chairman if they are rushing this public announcement, and the man next to him agrees, pointing out that the dungeon only recently collapsed. Another committee member scoffs at their complaints, mocking that they said the exact same foolish things right before the last disaster. Offended by the comment, the man angrily snaps back at him, but Nanase is already completely exhausted from listening to their endless bickering. She lets out a heavy sigh before slamming her hand on the table, instantly silencing the entire room. She politely excuses herself, stating she has some urgent business to attend to. She explains they must consult with the Blood Tower Guild as soon as possible, emphasizing that a multi-dimensional dungeon crisis is not something they can solve overnight. Infuriated by her attitude, Gall slams his hand down and demands to know if she thinks they are just sitting around playing games while she does all the work. They have been busy handling the breakout too. And seeing the rising tension, Masato quickly steps in to remind everyone that no one could have predicted this outcome. He mentions that Chairman Takeuchi and Shinoda have been doing everything they can to manage the crisis. Hearing this, Gall turns around and marches straight over. Leaning in close, he mockingly asks Haruto if he is the big star of the dungeon clear, claiming that a hunter that's skilled should not be completely unknown to him. When Gall demands to know who he is, Haruto simply sighs in relief and calmly replies that he is nothing more than an ordinary hunter. Deeply offended by his indifferent attitude, Gall demands to know how he can stay so relaxed in his presence. Haruto simply stands up, pulling back his chair, and asks what Gall plans to do about it. Gao looks pretty stunned to see a mere kid standing up to him one-on-one. Haruto calmly explains that they did not just clear the dungeon with minimal casualties, but also discovered a highly dangerous multi-dimensional rift. You would think a massive achievement like that would actually be praised instead of criticized. Instead of getting yelled at, right? Midas guild leader Takashi Gao? Veins bulge on Gao's forehead in pure anger as he threateningly raises his stone-armored fist and calls Haruto a real smooth talker. Gao snaps at his attitude, while Masato jumps up to stop the situation from getting completely out of hand. The onlookers immediately take a few steps back in panic, nervously asking if Gao is really about to unleash his stone armor inside the room. Gao completely ignores them and starts flexing his magic, until a heavy, commanding voice calls out to Takashi Gao directly. Gao glares directly over at the speaker. Tokuo folds his hands with an intense, threatening gaze, warning Gao that any further trouble means 0 rewards for completing this entire mission. The moment Gao hears about losing the reward, he instantly deactivates his power and forces a calm expression. He storms out of the room under everyone's watchful eyes, muttering that he is only stopping for the sake of the prize. Haruto finds that stone armor detail pretty intriguing, quietly repeating the words to himself. He wonders if he could actually copy that skill. As the group is called into the association president's office for a chat, Tokuo asks Sano Haruto in a friendly tone about which organization he belongs to. Haruto honestly scratches his head, explaining that he used to be a member of the Dainu Guild but recently left due to personal reasons. Nana looks quite surprised to hear that he was once a part of the Dainu Guild. Tokuo happily praises him, noting that solo hunters usually struggle to level up, yet Haruto managed to conquer such a high-tier hidden dungeon all on his own. Speaking for the entire association, the president expresses his deep gratitude to Sano for his hard work. Not used to such high praise, Haruto politely thanks him while quietly wondering if the president somehow already knew about him. Tokuo then turns to thank the 2 International Hunter Association members, asking what their plans are next. Alice happily replies that they are currently preparing to head back to headquarters to submit their report. Before she can even finish her sentence, Mo interrupts to announce that he plans to stay here for a while and will be officially resigning from the International Hunter Association. Later that evening at Haruto's house, while Alice and Satoru are happily hanging out, Nana, Mo, and Masato sit together on the couch in a pretty awkward silence. Haruto looks helplessly at these people barging in, demanding to know what they are doing in his home so late at night. Mo thoroughly ignores his annoyance, stating that since he left the association, he has absolutely nowhere else to go and asks Haruto to look after him. Alice is still incredibly frustrated by his decision, demanding to know why Mo suddenly made such a reckless move. Mo sighs and shakes his head, telling Alice that he cannot explain his reasons to her just yet. Satoru holds up his little golem with a wide grin, saying he and his tiny buddy are obviously staying with Haruto. The golem squeaks loudly as it gets squeezed. Nana clears her throat to explain she is only there to deliver a message from Sarah. She gives him a sharp look, warning him not to lump her in with the others, before Haruto suddenly remembers to ask where those 2 actually are. Nana calmly explains that since Sarah refused to use her magic to heal Kurosaki, he is currently staying at a hospital to receive treatment. As soon as he regains consciousness, they plan to transfer him to a detention facility for interrogation. Meanwhile, Sarah is still being held in one of the association's interrogation rooms. She has remained completely silent and refused to answer any questions, only making a single request to speak with Sano Haruto directly. Haruto falls into a deep, silent thought upon hearing this. Watching his reaction, Nana feels her suspicions are confirmed, knowing he is definitely involved with them somehow. Nana rubs her chin thoughtfully, before remembering to mention that Sarah is also a member of a highly famous girl group called Eve. Satoru instantly perks up with gossip, realizing that explains why her face seemed so familiar. After some quiet thought, Haruto finally speaks up, suggesting that she was probably forced into a contract to exploit her abilities. Since he destroyed the contract collar she was forced to wear, she likely has no real ties to Kurosaki anyway. Haruto decides to visit her at the association later, before turning to the only silent person in the room to ask why guild leader Shirasaki is there. Masato starts sweating the instant his name is called, remaining dead silent, trying to look serious. Masato mutters that there is only one reason he is in this cramped room, but Mo raises an eyebrow, asking if it is about the giant golem heart. Mo points out that if that is the case, Sano already crushed it back inside the dungeon. Hearing this, everyone in the room jumps back in absolute shock, and honestly, can you blame them? An enraged Masato lunges forward and grabs Haruto by the collar, yelling if he is completely insane for destroying a super rare item like that. Haruto broke into a cold sweat, desperate to clear his name. But wait, he quickly pulled out a glowing red crystal heart, presenting it right in front of him. The moment Masato saw it, his eyes instantly lit up. Haruto scratched his head in embarrassment, explaining that the item he destroyed in the dungeon was just a fake. In his mind, breaking a cloned copy basically counted as destroying a fake anyway. This time, it was Moore who froze in sheer disbelief and rising panic. The one in the dungeon was a fake? That made no sense if that were true. How did they even clear the dungeon in the first place? And if it was real, then what was going on? Just as Masato suspected, Haruto actually had the real deal, prompting him to instantly initiate negotiations. 5 billion. You promised to sell it to me, right? 5 billion, and it is a deal. Haruto jumped in absolute shock, 5 billion? Nana calmly stepped in, telling Hunter Sano not to sell himself short, since this artifact was easily worth way more. At the very least, the association would offer 8 billion. Suddenly, Satoru threw an arm around his shoulder, pointing excitedly at his phone screen. He urged Senior Haruto to look, noting that at official auctions, rare items like this easily started at 10 billion minimum. Watching the two whisper so enthusiastically, Nana and Masato let out a collective sigh of disbelief at their utterly shameless display. Masato grit his teeth in sheer frustration, wondering why he even went through all this trouble when they had promised him priority. Seeing Haruto remain quiet, his patience snapped, and he threw out an absolutely astronomical offer. Fine, how about 20 billion? Haruto nearly fell out of his seat. 20 billion. Masato was about to blow a fuse, screaming for Haruto to name his own price, if that still was not enough. Once the deal wrapped up, and he was finally alone, Haruto leaned back on the sofa with a huge grin. He genuinely could not believe the guy dropped 20 billion on it. A cheeky, brilliant idea popped into his head. What if he duplicated that massive golem heart and secretly smuggled the copies to sell at foreign auctions? Getting more excited by the second, he grabbed his phone and started searching. Picturing his massive payday, he could not help but cheer that he was about to be filthy rich. He rolled around on his bed in pure joy. Best of all, this latest stunt had finally pushed his level up to 300. Suddenly remembering the diamond he had snatched, Haruto bolted upright in excitement. He had been so focused on cash that he almost forgot about this loot. As he examined the glittering gem, a system notification flashed, warning that the item was currently sealed. The screen instructed him to break the seal by channeling mana into it. Reading the prompt, Haruto smiled, realizing it was a simple fix, an absolute piece of cake. The moment he poured his mana inside, the diamond burst with a blinding, sun-like radiance. Moments later, it flattened into a glowing golden triangle, marked with the Roman numeral 5 right in the center. A new prompt appeared, stating that collecting all dimensional fragments would forge a key capable of opening a path to any alternate realm. These scattered dimensional pieces naturally possessed the unique power to attract one another. Both the tier and the total number of dimensions he could unlock depended entirely on the key's level. Haruto stared at the glowing triangle, puzzled by this dimensional piece. If he gathered them all, he would get an actual reality-hopping key. He needed 5 pieces, but only had 1, leaving him 4 short. Strangely though, why had his auto-copy skill not kicked in? Trying his usual copy shortcuts, the system immediately warned him that this item was strictly copy-protected. Frustration bubbled up inside him. If copying was blocked, that meant he would have to hunt down every single piece himself. What a massive pain having a broken skill but not being able to use it was deeply annoying. Suddenly, a soft knock came from the door. He called out for them to enter. Moore opened the door, politely stating that he had a few things to confirm with Hunter Sano. Surprised to see him, Haruto asked why he was still awake, but the man completely ignored the question. Spotting a bizarre, cold look in his eyes, Haruto instantly tensed up. Sure enough, Moore drew his sword the very next second, catching him completely off guard. Haruto bolted upright, demanding to know what he was doing. But the man paid no attention and ruthlessly thrust his blade forward. His gaze was laced with deep suspicion and a dangerous, lethal intent. The blade pierced straight into Haruto's chest, forcing a painful scream from him as blood splattered everywhere. Rewinding 15 years back to a tragic disaster in Europe, where dragons were actively tearing the city streets apart. A level 500 lesser dragon, despite being labeled a low-rank beast, possessed terrifying combat power that rivaled the absolute elite of its species. After trading blows with the massive beast, the hunters scrambled to dodge its scorching breath, shouting to each other that they should counter its fire element with ice attacks first. Right. With their strategy locked in, they spun back around to take it down, unleashing a barrage of razor-sharp ice pillars. But the dragon's passive heat was so extreme that the ice melted instantly on impact, right before its giant wings easily swatted several hunters away. Watching from a distance, the survivors realized in utter terror that they had not even left a scratch. An S-rank beast spawning out of nowhere was completely beyond them, and they had zero hope of defeating it alone. Right then, the dragon breathes fire from its maw once more, instantly engulfing a few unlucky hunters standing nearby in roaring flames. Agonized screams echo from every direction, while 2 figures stand atop a nearby building, watching the absolute horror unfold. One of them turns to run, desperately shouting to his companion, "Run. We stand 0 chance against this thing." In an instant, the entire world has plunged into a living hell, with the abrupt appearance of countless monsters. And he, a newly awakened hunter, had already prepared himself for death. Mo stands frozen in place, yet somehow maintains his combat stance. The dragon's fiery breath surges even stronger, rising all the way to where he stands, leaving Mo with no choice but to close his eyes and accept his fate. Suddenly, a voice rings out. "Are you okay, rookie?" Mo snaps his eyes open, having fully expected to be dead by now. Standing right in front of him is an incredibly fierce hunter, fully armed with elite gear and weapons to wipe out any danger. Mo suddenly recognizes him as the absolute top hunter in the entire world. Frederick Hill, he is saved. The centipede that was just breathing fire is suddenly impaled through its vital point by a massive spear, spitting out dark blood. The splatter flies right toward Mo, making him jump back in shock. Spotting Mo, the giant centipede prepares to strike. It unleashes a furious roar as bizarre lumps bulge across its body, looking ready to detonate. Within moments, the centipede's massive, bloated body violently detonates in a massive burst. The blast is so intense that even distant hunters feel the shockwave. Yet Frederick just stands there calmly with a slight smirk. Watching this, Mo stands completely mouth agape. Frederick is truly amazing. Mo looks around in confusion but finds nobody. It is truly bizarre. He was standing right here just a second ago, and now he is gone. What is happening? Suddenly, a woman approaches from behind Mo, saying, "Frederick, did I not clearly tell you to never use that word in front of outsiders?" Mo quickly spins around to look at her, wondering where on earth she came from. Was she the one who protected him from that devastating blast? It turns out she had shielded Mo with a large barrier dome, blocking the entire shockwave. That is when Frederick finally shows himself, arguing. It was an emergency. That was the quickest solution with no other choice. The woman then walks over to Frederick to check him for any injuries. Without blaming him further, she admits, "You have a point. That thing was practically a high-tier dragon, and leaving it alone would have ruined the entire nation." Frederick then turns to Mo, asking, "You will keep what you just saw a secret, right, rookie?" Startled, Mo immediately replies, "Of course." Just then, a group of hunters arrives to inspect the defeated centipede. Stunned to see its body chopped into multiple sections, they wonder aloud, "This is unreal. Who on earth managed to take down a monster like this, and to shred it like this, too?" Fortunately, Mo's group is standing on the other side, shielded from view by the centipede's massive head. Frederick calls out to his companion, saying, "It is time for us to head out." "Yes." Mo finally calms down enough to introduce himself, saying, "I am a newly awakened hunter named Mo, from the Mo clan. Please remember my name." Hearing this, Frederick smiles and promises, "I will not forget you." Mo is absolutely thrilled. After all, this is Frederick Hill, the ultimate hunter who possesses the legendary skill of death transfer. At that time, Mo could never have imagined that he would encounter that exact same skill again after the man vanished. Back in the present, Mo wants to test his theory. It is incredibly reckless, but he desperately wants to see it with his own eyes again. Please, if his theory is correct, then. Suddenly, Mo gasps in absolute shock. Out of nowhere, Haruto has already slipped behind him, pressing a cold blade against his neck as he demands, "Mo, what is the meaning of this?" Instead of panicking, Mo simply sighs with a quiet chuckle, thinking to himself, "I knew it. Hunter Sano truly possesses the exact same skill as Frederick." He then speaks up, saying, "I am sorry, but I just had to see that skill with my own eyes again, no matter the cost." Haruto asks him angrily, "So your bright idea was to just randomly stab me with a sword like that?" Before he can even get an answer, a sudden voice calls out, "Senior Haruto." Standing by the door, Satoru trembles as he points at them, his face pale as he asks, "What on earth just happened here?" Seeing him, Haruto sighs with a growing headache, muttering, "Oh great, why are you still here? This is getting complicated." A bit later, the scene shifts to Mo repeatedly bowing his head and apologizing, saying, "Haruto, I am truly sorry." Feeling completely helpless, Haruto tells him, "I said that is enough. Besides, who on earth taught you how to perform a dogeza?" For context, dogeza is a traditional Japanese bow where the person apologizing kneels on the floor alongside the other party, bowing their head to the ground to express deep regret for their mistakes, wrongdoing, or to plead for a crucial favor. Seeing Haruto so angry, Ares chimes in, saying, "That might be on me. I heard that when Easterners commit a grave mistake, they perform this gesture to apologize." Haruto turns his irritation toward her, asking, "Do you seriously think a simple apology makes up for trying to kill someone?" Mo continues to plead for forgiveness, promising, "I will make it up to you by standing on your side from now on." A completely exasperated Haruto snaps back. "That is not for you to decide." Satoru steps in to cut off their bickering, directly asking Haruto if he really possesses a resurrection skill just like Frederica. Haruto grits his teeth in frustration, telling him to stop making up random names. Hearing that, Matsudaira's eyes light up completely. He is totally amazed, calling it peak martial arts and wondering how he came back to life. No wonder he is so incredibly strong. Haruto doesn't even know how to explain it to them. He just quietly sighs and decides to let them keep believing their own misunderstanding. Honestly, it might be better that way. Then, he suddenly remembers something, asking the group if Aries still hasn't returned yet. Aries doesn't answer right away. Instead, she pulls out a strange triangular metal object and says she stayed because there is something she needs to discuss. Seeing it, Haruto is completely stunned. The scene shifts as everyone sits down to talk. Haruto asks Aries if her multidimensional fragment suddenly started to resonate. Aries confirms she followed its reaction right back here. It is surprising. She admits hers is fragment number 1, while Haruto's is number 5. So, how did he get his hands on it? Haruto explains that when he destroyed the giant golem heart, it dropped as a special reward item. Hearing this, Aries is quite surprised, noting it must be a unique drop that is definitely worth researching. She then begins to share the origin of her own fragment. The multidimensional fragment in her hand right now was actually one of her mother's personal belongings. According to her mother's records, these fragments naturally resonate and attract one another, and that theory was just proven right. Haruto thinks to himself, does that mean finding the rest of the fragments will be much easier from now on? Suddenly, Satoru sits up, staring curiously at the fragment. Satoru asks what exactly it is supposed to do. Aries explains that if they collect all the pieces, they can combine them to create a key that opens the portal. Haruto suddenly stands up in shock, asking if it can really open a gateway to another dimension. Is it just like the multi-dimensional dungeon they discovered? Unlike his intense shock, Aries simply nods and replies very calmly that it is. She explains, if a multi-dimensional dungeon like the hidden one at Snowy Golem Mountain exists, then gathering all the fragments and completing the key to travel between different dimensions is fully possible. Hearing her say that, Haruto deduces Aries' true motive, realizing she did not just come to Japan to find her mother, but also to gather clues about these multidimensional fragments. Aries does not deny it, confirming that both her father and mother believed they are still alive somewhere out there in another dimension. Sitting beside her, Momo offers some comfort, agreeing that she cannot accept the idea of her parents losing their lives so easily. Satoru points out the obvious issue, wondering why they never came back. If they really are still alive, perhaps they did not have the key, or maybe the portal they went through only opens one way. Golem lets out a soft cry. Aries agrees with the theory, noting they might also have a specific reason why they cannot return yet. Haruto ponders this, wondering what kind of reason could possibly force them to stay behind. There is a chance it is an even bigger threat than the previous great disaster. Aries then reassures everyone that as long as they possess the key, they will be able to close these multidimensional dungeons and prevent any future disasters. Satoru looks curiously at the fragment, wondering how they are actually supposed to turn it into a key. Suddenly, Golem uses his finger to push the two multidimensional fragments closer to each other. A blinding light bursts from the two pieces, forcing everyone to cover their eyes and step back in shock. Trembling as he holds Golem, Satoru mutters that he seriously thought they were about to die right there. That is when they notice the key on the table, completely shocked to see the pieces have fused together. Aries picks it up, completely surprised. She thought they would have to manually forge the key, but it seems the pieces naturally fuse on their own, making her absolutely certain of it now. Haruto hears a strange noise, a resonance, even louder than before. These fragments clearly attract each other, and the louder the noise, the stronger their magnetic pull becomes. However, they must remain cautious when resonating with other pieces, as anyone holding a fragment is bound to be incredibly powerful. Meanwhile, in another location, a mysterious man holds his own fragment, smiling sinisterly as he whispers that he can finally go home. Outside, the sky has already turned completely dark. Over at the European headquarters of the Starfield Guild, a voice asks Miso what she is smiling about, noting that the Blood Tower Guild seems to have completely failed. Miso startles, realizing Lord Michael is standing right behind her. She quickly kneels in deep respect, reporting that he has finally received the reward from that S-tier dungeon. She congratulates him, noting he is now one step closer to becoming a truly transcendent being. Michael brushes off her praise, focusing instead on his current limits by stating he can still only teleport across short distances for now. After all, he can only upgrade once he secures the power of a C-tier dungeon skill. Standing up, Miso steps closer to him. She quickly reassures him, promising it will happen very soon. Seeing her act so confident, Michael demands to know her proof. Miso then explains her discovery of the spatial fragments. The spatial fragments are already resonating to merge, with 2 of them already linked together. That piece they currently hold will point them directly to the remaining fragments. Noticing how incredibly thoroughly she has researched everything, Michael suspiciously asks if all 5 of those spatial fragments already have owners. He remarks that she might finally go home soon, and Miso openly admits it. Michael continues questioning her, wondering if her home world simply lacked its own key. But she quickly clarifies that a spatial key actually does exist. However, the gate can only be opened from one side now, all because of that cursed mage, Nishihara Tomoka. 15 years ago, every single gate connecting her world to Earth was completely sealed shut. Meanwhile, the spatial key on Earth was split into 5 separate pieces and sealed away in different locations. Michael quickly puts the pieces together, asking if simply gathering all those fragments will reopen the dimensional portal once again. Miso confirms it exactly. She lays out her plan, explaining that once they reach her homeworld, they will unlock the gate to the sacred tree, Yggdrasil. That place holds something like his Ctrl+C skill reward, and absorbing it will let him upgrade all his other abilities. Michael finds the idea tempting but stays cautious, questioning if that power truly works, just like his Ctrl+C skill. After all, she was completely stunned the first time she saw his true power. Realizing he saw through her scheme, Miso stutters in sheer panic. An angry Michael corners Miso, demanding to know if she thought he was blind to her real plans for her elven homeland. Their sacred tree was corrupted a century ago, earning the name Dark Yggdrasil, and its slow decay has now pushed her entire homeworld to the absolute brink of ruin. During the massive disaster 15 years ago, Earth and the Elven realm connected for the first time, and those desperate elves tried to dump all their toxic corruption onto Earth, though they failed because Nishihara Tomoka blocked them. What is she really plotting here? Do those desperate elves still want to finish what they started by fusing Earth with their dying realm? And is she simply trying to use him as a convenient tool to make it happen? Finding her entire plot completely laid bare under Michael's intense interrogation, the cornered elf stands frozen, struggling to find any words to defend herself. But Michael quickly adds that he honestly does not care, leaving her staring up at him in utter disbelief. Michael coldly reveals his own agenda. He is only using her to unlock more multi-dimensional dungeons so he can harvest enough powerful skills to finally rival that transcendent being. Whatever happens to this world is absolutely none of his business. Deciding to personally take action from now on, he prepares to make his move, but Miso quickly scrambles to her feet to stop him from leaving. He is the leader of the massive Starfield multinational guild. After all, slipping away without a highly convincing cover story will only draw unwanted attention and put their enemies on high alert. Anticipating this very scenario, she already ordered Lucas to put Plan B into motion, ensuring that once the preparations are finished, he will have the perfect excuse to step onto the battlefield himself. Meanwhile, back in Japan, deep within a high-level dungeon forest, a level 90 gnoll stands waiting, a lethal hybrid of a goblin and a wolf. While individually weak, they are incredibly cunning and hunt in massive packs, making them a nightmare as the entire snarling horde suddenly charges forward. A panicked Satoru asks Haruto if there are way too many of them, and while Haruto stays silent, Mo quickly agrees they need to fall back. Honestly, watch this guy. Haruto just secretly smiles, plotting his next move inside this high-level dungeon. After getting advice from Hunter Nenes, there is no way he is backing down, as this is the perfect chance to level up his golems. Grinning excitedly, he calls back to Mo and Satoru, telling them to stop hesitating and get over to his side immediately. The gnolls let out a blood-curdling howl, leaving Satoru shaking in terror and crying out to ask what Haruto is even doing. Savage gnolls immediately lunge to tear them apart. Haruto unleashes his Ctrl+V skill, using modified golem cores to summon the massive snow mountain golems. Activating the Ctrl+V summon again and again, he keeps transforming the cores to spawn more golems. In an instant, an entire army of towering snow golems manifests before them. Even Haruto is shocked by their sheer numbers, while Mo can only stare in disbelief, wondering if Sano really just summoned all of these giants. Haruto simply glances back, with a highly confident grin, to explain his plan. He tells them it is only fair to fight a pack with an even bigger pack, leaving Mo completely stunned by his insane summoning power. What kind of skill actually creates a modified golem like this? Right now, the gnomes suddenly launch a brutal attack on the golems. One gnome uses its sharp, sturdy teeth to bite right into a golem's head. Watching this, Satoru worries about how tough his little golems really are. The power levels are just too far apart. But before he can even finish that thought, the Snow Mountain Golem slams the gnome down. A bloody punch to the face sends it flying 10 meters. Seizing the advantage, the rest of the golems charge forward. It is absolute chaos. Satoru had doubted their strength at first, but now things are different. It looks like Senior Haruto can easily clear dungeons alone, leaving him completely useless. The miniature Snow Mountain Golem, in Satoru's hands, squeaks in amazement. Before long, the entire gnome group is totally wiped out. Nice job. Haruto pats one on the head. Having successfully tested the durability and combat differences, Haruto then recalls his summons. He pulls up the menu to inspect his inventory list. 10 giant spider king silks, 5 Kalesia longswords, 16 bear king claws, and 10 modified golem cores. Looking at the screen, he realizes his inventory is too full. Building this army will take forever due to their massive size. He wonders if there is a better way. Satoru walks up and suggests, asking Guild President Shirosaki for some advice. Haruto shrugs it off, questioning why he should bother with that guy. Satoru grins, calling him a total dungeon nerd who must know something. Haruto gets excited, shouting that they should leave immediately and telling Mo to hurry. Mo just shakes his head with a sigh, jokingly wishing he had never left the International Hunter Association. Soon, they drive back to headquarters. Haruto turns to Satoru, who is driving. When asked if it is his car, Satoru proudly reveals it was a birthday present from his dad, surprising Haruto. Satoru just chuckles, pointing out how incredibly useful the vehicle is. Haruto realizes this kid is the son of President Shinoda, leader of that massive guild. What a rich young master. Suddenly, Haruto receives a phone call and answers it. Nanas asks if things are smooth, before telling him to head to the association. He agrees to go, leaving Satoru curious. Checking his mobile screen, Haruto quietly guesses that the call is probably about Sarah. He actually has things to discuss with her anyway. He tells Satoru to step on the gas and speed up. At the Japanese Hunter Association, everyone watches the interrogation room from the observation deck. Sarah remains completely silent, refusing to speak to anyone but Haruto. Sarah has not eaten or drank for 3 days, yet she refuses to cooperate. Haruto asks Nanas for a small favor. He requests turning off the recording during their talk, but Nanas explains the investigation rules forbid it. Haruto sighs at her response, deciding he will just have to make do. Even if his skills are exposed, he can still copy her ability to reset everything back to the beginning. Copying her skill is his ultimate priority. He then steps inside the room, bringing a glass of water for Sarah. Haruto pulls up a chair and tells her to help herself. Sarah glares at him suspiciously before gulping down the water. Finally relieved, Haruto breaks the silence, asking if she wants to know about his unlimited mana regeneration ability. Sarah promises to fully cooperate with their investigation if he agrees to help her. Sensing progress, Haruto replies, first, he must confirm something. Is she also suffering from that cursed skill? Is her skill Ctrl+Z? She does not deny it, confirming it is. Everything clicks for Haruto. He knew it, he is not the only one trapped with a curse. If he can copy her power, then all control keys are copy-pastable. Watching from the observation booth, Ares is stunned to learn her skill is reset, not healing. That explains why the Dragon Sword's durability was fully restored. An ability that resets anything is truly unbelievable. Confused, Satoru asks Nanas what curses and Ctrl+Z even mean. Does that skill really exist? Nana stays silent as Sarah begins to speak. Her parents are currently in deep comas, and she desperately needs his help to save them. He is the only person who can provide enough mana to save them. It could only be the hunter Haruto Sano. He stands up to reassure her, telling her he understands and will give her the necessary mana. In return, he warns her he might be a bit rough and apologizes in advance. With that, he grabs Sarah's handcuffs. Everyone in the observation room is shocked. Satoru yells out, asking his senior Haruto what on earth he is doing. A bright purple light flares up. Haruto's system announces that Ctrl+C is copying the target of Ctrl+V. Suddenly, the system screen flashes a copy failed message. Seeing this, Haruto panics and screams out in disbelief, asking if this is for real. He thought this would be a total walk in the park, but this skill completely stumps the system. He knew some powers might be uncopyable, but he never expected this specific skill to be completely off-limits. Haruto grips Sarah's hand tightly, his entire body trembling as his expression darkens. Is this actually happening? Confused by his bizarre behavior, Sarah asks him what he is trying to do. Only then does Haruto realize how weird he is acting, and he awkwardly lets go of her hand. He looks at her with absolute embarrassment, quickly apologizing. Sarah stands there completely dazed, but before she can process it, another system alert flashes right in front of Haruto. A red warning pops up for the Ctrl+5 skill, stating it is a unique, uncopyable ability. However, if the target is eliminated, the user will absorb the skill. Once that grim condition is met, the power can be copied normally. Reading this, Haruto's expression darkens with dread. Eliminating the target? That means he has to kill her. His mind goes into absolute overdrive. Is the system actually kidding him? He looks over at Sarah, who is still staring back at him with wide, innocent eyes. He curses this twisted system in his mind. To steal that reset skill, he basically has to end her. What a sick joke. His heart and mind are locked in a fierce battle, but deep down, he still desperately wants that skill. Is there really no other way? He can't just wait around for her to die of old age. Out of nowhere, Shinoda Satoru points forward and asks Nanas why on earth the window just opened up. Not only does this leave Nanas completely stunned, but Mo is utterly speechless too. Nanas steps up and grabs the microphone. Noticing Sano's incredibly serious expression, she asks if there is something wrong. Hearing Nanas call his name, Haruto turns around, awkwardly scratching his head. He assures her that everything is completely fine, so she doesn't press any further. Little does she know that goofy smile hides some very deep and serious calculations. Haruto decides to bide his time. All right, now it is time to test his patience. First, he decides to help Sarah with her wish and win her trust, believing he will find a better alternative soon enough. Making up his mind, he turns to her and proposes they head over to see her parents immediately. With teary eyes, Sarah happily agrees. Seeing the hope in her eyes, Haruto finds himself hesitating. Besides, if he really cannot find a better way, he can always just team up with her. Later that afternoon at the Central Hunter Hospital, the six of them walk down the corridor as they listen to Sarah tell her story. Haruto is shocked to hear about the toxic mana. Sarah calmly explains that her parents were attacked by a mythical beast during the Great Disaster, and this hospital is the only facility that treats toxic mana patients. Looking at the small girl, Haruto feels a sudden wave of sympathy, asking if they are currently undergoing treatment here. She must have sided with Takumi just to cover their medical bills. Realizing this, he turns to Nanas and asks if Takumi is also being treated here. Nanas walks on, explaining that he is currently kept in the hospital basement. Once he recovers, they plan to move him to prison for a proper investigation. She then turns to Sarah, gently asking if she is worried. Sarah softly replies that she is fine. But right then, Mo notices something strange. A blonde man wearing a beret has just walked right past him. In a split second, Mo recognizes him. He turns to look at the man's retreating figure, wondering what on earth he is doing here. Meanwhile, near a room guarded under tight security, a mysterious figure steps forward. Spotting him, a guard quickly rushes over and commands him to stop right there. This is a restricted area. Unauthorized personnel are strictly forbidden. It is indeed the same blonde man who passed Mo. He simply hands a slip of paper to the guard. Thank them for their hard work. Confused, the guard takes the note without a word. Written on the small paper is Ctrl+F. The guard stares at it in confusion. Ctrl+F? Telling him not to play stupid games. The guard is suddenly shocked as a strange black smoke erupts from the paper, catching him completely off guard. The smoke thickens rapidly, wrapping around the two guards before slowly swallowing them whole. They barely manage to let out a single cry before falling completely silent as the smoke vanishes. Their eyes are completely black, looking totally lifeless. The blonde man takes off his hat and issues them an order. Bring that locked-up prisoner out right now. Do whatever you must, then report back. The two guards immediately comply and run inside together, while Lucas quietly steps into the room and approaches a highly bizarre object. He casually summons a dark energy orb in his hand and stares down at it calmly. He vividly recalls Misu's past words, "Lord Lucas, there is a task only you can do." Lucas had asked back in surprise, a job only he could do? Misu conjured a dark orb, warning him to deploy this corrupted device directly at Tokyo Tower if their plans with the Blood Tower Guild failed. Lucas covered his mouth in absolute horror upon seeing it, demanding to know what it was. while Misu calmly explained that the plant was from his own homeland. It is a corrupted fruit from the world tree, and creating a barrier with it will allow you to open up a subspace. Surprised, Lucas asked what exactly was inside this subspace. Misu did not answer directly, only teasing that he would have to see it to believe it. That is why Lucas's expression slowly shifted, his eyes wide with fear as he witnessed the scene. The fruit in Misu's hand released a stream of dark corruption, revealing a massive, terrifying demon looming right behind him. Seeing his reaction, Misu seemed quite pleased with himself. He smiled, explaining this was only one fruit and all he could show for now, but it would give Starfield a perfect excuse to operate openly tomorrow. Back in the present, Lucas stares at the fruit, realizing she wants to orchestrate a massive prison break right in the heart of Tokyo. He inputs the passcode, though deep down, Lucas still feels a lingering sympathy for this tragic family. But now that he is so deeply tied to Starfield, there is absolutely no turning back for him anymore. In the hospital room, a comatose patient suddenly wakes up, pulling off his oxygen mask and looking around in confusion. He can barely believe he is actually alive, wondering what on earth happened, before noticing a little girl sobbing heavily as she clings to her mother by the adjacent bed. Both of them are shedding tears of pure, happy joy. The man calls out to his daughter, Sarah, who happily cries out for her dad. Watching this, Satoru is already sobbing uncontrollably, practically on the verge of flooding the entire hospital with his tears. While Satoru is crying his eyes out, Nana stands right beside him looking completely annoyed, before she violently smacks his head, asking why he has to be such a sniveling crybaby. Satoru yelps in pain and quickly wipes his tears, turning back to Haruto with a grin, declaring that he always knew his senior's infinite mana was absolutely legendary. Still, he never imagined it could actually wake someone up from a deep coma. He is genuinely touched by Haruto's actions, wondering if even the world's most talented healer could pull off a miracle like this. Unlike him, Nanase is thinking much deeper, realizing how dangerous this recovery is, since even the slightest mistake could have been fatal. She initially wants to report this to the association, but seeing Sarah crying happily, she decides she needs to investigate this herself first. Suddenly, Haruto realizes they are missing a member of their group, asking where exactly Mao went off to. Ares turns around in surprise, only just realizing it now. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lucas has started following a mysterious man, walking silently down the long hospital corridor. The cloaked figure keeps his hood pulled low, walking with a calm composure. Suddenly, a system notification pops up in front of Lucas, warning him that an interference ability user is nearby, making him break out in cold sweat. Is there really an interference user inside this hospital? Hearing this, the man walking ahead immediately spins around, demanding to know what he said. Only now does he suddenly remember something crucial. He knows Sarah's parents are currently staying here, which makes him worry that Guy is with her. Just then, a cold voice calls out from right behind them. Lucas glances back. Mao approaches with a cold stare, adjusting his tie and hat to hide his face, muttering that he almost did not recognize him. Turning around, Lucas is completely stunned to see Mao, who points at the duo with a mocking smirk. Mao wonders what would bring a member of the International Hunter Association to Japan, asking if Lucas has become Starfield's loyal dog, following Takumi around. Not backing down, Lucas fires back, pointing out that Mao supposedly left the association anyway. So what is he doing here? Mao draws his blade. With a grim expression, Mao states that helping a criminal like Takumi escape makes him an accomplice. As the noisy argument begins to draw stares from nearby patients, Lucas raises his hands to diffuse the tension, scoffing at Mao's usual arrogance before reminding him they are in a hospital. Just then, Takumi steps forward, eagerly demanding that Lucas hand over a weapon right away. He explains that all his gear was taken from his inventory, so, since Mao practically delivered himself, it is time to teach this weakling a painful lesson he will never forget. Perfect timing beats a grand entrance any day. Haruto suddenly appears right behind Mo, radiating pure fury, and declaring he is here too. Seeing that familiar power, Takumi loses it, screaming at the bastard for daring to steal his skill. Once again, a system notification flashes before Lucas, warning him that the owner of Cantron is right there. Lucas smirks at the message, quietly celebrating that he has finally found Cantron at last. Before anyone can even clash, a sharp female voice cuts in, mocking how they keep lining up, first Takumi and now international criminals. A cold spear blade suddenly materializes, turning Takumi pale as he recognizes it as the legendary dancing blade. Seeing the sheer terror on Takumi's face, Lucas easily pieces together the identity of this newcomer. Nana's runs a hand through her hair, asking with obvious annoyance if she is the final boss who has to clean up. She half-heartedly blames her horrible horoscope for the endless disasters, using it as a cheap excuse for all the chaos unfolding today. As she steps closer, Nanas immediately draws a massive crowd, with bystanders eagerly gathering around to watch the drama unfold. Whispers spread about Hunter Nanas holding a weapon, while Takumi glances at the man beside him with a sly grin, muttering that they probably won't get out of this quietly. Takumi gets nothing but dead silence from Lucas. Suddenly, two strange handcuffs are tossed right at their feet, and the two men instantly recognize them as advanced mana suppression devices. Nanas calmly tells them that if they put the cuffs on willingly, they can resolve this whole mess peacefully. She just wants to wrap this up and go home early, but Takumi lets out a mocking laugh, asking if she is seriously trying to insult him. With a quick movement, he grabs a nearby girl by the collar, causing her to scream out in absolute terror. Since he does not actually want to fight, Takumi loudly threatens that they are in a hospital, where he can easily grab a helpless hostage. He demands they let him go if they want to avoid casualties. But Nanas leaps forward like a gale, aiming a devastating kick right at him. With a single brutal kick, she sends him flying like a bullet straight down the hallway. He crashes violently into medical equipment and concrete walls, instantly hacking up blood from the heavy impact. Terrified patients scream and scatter in absolute panic, shouting for everyone to run because hunters are fighting. Lucas is left utterly stunned by Nanas, realizing with absolute dread that her strike was too fast for his eyes to follow. Suddenly, she turns and calls out directly to Lucas, urging him to help settle this peacefully, since he is nothing like Takumi. Faced with her sudden offer, Lucas is momentarily paralyzed, unsure of how he should even respond. Avoiding her gaze, he looks back at the battered Takumi and lets his mind wander to the past, wondering if they really are any different. He remembers when Miso asked him to deliver the World Tree fruit to Tokyo Tower, and how he questioned why he was chosen. Miso had patiently explained that a corrupted World Tree produces dark mana, which easily poisons any ordinary person who comes into contact with it. Looking him dead in the eye, she had noted that he was different, just like the infamous Blood Tower guild leader. Lucas realized back then that Takumi must have known he figured it all out. Miso went on to reveal that the guild leader was actually banned under international treaties. He uses dark mana to nurture his own abilities, and sprouting those corrupted fruits of the World Tree requires those exact same dark skills. Thinking back on all of this, Lucas is suddenly overcome with intense self-loathing. Recalling what he did to those two innocent guards, he sighs and admits to himself that he is really no different from Takumi. Weighed down by guilt, Lucas tells Nanas that he cannot accept her offer, prompting her to frown in clear displeasure. Slowly drawing his weapon, he explains that he needs the man and must get him out of there no matter what. Nanas tenses up the moment she spots the weapon, while Mo grits his teeth in anger, recognizing the Angelus rapier. Mo warns that Lucas is actually getting serious this time, which completely takes a surprised Haruto back. Mo keeps his eyes on Lucas holding that weapon and answers coldly. That is the legendary treasure passed down through Lucas's family of English paladins, and it's the only true holy sword in the world. Though it stands on the same tier as the legendary sword Ascalon, that blade is built for deadly thrusts rather than slashing. Haruto is shocked to hear it matches the legendary sword Ascalon, just as Lucas charges forward, with absolute determination, thrusting straight at Nanas. Mo explains that unlike standard greatswords, it does not boost the user's level or carry raw physical offensive power, but because of that unique trait, it is feared by another name, the Heretic Inquisitor. It instantly nullifies any skill or weapon it deems abnormal, posing a massive threat to Nanas and her signature dancing blade. With her weapon at a disadvantage, Nanas barely reacts in time, desperately raising her blade to block Lucas's thrust right at her chest. Their weapons clash violently, but Angelo Strapper clearly holds the upper hand. The razor-sharp blade actually pierces through her wardao, leaving Nanase momentarily stunned. Forced backward, she looks completely overwhelmed by his sheer power. Standing behind her, Haruto shouts out in worry for Hunter Nanase. Using her seasoned combat instincts, Nanase parries the blade upward, narrowly escaping a fatal blow. She warns Haruto behind her, stay out of this, Master Sano. Causing a massive scene in a hospital would be a real headache. With a sudden burst of strength, she shoves Lucas's sword away, breaking his oppressive press. Caught off guard, Lucas stares in absolute shock. Before he can even process it, Nanase is already launching a lightning-fast counterattack with her blade. Lucas is no pushover, dodging her strike with agile grace. Knowing they are in a hospital, She carefully holds back from using her active skills. He scoffs. Can she actually stand against his legendary sword? Sweat pours down his face as he stares at his severed tie. But Nanaze instantly presses her assault without hesitation. She slips past his side, forcing Lucas into a desperate block. What is this insane power? Nanase's heavy strike blows Lucas backward, the sheer force of it making him cough up a mouthful of blood. He clutches his mouth in agonizing pain, but the blood keeps pouring out. That single blow completely scrambles his internal organs. His sword might be higher tier, but the massive gap in their raw levels is simply impossible to bridge. And right here, he is witnessing the true, terrifying power of one of the top 10 hunters in the entire world. Now, Nanaze confidently extends her offer once more, asking him how he feels about settling this peacefully instead of fighting. Lucas stands frozen, realizing he has already crossed the point of no return. He really does not want to unleash his destructive skills inside a crowded hospital. But as Lucas grips his weapon with mixed emotions, a familiar, furious voice suddenly echoes through the hallway, cursing Shinoda Nanase. Instantly recognizing the speaker, everyone turns their heads toward the source of the noise. Somehow, surviving Nanase's deadly blow, Takumi stumbles back to his feet, clutching the fully blossomed, defiled fruit of the world tree in his hand. Dark mana wraps around him as his eyes burn with absolute hatred. He growls through gritted teeth, promising to turn the very hospital she is trying to protect into absolute dust in a single heartbeat. With that, he unleashes the corrupt mana from the fruit. Watching this unfold, Lucas cannot help but scream out, telling him to stop, because they are in a hospital. Takumi reminds him with a mocking tone, asking if he was supposed to plant this at Tokyo's key locations. If that is the case, this hospital deserves to have its fair share too. The dark mana sweeps across the building, threatening to swallow everyone alive inside. Sensing the extreme danger, Haruto drops into a defensive battle stance. What did Takumi just do? He asks in panic. Beside him, Mio tightly grips the hilt of her sword. This is dark mana. Haruto shields his face, repeating the term with a frown. Mio quickly explains that this dark energy belongs to users of the forbidden dark arts, and it seems Takumi is one of them. But this massive concentration of dark energy is completely unnatural. If this keeps up, ordinary patients will get caught in the crossfire and suffer severe mana poisoning. Trapped in a pitch-black void with absolutely no light, Haruto gets a sudden notification his shadow travel skill is now active. Gritting his teeth in pure rage, Haruto teleports behind Takumi, yelling at him to stop. Now wrapped in a shroud like a horrifying mummified creature, Takumi turns to face him, wearing a twisted, bizarre smile as he whispers that it is too late. Haruto flinches in sheer confusion, demanding to know what he means. But the corrupt fruit has fully bloomed, sending dark mana like sweeping winds to scatter its deadly seeds everywhere. Massive roots violently burst through the floor, lashing out at everyone. Haruto and Nanaze quickly leap backward to dodge the sudden onslaught. The wooden roots rapidly multiply, tearing the hospital structure to shreds. Screams echo through the halls as patients are mercilessly attacked, transforming the scene into absolute chaos. From the outside, the massive high-rise hospital is completely swallowed by the massive roots, which sprout a canopy of dark, eerie purple leaves. Giant trunks tear through the earth, ripping up concrete and sending shattered debris flying everywhere. Caught in the structural collapse, a terrified female patient slips, crying out desperately for someone to save her. Luckily, a quick-thinking doctor manages to grab her hand just in time. But he cannot hold on, his grip slipping as she falls backwards into the empty air, screaming in absolute terror. Just before she hits the hard ground below, Haruto activates his skill to catch her mid-air. Landing safely but thoroughly shaken, she stares blankly at the dark threads securely wrapped around her body. Haruto pulls her to her feet, urgently telling her to evacuate with the others. Looking at him with immense gratitude, she nods and runs off, repeatedly thanking him for saving her life. The boy offers a smile, thinking that the patients who can still move are not the main issue. He suddenly realizes the true, terrifying threat lies elsewhere. He looks down at the badly injured patients, relying entirely on their families and nurses, feeling a deep pang of sorrow for those who cannot even move. Then, he turns his gaze back toward his friends. Nanas is gently comforting a little kid, while Mo carefully helps another patient drink some water. A sudden wave of relief washes over him. It really is a blessing that Nanas and Mo are there looking after everyone, but the entire hospital is already infested with dark mana. At this rate, the toxic energy will corrupt absolutely everyone. Haruto looks up at the massive canopy and the countless branches overhead, and a sudden idea strikes him. The only option left is to reconstruct this entire place. The dark seed of the world tree, has completely wrecked the hospital, leaving nothing but absolute ruin. Just a little higher, the tiny snow mountain golem strains its small body to hold up a massive boulder. Phew! Thanks to that, Satoru quickly pulls the survivor free. Tell them to try and head over this way. Suddenly, Haruto appears out of thin air right behind him, calling out his name. The boy spins around, supporting the patient, and asks in a panic, "Senior Haruto, what happened?" Seeing the person is safe, the golem tosses the multi-ton boulder aside, like it is nothing. Haruto steps closer to check on them, asking if they are okay. Satoru replies that, thanks to Alice, this area is holding up. Haruto is taken aback by Alice's name. To explain, Satoru scoops up his little companion and leads Haruto toward a massive crystal pillar. Haruto taps the glowing crystal, wondering if it is actually ice. Just then, Alice and the other patients finally step forward. She confirms it is indeed an ice barrier, answering him while actively reinforcing the structure. They can protect this zone from collapsing, but completely stopping the spread of the dark mana is impossible. Suddenly, the outer ice cracks, raining debris right onto the golem's head and leaving the little guy pretty annoyed. Seeing Alice, Sarah, and the patients safe brings a massive sigh of relief from Haruto, who is just glad they are okay. He then approaches Sarah to quickly explain the grim situation. That strange tree has already turned the entire hospital upside down. On top of that, the dark mana is spreading at an alarming rate, making the situation incredibly dangerous. His best plan is to reset the hospital back to its original state, but he needs to know if she can pull it off. Sarah looks at him with fierce determination, confidently stating that she can warp the space-time of a dungeon itself. Besides, with Sano around, mana reserves will not be an issue. With their plan set, the four of them head straight for the tree trunk. Satoru hugs his golem, his eyes widening in complete shock. Honestly, this thing is far worse than he ever imagined. Is this really the source of all the chaos? Where did it even come from? And how did this happen? Haruto turns to explain the truth. Takumi escaped and summoned this monstrosity. Hearing that name sends shockwaves through all three of them. Satoru actually screams out, completely shocked that Takumi has somehow broken free. Just thinking about him boils Sarah's blood. The mere mention of his name fills her heart with absolute hatred. He knew her parents were trapped in here but still attacked without hesitation. It is clear, he does not care if they live or die. Alice seems to feel her pain, lowering her head in a quiet moment of heavy silence. Haruto steps up to Sarah, quietly telling her it is time to begin. She nods with absolute resolve. Haruto stands right behind her, channeling his own mana to keep her stabilized. Sarah places her hand against the bark and activates her ability. Instantly, the surrounding space begins to heavily distort. The air turns highly chaotic. Even Haruto finds himself overwhelmed by the sheer force, barely managing to keep his footing. Sensing the danger, the massive roots burrowed deep in the ground suddenly begin to pull back. Elsewhere, Nana senses the strange disturbance too. Mo is no exception, freezing in place as he stares toward the source of the commotion. From the outside, the retracting roots leave behind massive, hollow craters in the earth. The roots twist together to form a solid wall right in front of Sarah. Meanwhile, dark mana begins swarming in from all directions. The dark energy surges straight towards Sarah. She desperately fights to keep the corruption from entering her body. Haruto immediately senses the danger and panics. Did that tree just unleash a wave of dark mana? Sarah is in serious trouble. Seeing her bombarded by the corruptive energy, Haruto does not hesitate for a second and sprints right for her, moving lightning fast. He triggers his copy-paste skill and deploys a massive web of giant spider silk. He shields Sarah with his own body, using the web to block the blast. The dark energy ricochets outward, triggering a massive explosion. The two forces clash violently, forcing Haruto to give it everything he has. Soon, the dark mana fades, and a completely exhausted Haruto collapses, still holding Sarah tightly. He gently sets her down and forces himself up, black steam still rolling off his body. Satoru rushes over, panicking and asking if his senior is all right. Haruto looks back, assuring him that he is fine, before checking on Sarah. She seems to be just unconscious, but the reset plan has clearly failed. Satoru. Both of them feel a wave of disappointment, yet a heavy sense of relief washes over them, knowing they both made it out safe. Haruto breaks a nervous sweat as he sternly instructs Satoru. Until backup arrives, you need to get all these patients evacuated. Any more delays, and they are all going to end up poisoned by this dark mana. Satoru is young, but incredibly sharp. He quickly hoists Sarah onto his back and prepares to warp out. shouting that he understands. Go time. Golem. The little summon is small but lightning fast, bolting ahead to lead the way out. Haruto turns back to the international hunter, pointing at the massive, writhing roots and asking if Alice knows what they are dealing with. Alice is initially taken aback by his question, but she quickly provides an answer. According to her mother's old records, this is an otherworldly plant from a completely different dimension. The purpose of this vile fruit is to pump toxic, corrupt energy straight from its homeworld into theirs. And since the host tree resides in another dimension, reverting this damage is virtually impossible. Studying the structure of the foul fruit, Alice comes to a chilling conclusion: it also acts as a barrier. This means they have likely been planted in 3 or 4 other spots across Tokyo. Hearing this, Haruto instantly panics. 10 minutes later, at the Central Hunter Hospital, the surrounding area still looks completely devastated. Just moments ago, this place was bustling with active hunters. Now it looks like an eerie, long-abandoned wasteland. Dispatch teams flood the area, immediately taking charge and directing the rapid evacuation of critical patients. The crew shouts in unison, and inside the facility, Mo is working tirelessly without a single second to waste. Alongside another hunter, he uses his abilities to continuously filter the dark mana out of the air, while a nearby mage frantically urges him to speed up the purification process. Just as stressed, the partner snaps back, telling him to shut up because he is already trying his best. But it is not working at all, and continuing like this is no different from letting the toxic energy run wild. Mo keeps the entire hospital sealed under his barrier to contain the poison, but the sheer volume of dark mana inside refuses to drop. Tokugawa watches this unfold with deep anxiety. A corrupt world tree sprouting right in the heart of Tokyo is a nightmare too insane to believe, even with his own eyes. Just then, Haruto and his group regroup and walk right up to them. Nanaze bows her head in apology, telling Chairman Tokugawa that they have already issued a red warrant for Takumi and Lucas. Gao cannot help but sneer, mocking how Takumi actually had the skills to slip away right under the nose of the world-famous Nanaze. Is this all because of that Lucas guy? Well, if that guy is involved, they can take this grievance directly to Starfield or the International Hunter Association. Standing quietly, Masato finally speaks up to analyze the situation. While this could trigger a major international incident, the reality is that Takumi and the Blood Tower still belong to the Japanese Association. They will likely use that excuse to dodge responsibility, asking why they are being questioned over a mess caused entirely by a Japanese hunter. Gao turns away in annoyance, but a second later, Masato grinds his teeth in rage, promising he will personally drag Takumi back by his throat. Wait, did you feel that? Suddenly, the ground begins to tremble violently, and everyone senses a looming disaster. People panic, asking why there is an earthquake as the mage struggles to keep his balance. Fearing the building might collapse, a scout rushes in frantically to tell Chairman Tokugawa that they have an absolute emergency. Tokugawa demands to know what it is, and the breathless man reports that a second Dark World tree has just taken root in Kita Ward. Haruto grinds his teeth in pure fury, wishing he could tear the culprit to shreds right now. That absolute bastard Takumi, has he really planted another one? Right in the bustling streets of Kita Ward, another massive dark tree erupts from a high-rise building, drawing news crews from everywhere. Giant digital screens broadcast the unfolding disaster. Today, 2 massive, mysterious trees have suddenly emerged in different key areas across Tokyo, and the Hunter Association warns that the dark mana bleeding from these giants can cause severe mana poisoning. Below, crowds of citizens gather, glued to the screens, as they watch the crisis unfold live. The broadcaster urges calm, as she announces that the government has just ordered an emergency evacuation for all of Tokyo. Hearing this news, while the terrified adults anxiously wonder where in the world they are supposed to run, clueless school kids whisper to each other in pure excitement, wondering if this means classes are canceled tomorrow. Somewhere else, Takumi smirks with absolute satisfaction. Sitting comfortably in his car, he watches the chaos outside and laughs, knowing they stand absolutely zero chance of catching them now. He turns to Lucas with a sinister grin, admitting that even he never imagined utilizing dark mana to this extreme. Brainwashing someone else, Lucas acts as if he hears nothing, silently lowering his head. Tokyo streets are suddenly gridlocked. Urgent news broadcasts blare, advising citizens that staying indoors for 24 hours will protect them from the toxic mana. All residents, please remain calm and follow the instructions of the police officers. Currently, the Hunter Association, police, and the self-defense forces are working together and doing their absolute best to handle this sudden crisis. Takumi looks at the driver controlled by the dark mana and speaks with amusement. I never expected you to corrupt someone's mind and turn them into a puppet. Lucas can't bring himself to listen to another word. He turns around in anger, casting a furious glare at his companion. You bastard. Acting like you know everything, but Masato just lounges back with a smug look. How irritating, he says, but don't get mad. I'm actually praising you. Right now, those hunters are probably scrambling in all directions to find us, but with the two of us together, we'll never be caught. They'll never suspect we're getting around in an actual police car. Distribute more of the defiled fruit. Let's move. Meanwhile, over at the chairman's office of the Japan Hunter Association, Tokuo gathers everyone in the room to map out their next move. In other words, you are saying there might still be 2 or 3 more defiled world trees out there. Will these defiled trees form some kind of barrier across Tokyo? Ares looks at him and answers, yes. At least, that is what my mother's records show. There is evidence that these defiled trees also appeared during the past disaster, serving both as a protective barrier and a dimensional gate. Vicious monsters will completely flood Tokyo. Hearing this, Nanas and Masato ask in disbelief if these trees actually appeared during the Great Disaster. Haruto is in a completely different mood, frowning as something clicks in his mind. Wait, the Great Disaster 15 years ago? 15 years ago, a similar strange tree sprouted from the spot where it grew. Its massive roots began spreading outward, tearing up the asphalt, blocking all traffic, and putting everyone in immediate danger. His father's car was suddenly targeted by those thrashing roots, barely managing to squeeze through the chaos. Terrified inside the car, he looked up and asked, Dad, are we going to be okay? Gripping the wheel, his father reassured him, we'll be fine. Haruto, just sit tight and hold on. Somehow, the car managed to escape the immediate danger. Looking at the writhing roots outside, his father's nerves were shot. Damn it, so this is what Tomoka meant. Who would unleash something like this in the middle of the city? The roots chased them relentlessly. If they slowed down, even for a second, the car would be instantly impaled. Suddenly, young Haruto looked up, only to see a sharp root hurtling straight toward their vehicle. The young boy could only stammer in absolute terror. The inevitable happened. That root took his beloved father's life, a horrific moment he would never forget for the rest of his days. Haruto falls into silence. He doesn't know why he suddenly remembered that day, but this event might actually be linked to the curse. So the thing that crushed their car wasn't a monster, but a defiled tree? Recognizing this, Haruto's fury instantly boils over into raw, burning hatred. If the mastermind behind both incidents is the same, he is never going to let them get away with it. Chairman Tokuo rests his head in deep thought. Come to think of it, a giant tree did appear in Tokyo back then, but I was too busy dealing with the dungeon break to pay attention, so that was a barrier? Adjusting his glasses, Ares explains in a serious tone, according to my mother's records, the barrier created by the defiled trees acts as a gate connecting to another dimension, and it will also open up a subspace. Hearing this, Nanas is instantly taken aback and asks, the subspace? Ares nods, yes. The more Masato hears, the more confused he gets, asking suspiciously, but if that's the goal, why even bother creating a barrier? Why would they put up with the hassle of using a defiled tree from another dimension? Wait, isn't it actually to open up the subspace of the dark spirits? Nanas follows his train of thought and adds to it, to open up the subspace of the dark spirits, they definitely need to construct a barrier made of defiled trees, or at least that is what I heard about it. A spirit's subspace requires dark mana, that foul, black-smelling aura, and a single defiled tree just won't cut it. Hearing that, Ares expresses his concern. It looks like the subspace will be opened, but in the worst-case scenario, a gateway directly to a corrupted dimension will also be unlocked. Upon hearing those words, in stark contrast to everyone else's intense worry, Haruto gets incredibly excited. It seems like he has realized something. Right, talking about a subspace also means talking about infinite space. So, why didn't he think of that before? At that point, he could easily create an entire army of modified golems, couldn't he? Haruto won't let this slip away. Get ready. This is about to get insane. Instead, he is absolutely certain he will track down the mastermind and seize the subspace. Suddenly, Haruto is pulled out of his thoughts by Gall's voice, asking why everyone is not discussing something more realistic. Sighing with a thoroughly bored look on his face, he complains that they have only been talking about dimensional keys. He claims there is no way such a thing even exists, having never seen one himself, which immediately tests the patience of Haruto. Holding up 2 golden cards right before the man's eyes, Haruto asks if he is talking about this, leaving Gall completely stunned. Jumping to his feet, Gall demands to know if those are actually dimensional keys, while Nana slams the table in pure excitement. Alice holds them gently and quickly explains to the group that these are precious keepsakes left behind by her mother. They are meant to combine with the piece Hunter Sano retrieved from the Golem Snow Mountain, leaving Gaul totally speechless. Gaul mumbles that they actually exist, though he points out that having only 2 pieces will not do them any good. Alice shares more of her knowledge, referencing detailed records from her mother regarding the horrific disaster when the defiled gate opened in England. She believes the defiled tree and the dimensional fragment did not just show up together by sheer coincidence. It is highly likely that whoever brought the defiled tree from another dimension is also holding the remaining pieces. Masato grows quiet, with conflicting thoughts, while Chairman Tokuo remains incredibly calm, slowly agreeing with everything Alice just pointed out. The absolute worst-case scenario is if that defiled gate actually opens, making this a massive crisis far beyond just Japan. He plans to immediately contact the International and American Hunter Associations for cooperation, but Masato firmly shuts that idea down. Masato reveals they do not have it, because 1 piece is already in his guild's possession. Ending the meeting an hour later, Masato leads them down to a massive vault door, which instantly leaves both Haruto and Nana's staring up in absolute awe. Gaul mocks the grand sight with his usual arrogant smirk, scoffing at how dramatic the vault looks. He admits he knew Masato was a dungeon fanatic, but never expected him to hold a dimensional piece, making Haruto wonder how he got it. Masato stays quiet, which prompts Gaul to mockingly suggest that his silence must mean some shady under-the-table deal went down. He sneers that it could easily be a fake, though Haruto is the only one who actually knows the truth. Checking his private inventory, Haruto watches the strange movement of his own key fragment and realizes this is definitely no fake. Even tucked away in his storage, the pieces are resonating intensely. Watch closely as Masato finally unlocks the door. The massive door slowly creaks open, revealing a vast, empty chamber that contains absolutely nothing but a single stone pillar. Resting on top of it is a glowing sphere of energy, enclosing the 4th-dimensional piece. Sensing the other fragments nearby, it begins to glow brilliantly, prompting Gaul to step forward while complaining about such a massive room holding a single tiny item. Calling it a complete waste of space, Gaul is suddenly blocked by Haruto, who firmly states that only he and Shirasaki are going past this point. Furious at the blatant disrespect, Gaul immediately snaps back, demanding to know who Haruto thinks he is. Fortunately, Alice steps in to defuse the tension, pointing out that combining these dimensional fragments is an incredibly risky task. There is no telling what might happen when they bring a 3rd piece into the mix, and Masato nods in agreement. He tells them they are right, directing only himself and Sano to proceed while reminding Gaul that he must follow orders in this guild. Even though Gaul is absolutely fuming, he backs off anyway, grumbling that he has already seen the damn thing so he does not care. He warns them that if any unstable dimensional space opens up, it is entirely on them, and he will personally end their lives. Haruto watches the heavy vault door begin to close, throwing a chillingly cold look at Gaul right before it shuts completely. Approaching the pillar together, Haruto notes that Shirasaki has the 4th fragment, while the guildmaster stands back with his arms crossed. A system notification flashes, confirming the 4th of 5 pieces, but Haruto still refuses to let the matter drop just yet. He asks where the president managed to find it, but Masato naturally dodges the question and tries to hurry him along, telling him to stop the small talk and proceed. Masato watches as a completely helpless Haruto slowly takes a step forward. Approaching the glowing piece, Haruto cautiously reaches out his hand, preparing to make physical contact with the volatile dimensional fragment. Though he possesses powerful skills like the giant spider web and shadow magic, he has not actually retrieved the key from his inventory. But things go completely sideways the second his hand penetrates the barrier, as the fragment releases an intense, blinding shockwave of pure energy. The blast instantly warps the surrounding space, tearing a massive hole in the ground and violently throwing Masato backward despite his defensive guard. The blast is so ridiculously powerful, it actually warps the giant door. And trust me, everyone outside felt that shockwave. Hearing the blast, Nana's panics and tries to rush back inside, yelling that something has gone horribly wrong. A deep fissure cuts right through the floor, while the vault door is heavily dented as Masato frantically looks around the room. He anxiously calls out for Hunter Sano. Luckily, a voice answers from right behind him a few seconds later. Man, he honestly thought he was a goner. Masato looks at him in complete surprise, giant spider webs still clinging all around the place. Haruto breaks into a cold sweat looking at the 3 space fragments in his personal inventory. He never expected them to break out and merge on their own. Without his shadow-shifting skill, he would have been history. That firepower is no joke. He will need to be incredibly careful when fusing the fourth piece. Masato stares at Hunter Sano in utter horror, completely shocked by what just unfolded. What on earth is this? This guy just used Shadow Shift, a high-level stealth skill. Who exactly is he? Consumed by doubt, he barks out, "Hey, you!" Haruto turns around with a playful grin. "Whoa, President Shirasaki, do not scare me like that. Are you actually yelling at me that loudly?" But the moment he turns, Masato lunges forward and grabs him by the throat before he can even react. He slams him hard onto the ground, the sheer force of the impact shattering the earth and sending debris flying. Caught completely off guard, Haruto coughs up blood in agonizing pain, utterly clueless as to why he is being attacked. Ugh. Why all of a sudden? Masato growls, his weapon raised and ready to drive straight down into him. You cannot cast dark skills without dark mana, yet you clearly just used Shadow Shift. Did you not? Explain yourself right now. Pinned to the ground, Haruto frowns in sheer frustration and helplessness. How on earth is he supposed to explain this? Backed into a corner by President Masato, Haruto tries to escape, using Shadow Shift, but dark tentacles suddenly erupt from the ground, binding him tightly. Haruto realizes he is in deep trouble. A top-tier hunter is truly no joke. Trembling, he manages to squeeze out, "I cannot use dark mana," but Masato is not buying it. Keeping him pinned by the neck with one hand, he raises his wand, summoning crackling bolts of lightning. "You can use Shadow Shift, but not dark mana?" Without a second thought, he unleashes the devastating lightning strike directly onto Haruto. As the dust settles, he struggles to move after taking the full force of the attack. Haruto coughs up blood, completely baffled by this. Damn it, why won't his Shadow Shift activate? Sensing his confusion, Masato mocks him. "What is wrong? Did your favorite trick stop working?" He coldly explains that lightning magic is the only direct counter to Shadow Shift, which is exactly why he mastered it. Hearing this, Haruto remembers. So this is how Takumi managed to escape the golem on the snowy mountain? The president is furious and clearly has no intention of letting him go. He growls, "I have been suspicious ever since you showed up during the Quasia chase. Who are you really? And what exactly happened between you and Takumi back on that snowy mountain? Was this all a coordinated plan between the two of you?" Being threatened like this, he cannot help but feel a wave of regret. Does he seriously think he is working with Takumi? Walking in here with just the two of them was a massive mistake. He has to find a way to stop President Shirasaki first. Weighing his options, Haruto grits his teeth, pushing past the pain to speak. "Just thinking about that makes me furious. I could not even use any of my skills back then." But in reality, that is just a desperate stall to buy enough time, so he can access his giant spider silk. Haruto frantically duplicates the silk and yells, "Are you trying to kill me, or just leave me wishing I were dead? I am not your mortal enemy." Caught off guard, Masato is instantly wrapped up tight, trapped inside a thick spider silk cocoon. The threads quickly wrap into a massive sphere. Haruto stares at it with growing unease, getting a seriously bad feeling about this. Did he mess something up? Suddenly, a very clear crack appears, slowly spreading across the entire radius of the sphere. Then, with an explosive burst, the sphere detonates, sending dust and debris flying. Haruto shields his face, watching helplessly as it shatters to pieces. Ultimately, the cocoon fails to hold Masato as he rips it apart, with pure, destructive lightning. Stray lightning arcs toward Haruto, who barely raises a silk shield in time, but the powerful bolt tears right through his defense. Masato stands within his spherical barrier, glaring coldly at Haruto. Bleeding from his hand, the sneak attack only fuels his rage. "If you refuse to speak, then this must be about Starfield, right? If so, you are dead meat." Covered in wounds, he stands frozen in fear. The man is completely enraged, and he might actually lose his life right here. He got too comfortable working alongside him, completely forgetting who he was dealing with. Masato continues to channel a violent surge of electricity, a harsh reminder that President Shirasaki is a level 500 hunter, while he is not even level 300 yet. With only one real option left, he frantically searches through his inventory. It is time for a high-risk gamble. There is no time to lose. He desperately hopes the item he needs will appear. Yes, there it is. It is an ultra-premium potion, capable of healing 95% of all damage, though it cannot be stacked, and has no effect on targets who have already died. On the other side, Masato has run completely out of patience, and hurls a crackling lightning spear. Haruto stands his ground, calmly watching the attack close in. Timing it perfectly, he screams in his mind, while desperately praying, "Activate. Damn it, activate the skill." A red system alert flashes warning that the user's HP has plummeted below 25%. Notification screens pop up one after another, activating the second poison skill of the Frenzied Chaos Greatsword. Equipping the Chaos Greatsword to trigger the skill, a massive blade instantly materializes in Haruto's hand, blocking the guild leader's lightning strike. Slowly raising the weapon, he locks his sights directly onto his target. With a powerful swing from Haruto, a devastating shockwave erupts, kicking up debris and tearing toward his opponent. Masato strains to maintain his spherical barrier. Damn it, could that be the two opposing forces collide violently? Ultimately, his lightning shield shatters under the pressure. Masato watches in sheer horror as the overwhelming energy of the great sword keeps surging forward. A deafening explosion obliterates the surrounding area. Left in a desperate state, Masato coughs up blood, his face covered in deep cuts. Suddenly, a memory resurfaces. A voice from the past echoes in his head. "Brother, our guild name means hope. We will be the strongest. Let's name it the Future Guild." Masato eagerly agreed. "I like it. Let's make our guild #1 in the world." The person he remembers is his younger brother, Suda. Back then, Suda promised to help him become the world's top hunter. Raising his glass, Suda showed clear affection for his brother. Masato had laughed heartily. "The strongest in the world, huh? Sounds pretty good." 10 years ago, the brothers fought side by side. Whether facing a single demon or hell itself, they knew no fear, until one day, during a routine raid, Suda warned him to stay alert. "Brother, do you feel that bad vibe? That mysterious hunter is watching us." But Masato reassured his younger brother. "Suda, this hidden dungeon is not controlled by Midas or any major faction. It is incredibly famous and completely unclaimed. This is our future guild's ticket into the top 10 domestic guilds." He asked confidently, "Why are you suddenly scared? Your recall skill can pull us out of any jam, so do not worry. Your big brother has your back." Though Suda found the heavily bandaged man highly suspicious, he could not stop his brother. Just as Suda feared, disaster struck right after defeating the boss. Masato screamed in rage, "Hey, you bastard! Are you insane?" Holding Suda, who was being consumed by dark mana, he roared at the stranger, "What are you doing?" The twisted assailant offered no real explanation, only speaking in cryptic terms to Masato. "This is dark mana addiction. The more they absorb, the faster they lose their minds, turning into lowly beasts worse than demons." Masato demanded in a panic, "Hand over the antidote. My brother is dying." But the man ignored him, asking coldly, "You two fought hardest against the poison bone, right? You deserve a special reward then." Shadow shift. Masato did not understand, but his gut screamed danger. Sure enough, the man threatened him, "Give me that skill and I will tell you how to save him, or die here. Besides, without dark mana, that skill is useless to you anyway." Desperate to save Suda, Masato did not hesitate. "Fine, take the skill. Just give me the cure." Having secured what he wanted, the mysterious hunter tossed back a cold reply. "Brilliance, the heirloom sword of the Otley family in the British Association, is the only cure for mana poison." Masato turned pale. "Wait, you are not giving me an antidote?" In the desolate wasteland, his voice echoed in hopeless desperation. "You absolute bastard." The man watched his breakdown with complete indifference. There is no cure for dark mana addiction. Plus, once this mobile dungeon is cleared, it relocates and the entire space collapses. He began to teleport away, muttering that even an antidote is useless if you cannot make it out alive. Knowing he was betrayed, Masato cried out, "You planned to kill us from the very start." The man smiled wickedly. "Dark mana and dark skills exist, but it is not time for the world to know yet." He vanished, leaving the two brothers in despair inside the crumbling dungeon. "Suda, hold on. Can you recall?" Using his remaining strength, Suda handed over a spatial fragment he found on the boss. "I do not know what it is, but it is definitely no ordinary item." Tears streaming down his face, Masato choked out, "Is this really the time to talk about that? Hurry, just use your recall skill." But Suda only replied softly, crying in regret, "I cannot keep my promise." Target lock for recall. Masato, horrified, he tried to stop him. "Wait, Suda, why?" The teleportation magic circle instantly flared to life. Ignoring his older brother's desperate pleas, Suda forces Masato away anyway, silently apologizing to him. Forced into a sudden teleportation, Masato screams his brother's name as he vanishes, landing right inside the guild office they once built together. With tears of regret streaming down his face, Masato freezes, still holding the exact posture of their last embrace. Overwhelmed by grief and pure rage, he squeezes the last item Suda gave him so hard his knuckles go white. Finally snapping, Masato unleashes a violent storm of lightning that completely tears the room to shreds. Back in the present, the two take a breather after their intense clash, and Masato slowly continues his story. For 10 years, he searched every single dungeon in existence, but found absolutely nothing. Masato explains as he steps toward Haruto. He still believes his brother is alive, and now Haruto finally understands why he is searching so desperately for any trace. No wonder they call him a dungeon fanatic, Haruto thinks, downing a recovery potion to restore his strength. Still, the price for pushing Shirosaki this far was incredibly high. Thanks to his sword's berserk skill, he temporarily reached the strength of level 600, but his body can barely handle the backlash. Explaining his dark motives, Masato admits he started researching mana hacking and forbidden dark skills again, completely ignoring any international laws or penalties. Shadow translocation is incredibly rare, and dark skills are totally banned, leaving only that crippled guy able to use them. Haruto finally understands Masato's pain. He asks if Masato wants to know how he and Takumi can use that forbidden technique. Fine, Haruto decides to tell him, but in his mind, Haruto plans to leave out the details. Surprisingly, Masato refuses to listen, leaving Haruto completely stunned. Masato explains further the powerful technique Haruto just used actually belongs to the Collision Dragon Sword School, and he demands to know how Haruto managed to steal it. He realizes shadow translocation was likely copied too, and apologizes for assuming Haruto was actively conspiring with Takumi. It is hard to tell if Masato is apologizing or just teasing, when he bluntly calls Haruto a mere skill thief. Haruto snaps, telling him to apologize properly and to stop calling him a thief or a robber. Masato then accuses him of copying it during the raid on Korea, causing Haruto to childishly yell back that Masato is the real thief. Out of nowhere, Masato shifts the conversation, offering to share two crucial things. Once the spatial key is complete, Masato promises to join forces, and after reaching an unknown agreement, they finally step out together. Seeing Haruto in such a messy state, Mo curiously asks why he looks so completely beat up. Haruto just laughs it off as a minor glitch while combining spatial fragments, but Nana quickly interrupts them with some urgent news. The third defiled tree has officially spawned. Masato is shocked, instantly gritting his teeth in fury as he wonders where that bastard Takumi is hiding. Ares explains they can predict Takumi's next move based on the third tree's location, but Masato impatiently cuts her off, demanding to know where it is. Despite his intense pressure, she calmly lays out the plan. They must first gather all available hunters in the Ginza area. Judging by the massive scale of the active barrier, the subspace they plan to open in Ginza is going to be enormous. Sensing the sheer scale of the threat, Nana grows anxious, realizing a massive rift means an overwhelming wave of monsters will pour through. Listening closely, Haruto begins to analyze the situation. If a massive monster outbreak actually happens, even the most elite hunter force will take a long time to get the situation under control. Those giant wolf monsters are going to be a massive headache, especially since spider webs alone won't stop them. Masato proposes a plan. Future guild members will guard Ginza, while he goes after Takumi directly. They just need to stop him before the fourth tree spawns, so Nana agrees to head back and mobilize all active guilds. She then turns to Haruto and Mo, asking if they plan to coordinate their efforts with the other guild forces. Haruto declines without hesitation, stating he will prepare everything he needs on his own. Slightly confused, Nana asks what he is planning, but Haruto slowly explains that since this subspace is massive, the battle will be all about sheer scale. Nodding in understanding, Nana decides not to pry any further. Masato suddenly offers a vague word of encouragement, admitting he is eager to see what Haruto does next. Completely ignoring the comment, Haruto turns to Mo to ask for his help, making Mo sigh with expectation that his true value is finally recognized. Haruto immediately crushes his hope by explaining he only needs someone to carry his gear, leaving Mo completely dumbfounded. Meanwhile, a high-level meeting is underway at the Starfield headquarters over in Europe. Michelle reports that they have just received an urgent request for assistance from Japan, seeking their backup. Believing the time is finally ripe, Michael responds with a highly skeptical tone, questioning if it is actually true. Word has it, the spatial barrier is still incomplete, but Miso confidently assures them the subspace will open anyway. At this point, the subspace is guaranteed to expand on a massive scale, packed with goblins and orcs. This prompts another voice to question if it is just goblins and orcs. They ask if they are underestimating Japanese hunters. Association President Misato Takeuchi and Hunter Nancy alone are more than enough to handle this entire threat. A wave of voices rises in agreement. Since help was requested, they believe that no matter how chaotic things get, the Japanese side will quickly settle it. One of them raises a concern that Michael might be displeased, but the leader promises it is fine because they can manage the European headquarters director themselves. That is exactly why the focus was placed on positioning the defiled trees. The cunning man sneers, aiming to tear the spatial gate wide open. Hearing this, the other man relaxes, asking if only monsters inhabit that space. If so, even with American military aid, the situation will spiral out of control. Miso grins darkly, noting that opening this gate in Tokyo will deal a devastating blow. Michael suddenly speaks up. He tells Miso that for the sake of his homeland and ziggurat, they must succeed. Miso assures him not to worry, as this is not the first subspace opened in Tokyo. Meanwhile, at the White House, the president and his top advisors gather for an urgent meeting. President Raymond Romeo starts the briefing, asking Secretary Logan if he has seen reports of the defiled trees appearing in Japan. Logan, the chief of the CIA, confirms the news, explaining that these creatures first appeared in Britain 15 years ago and share an origin with the Harkland dimension. A worried president asks if they are facing a direct threat. The CIA chief reassures him that because the gate remains closed, there is no immediate threat, though they have already received an official request for assistance from the Japanese Hunter Association. Still hesitant, the president asks how the International Hunter Association is reacting. Logan reports that Michael Starfield, the chief commander of the association, is reportedly already heading straight to the scene with his team. An aide who has been silent until now speaks up, wondering why a world-famous hunter of his caliber would feel the need to intervene personally. He does not have an answer for her. Without solid intelligence on the matter, they are unable to see the whole picture when she suddenly receives an urgent call that leaves her completely stunned. She quickly informs the president that the head of the Hunter Association is requesting a direct video call, taking Raymond by surprise. He orders her to patch it through, and she immediately opens the screen. Simon Defray, the head of the U.S. Hunter Association, appears on screen to warn they're in deep trouble, though Raymond remarks that he is already aware of the situation in Japan. Raymond explains they only intended to send equipment and gear, but Simon cuts in, warning that the entire situation has already spiraled completely out of hand. He delivers the grim news that an aircraft belonging to the Ouroboros Guild has just been reported en route to Japan. Hearing this, Logan grows frantic, demanding to know if their strongest hunter, Turner, is actually heading there himself. To his dismay, Simon confirms that this is indeed a completely unexpected turn of events. Turner has fully mobilized his entire guild, leaving a stressed Logan to worry, since the man possesses enough raw power to rival their own army. Deploying a hunter of that level overseas is basically the equivalent of launching a live nuclear weapon into another nation. Since Japan is a highly peaceful nation, any leak about this deployment would cause massive political fallout. When Logan asks for the Hunter Association's perspective on this, Simon admits with utter helplessness that they can do nothing, as stopping Turner is practically an impossible task. President Raymond suddenly intervenes, stating solemnly that this crisis has officially ceased to be just a problem for Japan. He orders them to immediately assemble their top elite hunters and deploy them to Japan under a shroud of total secrecy. Over in Japan, the crisis is rapidly worsening as the defiled tree continuously spews toxic mana, watched closely by a figure standing on a high vantage point, gripping a knightly sword tightly in his hand. His expression is filled with sheer determination. Just like Takumi pointed out, he realizes he is no different, having used his family and father as excuses. Yet he knows he is ultimately to blame. A tragic path that began when Lucas was struck with a forced binding curse by some unknown higher power. Ever since, an endless deluge of media noise, human malice, and desperate wishes have flooded directly into his mind like an overwhelming tidal wave. Lucas can even feel the fading consciousness and horrific deaths of monsters. Trapped in a helpless daze for a week, Lucas ultimately tried to end his own life just to break the relentless curse. Ironically, that dark moment sparked his will to live, leading him to reclaim his family heirloom displayed in the Grand Hall, the holy sword Angelus Rapier. Simply gripping this holy weapon is enough to suppress the forced binding curse completely. Now that he can control this dark power, Lucas has finally been dragged back from the depths of absolute hell. Since then, he has never let the holy sword leave his side, just as the gateway to the other dimension officially opens up in Britain. He heard that Hunter Nishihara wanted to borrow the sword, but his father refused to allow it. As expected, the country of Lucas suffered a devastating loss, causing the Cooper family to lose both their status and their power. To master the curse of Ctrl+V, he tried countless methods before discovering he could control it using dark mana. However, this easily made Lucas lose control, which is why he constantly needed that sword by his side. While absorbing the dark mana, he crossed paths with Michael and Miso. Thanks to them, his family regained their power. But the price they had to pay was far too high. Once Michael learned about the Ctrl+F ability, he forced Lucas to track down a specific person. Every single time he located a target, Lucas would kill them and absorb their power using control. Protecting his family and father was the excuse he had always used to justify his actions. But in reality, he only obeyed Michael because he was terrified of being eliminated. Naturally, Lucas knew deep down that he was nothing but a coward. Standing on the rooftop, he muttered to himself that the owner of Ctrl+C had to be Haruto. If a power like that fell into Michael's hands, there was no telling what kind of chaos would unfold. He wanted to see it with his own eyes. Suddenly, Lucas raised his sword and resolved to steal the holy sword kept in the vault. The moment those words left his mouth, a sharp pain flared up, and during a massive flood of information forced a loud scream from his throat. Lucas felt as if he were plunging into a bottomless abyss of endless data. But after a moment, he instantly found the exact lead he needed. His eyes widened in utter shock at what he read, and Lucas softly whispered that he had finally located Ctrl+C. Up in the clear blue sky, a private jet continued its flight forward. Inside the cabin, a heavily scarred black man sat quietly in his seat. This is Turner Miller, an American sorcerer and tanker who is ranked as the #1 hunter in the world, with an unmeasurable level. Richard stared at the knife in his hand and asked his guildmaster why they had to deploy a private jet to Japan instead of taking a detour. Turner frowned with deep annoyance, asking Richard if he had already forgotten the motto of their guild. Flustered, Richard waved his hands and quickly explained that he could never forget how danger strikes the moment they let their guard down, promising to be more careful next time. Turner did not reply, simply staring out the window at the clouds with a distant gaze as his mind drifted back to the past. During the Great Disaster 15 years ago, a certain hunter had stood up to protect Turner, slaughtering all the goblins in their path. Back then, he was only an A-rank hunter, who nearly lost his life, making Hunter Nishihara his ultimate savior. Memories of those goblin subjugations flashed before him, and shortly after, he received a powerful skill from a descended deity. Instantly, he was transformed into the strongest hunter in the entire world. Snapping back to reality, he tightly gripped a glowing golden pendant, reflecting that Hunter Nishihara had personally handed it to him before the Great Disaster finally ended. Turner opened his hand to gaze at the beautiful, shimmering triangular gold pendant, which was now resonating with the surrounding space for the first time in 15 years. He clenched the pendant tightly, frowning with growing anxiety. He wondered what on earth was actually happening over in Japan, absolutely certain it was the exact catastrophe that Hunter Nishihara had feared all those years ago. Over in Ginza, Tokyo, a massive city now crawled with ominous purple dark energy, a voice remarked that the subspace was about to crack open, asking if this was the correct spot, to which Nanase confirmed that this area held the absolute highest concentration of pollution. Tokuo then asked how the other guilds had responded. She quickly reported that guild leader Shinoda of the Great Power Guild was currently neutralizing the contamination caused by the defiled tree at the Central Hunter Hospital. Meanwhile, other members of the guild were handling the defiled tree in the Northern District while looking for emergency countermeasures. Nanase added that guild leader Takashi of the Midas Guild had sent reinforcements to various areas, while he personally waited alone over in the Chiyoda district of Ginza. He could easily handle whatever emerged from that subspace, prompting a pleased Tokuo to note that they had nothing to worry about with Takashi on guard before asking what the other guilds were up to. She noted that they were busy protecting and guiding the citizens who could not escape in time. Suddenly remembering, Tokuo pointed out that Hunter Haruto was nowhere to be seen, to which Nanase explained that he was currently away on a completely different mission. He wondered why he would be sent elsewhere. Nanas admitted she was also curious about it, noting that Hunter Haruto always managed to surprise them all like a highly skilled magician. A nearby porter eavesdropped on their conversation, and this young man was actually Ikanaga Ioi, a junior hunter working under Sano. Stunned by the name, his mind raced as he wondered if they were referring to his senior. Sano, a bald man nearby, pointed a finger at him and barked, telling Aoi to stop slacking off and hurry up. Startled back to reality, Aoi quickly apologized, though his heart remained heavy with worry as he realized this could not be happening. He wondered if they were really talking about Senior Haruto, anxious because he had not seen him since that day. Over at the Ginza store mall, night began to fall as Satoru carried 3 heavy backpacks and called out loudly to Senior Haruto. They keep bumping into each other, barely able to walk. Even the tiny snow mountain golem drags its feet, carrying a giant backpack, twice its size. Satoru and Mao completely agree, muttering that they are exhausted too. Meanwhile, Haruto intensely glues his eyes to the screen, waiting for a notification. The Ctrl+V system screen flashes, warning that the user lacks mana to unlock the Dragon Longsword. Haruto grits his teeth in frustration. Damn it, still not enough. There is no way it is enough. Satoru rushes over, sweating bullets. One inventory bag holds 100 items, but they have 13 of them here. That means 1,300 items still fall short. Haruto stands there dazed, admitting that yes, it is just not enough right now. Mao asks if this is finally enough to stop it. Haruto nods maybe. It is far from perfect, but it still gives them a decent shot at success. Haruto frowns as a heavy silence settles in. He absolutely needs that inventory space, and will copy-paste it no matter what the cost. Suddenly, their footsteps halt. The trio and their golem freeze, as a lone figure holding a sword blocks the snowy path right ahead. Someone gasps out, Lucas. Mao demands to know how he found them, but Lucas just scowls, telling him to shut up because he needs to speak with Haruto. Mao warns him to lower the sword if he wants a friendly chat. Haruto just smirks as a dangerous plan starts forming in his head. He recalls Shirosaki's story dark mana can actually be purified by a holy sword. This could change everything for them. It is the absolute perfect chance to copy and paste it. Haruto quickly tells Mao to hold on, making his companion turn back in total confusion. He drops his heavy pack and vanishes into thin air. Instantly, Haruto materializes through the smoke right behind Lucas, confidently reaching for the glowing blade. His copy and paste skill level has advanced so much that failure is not even an option this time. Lucas senses the threat and frowns, smoothly teleporting away to dodge. He warns the reckless thief not to make any stupid moves. He already knows everything about that copy skill. Haruto is caught completely off guard. He anxiously wonders how on earth Lucas could have found out about his secret ability. Playing dumb seems like the safest bet. Haruto innocently scratches his head, asking Lucas what on earth he is even talking about. Lucas leaps into the air and charges, swinging his heavy blade with pure fury, while yelling at Haruto to stop playing innocent. He and his entire clan have risked everything, and now his magic crashes right in front of Haruto. Before the strike connects, a defensive dome of earth rises up, catching Lucas completely off guard. Haruto slips behind him easily. Lucas glares back, realizing the boy can harness dark mana too, as black mist begins swirling around the sword. Lucas coldly warns him to watch who he is using it against. With a furious slash, Lucas unleashes a massive wave of dark energy, followed by a sudden, blinding flash of light. Haruto shields his face and groans, barely peeking through his fingers as he stands completely paralyzed, wondering what kind of insane power this is. This heavy pressure feels exactly like Shirasaki's lightning. His shadow movement skill is completely locked down. Watching from afar, Satoru wonders why Haruto is not using shadow teleportation. Mao explains that the sword's holy power purifies all darkness within 10 meters. Since shadow movement relies on dark mana, it is completely useless here. Lucas lowers his sword and steps closer, pointing out that since Haruto cannot cast, every skill he copied before must be dark magic. Haruto just chuckles, muttering that he will just have to steal more compatible skills from now on. Rage boils deep inside him. Because of that blinding holy aura, shadow magic is blocked, meaning he cannot even get close to the sword. Haruto watches Lucas closely, weighing his limited options. Should he summon the Dragon Longsword or copy-paste himself like last time? Is it time to take a gamble and strike? Lucas scowls with deep frustration, snapping that the Ctrl+C skill is the exact reason he ended up in this massive mess. Wondering how to control his powers without relying on Ctrl+C, Haruto speaks up, realizing Lucas knows exactly where his copying ability first came from. He demands to know if Lucas is just another control user, trying to kill him and steal his power, and if that is the exact reason he teamed up with Takumi to create this chaos. Completely losing his temper, Lucas swings his blade and charges while screaming at him to shut up and never group him with that trash. He thrusts the sword clean through Haruto's chest, spraying blood. Lucas freezes in shock. The boy did not even try to dodge the lethal blow. Haruto coughs up blood but smiles with smug satisfaction. His crazy plan worked out perfectly. The system screen flashes, confirming the Angelus rapier has successfully fused with the user. The Ctrl+C system begins absorbing and copying the holy blade. A red warning suddenly flashes across the screen, stating that shadow movement is blocked during the replication process. Haruto staggers backward in confusion, wondering what is happening. He spawns a bright red healing potion and downs it quickly, still trying to make sense of why copying this holy blade has locked him out of his dark abilities. He assumed avoiding dark mana was enough, but the holy sword itself blocks everything. Lucas wonders how Haruto didn't use sword energy or shadow movement. Did he seriously get stabbed just to copy the holy sword? Haruto grunts to himself. It's just as he thought. He can't copy it with C-rank observation. Even after taking a direct hit, Lucas tightens his grip and raises his blade, asking one last time what Haruto plans to do with that C-rank observation skill. Haruto looks him dead in the eye and replies, "Isn't it obvious? He will become the strongest hunter, surpassing even the Almighty." Lucas charges with a smirk, asking if that's really all he's got. He thrusts his sword forward, but Haruto smoothly dodges the strike. Haruto explains that, even before becoming a hunter, this curse has been constantly draining away his precious remaining time. Lucas is completely lost, asking what he means by time. Haruto shouts back, didn't he hear the system's warning when the curse landed? There are only 5 years left before disaster strikes. Frowning in deep confusion, Lucas wonders what disaster lies ahead as he glances at the hourglass. Right on his neck, Lucas realizes he's been bombarded with too much information at once, leaving him no time to notice it earlier. Honestly, this changes everything. Does this hourglass symbol represent their remaining time, ticking down to the next catastrophe? Suddenly, a system screen flashes right in front of Haruto, catching him off guard as he asks what Lucas is planning. The system alerts him that C-rank observation copy limit has expired, prompting him to get closer again. Haruto scowls in frustration, thinking he literally let himself get stabbed just to copy this, so he needs to try one more time. Dark purple mana suddenly condenses in the sky as bright beams slowly descend. Haruto looks up in shock. Satoru and Mo also stare at the sky, Mo's face filled with dread as he stammers that it has begun. Lucas looks up with a frown as a red system warning flashes, announcing that another dimension, the Black Spirit space, has opened in Tokyo. With this subspace active, a massive zone of contamination begins to form inside the region. All hunters will have their health and mana slashed by 30%, alongside severe restrictions on skills utilizing mana in Shinagawa Ward. Right before the portal fully opens, thick purple smog blankets the area as giant wooden roots smash through buildings, leaving absolute ruin. A red system alert confirms that the defiled tree spatial barrier is complete, and the alternate Black Spirit space has fully opened in Tokyo. Once it goes live, the contaminated zone immediately cuts every hunter's health and mana by 30%, completely blocking all skills that rely on mana. Takumi watches the display with a smug, satisfied grin. If this dimension fully expands, Tokyo is going to turn into a living hell. With the goblin's mission finally finished, he wonders if he should head back to report. But suddenly, strange red threads start crawling toward him. A commanding voice echoes out, declaring they won't let that happen, sending a cold shiver straight down Takumi's spine. Those red beams crash violently onto the ground right where he's standing. Terrified, he desperately scrambles backward to dodge the explosive impacts. Masato and Ares stand safely inside a protective barrier. Masato coldly states that Takumi is going to die right here, but Takumi just mocks him for going through the trouble of chasing him down. He laughs mockingly, claiming it's far too late because the defiled tree barrier is already complete. Tokyo is finished. Masato angrily splits the protective barrier in two, surprising Ares, and yells back, asking why he should even care about that. His only target is Takumi. As massive waves of crimson mana begin to flare around him, Masato roars that this dark energy has absolutely no effect on him whatsoever. Takumi isn't backing down either, pulling a dark sword from a void portal with a smirk, asking if Masato seriously thinks he's the only special one here. His purple dark energy erupts wildly as his eyes turn completely pitch black, mockingly promising to show him what the true face of dark mana looks like. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the city, notifications pop up in front of random hunters, who immediately begin whispering in panic, unable to believe what they're seeing. One complains that he's never seen such an intense restriction before, locking away all mana skills and basically forcing them to fight completely barehanded. A bald guy wearing glasses tries to cast a spell but fails, agreeing that his own mana abilities are completely locked out as well. A girl in a cap tries to cast a spell too, complaining that even her basic healing magic won't trigger. Another hunter breaks it down. Items won't help because their health and mana are constantly leaking. meaning even a single hit from an enemy could be completely fatal now. Over by Nanaze, she looks up at the sky in sheer disbelief, asking the chairman what is happening. Tokuo stares up grimly, stating this is totally unexpected, but they have bigger monsters to deal with as a massive tornado tears through the metropolitan area, obliterating blocks of skyscrapers in its path. Heavy smoke blankets the ruined streets as total chaos erupts everywhere. Suddenly, a massive purple portal cracks open in the heavens, drawing horrified screams from below as a giant foot steps right out of the rift. Nanaze watches on, completely frozen in shock, while Tokuo's eyes widen with sheer horror. Emerging from the shadows is a blonde figure, radiating a massive, terrifying pressure that instantly dominates the entire sky. The crowd below can only stare, wondering what is going on. As Miso slowly steps out, the whispers start. Is that just a goblin? They keep looking up, unable to believe only a single goblin is emerging from such a massive rift. Another hunter points forward in absolute terror, screaming that they are wrong. Look right below them. Dozens of goblins slowly emerge in all shapes and sizes. Some are massive, some are tiny, while others crawl, fly, or take on beastly, humanoid forms. Every horror imaginable is there. Their glowing red eyes burn with nothing but pure hatred. The hunters instinctively step back in terror. Are you kidding me? One of them mutters, damn it, there are way too many of them. Miso sneers with a smug grin. It has been a long time. She mocks 15 years must have been incredibly boring. So today, she yells, go completely wild. The horde of goblins rushes out like beasts unleashed, their predatory eyes flashing as they growl. The savage monsters leap straight toward the spot, where Gao is calmly sitting. He gnashes his teeth in absolute fury. So, you are the one behind this, trying to overwhelm us with sheer numbers? Talk about underestimating us. As his system announces that stone armor is activated, Gao's eyes burn with rage while a thick, rocky shell slowly encases his entire body. Several goblins lunged forward with their jaws wide open. But a massive pit suddenly opens right beneath them, making them shriek in absolute terror. With a single swing of his arm, Gao easily slays two of them, sending their bodies crashing down right in front of the horde. Seething with raw rage, Gao clenches his fists as his eyes flash with fire, declaring that it is a real pity his stone armor does not even require mana. Seeing this, the other goblins screech in fury and throw themselves at him all at once, showing zero fear. Gao yells for them to all come at once because fighting them one by one is too annoying. In a flash, he moves so quickly that he disappears, leaving only the chaotic sounds of goblins being torn apart. Some are sliced in half, while others are cleanly decapitated. More and more goblins continue to fall, leaving behind nothing but flashing slash marks and debris flying in all directions. The city guard hunters cheer in amazement, shouting that he is as incredible as expected of guild leader Takeuchi. Another hunter calls out, promising to clean up the remaining small fry, as he drives his sword straight through a goblin, making it shriek in pain. He curses under his breath, complaining that because his skills are locked, even stabbing a simple goblin feels disgusting. A city guard shouts a warning, telling everyone to watch out, because these creatures are releasing corrupted energy. Keep an eye on your stamina bar because one mistake means death, he warns, slicing a small goblin with a wide horizontal slash. Nanaze refuses to sit idle, and charges right into the fray, swinging her blade with lightning speed to cleave two flying goblins in a single blow. A loud roar echoes nearby. Nanaze whips her head around to see a massive goblin towering over Tokuo, raising its wooden club to strike. He does not flinch, merely frowning as his system activates the giant shield of immortality. Gripping the newly materialized shield, Tokuo raises it to block the goblin's heavy strike, snapping the wooden club right in half. Tokuo quickly adjusts his shield horizontally. With a calm but powerful thrust, his shield's skill unleashes a wave that slices the goblin right in front of him clean in half. Instantly adjusting his shield once more, Tokuo fires off another massive shockwave, instantly cleaving several giant goblins that were standing in a straight line. Nanaze watches in awe, realizing that giant shield functions as both a sword and a defense, allowing him to easily dominate the battlefield without even using complex skills. She figures they can safely leave the massive monsters to the president and guild leader Gao. Glancing over at another hunter struggling to fend off a goblin with a regular shield, Nanaze begins to worry. The other hunters are struggling because their combat power has dropped drastically under the influence of black mana. Though the goblin numbers have decreased, they are still incredibly numerous. She analyzes the situation, knowing that no matter how many monsters Fata defeats, they seem absolutely endless. If this continues, even if reinforcements arrive, They might not make it in time. Suddenly, a giant bird swoops right over Nanas's head. Startled, she looks up with wide, confused eyes before immediately giving chase to it. A ferocious giant hawk lands heavily on the ground. Completely taken aback, Nanase stares at it, wondering if a boss-level monster has actually appeared so soon. The beast's eyes glow a brilliant crimson as it exhales a bright golden breath. It is a level 150 hawk, a boss monster unlike any ordinary creature. Nanase readies her stance, knowing that while a single hawk is manageable, its fiery breath is the real threat. As the hawk exhales its burning breath, she realizes it will not stop until its target is completely reduced to ash. Showing zero fear, Nanase leaps high into the air, rushing straight at the beast as she quickly calculates her next move. With all recovery skills currently locked, if it targets any of the hunters, they will surely lose their lives in a single hit. She has to stop it before it unleashes its deadly fire. Seeing her leap, the hawk breathes a brutal torrent of flames directly at her, creating a massive, terrifying inferno that spreads rapidly and burns fiercely in every direction. Nanase is completely lost from sight. Haruto looks up to find the sky already turned pitch black. Satoru panics instantly, while Modi grits his teeth and braces for what is next. Lucas also stares anxiously at the sky as the notification screen flashes warning red. A rift has opened, releasing the Black Spirit dimension right over Tokyo. Inside this corrupted zone, every hunter's HP and MP will instantly drop by 30%, and any skills requiring mana are completely sealed. Satoru stares blankly at the new alert, wondering if they are seriously being debuffed like this. And this isn't even a real dungeon yet. Moti sighs, noting that this nightmare scenario is actually possible inside the territory of dungeon insects. It is an incredibly rare event. Gritting his teeth in frustration, he wonders why this field had to specifically target their mana-using abilities. It is too cheap. Where on earth did Takumi get such a dirty trick anyway? Just then, Haruto snatches his backpack back, declaring he has absolutely no time to waste on Lucas, who tries to stop him in disbelief. Suddenly, the heavy beating of massive wings echoes from high up in the dark sky. A swarm of wyverns suddenly dives from the clouds, tearing the ground apart. Satoru scrambles to run with his gear, yelling out in sheer panic. Moti calmly warns that the real nightmare starts once they scatter, meaning they no longer have the luxury of wasting any time. Meanwhile, Haruto sharply warns Lucas to drop everything else for now and focus entirely on the threat right in front of them. The tense silence only makes him more frustrated, muttering that Lucas should at least say something. Worry gnaws at him because right now, he does not even have a single second to copy and paste his holy sword. Lucas stares at his retreating back, wondering why the copy skill is not active, and if he should report Haruto to Michael. Haruto is absolutely fuming now, snapping that all this precious wasted time is entirely Lucas's fault. Lucas curiously asks, what would happen if he just unleashed his hidden trump card right now, making Haruto shout back that the entire setup requires a very specific process. He keeps running as thoughts race through his head. His original plan was to slowly level up by hunting weaker monsters first. Meanwhile, Nanase charges headfirst into a wall of roaring flames as calculations race through her mind, realizing she is too slow to dodge the fire breath. But she can easily tank the minor damage. Even against Hellfire, she is determined to win. Suddenly, a blurred figure flashes right past her. Sensing the new threat, the massive griffin immediately unleashes another devastating wave of fire. Before she can even process what is happening, the mysterious ally steps in and halts the attack. To Nanase's absolute shock, the man raises a massive shield, perfectly absorbing the griffin's raging fire breath and keeping her completely safe. Recognizing the powerful figure of President Tokuo, Nanase calls out his name in sheer relief. He glances back and barks a stern order, telling Hunter Nanase to sever its head and shut down that flame breath. Her eyes grow sharp as she shouts her understanding and dashes toward the griffin. The beast unleashes another scorching blast of fire, desperate to keep her from getting any closer. The roaring flames grow hotter and more intense with every second, completely swallowing Nanase's entire field of vision. But with a sudden, powerful kick off the ground, Nanase leaps high into the air to bypass the flames. She swings her weapon down with maximum force, but the blade only grazes the monster's head. As blood splatters, she realizes in shock that the beast intentionally twisted its body to save its own neck from the lethal blow. Before she can recover for a second strike, the griffin thrusts its massive, razor-sharp claws directly at her face. Nanase quickly raises her spear to deflect the strike, creating a deafening screech of metal on bone. She grits her teeth, straining to push the heavy claws away, but the beast opens its glowing maw to finish her with another blast. But before the flames can reach her, a spinning shockwave tears right through the air, forcing the monster to break off its attack and retreat. That powerful shockwave was triggered by President Tokuo's throne shield. Nana's recognizes the weapon immediately as Tokuo lands gracefully beside her, asking if she is all right, to which she quickly offers her respectful thanks to the president. He simply shrugs, noting that, while he meant to help, he might have actually made things a bit more complicated. Looking up at the hovering griffin, he points out that the beast is now fully alert and likely won't land again. If he throws his dragon shield and misses, they will be left completely vulnerable. Suddenly, the beast screeches and rains down a massive firestorm. Tokuo notes that since it's staying airborne, it will only rely on range attacks. He tells Nanas to get behind him. Instead of retreating, Nanas bolts forward, telling him to just throw the Jigen shield. A confident smile plays on his lips as he tells her got it. He hurls the heavy shield with perfect precision, bouncing it off the solid cavern wall to strike the griffin from behind. Nanas leaps into the air, instantly appearing right behind the beast. She swings her blade down with massive force. With one clean, razor-sharp slash, Nanase completely severs the griffin's head. Landing gracefully after that spectacular attack, Tokuo looks at the fallen beast, impressed, saying that was a perfect strike. Nanase watches closely as purple mist starts rising from the body. She softly warns that a massive amount of toxic gas is leaking from the dead griffin. Tokuo nods, noting it was the boss monster. But then she makes a crucial point about their ranks. The stronger the monster, the more toxic gas it releases. In other words, the more they kill, the more danger other hunters will face. Elsewhere in the city, another monster is relentlessly tearing through a group of helpless hunters. Aoi's teammate turns and yells, asking if he is only fighting weaklings because skills are locked, then tells him to stop saving items and use them. The other teammate replies in frustration that they are not holding back, warning everyone to get down because this is his very last magic scroll. As soon as he speaks, the monster is instantly sliced into 4 separate pieces. The magic scroll in the bespectacled hunter's hand burns to ash. Aoi cheers, shouting that having the right item gets the job done in one single shot. Gritting his teeth, the guy with glasses asks what he is talking about, since they now have absolutely 0 items left. Suddenly, a heavy, suffocating feeling fills the air. Aoi's teammate suddenly clutches his throat, coughing violently, while Aoi looks on, asking if he is all right. But before he can even get an answer, a metallic taste fills his own mouth as he begins coughing too. Soon, the entire team is on their knees coughing up blood. The guy with glasses clutches his mouth in shock, completely confused about what is happening. He wonders if this is the toxic pollution, just as Misu slowly steps forward, telling them they realized it far too late. Her eyes flash with cruel amusement. Every monster in this dark space is loaded with dark energy, meaning their deaths release pure, toxic pollution. They thought fighting back would save them, never realizing that killing these beasts would end their own lives even faster. She pauses before mocking them, saying it is far too late to give up now. Let's see how they survive this next part. Misu laughs hysterically, boasting that endless waves of monsters are still waiting in the dark. They will have to keep struggling until they slowly wither away. Aoi turns pale, realizing this means Tokyo the entire country is completely finished. Suddenly, a voice cuts him off, announcing that it is not over yet. Haruto and his squad make a grand entrance from behind, declaring that this is just the beginning. The little snow mountain golem lets out a soft cry. Aoi stares at their fiery determination, blinking in sheer disbelief as he finally recognizes the leader, asking his old senior why on earth he is here. Haruto recognizes him too, smiling and saying it has been a while, before handing Aoi a rather strange-looking green bottle. Aoi is clearly thinking the same. He accepts the mysterious bottle with a deeply confused look, urgently telling his senior that they need to escape this place immediately. But Haruto has already turned his back on him. Haruto simply tells him not to worry about it. Left completely dumbfounded, Aoi stares at the potion, wondering if this is actually the same Haruto he used to know, asking him to just chug such an expensive, high-grade potion like that. Suddenly, 3 massive supply bags hit the ground with a heavy thud, thrown by none other than Haruto. He mutters about clearing this annoying suppression first, wearing a highly mischievous grin as he rapidly taps his system screen. The system instantly generates a swirling vortex of icy blue light around Haruto, creating a mini hurricane that forces everyone nearby to take several steps back. To their surprise, a girl nearby suddenly gasps, realizing this wind is actually pure mana. Another hunter agrees, shouting that they can finally use their skills again and can even raise protective barriers now. It turns out, this is an incredibly high level of energy. The hunters eagerly test their regained powers, which are still weak but totally usable. Yet, one of them looks over, highly confused, asking if that guy is really Haruto. Looking at the tall, capable young man standing over there, they begin to whisper, wondering if he was just some low-level errand boy. Others whisper in agreement, saying they thought he had been kicked out of that major guild. They discuss it in sheer disbelief, wondering how an errand boy did this, while nearby, Nanase and Tokuo actively channel their own mana. Seeing this play out, the other hunters gradually begin to understand the situation. The area suppression is still active, meaning this constant stream of mana is what allows them to cast skills. An area of effect mana supply skill of this scale is absolutely unbelievable. They quickly realize they cannot just rely on Haruto's group forever, determined to make themselves useful. One hunter shouts that this mana is more than enough to fight, reigniting everyone's determination as they charge forward to take down the massive golem. Watching this unfold, Misu starts to panic. She cannot believe someone could supply enough mana to bypass a subspace suppression. But as she contemplates this, a terrifying thought crosses her mind, forcing her to gasp in horror. That is right, they stare in shock as Haruto runs for his life while controlling this golem. This golem acts like it is on steroids, shockingly strong, and attacking at high speeds. Even with their mana restored, nobody can stand against it. One helpless fighter groans that, even though they can use mana now, there are just too many monsters. Another injured warrior snaps that they are bound to lose at this rate. Suddenly, he catches a strange sound and whips his head around to look. He is shocked to see Haruto, Lucas, and Mo still sprinting to hand out mana. Showing no signs of exhaustion, they charge straight toward the golem. Worried and completely baffled, he wonders why they are charging headfirst into a whole monster horde. They must be out of their minds. 4 tiny humans standing against a pack of massive golems with insane attack power, towering over them by several stories. Even Aoi looks completely terrified, stuttering to his senior that the closer they get, the bigger those monsters look, asking if this is really a good idea. Haruto simply smiles, telling him to pull out all the items from their bag. He shouts to dump it all out right now. They follow orders instantly, spilling their inventory onto the ground. Hundreds of glowing, gem-like spheres roll across the dirt. Even their little golem helper joins in, murmuring its usual cute noises while following instructions. The bystanders stand there utterly frozen, completely lost. They stammer, asking why they are throwing balls in a crisis like this. Haruto ignores them entirely, shouting a loud cheer of encouragement to move forward. Toss them all out, he urges, tossing the first batch of spheres to show them how. The system springs to life, activating the control command, using the modified golem cores. Lunas watches in confusion, asking Uncle Toko what those spheres actually are. But Toko remains silent because he has no idea either. Even Lucas stares at the spectacle, completely bewildered. He cannot wrap his head around it. Are these spheres really the items he risked his life to bring back? What on earth is Haruto planning? But here is the crazy part. Those seemingly useless balls release a terrifying, storm-like power the moment they are thrown, sweeping away gravel. The blast feels like the sheer fury of an erupting volcano. The enemy golems are instantly shredded by the violent gale. Luna suddenly realizes these are the modified cores from Golem Snow Mountain. Buried deep underground, these cores are incredibly durable. Still, she wonders how they managed to gather such an absurd amount. The remaining golems still continue their frenzied charge. Behaving like rabid beasts, they tear up the ground, desperate to shred everything in sight. The surrounding fighters are left jaw-dropped, with one muttering that he thought they were hopelessly outnumbered. Another points out that while the destructive power is insane, those exposed cores do not look very safe either. As the monsters charge forward, they are suddenly blindsided by furious attacks coming from the very debris they just crushed. What seemed like useless rubble is actually friendly snow core golems rising to fight. They bore deep into the enemy's weak spots, inflicting massive pain. The enemy panics and swings wildly, which only allows the powerful snow golems to strike vital zones and lock them down completely. Seeing the tide turn, everyone's morale spikes, hoping these little guys might actually bring a victory. One warrior leaps forward to cover them, yelling that he will back up the little golems, while Satoru and the others prepare to dive in too. Lucas seriously nods in response to Haruto's call, shouting that he is in too. System notifications flood in as the intense battle and everyone's burning spirit cause the golems to level up, growing larger and significantly stronger. Haruto cannot help but grin, happily muttering that his synchronization with the golems has spiked significantly, meaning he can now issue highly specific commands. Talk about an overpowered ability. The system alerts him that modified golems can be reshaped into any form he desires, just as the current golems begin to shift restlessly. Watching this unfold, Haruto laughs, whispering that it is finally time to bring down those flying dragons. Instantly, right out of the crimson sky, those flying dragons swoop down at breakneck speeds, unleashing ear-splitting roars that display their absolutely overwhelming power. With glares sharp enough to pierce stone, these beasts are actually the most dangerous high-tier variants of wyverns. The crowd panics as they watch the golems reshape into wyverns, wondering if such a feat is even possible. Another points out that they fly incredibly well, far exceeding any descriptions. Unleashing unmatched power, the wyverns breathe out scorching torrents of flame at maximum strength. Trapped in the raging inferno, the enemy golem screams in agony. As its body is slowly charred black, it can do nothing but shriek for help. The wyvern dives, stomping the golem's chest before soaring right back into the sky. The sea of flames erupts, shattering the golem into 100 pieces. Nearby fighters quickly raise their shields to block the flying shrapnel. A man in a hat sighs, admitting he is praying for an absolute miracle at this point. Another warrior bites his lip, anxiously wondering if they can truly withstand that devastating flame breath. Haruto realizes something and pulls up his system screen. Facing the wyvern head-on is impossible, so it is time for the next plan. A system prompt flashes with a Ctrl+V command to revive his creatures. Shattered fragments pull together, instantly forming a flock of razor-sharp golem birds. The armored man watches in disbelief, muttering that this looks more hopeless than ever. Everyone panics as the golems take flight, doubting they can match the wyvern. Looking closer, those golem beaks are extremely long and sharp, looking exactly like flying blades. Sensing immediate danger from the swarm, the wyvern fires a defensive flame, leaving Nana completely stunned. Even if he changes their shape, the final result will not be any different. But the golem birds dive straight through the flames, spinning into a tiny vortex. The vortex quickly scatters the fire into tiny sparks, which then spin and tightly compress together. Sharp blue energy lines quickly extinguish the intense flames, leaving the roaring wyvern completely shocked. Before the beast can recover, sharp streaks of blue light pierce its body and leave painful wounds. The glowing streaks strike with growing intensity, ripping through the bodies of the other wyverns. They shriek in agony as the spinning golem birds charge like a razor-sharp hurricane. Reaching their targets in an instant, they shred the aggressive wyverns into hundreds of tiny pieces. System notifications flood the screen with level-up announcements, and Haruto cannot help but smirk. He wonders if clearing out the rest will raise his level even more as the crowd watches the quiet sky. He actually defeated every single wyvern, which is hard to believe even after seeing it. Nana grabs her spear and rallies the rest of the fighters to finish off the remaining monsters. Meanwhile, Haruto crosses his arms and summons small golems to clear the ground now that the sky is wide open. With a highly satisfied grin, he declares that it is finally time for the auto hunt to begin. Gao rushes forward and lands a heavy punch that sends the monster howling in pain. His fit body pulses with glowing lava-red veins as the tiny golems quickly spring into action nearby. Their hurried footsteps patter loudly as Gao watches the pack charge, noting that Hunter Sano's small summons are actually pretty reliable. Suddenly, a loud crash echoes as if something just slammed right into him. Gao looks back to find a tiny golem clinging tightly to his shoulders. Other small golems quickly copy the move and leap up, leaving the confused man completely speechless. While Gao stands there bewildered, Satoru runs over and explains that because they wear stone armor, they see Gao as a trusted ally. Gao asks if the shield is a golem, and Satoru confirms it was the first gift from Haruto. Once he levels up further, it will expand into a full set of armor. Gao grumbles that the shield looks nothing like his own armor, just as a ferocious monster lunges toward them. Gao gauges the beast and leaps high into the air, scattering the tiny golems as he crashes through it. He warns the boy not to compare them, slicing the monsters in half with swift, rapid dashes. The grotesque beasts instantly collapse to the ground and lie completely motionless. Satoru looks on in surprise, quickly apologizing that he did not mean it that way. He was just too busy chasing the golems to think, while Lucas stands outside, surrounded by fallen wyverns. Lucas stares down at a crushed wyvern head, realizing Haruto copy-pastes to evolve his golems. To even wipe out the wyverns reveals the true power of the Ctrl+C command, far exceeding anything they can do. If Michael gets his hands on this, but a sudden voice cuts off his train of thought. Startled, Lucas spins around to find Haruto running over and demanding to know who opened this pocket dimension. Lucas grits his teeth, asking why he would ever betray his family when their lives are on the line. Haruto steps closer to him and simply nods in agreement. He knows Lucas has hated this from the very beginning, making the man flinch. Haruto adds that the man looks constantly burdened by some heavy secret. Lucas is left speechless as Haruto asks if opening this dimension only serves the true villain anyway, adding they knew nothing. Hearing that, Lucas just scoffs, having no idea where the real chaos is even starting. Suddenly, he gasps out, "Wait, what is this?" The moment those words leave his mouth, the ground beneath them shakes and cracks. Purple vines erupt from the soil, throwing Lucas backward. Meanwhile, Haruto is completely wrapped up in the vines, left with nothing but a desperate wave of his hands. Lucas leaps back and warns him that it is Miso's defiled tree branch skill. If those vile vines catch him, the toxic mana will spread twice as fast. If Miso is using this skill, then before he can finish that thought, a vine darts straight toward him. All he can do is track its movement, dodging over and over again. Watching this, Haruto tenses up. Things are looking bad, and this thing might actually throw him right out of the subspace. Lucas gets an idea, realizing his foe's power is different from his own blade. Gripping his sword tight, he decides to use light to purify the area. Hunter Sano. Suddenly, Lucas freezes up in confusion. Two massive vines intertwine and lash out together, wrapping tightly around him and locking down his arms before he can react. His face darkens with sheer shock as more and more vines creep up to bind his legs. His pupils dilate, completely shocked and bewildered by the scene unfolding before him. Summoning his last bit of strength, he raises his sword to strike back, but the vines lock him down completely. Right in the middle of the city, a massive cluster of tangled vines holds its prey tight. The others panic at the sight, wondering if they had not already cleared everything out. The other replies that this is no ordinary barrier. Nana steps up to examine the situation, noting it is not stationary but constantly moving. Her eyes widen in shock as she realizes the controller must be close by. Right there, standing on a massive vine branch, is a mysterious cloaked figure. Staring at the figure's face, her surprise turns into absolute shock as she mutters, "An elf?" Her suspicion was right, but what on earth is he doing in this dimension? Meanwhile, the mystic lightning activates, sending massive shockwaves through the air, only to be completely shattered by Takumi's dark mana. Masato shivers from the sheer dread of this evil energy, unable to believe his own mystic lightning was shattered. Takumi grins with pure delight at his own spectacular opening move. He slowly explains that there is only one way to use dark mana. You must overcome its addiction and touch the abyss. Only after surviving that ordeal can you truly master dark mana. Hearing this bizarre concept for the first time, Masato hesitates and asks, "Overcome the addiction? What do you mean?" Shouting from afar, the man confirms it is exactly that. Instantly, he charges forward like a wild bolt of lightning, yelling out, "Just like me." Even under this sudden assault, Masato reacts fast enough to conjure a sturdy shield to block the blow, though the pure power of dark mana is not to be underestimated. His shield, which seemed completely solid a second ago, instantly shatters upon contact. He blinks, staring in absolute disbelief at the sharp blade now inches from his face. Fortunately, at the absolute last second, he manages to dodge the fatal blow, barely escaping with his life. Despite almost getting pulverized, a nagging question lingers in Masato's mind: is there really a way to survive dark mana poisoning? Thinking of this, his mind drifts to Sutar, wondering if maybe Sutar went through the exact same thing. Feeling the blood dripping from his cut cheek, Masato forces himself to focus back on the fight. Takumi clearly holds the upper hand, capitalizing on every opening to show off his overwhelming power. Contrasting with Masato's quiet contemplation, the villain mocks him, saying he does not care what he is plotting because absorbing dark mana is not something just anyone can pull off unless they have dark skills. With that, he falls silent, completely unleashing the demonic energy swelling up inside him. His crazed look shows he is ready for a fight to the death. Aris rushes in to help, conjuring a protective barrier of her own. Tensely, she turns to Masato, shocked at this massive surge of dark mana. But Masato is already past his own shock. Trying to stay calm, he answers that his mystic lightning was likely absorbed entirely. Taking full advantage, Takumi rampages through the area, turning the entire battlefield into pure chaos. He charges like a violent storm, forcing the two of them to hide behind their defensive shields as Masato yells out to get back. Watching the blade unleash a shockwave as strong as a cannon blast, they dodge in perfect sync to opposite sides. Crashing stones shake the area, kicking up a blinding cloud of dust. Masato smoothly weaves through the falling rocks, his eyes scanning the dust to locate his opponent. The more Takumi fights, the more manic he gets, his surging power literally shifting his hair and eye color. He proudly declares that his opponent's annoying skill is useless now. Ignoring Masato completely, he instantly shifts targets and charges straight at Eris, still relying on her multi-directional shield, but while still a good distance away, Takumi is suddenly stopped cold by an ice bind, freezing him completely in place. Alice takes advantage of him still being suppressed, quickly unleashing even more forbidden ice. Masato steps closer and asks if she enhanced the suppression. Never letting her guard down, Alice quickly replies that she suspects Hunter Sano is actually behind it. Since Sano provides infinite mana, the ice stacking on Takumi keeps growing heavier, blocking any counterattack. Calming down slightly, Alice adds that the attack was only about half her actual power, though it should be enough to temporarily hold him back for a moment. Even though Takumi is temporarily bound, hearing this makes him unconsciously mutter infinite mana, but he won't let her celebrate for long. With a sudden flex of his raw strength, tiny cracks spiderweb across the solid ice. A second later, the massive frozen block shatters into tiny shards, flying everywhere. His dark mana begins to surge, flaring up with terrifying intensity. Alice focuses entirely on raising shield after shield. Tension grips her as she realizes this level of mana is not enough. But before Takumi can close the distance, she forces him to face a barrage of sharp ice spikes. Growing impatient, his relaxed hunting expression vanishes, replaced by veins of pure annoyance popping across his face. He scoffs, asking if her ice restriction is only this. No matter how many times she tries, the result is exactly the same. The ice barely slows him down for a fraction of a second before he shatters it to absolute dust. This time, Takumi gets dangerously close, within arm's reach. He smugly asks who she thinks she is dealing with, boasting that he is the leader of the Blood Tower. Gritting his teeth, Alice focuses everything on buying as much time as possible, her hands moving in a blur to weave a brand new magic circle. Just as they meet, her new shield forms. But can it actually hold? He smirks, completely brushing it off as child's play, mocking her simple mana shield. He sneers that she clearly needs an education, explaining that dark mana absorbs regular mana to grow stronger. He does not even need to throw a heavy punch to break it. Thrusting his sharp blade directly into her defense, his dark mana instantly surges with even greater power. Alice gasps as her shield dissolves. Talk about a terrifying moment. Refusing to freeze up, she quickly reaches inside her coat to pull out a secret treasure, tearing it right down the middle. Instantly, glowing runes stream forward in a massive wave, forming a giant barrier to block his wicked, corrupt energy. Watching this, Takumi mutters disdainfully as the sinister power in the air begins to flare up even more violently. He taunts her, asking if hiding behind another shield is really her entire fighting style. He calls it pathetic, claiming it stands no chance against his dark mana, before immediately charging forward to prove his point. A thunderous crash echoes as Alice feels the crushing weight of his power. The barrier she just raised shatters to pieces in an instant, leaving his razor-sharp blade pointing directly at her chest. In that absolute split second of life and death, Masato suddenly leaps in to save her. Unleashing a devastating bolt of blood lightning, his attack crackles with a destructive power that easily rivals his opponent's dark mana. Takumi grimaces, furious that his prey was snatched away at the last second. The sheer force of Masato's attack rips up massive boulders, threatening to crush anyone who dares to stand in its path. Takumi is forced to back away, desperately swinging his blade in a frantic but masterful display of defense. Seizing the opening, Alice unleashes her power to cast a massive magic circle, determined to end this fight once and for all. Activating the spell, she slams her hands down, shattering the street. Tremors shake the ground as giant ice spears shoot straight up. The brutal impact blows Takumi backward before he can react, completely erasing his smug, victorious look. Getting hammered by an attack of this scale makes survival look nearly impossible. A pained groan escapes his lips as the devastating battle finally reaches its climax. Trapped helplessly between massive blocks of ice, he realizes the upper hand now belongs completely to Masato. Masato approaches smugly, mocking the assassin leader for boasting about being a guild master when he's already at his mercy. But with his short temper, Masato quickly loses interest in teasing his defeated foe. Cutting straight to the point, Masato demands to know where he acquired the shadow shift skill, warning him to answer if he wants a quick death. Takumi looks up with a carefree grin, asking if Masato chased him just for that. Facing a man ready to kill him, the villain continues to beat around the bush, completely pushing Masato over the edge with his mocking attitude. Gritting his teeth, Masato threatens him once more to answer the question immediately. Where did you get that skill from, and who gave it to you? Answer me right now. but he just takes his time, casually starting a story. He explains that long ago, he heard some interesting stories from Lucas, leaving Masato completely caught off guard as he asks why he is suddenly bringing that up. Before Masato can finish, it is clear that Takumi has already bought enough time, casting a sly look right at him. Dark mana suddenly flares up all around them, and without warning, Takumi unleashes the massive energy straight at Masato, leaving him absolutely no time to react. Mind spinning, Masato drifts into a deep illusion before suddenly finding his physical body transported to an entirely different, unknown place. Looking down, he immediately spots the motionless figure of a very familiar young boy, and recognizing him right away leaves Masato completely shocked and utterly speechless. It is none other than Suda, lying paralyzed and clinging to life on the ground. The boy struggles to breathe as his fading consciousness shows through his blank stare, prompting Masato to scream out Suda's name in pure panic. Meanwhile, in another location, Miso walks slowly through a dense network of magic arrays she has carefully laid out all over the place, keeping her eyes locked straight on Lucas. She suddenly closes the distance without uttering a single word. After launching a thunderous attack, Miso smiles and roughly demands to know if Lucas has secretly allied himself with that player named Ctrl+C behind her back. Lucas is utterly shocked, wondering if she has actually noticed the existence of Ctrl+C. Seeing his long silence, she decisively snatches the holy sword straight from his hand, admiring the gleaming blade that shines like pure moonlight, while happily noting how she never expected to grab this weapon so soon. Lucas finally breaks his silence to ask if she only approached him from the very start to steal the holy sword. Looking at the helpless young man trapped amidst the bizarre, monstrous plants, having fully achieved her goal, she explains that the power of Ctrl+F can easily locate Ctrl+C as she watches the sword harmonize with her own energy. With a deeply satisfied look, she adds that combining the holy sword with Ctrl+C will allow them to save this entire planet. Confident in her total victory, Miso casts a sinister gaze at Lucas, mockingly promising to share some good news now that the holy sword is finally hers. She reveals that several individuals in the elf dimension have been heavily cursed. Then she delivers her final bombshell, calmly admitting she is one of them. Shaking in complete disbelief, Lucas hesitantly asks if Miso is truly cursed as well, hoping it is not true. Realizing her plan, he asks if she is trying to absorb Ctrl+C, to which she smirks and replies that while she cannot absorb a cross-dimensional curse, he certainly can. She then drops another heavy detail that leaves even Sano in deep thought. If she kills him right now, the curse will immediately transfer directly to him. It turns out that when a control curse bearer dies, the curse instantly jumps to the closest control user in the vicinity. Gripping the sword tightly, Miso takes slow steps forward as she begins to reveal the sinister next phase of her master plan. She wants Lord Michael to finish him off, killing two birds with one stone to effortlessly claim both of their powers at the exact same time. Lucas finally understands the harsh truth of his terrible situation, gritting his teeth as he realizes that he and his family were nothing more than expendable pawns from the very beginning. But just as Miso is losing herself in triumphant laughter, a highly familiar voice suddenly rings out from right behind her, noting how interesting that story was. It is none other than Haruto, who has somehow managed to teleport directly behind her, fully prepared to launch a devastating surprise attack. Yet, Miso does not show even a hint of panic, merely tilting her head back to cast a cold, mocking glance. Despite Haruto unleashing a powerful strike, she remains completely unharmed, showing that she had already easily predicted his exact movement patterns from the start. Smirking coldly, she mockingly points out that he has even copied the shadow teleportation technique. Confronting her directly, he demands to know if she is the one responsible for opening the subdimension and completely throwing Tokyo into absolute chaos. Not even waiting around for an answer, Haruto immediately activates his copied Ctrl+5 skill to deploy a massive giant spider web. He calmly drops down as countless massive webs suddenly erupt from behind his back, rapidly closing in to trap Miso. Hardly viewing him as a worthy threat, she smirks coldly and mocks him, asking if this is really the best skill he could copy after getting cursed. Is this seriously all you have to offer? With a simple wave of her hand, she effortlessly destroys his entire setup while laughing mockingly at his futile efforts. Refusing to back down, Haruto immediately gathers his focus to construct another tight defensive encirclement around her. She just looks at him like he is a complete fool, pouting as she dismisses these minor tricks as absolutely nothing to her. Not letting her get the last word, he fires back that any small trick can become a deadly weapon in the right hands, proving he can still fight perfectly fine. Wasting no more time, he simultaneously triggers both his Ctrl+5 giant spider web and the devastating Bear King Claw skill at once. His Control 5 rapidly unleashes the lifesteal poison of the Colosseum longsword. Instantly, Haruto's surrounding trap is heavily reinforced with extra power, making it incredibly deadly. Not only that, but the growing claws become even more fierce as they clash directly with Miso's dark energy. Watching her own aura get slowly eaten away, Miso is suddenly thrown into a state of sheer panic and shock, because even in a million years, she never could have anticipated this. Finally, the realization begins to dawn on her. So he cannot just merge skills, but can actually amplify them too. No wonder it is feared as the most powerful curse in existence. Right as she is lost in thought, he lunges forward. Smirking, he mocks her. She was talking so big a moment ago, but now she is dead silent. Did his skill completely blow her mind? Miso, who never respected him anyway, sneers back and asks how that could even be possible. Seeing him like this only makes her crave that power even more. But Haruto suddenly rushes in, grabbing her shoulders with a sinister grin and telling her that those words belong to him. He does this with a secret plan already running in his mind. He is going to steal her pocket dimension. Then, he activates his Ctrl+C skill, searching the target for the specific keyword of her pocket dimension. However, the system triggers an error, stating that Ctrl+C cannot find any target to copy. Haruto thought he had everything under complete control, so this shocking failure leaves him totally stunned, silently wondering what on earth is going on. Right then, Miso tightly grips his wrist and warns him that he cannot copy anything from her. Next, she uses an immense amount of force to shove him flying straight backward. Just that single move triggers a massive shockwave, causing the ground below to explode with absolute violence. Standing nearby, Lucas is utterly terrified by the tremor and quickly raises his hands to cover his head. He thinks in absolute shock. He got lucky before because of the Ctrl+C skill, but now his sword has been stolen. He cannot control the power of Ctrl+F. Suddenly, a series of bizarre images and intense hallucinations flood Lucas's mind, making it impossible for him to resist. Powerful bursts of light continuously flash before his eyes as panic takes over. Countless questions rush into his head, and honestly, can you blame him for being this confused? How is Ctrl+C linked to Miso? One revelation after another floods in, completely taking over Lucas's mind as if his head is about to explode. In that exact split second, a sudden thought flashes through his mind. Could this be Miso's pocket dimension? But how and why are they even connected? Even though he can analyze the skills and stats, he still cannot get a clear visual because of the heavy curse's influence. Flashbacks of the sword rush back, plunging him deeper into thought. If it is considered an existing entity, then a physical item like that sword. No way. This only fuels Lucas's suspicion. Does that mean Miso's pocket dimension is actually a physical item? Finally, it seems he understands everything. Hunter Sano must have been trying to copy Miso's skill all along, so that means there is only one single way left to pull this off. Elsewhere, Takumi appears with pitch black eyes and a mysterious surge of power that makes the surrounding area explode. Alice's eyes widen in absolute shock at this sudden and terrifying entrance. He looks at her with a smirk, declaring that unless he finishes this business, Masato is doomed to remain trapped forever in that deep abyss. He vows to deal with this annoying witch first, before coming back to kill him, then suddenly bolts forward, demanding to know if she is Nishihara Tomoka's daughter. He then swings his sword. With a wicked glare, he mocks her, saying she must have inherited some talent from her parents, but her attitude will get her killed before she even has a chance to show it off. Right as his blade is about to strike, Alice swiftly conjures a magical barrier just in the nick of time. That single clash is so powerful it makes everything crack and shatter completely. Takumi never saw this coming, gasping in shock at the sight of yet another barrier. Fine, he decides to change his approach. The very moment those words leave his mouth, a massive, raging wave of energy erupts around him, threatening to swallow Alice completely whole. Facing this sudden, overwhelming onslaught, she moves with incredible agility to dodge it just in time. Seeing her react like that, Takumi sneers, telling her that running is useless and to just hurry up and die. Ignoring his constant trash talking, Alice focuses entirely on raising barriers to defend herself. As he puts more force into his strikes, she matches him with relentless determination, refusing to give an inch. Watching her desperate struggle, Takumi cannot help but mock her, telling her that her stubborn devotion is almost enough to bring tears to his eyes. Finally having enough, Alice fires back, calling narrow-minded fools like him the most disgusting creatures in the world. Only those who truly master their craft can become genuinely powerful. Showing off her true capabilities once again, she boldly declares that she is indeed the only one who can actually make that happen. By now, Takumi is utterly dumbfounded by what is unfolding right in front of him, refusing to believe she possesses such incredible skill. Her power manifests directly into a massive sphere of ice. It slowly descends right over Takumi, making him tremble as he gasps that he did not even realize it. In an instant, the massive sphere triggers a violent tremor that threatens to blow everything apart. Dazed by the shockwave, Takumi frantically raises his arms to block the impact. Nobody could have predicted that Ares' power would have such a massive area of effect. Hit by this overwhelming force, he scrambles on all fours to stand back up, keeping his eyes locked on his enemy, while cursing under his breath. Dragging himself up, he wheezes out a desperate question asking if they are completely insane to drop a weapon like that right in the middle of the city. They had their reasons for keeping them alive. But right now, everything has completely spiraled out of Takumi's control, leaving him utterly stunned. Ares calmly speaks up, reassuring him that the entire area has been evacuated, so there will not be any casualties. Just like her, Guildmaster Masato is best at pulling off one unbelievable surprise after another. Takumi can barely believe his ears, letting out a shocked gasp. What are you even talking about? He looks up at a heavily corrupted Masato, shaking his head in complete denial, claiming it is absolutely impossible. He never in a million years saw this coming, crying out in panic that there is no way he could have escaped from that place. But in response, the Guildmaster's gaze only grows colder and sharper. His killing intent spikes to a terrifying level. Takumi suddenly freezes as a horrifying realization hits him. Wait, did he actually absorb the inner demon? Masato does not even bother to deny it, coldly declaring that he already promised to personally put an end to him. The moment those words leave his mouth, a sudden tremor shakes the ground, plunging the entire area into Masato's overwhelming dark energy. Taking a devastating direct hit, Takumi crashes face first onto the ground, blood heavily dripping from his head. Even after landing that brutal blow, Masato is far from calm. His aura rolls out like a swirling, mysterious blue storm, his eyes blazing a deep, furious red. Seeing him stand in silence for a while, Alice breaks the tension by asking if he still has questions for Takumi. He replies with a chilling tone filled with raw malice. It is fine. He says he got the information he needed, and throwing him into the inner demon was a fatal mistake. Right then, his body begins to glow with a dark purple light. He has finally pierced through the mystery, realizing he just found the key clue to breaking free from the dark mana addiction. Reflecting on his trial, he deduces that the real key lies in mastering the dark skill and fully subjugating it. Years ago, his younger brother, Suta, held a dark grimoire and asked Masato what he thought about him learning those forbidden arts. The boy kept trying to convince him. He argued that despite being a dark skill, it would be incredibly useful once mastered, but Masato immediately shut him down, warning him of the immense danger. Saddened by the rejection, Suta could only stare at the book. Yet, the grimoire seemed to emit a strange, magnetic pull, whispering for him to open it and unlock its dark secrets. Suta softly protested. He did not see any harm in it after all. How else could one wield dark skills without utilizing dark mana? Looking back, Masato deeply respects his brother's sheer intellect and curiosity. Suta was incredibly sharp, so there was no doubt he had already unlocked several dark abilities back then through tireless study. Perhaps, after bringing him back, his brilliant little brother had already paved a clear path to conquering that insatiable dark mana thirst. A brilliant red magic circle suddenly envelops Masato. Turning to Alice, he urges her to head out and regroup with Hunter Haruto's team. They need to put an end to this crisis immediately. Curiously, she asks him what exactly he witnessed while trapped inside his inner demon. Masato merely offers a mysterious smile, promising her that he will reveal everything once the battle is won. Just when everything seems to be drawing to a close, Masato suddenly launches himself high into the air, his eyes gleaming like two razor-sharp blades, reflecting the cold light. There is absolutely no trace of his previous fury left. In its place is a terrifyingly calm focus and a strange, powerful presence rising within him. Wearing a cold smile, he has finally found a real sliver of hope. Meanwhile, over on Haruto's side, blinding bursts of purple and blue light tear through the battlefield, sending debris and thick dust flying in a chaotic frenzy. Gripping his sword tight with eyes full of pure hatred, he pours every ounce of his strength into a merciless strike aimed directly at Mitsu. But Mitsu is not about to back down, instantly retaliating as the two engage in a fierce clash of wills. Showing zero fear, Mitsu mockingly sneers at Haruto, offering to seal away that annoying little skill of his for good. Without warning, the enemy strikes right under Haruto's feet, completely catching him off guard. The sword erupts in a blinding blue glare, laced with ominous streaks of black and dark purple magic. Panic completely consumes Haruto. His mind is racing, cold sweat drenching his skin as his entire body begins to tremble uncontrollably. Sheathing his weapon, Mitsu looks down at Haruto and mockingly references his dark skill. It has become useless, because the holy sword was suppressed too long and can no longer be subdued. Suddenly, Haruto clears his throat and shouts, asking if that is really all her skills can do. As he prepares to rush forward with an aggressive attack, Miso remains unusually calm. She states that since mana resistance is neutralized, controlling them will not be a problem. Ignoring her words, he strikes mercilessly. Everything around them shatters as Miso launches a powerful and sudden counterattack, immediately overwhelming him. Unable to react in time, Haruto desperately braces his sword against a barrage of slashes that crash down like raging waves. His defense falls apart. Suddenly, the sword shatters into 100 pieces, leaving him completely stunned. Clearly, an ordinary blade cannot match a holy sword. Suddenly, the system displays a hilt upgrade of +5. The prompt activates the Calacian Long Dragon Sword, and the weapon in his hand instantly transforms into a black and red striped blade, overflowing with power. Miso stares at the blade with wide, panicked eyes. She realizes it is an exact replica of Frederick's sword. Haruto stands tall, his cold gaze filled with confidence, as if he saw this coming. An arrogant, satisfied smile plays on his lips. He swings his arm, and in an instant, a blinding golden light flashes through the air, like a bolt of lightning. Exactly. In an instant, the pitch-black darkness surrounding them is completely shattered. As the blinding light from the sword flares up, illuminating the entire area, Miso grips her weapon and stands her ground. With every swing, the earth cracks, as a blinding blue light erupts from the blade like a challenge. Miso flashes a cunning smile, mockingly telling Haruto that the long dragon sword is indeed terrifying. Without her holy sword, she would be in serious trouble. Fueled by rage, Haruto yells that it is not over yet. He leaps into the air, determined to take her down at all costs. However, his strength and the sword seem entirely useless against her, and Miso merely watches with a calm smile. A fiery veil suddenly wraps around her entire body. Haruto stands dazed for a moment, staring in confusion at the sight. As it turns out, Haruto's powerful strike only shattered the surrounding area, leaving Miso completely unharmed. Suddenly, a sword shoots back out from within the mysterious veil of fire. It plunges straight into Haruto's chest. Blood gushes from the wound, and he collapses to the ground, desperately clutching his chest. Miso stands over him with a cruel expression, watching him writhe in agony. She mocks him, stating that even if the long dragon sword boosted his level, he still lacks real combat experience. Suddenly, he snaps back up as a realization hits. Haruto wonders to himself if space can be used as a teleportation portal. He wants that power more than ever, wondering how on earth he can replicate it. Suddenly, he pulls out a mysterious blue potion bottle, decorated with turquoise beads. Ignoring his bleeding wound, Haruto raises the potion and gulps it down. The system pops up, indicating that using the high-grade potion will heal 100% of his injuries. Strange blue smoke begins to rise from the wound, but Haruto looks terrible as his brow furrows in intense and agonizing pain. Miso scoffs at the sight, asserting that since the potion was made with holy power, it can never heal 100% of the damage dealt by her holy sword. That is the terrifying power of a holy weapon. Seeing Haruto at a disadvantage, Miso presses her attack, mockingly asking if he has anything left to copy. She sneers with satisfaction and contempt, mockingly asking Haruto if he has finally run out of options. Haruto confidently replies that he is not done yet, but his time is running out. Suddenly, a lightning-fast blade strike rushes straight towards Miso. Stunned by the sudden assault, Miso is unable to dodge in time. The ferocious slash strikes, like a lightning bolt, instantly knocking Miso to the ground. The holy sword is flung from her grip, soaring through the air, before crashing down far away from Miso. Disarmed, Miso stands frozen, staring at the raging blue flames as debris explodes around her like hellfire. Without her weapon in hand, Miso is completely defenseless and instantly left highly vulnerable. The ferocious monsters writhe and twist as they prepare to strike, forcing the helpless Miso to use her arms as a shield. Overwhelmed by their immense power, Miso realizes she is completely outmatched. Blue fire instantly engulfs the street corner. Out of the shadows, Nanaze steps forward with an authoritative stride, holding a sharp blade. She turns to ask if Haruto is all right, and he quietly thanks her for the assist. Raising her blade, she tells Haruto that the golems have successfully cleared out most of the monsters. She notes that President Takeuchi and the chairman will arrive soon. Haruto already figured as much, noticing how his own experience points keep rapidly multiplying. Lucat also arrives, wielding a majestic sword adorned with green jade beads that glows with a sinister light, his murderous intent filling the air. Furious, he silently vows to make Miso pay for using his entire family like chess pieces. Miso's dark energy floods the entire area. Yet she still marvels at Nanas's incredible power. She admits the Hellfire's power is indeed impressive, but wonders how long it can actually last. Miso counters Haruto's group immediately. Nana's blocks the strike, declaring her Hellfire can easily burn down the defiled tree. Amused by such confidence, Miso asks if that is really so. Suddenly, Nana senses something is terribly off. Before she can react, Miso wraps her in defiled branches, completely swallowing Nanas's protective barrier. Smirking from the outside, Miso wonders if she can still summon that Hellfire now. Just when Nana seems defeated, a sudden light breaks through the wooden prison as she slices the roots apart. Nana steps out, reminding her opponent that Hellfire isn't her only weapon. Miso fumes at her survival. Haruto leaps from behind, yelling not to forget about him as he slams a heavy strike down. Both fighters stay alert. They know Miso is not done yet. Sure enough, Miso steps right out of the dust through a newly opened dimensional rift. Waving her hand, Miso declares that they are done playing around and that this is the absolute end. Right then, the ground beneath Haruto and Nana's begins to violently shatter. Massive defiled flowers sprout from deep underground, completely trapping both of them in a tight circle. Nana's tries her best to break through, but she cannot find any opening. Leaping high, she unleashes her ultimate Hellfire technique. With just one devastating blast, the giant flowers begin to disintegrate. However, several stubborn flowers survive the blast and begin to bloom, releasing a toxic cloud of dark pollen. Sensing immediate danger, Nana's and Haruto quickly cover their noses, while Miso watches with absolute smugness. She boasts that this dark mana is 10 times stronger than the defiled tree, and one touch will infect them instantly. The more they attack, the wider those spores will spread. Haruto panics, thinking he should have copied the holy sword instead, even if it meant sacrificing his shadow teleportation. Suddenly, a blinding pillar of light crashes down from above, and Lucas appears. Activating his holy power, the brilliant halo radiates outward and instantly purifies Miso's toxic pollen from the air. Now able to move freely, Haruto and Nana's turn back to see Lucas. Haruto can hardly believe his eyes. Miso fumes at his sudden arrival, shouting to know what on earth he is trying to do, before instantly sending her defiled branches straight at him. Lucas charges right back, arguing that since she was the one who betrayed them first, his actions are perfectly justified. He leaps across the tangle of branches, charging ahead. Seeing his absolute resolve to take her down, Miso tries to threaten him. She asks if he even cares about his family's fate, but Lucas completely ignores the threat and fires back a question. From the holy sword to the curse, he asks if he was ever anything more than a mere tool to her. Closing the distance in an instant, Lucas unleashes his divine spear technique, thrusting his holy blade rapidly at her. Though Miso managed to dodge every single strike, she finally blocks his assault with a defiled branch, smugly mocking him by calling his effort pathetic. She boasts that even the holy sword cannot scratch her. Lucas remains entirely unfazed and quickly throws the taunt right back. He agrees that would normally be true, but points out she mentioned the pocket dimension's dark spirit being a part of Grima. He adds that he is eager to see what happens when that blade pierces her body. Miso suddenly senses a trap. Lucas's sword grazes her cheek, catching her off guard as she curses him for being such a massive nuisance. Miso counters immediately, catching Lucas completely off guard with a sudden wooden spike that pierces him and sends him flying backward. The space behind Miso begins to fracture. Angered, she calls them trash, but Nana still has enough strength to charge ahead. Nana's declares that the elf has nowhere left to run, stating this is her ultimate end. Stunned by her tenacity, Miso curses in frustration, realizing a direct hit from Hellfire would be fatal. Miso braces herself as Nana's unleashes a fiery blast, resisting with everything she has. Both fighters clash with absolute power, while Haruto and Lucas can only watch the intense duel unfold from a distance. Lucas suddenly speaks, calling him Hunter Sano. He points out that Haruto cannot copy Miso's pocket dimension, a statement that catches the young hunter completely by surprise. Lucas explains that the pocket dimension is not a skill, but rather a physical item similar to the holy sword. He clarifies that this specific item serves as a key to connect with an entirely different dimension. He reveals that Miso is actually an elf from that foreign realm. Stepping forward, Nanas asks how she even manages to anchor herself in this dimension. Even if she exploited dungeon breaks to cross over, maintaining her presence here should still drain an immense amount of mana. Lucas nods in agreement, confirming that her assumption is absolutely correct. To bypass that heavy price, he believes she was forced to convert her skills into physical items. He had no idea how she pulled it off, but utilizing that item allowed her to cast skills without consuming a single drop of mana. Haruto smiles quietly to himself as the pieces click. So that was why he could not copy her skill back then. He realized he had to make direct physical contact with the item. Pivoting to Lucas, he asked why he suddenly decided to join forces. Haruto pointed out he wanted to kill him earlier. Lucas let out a heavy sigh, admitting that was indeed his original plan. But when Lucas was trapped by the corrupted tree, Haruto spared him, refusing to take his life even if it meant stealing his control skill. Helping now was just his way of showing some gratitude. Haruto could only stare back at Lucas in silence, completely lost for words. Honestly, Haruto just did not want to murder people for their abilities, knowing the guilt would keep him awake at night anyway. Nanas approaches them and apologizes for interrupting, but asks what exactly this control skill they are talking about is. She also questions what they meant by copying subspace earlier, causing Haruto to break a nervous sweat right on the spot. Glancing at the weapon in his hand, she wonders why he still has the long sword she clearly remembers returning to Alice. Flustered by her gaze, Haruto quickly tries to brush it off, claiming he only borrowed it back for a moment. Meanwhile, a defeated Miso slowly regains consciousness and begins rising from deep beneath the earth. Having used the corrupted tree to shield herself from Nanas's onslaught, her body took only minor damage. Haruto warns the group that something is off, while Lucas notices she is absorbing dark mana from the tree. This looks like her final stand. Enraged, Miso's face begins to age rapidly, turning a ghastly shade of purple. She rasps that she wanted to play until Michael arrived, admitting she was too careless against a hunter like Nanas. Screaming that she is playing for keeps now, she sends massive, corrupted roots crashing down right toward Haruto. Evading the blows, Haruto asks Nanas if she can still summon her hellfire, and she quickly nods in agreement. Lucas offers to unleash his holy light sword again, but Haruto instructs them to use the hellfire to blind her vision first. Nanas obliges, conjuring a wall of hellfire to block the massive roots while Haruto quickly assesses the battlefield. If she converted her skills into physical items, what is stopping him from copying them? He leaps onto the roots to try. Praying for a miracle, the system suddenly responds. Ctrl+C successfully copies the Izayasu branch and the item. 1/3 of the Izayasu seed has been acquired. The item merges into his body, preparing for a level up. Collecting the complete seed to cultivate the tree will grant him the legendary blessing of Izayasu's raw vitality. Ctrl+V can now be cast simultaneously with Giant Spider Thread. Because he has successfully stolen the Izayasu seed from its original owner, that person can no longer utilize the branches of Izayasu at all. Once the target's health drops below 15%, the skill will automatically be absorbed by the system. Haruto smiles as he feels the surge. Lucas was right. She really is running on empty now. With Ctrl+V activated, the seed begins sprouting inside him, signaling his successful copy of the corrupted tree. Now, watch the dark wood suddenly glows a brilliant gold, and Miso watches in absolute horror as even the roots beneath her feet change color. Confused, she gasps, wondering how he copied her tree. But Lucas ambushes her from above, shouting that her time is up. Snapping back at his big mouth, she tries to retaliate, but suddenly realizes her body won't let her summon the branch. Lucas's holy blade grazes her head, but she ducks just in time, only for him to press on with relentless strikes. The blade bites deep into her chest, drawing a furious curse from Miso as Lucas yells for Hunter Sano to strike, warning him she is trying to escape through the subspace. Haruto touches the branch and triggers Ctrl+C, combining the giant spider thread and the Izayasu branch. The web tightly binds her legs as the roots seal her fate. Trapped, Miso finally realizes she stands no chance against Haruto. She spits that elves traversing other dimensions are completely different from ordinary monsters, refusing to be categorized with them. It was her duty to protect the people by slaying monsters, yet here they are treating her like some rabid beast. Unmoved by her self-pity, Nanas coldly tells her to stop resisting. She simply has no interest in torturing monsters. With a swift swing, her hellfire engulfs Miso in agonizing flames, though Nanas is shocked to see her still breathing after that strike. Calling her incredibly stubborn, Miso only laughs, declaring her time has finally come. even if she cannot personally purify her homeland. But in return, screaming a horrific curse, Miso vows to make their world suffer the exact same fate as her, leaving them in absolute despair as Lucas suddenly senses something is horribly wrong. Dark energy rains from the sky, instantly extinguishing Nanis's flames as Lucas leaps forward in a desperate attempt to stop her. Stop. Even Michael cannot handle that heavy of a burden. This puts not just Tokyo but the entire world in danger, yet he still pushes forward, desperately absorbing that raw energy. Right then, a brilliant golden light streaks directly toward Miso. Standing outside, Nana instantly knows exactly who it is. S-rank hunter Lucas watches in amazement as Haruto successfully dives deep inside Miso's very consciousness. Looking around, he wonders if this is what a pocket dimension looks like, and how she turned it into an item. Reaching out, Haruto touches the core, deciding to copy it immediately. Under Haruto's precise control, the system screen flashes a notification. Ctrl+C. The hacking space has been successfully copied. Ctrl+V. A spatial key is required to unlock this pocket dimension. Striking Ctrl+V again, the system begins synchronizing his inventory directly with the new subspace. Any item in his inventory can now be pulled directly from this space. Another Ctrl+V command executes, moving a 3/5 dimension fragment directly into the subspace. With the setup complete, Haruto chuckles, realizing he can actually use this just like his normal inventory. As the system activates Ctrl+V level 3 and level 5, every single copied item and skill is now safely stored inside, completely ignoring durability limits. Haruto is absolutely thrilled. Busy copying, he realizes that if he duplicates Lucas's holy sword and stores it here, he won't have to give up his teleportation skill anymore. But a voice suddenly echoes from behind, putting him on high alert. Ctrl+C is truly beyond my expectations. Looking down, the elf Miso admits with genuine surprise that she never expected it could duplicate items from an entirely different dimension. Thoughtfully, Haruto replies that it only copies a small fraction of the target. Miso snaps back with a darkened expression, of course, since only a fraction of the subspace was brought here initially. Finding this way too complicated, Haruto asks why make it so difficult, but Miso glares back coldly, reiterating that the space is not hers, as it was forcefully dragged into this realm. It was stolen by the tyrant who pushed her homeland to the brink of ruin, Spirit King Sangarimaru. Confused, Haruto asks if that means he has to defeat this tyrant first to end everything. Miso scoffs at the foolish question. How can you defeat someone who single-handedly brought down her entire homeland all by himself? She was incredibly lucky that a portal opened right before he could take her life, allowing her to escape straight into this dimension. Ultimately, she sacrificed absolutely everything just to carry a tiny fragment of that subspace with her. Hearing this, Haruto frowns in confusion. Wait, if that is the case, how did she manage to turn it into an item? Miso replies with absolute confidence, she did it, using the power of a curse from her home dimension. This completely blows Haruto's mind, leaving him standing there with his jaw dropped in sheer disbelief. What did she just say? Do curses actually exist in other dimensions too? He wonders, as Miso flashes a sinister grin, explaining that her unique curse grants her the power of conversion. Back on the outside, Nana and Lucas stand frozen with their weapons drawn, staring in shock at the violently churning tornado ahead. Suddenly, a massive, clawed foot emerges from the subspace, radiating an overwhelming, bloodthirsty aura as it steps aggressively into their world. Violent electrical currents and searing hot sparks crackle all over its body, surging heavily from head to toe. Behind it, a terrifying army of snow mountain golems begins to march. Just then, Shinoda Satoru approaches with a cheerful wave, calling out to her, and when Nana hears him and turns around, she offers a gentle smile in return. Nearby, the president of the West Flower Guild approaches holding his heavy shield, prompting Nana to run over and thank him for his incredible hard work. The guild president simply waves off her gratitude, reassuring her that every single monster in the area has been cleared, though Gao chimes in, wondering if the other hunters can handle any remaining stragglers. Stepping out from the glowing red circle, Masato and Alice walk over, catching the tail end of his question. Sensing Gao's skepticism, Masato casually replies that they already wiped out all the stragglers on their way here. Spotting Masato, Nana immediately asks what happened to Takumi, but President Shirosaki completely ignores her question, casually stating instead that he actually wanted to capture the man alive for the association's benefit, but since he refused to cooperate, he simply had to put him down for good. Staring at his chillingly calm expression, Nana can only offer a quiet nod, inwardly noting that President Shirosaki's entire aura has completely transformed. Deciding not to pry any further, she simply accepts the facts and thanks him for wrapping up the job. Looking around the battlefield and realizing someone is missing, Satoru walks over to ask where Senior Haruto went. Hearing this, Nana points toward the blinding pillar of light, starting to explain where Haruto has gone. Entering the pocket dimension alongside the elf, they stand guard outside the room. Satoru immediately panics at the news, anxiously asking Nana if Haruto is in serious danger. Annoyed by his casual and disrespectful tone, she secretly fumes, wishing this kid would stop speaking to her like they are on the same level. While focusing on her work, she reassures Satoru, reminding him that the wicked elf is already on the verge of death. Lucas approaches the conversing duo with a sharp warning they need to seal this pocket dimension shut as soon as possible. Entities far beyond their comprehension are about to cross over. Gao spots Lucas and demands to know who he is, staring at the legendary holy sword in his hands and questioning if he belongs to the Cooper family. Gao asks if he was sent as backup, but Nana quickly cuts in, revealing he is actually Miso's accomplice. Gao gapes in utter disbelief. Seeing Lucas stand there silently, he suddenly grabs the young noble by the collar, lifting Lucas clean off his feet. Gao fiercely demands to know why a noble family member would ever ally with a monster like Miso. Gao demands how he plans to pay for this. Staring back, Lucas firmly replies that he will go inside and take full responsibility, begging to let him go. Gao glares back, sparks of intense contemplation flashing in his eyes. With a heavy thud, Gao ruthlessly slams Lucas to the ground. Turning his back, he coldly tells him to do whatever he wants. He vows on the honor of the Midas Guild that once this crisis ends, both Lucas and his entire clan will pay dearly. Lucas offers no reply to the harsh threat, quietly realizing that only matters if he actually makes it out alive. Suddenly, he bolts forward with an incredibly tense expression. If that entity escapes into the real world, everything is doomed. He must seal the gate. Meanwhile, deep inside the pocket dimension, Haruto is still reeling from the shock that curses actually exist in other dimensions. With a wicked face, Miso slams her hands down as a strange blue aura erupts. She admits she was shocked too, but quickly realized she cannot absorb curses from the cursed beings of this world, at least not with her current transformation. She locks her eyes on Haruto, adding, "But with your Ctrl+C ability, copying curses from entirely different dimensions might actually be possible." Haruto glares at her with a dark, icy expression, asking if this entire nightmare was just to steal his Ctrl+C. Miso offers a mysterious smile, explaining further. The moment Michael kills him to claim Ctrl+C, she can link the spatial gate to their home planet, ensuring Rima descends upon Earth. Years of deep-seated hatred fuel her words. She spits in fury, declaring that if not for Johnny, Sihara, and Tomoka, she would have succeeded 15 years ago. He scoffs at her rant, pointing out her failure and mockingly asking if she should really be spilling her entire plan like this. Miso cackles, firing back that he is going to die anyway. With wide, crazed eyes, she sneers that even if she dies here, the grand plan is already in motion. Mid-sentence, she morphs into a hideous beast, unleashing a relentless barrage of attacks that forces Haruto to desperately guard with his bare arms. Panic grips him tight, sweat pouring down his face. He looks up in absolute disbelief at the terrifying monster before him, its razor-sharp teeth sending shivers down his spine. Haruto falls down, paralyzed with fear. His face pales as he wonders if this colossal beast is a dragon. How could such a thing be sealed inside this pocket dimension? The dragon raises its massive claws, thrashing violently as it closes in on him. He realizes with horror that they intend to unleash this monster upon Tokyo. Drenched in sweat, he desperately tells himself this cannot be happening, because if this beast escapes, the entire city will be wiped out. The beast glares at him with absolute hunger. Terrified, Haruto bolts, running as fast as his legs can carry him without looking back, yet he simply cannot find any exit. As the monster roars, a sudden figure leaps out from the shadows and launches a strike directly at it. Shielding his eyes, Haruto looks toward the blinding flash of light only to realize that his savior is Lucas. Clashing his sword against the beast, Lucas glances back to urgently ask if Haruto has copied the pocket dimension yet. He explains this is the dragon Miso kept locked up, warning that if this space collapses, it will destroy the holy sword. He promises to hold it off while Haruto escapes to seal the gate. Haruto runs as told, but panic sets in as he wonders how to pull this off, anxiously shouting back to ask what will happen to Lucas. The dragon lets out a deafening roar. It swats Lucas away with incredible force, sending his holy sword spinning out of his reach. Haruto watches in utter horror as the blade clatters onto the ground. Sensing his weakness, the beast spreads its wings, eyes burning with rage as it lunges directly for the defenseless fighter. As chaos erupts, Lucas collapses unconscious on the ground. With the dragon just inches away from claiming the holy sword, Haruto grinds his teeth, cursing their terrible luck. Suddenly, the system alerts him that Ctrl+5 has activated its giant spider thread, winding time back 10 minutes. Meanwhile, Nana stands before a glitching system panel that repeatedly floods her screen with notifications, announcing she has just gained 50 experience points. Placing his hand on the system screen, he notes that normally, a high-level hunter like him wouldn't get any experience points for defeating a monster at this tier. That elf must be dead by now. Miso fumes in anger, cursing them for treating her like a monster. She silently reasons that, while the elf was mad about being treated like a beast, her otherworldly origin meant Earth's dimension would never see her as anything else. The system screen displays Miso's detailed character statistics. The level 354 elf has been defeated, showing 75% contribution and 200 experience points. Meanwhile, Mo approaches Satoru to check on him. Mo anxiously asks if Satoru is alright and how Hunter Sano is doing. Satoru looks toward the subdimension entrance and replies that he is still inside. Suddenly, a strange, intense light erupts from within the subdimension, startling everyone who is waiting outside. Lucas and Sano are violently blown backward out of the subdimension entrance. Sano grips a rope tightly, wrapping it around Lucas's body before securing it to a sword. The onlookers gasp in sheer panic as Sano's name is screamed. Rocks shatter and crumble in the chaos as both men crash heavily onto the ground. Satoru watches in horror, shouting out for Senior Haruto. Sensing they are still in grave danger, Sano warns everyone to get back immediately. He then dashes back toward the subdimension portal, desperately trying to shut the gate. The system screen flashes, showing that Ctrl+V is currently sealing the dimensional space. Sano pushes with all his might, telling himself that he can do this, and the massive gateway finally begins to shut. The blinding light slowly narrows and fades away, leaving only faint glimmers to pass through the closing gap. Confused by his actions, the onlookers wonder if he is actually trying to close the subdimension. Once the dimensional gate fully shuts, he breathes a sigh of relief, glad that it is finally over. But suddenly, a red warning screen from Ctrl+5 alerts him that due to an immense force within, the subdimension cannot be closed. To maintain its integrity, the subdimension begins to reopen. Haruto stands completely paralyzed in terror, his eyes wide and breath ragged, pleading for it to wait. Before he can even process the shock, the dimensional gate slowly creaks open once more, casting a mysterious, hazy glow that spreads all across the area. A monster with an absolutely colossal frame emerges, showing thick, bulging veins and scales as hard as stone. Its burning red eyes flare with deep hatred and a thirst for destruction as it forces its head through. Roaring so loudly the sound tears through the air, everyone panics in utter disbelief, shouting to ask what is happening as a colossal dragon thrusts its massive foot out of the subdimension. Its foot slams down, causing the entire area to shake violently. Realizing they stand absolutely no chance, they scream for everyone to run. Mo recognizes the terrifying beast immediately, pointing out that it is indeed a dragon. 15 years ago, a single dragon wiped out the entire United Kingdom, and if this one escapes, everyone is doomed. Unleashing its overwhelming latent power, the dragon releases a heavy shockwave that throws Sano violently back to the ground. Sano is consumed by sheer frustration and deep regret, feeling as though he just blew his only opportunity to prevent this massive disaster. He was just a second too late, and now the dragon is right on the verge of breaking completely free. Haruto forces himself to stay calm and focused, desperate to find any way to hold the beast back. Pressing his hand against the ground, the system announces that he is utilizing the branch of Izeso. It actually works, as the glowing branch of Izeso slowly winds around the dragon, completely trapping it and halting its movements. Onlookers watch in complete disbelief, questioning what on earth is happening right before their eyes. The Izeso branches bind the dragon tighter and tighter, appearing to come alive as they twist together under the command of some powerful, unseen force. They slither and shoot forward, launching directly toward the beast. Splitting and multiplying rapidly, the wooden vines completely envelop the dragon, sealing it in place so it cannot move. Haruto sighs in relief as the plan actually works, while Satoru looks on with sheer admiration, loudly cheering for his amazing senior. However, Nana senses something off, realizing she cannot feel any evil aura coming from the dragon. She reasons that it seems identical to Miso's technique, even as the crowd around her praises the branches for stopping the dragon. Alongside Nana's, Mo also senses something is deeply wrong. Not because the dragon isn't a monster, but because a mere branch shouldn't easily stop it. Sure enough, Mo looks up in absolute horror as the beast snaps the vines, breaking entirely free. Its entire body pulses with terrifying power, its muscles bulging out like solid blocks of stone. As it lets out a thunderous roar, its massive frame shakes, spewing furious torrents of fire. Completely shocked, Haruto realizes the beast is preparing a fire breath attack, urging everyone to dodge immediately. Fuwa raises his shield, quickly generating a protective barrier around him, as he tells everyone to get behind him right away. Over on Masato's side, he shouts for everyone else to gather close. He releases a pulsing red circle that expands like a powerful wave, forming a solid shield to protect the entire area. The defensive barrier keeps expanding so everyone can rush inside. Each swirling vortex seems to absorb all the nearby energy, growing bigger and stronger by the second. But right as they scramble to safety, a massive, thunderous crack echoes through the air. The dragon roars furiously, digging its razor-sharp teeth into the thick wooden branches, constricting its massive body. Hissing violently, the beast twists its giant head, its blood-red eyes burning with pure, unbridled rage. Some of the survivors are still shaking with terror, staring at the terrifying mythical creature right before them. Unbelievable, one girl gasps out that they are actually saved. A young man stares at the blue shield, protecting hundreds of people from the terrifying beast outside. Standing behind it feels incredibly safe. He celebrates, noting that although a whole sector of Ginza is gone, they survived. Another adds that the president and Chairman Shirasaki are truly amazing, but Satoru suddenly wonders how his senior Haruto is doing. Meanwhile, Haruto sits dazed and exhausted among the smoldering, burnt trees. He brushes ash off his clothes, dark soot left behind by the dragon's scorching embers, and sighs in disappointment that he could not stop it completely. A sudden voice startles him, pointing out that holding off that fire breath is still a pretty impressive feat. Turning around, he sees Lucas and angrily asks who allowed him to sneak in there. Lucas innocently replies that he just happened to land nearby, shaken up just as badly. He sighs that the beast escaped anyway. They must evacuate the regular hunters first, because even S-rank fighters will struggle against armor as tough as dragon scales. Normal weapons and magic are useless here. Haruto leaps up, cursing that wretched Miso for causing all this. He wanted to destroy this place all along, but Lucas reveals that Michael's curse has the power to erase the beast. Haruto looks confused, asking about this erasure. Lucas explains that Michael is the Starfield Guild leader and shares their curse. Seriously, he is a man nobody should ever cross, triggering Haruto's dark memories. He recalls a gun and a strange subway conversation about a dragon between mysterious masked figures. They had debated attacking then, but agreed to wait until the dimensional shard resonance grew stronger. Elsewhere, Michael silently stares at a floating dimensional shard as Miso hesitantly hands it over to him. Michael watches the glowing fragment pulsing with energy right in his palm. Resting his chin, he coldly asks what her next move is. Miso drops to her knees instantly, explaining that this will make him the only person capable of opening the gate. Before he can probe further, she adds her fear that Tomoka Nishihara did something to seal the portal forever. Apparently, she tried linking this world with the spirit realm after uncovering Miso's secret schemes. Finding her explanation reasonable, Michael agrees, calling it just another small piece of the grand plan. He hands the shard back to Miso, who bows deeply and expresses her profound gratitude. Next, she presents a sparkling purple crystal, explaining that this is a protective warding stone passed down through generations of her elf clan. If she dies, the stone will glow to reveal the exact identity of her killer. In her mind, that will be the ultimate signal for Michael to initiate everything. Elsewhere, the ground burns violently, sending thick plumes of black smoke rising into the sky. Husia, the absolute strongest beast of the Rainbow Dungeon, unleashes a continuous barrage of devastating fire breath into the air. Inside a flying battleship, a grim-faced Masato sits silently, clutching that exact purple crystal in his hand. A beam of light projects from the gem, displaying a hologram of Nanaze, Japan's top 5 hunter. He silently vows that his grand plan will include vengeance for him. While nearby, Kuesia continues its onslaught, shattering the very earth with its roars. Sword-wielding hunters flee in absolute panic, with one of them screaming in terror as the beast approaches. They cannot do anything against this monster, but suddenly, crackling black lightning begins to gather in one spot. Masato casts a spell, sending a thunderous lightning bolt crashing directly onto Kuesia. Silence falls, but the devastating strike does not seem to affect the monster at all. It glares at him with blood-red eyes. Sweating from tension, Ares Hill warns Masato that magic is completely useless. Masato glares back angrily, asking if they are completely helpless. With a grim expression, Ares Hill suggests physical attacks might work, but the power gap is simply too massive. Right now, the monster seems to have gone completely wild, roaring and baring its razor-sharp fangs to attack the tiny humans standing on the ground with weapons. Watching this chaotic mess, Masato gets incredibly frustrated. If ordinary hunters try to force their way through, the casualties will be absolutely devastating. Damn it. If Guildmaster Gao were here, he would definitely have a way to control this beast. Where on earth did he go? He looks around, frantically searching for any sign of him. Suddenly, one of the nearby hunters points and shouts, "Hey, over there." Staring at a pile of black ooze, he asks, "Wasn't the Guildmaster standing right there a second ago?" Another hunter responds, "I thought so too. But did he seriously melt? No way. That is literally impossible." He simply cannot believe his eyes, staring at the shapeless puddle that used to be a human. Both of them are shaking with fear. One of them stammers that flame breath did not even hit him directly. The other replies hesitantly, "True. But then, what is that?" Before he can finish, he notices something weird. That pile of slime suddenly starts squirming, as if it is actually alive. Then it explodes. A figure emerges with raging red eyes, and it is none other than Guildmaster Gao. He roars, "That damn lizard." The two hunters cheer in relief. "Guildmaster, we knew it. There is no way a simple breath attack could ever melt you." Gao glares at the monster. It has completely lost its mind now, relentlessly lunging at the group of hunters, throwing a massive punch. He grunts, "Why is this damn thing so huge?" But suddenly, a strange sound makes him stop. Looking down at the ground, the shattered rocks are actually moving on their own. They quickly piece themselves together into screeching golems. He watches in utter disbelief. Meanwhile, Nana is still in the thick of it, unleashing her swift blade dance attack. Her attack strikes Quesia directly, but it only seems to make the beast angrier. As it charges right at her, she quickly activates the Yggdrasil branch, Ctrl+V. Instantly, massive roots erupt from deep underground, wrapping tightly around the roaring beast to hold it down. The creature screams and thrashes, using its razor-sharp teeth to rip right through the branches and break free. Haruto watches, realizing those branches cannot hold it for long. Its HP is already down 25%, but using the dragon sword now is just too risky. Lucat rushes over and suggests, "What if you push it back into the subspace?" Haruto snaps in frustration. "If I do that, I cannot use it anymore." Lucat replies with a serious face, "We can easily take it down if we use that sword." Haruto fires back, "I do not know what you are thinking, but your precious holy sword is basically a toothpick to that thing." He looks back at Quesia, fully aware that this monster is operating on a completely different level of power. Lucat exposes him with a smirk, "When we escaped that subspace earlier, I knew you had already copied my sword." Haruto panics, "Wait, that was just because Ctrl+C triggered automatically." Lucat chuckles and looks away. "I am not blaming you. Without you, I would have died in there with my sword, so I owe you one." Haruto lets out an awkward laugh, sweating bullets. He realizes this massive misunderstanding has gone way too far. Quickly changing the subject, he asks, "Okay, say we somehow block it, then what do we do next?" Lucat answers, "Use your cursed skill to copy the sword and turn it into a literal pincushion. One sword is not enough. But what if we have 10,000 of them?" As he speaks, an image of thousands of swords raining down on the beast flashes by. This wild idea completely blindsides Haruto. He murmurs, that actually sounds like a plan. But how do we push it back into the subspace?" He turns to ask about that, but before he can finish, he feels something massive right behind him and quickly spins around, only to see Gao standing there, saying, "Hunter Sano, let me borrow those little golems of yours for a bit." Haruto gasps, "Golems? Guildmaster, what exactly are you planning to do with them?" Gao pauses before growling, "I will make anyone who dares point a sword at me pay the price." He glares at the beast, leaving Haruto totally confused. "If you use the golems, can they even scratch this thing?" Gao tightens his fists. He declares, "Damage? Not just damage, I am going to kill it." Haruto stops questioning him, choosing to put his full trust in Gao. He replies, "Got it? Then I will open the subspace. Please force that thing right into it." Gao leans down next to him with his massive frame. "Fine. I want to see how you pull this off. Let us discuss the details later." Haruto issues the command, as hundreds of commands run instantly, activating the transformed golem core with Ctrl+V. Suddenly, countless redstones appear, merging with the shattered rocks moving on the ground. Within seconds, the golems materialize. Gao slams his fist into the ground with explosive force, sending massive rocks flying into the air. At that moment, the golems rush toward him. A colossal stone entity emerges from the dust and smoke, leaving Haruto completely speechless. The intense battle between Gao and the metal beast rages on. The snow golems quickly circle up, desperately scrambling to pile up heavy stones. Nearby, Gaul prepares to ambush Zack, but the massive beast quickly senses the threat, roars, and dodges the blow. Infuriated by the miss, Gaul growls for the beast to wait, immediately unleashing 100% of his power in a devastating punch. The heavy punch connects squarely with Zack's head, sending its face snapping sideways. Watching from inside the safety barrier, Masato cheers at the brutal hit. Meanwhile, Haruto observes from nearby, analyzing the stone armor as a perfect match for the golem summon. Resolved to copy that exact ability later, Haruto watches as Zack quickly recovers, glaring with rage at his attacker. Realizing a single blow was not enough, Gaul prepares to deliver another heavy strike. Haruto lets out a quiet smirk, knowing everything is going exactly to plan, and immediately signals his forces to move. Suddenly, the debris in front of Zack explodes, startling the beast as a swarm of snow golems rain down from above. Squealing as they dive, the golems aim straight for Zack's mouth, but the enraged monster snaps its jaws shut, crushing them. Haruto grits his teeth, shouting for his summons to do their part. Thrashing inside the beast's jaws, the golems trigger a massive internal explosion, forcing a painful roar from Zack as thick stone dust spews from its mouth. A dense cloud of white dust blankets the battlefield as the colossal beast collapses heavily, losing consciousness. Down below, the soldiers erupt in celebration, cheering for Hunter Sano's golems and shouting their gratitude for the timely assistance. Hearing this, Gaul glares coldly toward Haruto, realizing the young hunter only handed over his golems to set up this very trap. Unaware of the gaze, Haruto remains focused, calculating that this level of damage still cannot defeat the monster. He suddenly bolts forward, declaring they must drag the beast into the pocket dimension immediately. Crowding around Zack, the soldiers rally one another, shouting that they can win this if they keep up the attack. Drawing close, Haruto conjures a glowing magic circle, weaving his hands to cast the Black Spirit's pocket dimension spell. Behind Zack, the fabric of reality tears open, revealing a terrifying purple portal, crackling with raw electricity. The soldiers exchange panicked glances, terrified that another portal has opened and more monsters are about to emerge. Haruto quickly reassures them, explaining he only opened the rift to banish the dragon, which finally calms the anxious troops. Haruto turns to Gaul, asking if President Takashi can deliver one more punch. Slightly caught off guard, the president admits that with his golems destroyed, he cannot replicate that level of impact. Anxiety washes over Haruto's face as he hesitates, wondering if he should simply copy and paste more golems. He rejects the idea new golems would be at too low of a level to match that impact. Suddenly, Nanas appears behind him, suggesting they utilize the purgatory firepower instead, which immediately prompts Haruto to agree and lock in the plan. Mo rushes over, urging them to act quickly while the beast is down, warning that phase 2 of the fight is starting. But before they can move, the massive creature behind them shakes violently. Regaining its footing, Zack glares down with burning, furious eyes, prompting a terrified soldier to scream for everyone to run. Answering the warning, the dragon unleashes a massive torrent of flame. Pandemonium erupts as soldiers flee in absolute terror, while Nanas watches in tense desperation, knowing that devastating flame breath will completely wipe out their forces if left unchecked. Determined to minimize casualties, she hesitates no longer and charges headfirst toward the rampaging dragon all on her own. The reckless charge leaves Haruto and Mo in shock, while nearby, Toku barks orders for the other hunters to fall back. He conjures a protective barrier to shield his squad, but across the field, Zack is already channeling a massive, blazing inferno. Undeterred, Nanas charges directly at the beast, gathering immense momentum before hurling her signature blade straight at Zack. Summoning the destructive energy of her purgatory blade, a massive wave of apocalyptic power erupts from the weapon's core. Red and blue energies collide in a blinding clash, obliterating the surroundings as shattered rock and debris rain down everywhere. Zack unleashes a tide of flame that completely engulfs the battlefield, shocking Nanas as the entire structure is swallowed by fire. Haruto watches the disaster unfold, cursing in frustration. Activating his shadow-stepping branch art, Haruto dives headfirst into the raging flames, desperately reaching out to grab the engulfed Nanas and pull her to safety. Enclosed within a protective sphere of wooden branches, The two shield themselves from the heat as the wooden cocoon plummets out of the raging inferno. It crashes heavily to the ground, narrowly securing their survival. Grimacing in pain, Nanas clutches her arm as Haruto asks if she is all right, though she only worries about her shaman blade. Reassuring her that the shaman blade is perfectly intact, Haruto hears a system alert. His copy skill is working, replicating Nanas's blade dance. Haruto thinks to himself he hasn't even touched her directly yet. How is this possible? So even getting touched by that giant spider web triggers the copy? He hands the precious sword back to Nanase. She accepts it with a quick thank you, before warning Haruto if that thing uses its flame breath again, they are dead meat. Both of them look toward Zack, who is wildly searching for his next target. Just then, a decisive voice rings out. Now is the absolute best time to strike. Haruto instantly unleashes his object-cutting skill. At that moment, the system completely envelops Zack, leaving both Haruto and Nanase watching in absolute shock at what unfolds right before their eyes. Haruto's face darkens. What is this sudden, unsettling feeling? Before he can process it, Ctrl+F flashes on the system screen, followed by Ctrl+V. Lucas stares at the glowing stream of data materializing right in front of him. He immediately recognizes the signature and thinks of one name: Michael, the leader of the European multinational guild, Starfield. Lucas screams at the top of his lungs for Haruto to get out of the barrier immediately, making Haruto spin around in confusion. Suddenly, a purple light erupts from the system, and Zack, cutting off any reply. Haruto whips his head back around with only one urgent thought: he must get Nanase out of here too. The system updates again, announcing the use of the giant spider web. It looks like Zack's speed and raw power are completely exploding. Instantly, a dark energy crystallizes around the beast, growing so massive that it triggers a colossal explosion in the heart of Jinsen District, leaving a deep crater behind. Massive cracks split the earth open as the lingering dark energy continues to swirl around the ruin. This terrifying explosion naturally grabs the attention of everyone living in the surrounding area. A soldier stares down in utter panic, asking what on earth just happened. Right next to him, a brown-haired man points out that a massive, bottomless pit has suddenly torn open in central Jinsan. Tokuo Gao frowns, demanding to know who did this, when a desperate scream for his sister suddenly catches his attention. Nanas is lying flat on the ground, coughing up a pool of blood. Haruto and Satoru sprint over to help, but they immediately realize they are too late. Nanas has lost her entire right arm, bleeding out rapidly in a highly critical state. Tokuo Gao and Shirosaki Masato, Ayers Hill, and Lucas Morgan stare in horror alongside them. Satoru looks down at Nanase with tears streaming down his face, completely unable to form a coherent sentence as he stammers out the word sister. Satoru chokes on his words, gesturing toward her arm, while a terrified bystander whispers that her right arm is completely gone. A nearby girl notes that she still seems conscious, while Satoru desperately grabs Haruto's shoulder, demanding to know in a trembling voice what on earth happened to his sister. He asks if Sara can heal her, and Haruto nods urgently, promising that he will go track down the healer right this second. Haruto's voice trembles with deep regret as he apologizes, wishing he had gotten her out of that barrier much sooner. He gently lifts Nanase, using his power to drape a jacket over her terrible wound, while her pale face contorts in absolute agony. As Haruto prepares to carry her away, Satoru begs him to make absolutely sure that his sister's arm gets fully healed. Haruto tells him to leave it to him before vanishing instantly. Just then, a helicopter lands nearby, kicking up a massive gust of wind that scatters the remaining debris. The two remaining teammates watch the arriving chopper in complete confusion. They wonder aloud when the chopper even arrived, and if reinforcements have finally shown up. But as it lands, everyone spots the massive, unmistakable symbol on its side. That emblem belongs to the Starfield Guild. Michael steps down from the chopper flanked by a crew wearing colorful masks, radiating pure bloodlust. As he introduces himself as the leader of the Starfield Guild, he announces that he has arrived to personally answer their desperate plea for reinforcements. Scanning the widespread destruction, he explains that he had to move fast given the extreme urgency of the situation. Looking at the massive crater, he casually remarks that the incident caused some minor damage, prompting an outraged Tokuo Gao to step up and demand what he means by minor. Michael smirks and points out that the beast was a country-destroying threat, which is exactly why he had to step in. Asking if his attitude is not a bit uncalled for, President Tokuo Gao growls that one of their own hunters lost her entire right arm in that devastating blast. Michael chuckles dismissively, arguing that since he wiped out a dragon-class monster, sacrificing a single arm of some low-ranking hunter was a perfectly reasonable trade. Tokuo instantly explodes in absolute fury at his words, releasing a completely overwhelming aura. The president angrily asks Michael if he is mocking them, but Michael merely sneers, tauntingly noting that this situation perfectly resembles the old Japanese saying about returning evil for a good deed. Seeing this, Shirasaki quickly steps in to diffuse the tension, politely apologizing to Michael for their delayed introductions. The president then introduces himself as Tokuo, the head of the Japanese Hunters Association, thanking Michael for taking down the dragon. Lucas raises his voice, shouting that there is absolutely no need to thank him, as he steps forward with his sword and reveals that Michael caused all of this. Tokuo gasps in sheer shock, demanding to know what he means. While Lucas stands there with a dark expression and a tense smile, he released the monsters and reports directly to this man. Tuku chimed in to question him, asking if he was not a Starfield Guild member too, making his words untrustworthy. Lucas denied it, looking at Michael and saying things are different now, because he was discarded the moment he lost his value. Michael overheard this and flashed a bizarre smile, mockingly telling Lucas he was babbling useless nonsense, when this was clearly no time to sit and chat. Gao stepped up aggressively, saying he did not trust Lucas but still found Starfield suspicious, demanding a full explanation of what was happening. Michael waved his hand, saying he had no reason to explain to him. Michael gave a smug, mysterious smile, declaring they would all be wiped out before activating his system with Ctrl+A to select and erase everyone. Elsewhere, Haruto was desperately searching for his way back when he spotted an open door, confident he had finally found the right spot. The door immediately swung wide open, revealing several hospital patient rooms right inside. He rushed forward, realizing he could move freely through this barrier because of the subspace, and the doorway instantly transported him right to where Sarah was administering treatment. She heard a noise and spun around in panic, a feeling shared by the patient she was currently treating. Haruto urgently asked Sarah if she could heal Hunter Nanas. Sarah stared at him in panic, completely choked up, prompting Haruto to trigger his system with Ctrl+V, duplicating infinite mana to support her. As the system repeated the process endlessly, Sarah began to examine the wounds on Nanas. Haruto asked if Nanas would survive after losing so much blood, and Sarah replied she would be fine with enough mana. She immediately activated the Ctrl+Z system, attempting to restore her target's severed arm. Suddenly, a massive red alert flashed across her screen, making her gasp and wonder what on earth was happening. The system warned that Ctrl+Z could not restore anything deleted by Ctrl+X. She turned and apologized to Haruto, deeply startling him as her pale, terrified face showed she could not hide her panic. She trembled as she confessed it was impossible to restore, driving Haruto to demand why, though she had no answers beyond the error message on her screen. He realized it too late. Because the critical damage was caused by Ctrl+X, Nanas was left in terrible condition, struggling to even breathe. This forced Sarah to stop her treatment, realizing that someone else out there also wielded these mysterious control abilities. Haruto clung to hope for a miracle, desperately asking her to try just one more time. She knew it was useless, warning him it would only waste mana, while he gritted his teeth in sheer frustration, refusing to accept defeat. He began analyzing exactly how the Ctrl+X command worked. Since things deleted by Ctrl+X cannot be restored, he wondered if his Ctrl+V duplication skill could somehow replicate her Wu Dao blade. He triggered the duplication command, successfully materializing a copy of the Wu Dao. Sarah recognized it and asked if it was Nanas's weapon, but Haruto explained it was just a copy made before the original disappeared. Hearing this, she held out hope and asked if he could simply copy Hunter Nanas's lost arm as well. He reluctantly shook his head, explaining he could not copy any other human but himself, before trying Ctrl+5 on the Wu Dao, only for it to immediately dissolve. A red alert flashed, stating Ctrl+5 could not paste any object previously deleted by Ctrl+X. He thought he could bypass the Ctrl+X restriction, but reality was cruel, as the copied item vanished into thin air without a trace. Haruto was deeply frustrated, muttering that this item had been copied well before the deletion even occurred. He continuously duplicated 3 more Wu Dao blades, and the copy command worked flawlessly. The 3 cloned blades appeared, but the moment he attempted the paste command, every single one of them dissolved into nothingness. The system kept flashing the same error message, pushing a desperate Haruto completely over the edge, as he frantically initiated the copy command 100 times in a row. Damn it, he was ready to fight this system to the bitter end. The system worked overtime to process his demands, radiating a force so intense Sarah felt she would be blown away as 100 blades materialized. Yet, the moment he tried to paste them, The red warnings flashed again. He went into a wild frenzy, copying and pasting in a chaotic loop of blades appearing and vanishing into thin air, utterly refusing to back down or stop. The nearby hospital patients watched his sudden breakdown in utter confusion, wondering what on earth he was trying to do. His reckless spamming finally forced the system to glitch, filling the screen with constant error messages. Against all odds, one single blade actually managed to copy and paste successfully. A final system message popped up, stating an unknown error had occurred, meaning items deleted by Ctrl+X could now be successfully duplicated. Drenched in sweat, Haruto calmly stepped forward to pick up the fully restored Wu Dao, his mood finally lifting. Relaxing a little, he realizes he just needs to hand this to Nana once she wakes up. Successfully glitching the system, he quickly turns and yells for Sarah to try again, and she immediately nods in agreement. Elsewhere, absolute chaos erupts as a strange arrow mark suddenly appears above everyone's head, leaving people wondering what is going on. His terrified friend quickly guesses that it might be a target marker for some massive wide-area attack. Michael appears with a smug grin, mocking them for not being completely stupid as fierce lightning suddenly crashes down around him. A massive crowd of fighters immediately surrounds Michael. The air grows thick with energy as the system commands Ctrl+H to bring the target closer, sending a crushing shockwave straight at him. Michael calmly teleports away, easily dodging all of the incoming debris. An imposing figure descends from high above, dragging violent lightning strikes that crackle continuously against the ruined earth. Debris and rocks fly everywhere, but Michael has already warped himself to a safe distance. Masato lands with a furious glare, warning Michael that wide-area attacks are his personal specialty and demanding he stop whatever he is plotting. Michael just sneers, mockingly recognizing Shirosaki of the Future Guild and his famous Dark Thunder. Without wasting a second, Michael snaps his fingers and declares he will erase him first. Caught completely off guard, Masato cannot react in time, as massive black vortexes materialize like bullets, hurtling straight toward him at blinding speed. Masato desperately tries to dodge, but the attacks close in too fast. Under the weight of that terrifying impact, his limbs are completely severed. It is a brutal strike, and he immediately begins free-falling helplessly to the ground below. The surrounding crowd gasps in sheer terror at the sight. Even guild leader Shirosaki was defeated so easily. Seeing this horrific display, Gao completely loses his temper and screams in pure, burning rage. Gao lunges forward, aiming a massive fist at Michael, with enough force to blow away the surrounding earth like simple dust. Michael does not even blink, calmly staring back with a mocking smile. He casually conjures a protective barrier, instantly making Gao's heavy punch completely useless. The stone armor on Gao's arm shatters, leaving him staring in complete disbelief at what is left of it. Tokuo goes completely pale, shocked that armor capable of withstanding heavy dragon attacks could be crushed like paper. Michael sneers at the terrified onlookers, mockingly telling them not to lose their minds over something so small before unleashing Ctrl+X to erase them on the spot. A colossal black vortex erupts, carrying a spine-chilling amount of raw, destructive power. The impact whips up a thick, blinding cloud of dust, showing just how devastating the attack was. Once the thick smoke finally clears, a massive, deep crater is revealed in the broken earth. Michael looks up, his smug smile faltering as a flicker of surprise crosses his face. Just when it seemed Gaul was about to be obliterated into dust, Tokuo steps in and conjures a giant shield to block the blast, though Gao still stubbornly tells him to get out of the way. Huffing from the sheer effort, Old Man Tokuo warns him that the skill is dangerous, but he can still hold it off. But right now, even his legendary shield cannot hold out, and spiderweb cracks begin to spread across its surface. Seeing his ultimate defense cracking, Gao finally feels a real wave of terror wash over him. Michael mockingly points out that this legendary shield, known as the Colossal Shield and made from ancient beast bones, is supposed to be completely indestructible to any weapon or skill. Panicking inside, Tokuo tries to reason with him, shouting that if Michael knows how strong it is, he should stop attacking. He warns guild leader Michael that his dangerous actions have crossed a major line. If the International Hunter Association finds out about this, Michael's guild will be completely finished. Michael completely ignores those words, mockingly asking them what they expect to do if there simply are no witnesses or evidence left behind. Aiming to completely destroy the shield, Michael uses Ctrl+A to target every single weak point on it. After locking his sights on various spots across the shield, he commands Ctrl+X to eliminate all those selected targets at once. A barrage of dark vortexes erupts, hurtling directly toward the designated coordinates with terrifying speed. Deafening explosions rock the area as Tokuo strains every muscle to keep his crumbling defense standing. With no intention of letting them survive, Michael swings his arm to deliver another devastating blow, eager to see how long they can possibly hold out. The relentless barrage of incoming strikes sends massive shockwaves throughout the area, causing the shield to finally fracture and break apart in huge chunks. Tokuo can only watch helplessly as his ultimate defense is completely destroyed, leaving them wide open. As the deadly vortex rushes straight at the frozen old man, Gao lunges forward and drags him back, screaming for him to wake up. Gao flings him back, using his own body to shield against the black vortex's pressure, while Tokuo struggles to stand. Once the dizziness fades, the shield is completely shattered, its original shape lost. He comes to his senses. Frantic with worry, he finds Gao collapsed, half of his body totally destroyed. Michael mocks him. It is a pathetic end for a top 5 global hunter. Still, Gao's spirit burns. He struggles to ask if Michael thinks he won just because he is broken. The crowd watches on, gripped by worry. Their faces show nothing but absolute, helpless despair. Gao strains to speak. His armor is unbroken, yet the outer rocky layer slowly crumbles to dust. Soon, the Midas Guild Master's stone armor begins to restore itself. Standing before Michael, Gao's armored form suddenly expands, growing larger and more imposing. There is a very clear reason for this massive growth. His expansion skill pulls surrounding stones to build the ultimate rock armor. Gao unleashes a powerful punch at Michael. The man simply stands there, completely unfazed. Just as the stone fist closes in, Michael finally prepares to make his move. The ground detonates. Flying debris scatters everywhere as the system commands Michael to execute Ctrl+X and erase him. Without anyone even noticing, he suddenly appears right behind Gao. Pointing a finger, Michael summons a miniature black hole to completely shatter the giant's arm. Under this massive destructive power, Gao's armored arm instantly crumbles to dust. Although rock armor eventually destabilizes over a long battle, the infinite nature of Earth makes it far more reliable than mana. Gao draws on his power, gathering nearby stones to rebuild a brand new arm. The arm reforms. Instantly, Michael shatters it again using his dark skill. But Gao remains stubborn, immediately drawing in more stones to reconstruct it once more. As shards fill the air, Michael stares at Gao, calling him an eternal golem. He admits Gao is indeed worthy of his top 5 rank. Fully restored, the Midas leader swings a massive punch, telling Michael to shut his mouth. Gao charges forward, using his colossally augmented body to press his attack. Reaching out to seize him with a giant hand, Gao faces Michael's calm counterattack stance. A spark flashes through Michael's eyes as he frowns, stating he is ranked second. He unleashes Ctrl+X, with his system displaying the command to erase the target. Another black hole erupts, completely shattering the arm, but Gao glares back, calling it a useless trick. Right after, his shattered limb slowly pieces itself together again, bound by crackling red lightning. Michael repeatedly activates his erasure skill, without showing any mercy. Before the giant's chest and face, multiple black holes materialize in the air, immediately carving away Gao's stone armor and upper torso. He slams his fist toward Michael, roaring at him to take this. Michael deletes a chunk of his arm, but Gao's rock form allows him to regenerate the limb almost instantly. Neither warrior refuses to back down in this relentless battle of attrition. Gao's giant stone form completely vanishes, leaving behind nothing but fine dust. As stone debris slowly rains down, Gao pulls himself together, once again reforming his rocky armor. A sudden realization hits Gao. Michael smirks, noting that he has finally figured it out. He has shrunk significantly. The stone armor is now much smaller than before. Kneeling to pick up rubble, Michael explains there is not enough stone left to sustain that size. Michael opens a purple rift, revealing a spatial gateway. He reveals he used it to teleport all the stone away, slowly rising back up. Michael mockingly vows to erase Gao's very existence, driving the guild leader into a blind and completely uncontrollable rage. Gao screams out. Charging forward, Gao realizes that while his rock expansion would normally give him infinite power, it is useless if Michael teleports his resource away. He refuses to believe Michael has such a terrifying skill. Seeing Gao charge, Michael simply extends a hand shrouded in dark energy. Instantly, Gao's stone arm explodes. He freezes in sheer shock as Michael prepares to unleash his next move. Michael conjures countless cosmic black holes, muttering that it is over, before launching a devastating direct strike at Gao. Under the devastating impact, Gao's thick stone armor completely explodes, shattering the heavy outer shell to reveal his vulnerable real body beneath the ruins of his cracked helmet. The rocky pieces slowly crumble away, exposing his battered face as blood streams down without stopping. A split second later, his massive body collapses onto the hard ground with a heavy thud. Michael merely stands there watching, while the terrified guild members are left completely frozen and speechless by the sight. One pale onlooker stammers in complete disbelief, noting that President Gao has actually been defeated. Michael turns and walks forward proudly, asking if anyone else dares to fight him, but before he can gloat, a sudden voice cuts in and immediately grabs his attention. Standing her ground is Alice Hill, who proudly unleashes her magic and speaks up loudly. Addressing President Michael directly, the head of the International Research Department hovers high up in the sky, with immense magical power flowing around her. She raises a single hand, conjuring a massive block of pure ice energy. Floating in midair, she boldly declares to Michael that she is here to punish him. The future guild president lies battered on the cold ground. Watching her, Shirosaki realizes why she made that request, remembering how he had turned to Alice earlier and offered to stall the enemy to buy her some valuable time. Alice had analyzed his offer back then, noting that Michael did not seem suited for wide-range combat. Deploying her massive magic circle, she had told Masato that her spell would take time, asking him to buy her enough space to prepare it. Snapping back to the present, Shirosaki watches as a colossal block of ice rockets straight toward Michael. Michael looks up at the threat, scoffing at the mention of punishment. He mocks her capabilities and insults her limits, just as Alice unleashes her ultimate freezing sphere, which crackles with intense lightning as it heads straight for him. Hearing his mockery, she snaps back, asking how he dares to speak of her mother so casually. The massive frozen orb is now right on top of Michael, yet he stands perfectly still without flinching. Michael merely smirks, proudly asking if she really believed a simple block of ice could ever defeat him. He mocks her for using such a basic strategy, even after witnessing the true extent of his powers. Raising his hand, he instantly summons another wave of cosmic black holes just like the ones he used against Gao. He launches the dark voids to intercept Alice's attack, triggering a series of massive explosions that completely light up the sky. Her powerful icy sphere is instantly shattered in half by his defense, but right away, another massive block of ice manifests directly in front of him. He glares at the descending threat and reacts with lightning speed, conjuring more cosmic black holes to detonate the block of ice before it lands. Seeing him defend so easily, she continues to pour out her magic, sending more frost orbs and declaring they will hit him before he can erase them. As one giant ice sphere slips through, Michael blocks it with his bare hands, but the colossal impact still triggers a massive explosion, completely shattering the surrounding earth as heavy stones and dirt fly in every single direction. Satoru stands nearby alongside Mori. He remarks on the insane destructive power, wondering if even Michael can actually survive such a blast, while Alice hovers high above and shields herself inside a strong protective barrier. The remnants of the ice continue to emit freezing air, but Alice is suddenly taken aback as the freezing mist clears, revealing Michael standing perfectly fine and completely unscathed among the shattered ice. Manifesting a swirling dark vortex in his hand, Michael looks up and speaks. He warns Alice that challenging his power carries a very heavy price, and immediately surrounds her with countless dark black holes to cut off all of her possible escape routes. Seeing this, she quickly channels her remaining energy to push back against the crushing dark gravity. Unfortunately, her efforts are in vain as the black holes detonate simultaneously all around her. Her protective barrier instantly shatters into pieces, throwing her body through the air as she desperately raises her arms to shield herself from the blast. With no intention of showing mercy, Michael raises his hand to prepare another deadly spell. A colossal black hole forms in the sky, ready to swallow Alice whole. Terrified and completely unable to fight back, she can only wait for the crushing destruction as the dark energy slowly closes in on her. From the sidelines, Mori watches the horror unfold and screams her name in pure panic. But right before she is consumed, a glowing blue magic circle, adorned with ancient ruins, flares to life. The barrier wraps tightly around her, completely repelling the crushing dark energy and instantly pulling Alice far away from Michael's deadly grasp to ensure her safety in this critical moment. Instantly, Alice is thrown backward, smashing straight through a building's glass window with a loud explosion. Cracks spiderweb across the remaining glass. Watching this, Michael doesn't even blink. He casually snaps his fingers and mutters, "The immortal cloak, huh? You must have gotten that from Tomoka Nishihara. But I wonder if it can actually withstand this next hit." Without hesitation, Michael activates his skill, and the system immediately flashes Ctrl+X, delete target. A split second later, a massive shockwave erupts. Ares lies completely unconscious, her body cocooned within a glowing protective barrier. As the heavy dust finally clears, that shield remains perfectly intact, keeping her entirely safe from harm. Michael stares at the barrier, pressing his lips together in deep thought. Did it nullify the curse? It seems the rumors are true about Tomoka Nishihara imbuing the cloak with a skill from another dimension. If he doesn't destroy it right now, it will definitely become a massive disaster later on. Just as Michael raises his hand to unleash another devastating blow, Mori suddenly charges in right from behind him. Raising his sword to strike, Mori yells at the top of his lungs, "Stop right there, you bastard." Michael reacts instantly, casting a freezing cold glare over his shoulder. He effortlessly pivots, raising a single hand to summon a swirling black hole right at Mori. Mori's arm is completely devoured by the void, spraying crimson blood all over the battlefield. Mori screams in absolute agony. Panicking, Satoru rushes over, shouting his comrade's name as fast as his legs can carry him. Mori collapses heavily onto the dirt. Michael raises his hand once more, a sinister, cold light flashing across his eyes. Dark, swirling energy surges around him as he coldly mutters, "Maybe I should eliminate the weakest pests first." Instantly, every single hero remaining on the battlefield is targeted. The system notification flashes right above their heads. Ctrl+A, select all targets. Someone screams in absolute terror. That terrifying mark is back again. Meanwhile, Michael slowly clenches his fist, his expression utterly heartless. In a flash, dark void rifts erupt, violently swallowing the targeted heroes who are standing helplessly on the field. Satoru, busy trying to pull Mori up, spots a dark rift forming right over his head and ducks in absolute panic. Right at that moment, loose rocks and rubble assemble into a massive form, letting out a deafening roar. The jagged stones quickly wrap around one unlucky fighter's body, leaving him screaming in total horror. More black voids manifest, sending the marked heroes running in absolute chaos. Shrieks of "Help me" echo across the ruined field. Instead of being bothered by the pure chaos, Michael gets incredibly thrilled, casually raising his hand for another snap. Wait, talk about a miracle. A series of brutal explosions goes off, but one survivor slowly opens his eyes to find himself still breathing. 3 survivors sit frozen on the ground, staring in utter disbelief as President Tokuo Fujita stands before them, holding up his shield. They gasp out, "President." He quickly turns, shouting over the noise, "Anyone who can still walk, get out of here right now. I cannot guarantee I will be able to block his next strike." Heeding his warning, the survivors scramble to their feet to escape, while Lucas steps forward, clutching his sword tightly. Lucas is visibly trembling, his knuckles turning white as he tightly grips his blade. Noticing this, Tokuo Fujita looks over and says, "If you are scared, you should run too." Lucas freezes on the spot. Standing tall, Tokuo Fujita turns his head back, giving the young fighter a heavy, serious look. "But you still must take responsibility for your mistake of conspiring with those monsters. You need to expose his absolute cruelty to the International Association. With Cooper's massive influence, that is completely possible. You have no actual obligation to protect this nation." Hearing these heavy words, Lucas falls silent, lost in his thoughts. A memory from his childhood suddenly flashes back. He was just a young boy, following behind a legendary female hunter, Nishihara. "Why do you fight? You even had to go and borrow the holy sword. This is not even your own country." She stopped, turning to look back at his younger self. "So, was it because of you that my request to borrow the sword was rejected?" Under her intense gaze, young Lucas felt an overwhelming wave of guilt wash over him. All he could stammer in response was what? Nishihara then gently told him, "Very soon, national borders and races will not matter anymore. A dark era is coming where we all must fight side by side. When that day arrives, we will need every warrior possible. Only then will you truly understand the true weight of the holy sword. When that moment comes, even if you are terrified, you must not hesitate." With Nishihara's powerful words echoing in his mind, Lucas stops trembling, stepping forward with absolute resolve. He sprints right past Tokuo Fujita, charging ahead without a single trace of hesitation, leaving the older man stunned. Channeling all his remaining power into his blade, Lucas leaps straight toward Michael. Watching this bold move, the villain raises his hand. Tyra unleashes his power, and the system immediately pops up Ctrl+X to erase the selected target. A dark void of shadow opens right in front of Lucas, threatening to swallow him whole. Lucas charges forward without a shred of fear, his light blade shattering Michael's dark vortex. 2 massive, opposing forces clash in a deafening display of raw power. Lucas can't help but wonder if Lord Michael is practically invincible now, especially after absorbing Ctrl+H and its teleportation abilities. Not quite yet. Lucas remembers his conversation with Misa. When he asked her how this was possible, she had only smirked, explaining that the holy sword itself was the key. More specifically, its light skill could actively block any sneak attacks and neutralize dark element offensive moves. Since the curse functions just like dark magic, the light element can actually suppress it, if only slightly. Back in the present, Lucas has successfully shattered Michael's ominous dark vortex, using nothing but his glowing sword. He refuses to stop there, immediately swinging his blade to unleash a follow-up slash straight at Michael. Reacting instantly, the older man draws his own weapon to block the incoming strike with a loud clang. Lucas pushes his blade forward with all his strength, knowing that his light energy and the curse are constantly fighting for dominance. This is actually the first time Lord Michael has drawn his sword. Seeing such bravery, Michael simply smirks and taunts him. He never expected a weak coward would actually force him to draw his blade. Lucas shoves the opposing sword away and barks back, "Shut your mouth, you absolute bastard." As they exchange blows in close quarters, Lucas realizes his opponent won't risk using the curse blindly at such close range. When it comes to pure swordsmanship, Lucas has the upper hand. There is a real chance of victory here, as long as he can stall until Sano arrives. But Michael abruptly cuts through his thoughts, mockingly pointing out that while he probably planned this out carefully, it is easily the worst strategy possible. Lucas freezes, momentarily caught off guard by the villain's words, unable to comprehend what he actually means. Michael drives the point home. It is a fatal mistake in judgment. Suddenly, Michael activates his terrifying control skill. The system interface flashes with Ctrl+X, which completely deletes everything in the surrounding area except the caster. Enveloped in a terrifying shroud of dark energy, Michael raises his hand high toward the heavens. He manifests a black hole, declaring that at this close range, Lucas's hopeful little defense won't do much. Instantly, the overwhelming tide of dark energy expands to consume the warrior. Lucas stands completely paralyzed in shock, watching the massive void swallow up everything around them. Just as the crushing void is about to claim him, a desperate cry echoes through the battlefield. Light, blinding rays of brilliance pierce right through the darkness, and the power of the holy sword violently pulls Lucas backward. Dark tentacles of shadow desperately claw at him, but Lucas manages to break free and escape the trap. Staring at the glowing weapon in his trembling hand, his relief is instantly cut short as the blade suddenly cracks and shatters. The broken shards clatter onto the stone ground as Michael looms ahead, his body radiating a terrifying, blinding aura. Lucas stares up, his voice heavy with exhaustion. "So that's how you survived Ares' ultimate attack, by deleting the entire area." Hearing those words, he merely chuckles, mockingly asking why he doesn't seem to care that his precious weapon is gone, unless there's a duplicate hidden nearby. With glowing eyes, Michael lunges straight at him with a cruel grin, asking if he has been working together with the Ctrl+C user all along. Lucas frantically tries to retreat, but the massive speed difference makes escape completely impossible. Michael's hand clamps tightly around his throat, choking off any hope of retaliation. While holding him aloft, Michael conjures another dark void with his free hand, growling that he doesn't care about any holy weapon anymore. He's going to erase his very existence. Out of nowhere, a tear in the fabric of space rips open directly behind Michael. It is Haruto. Leaping from the rift, he raises his blade and channels his energy for a devastating surprise strike. Sensing the danger, Michael halts his movement and shifts his weight just in time to dodge Haruto's deadly slash. The evasion forces him to drop Lucas. As Haruto's blade cleaves downward, the ground shatters into a massive fissure, sending Michael leaping back to safety. As soon as Haruto lands, he glares at Michael with absolute fury, spitting out that while killing others for their curses feels wrong, he won't lose a single wink of sleep over ending Michael. Michael stands his ground, pulling up his system interface to scan through the data for something specific. He notices a strange resonance in his spatial shard, quickly realizing this new brat must be carrying one as well. Michael stands there quietly, observing Haruto. The young man is completely enveloped in a massive surge of glowing power. Scanning Haruto from head to toe, Michael suddenly flinches, as if recognizing something completely unexpected. The moment he spots the sword in Haruto's hand, the truth immediately clicks. That is the Claysha greatsword. Could he be Ctrl+C? Michael wonders, immediately activating his own unique skill. The system flashes Ctrl+X to remove the selected target. Raising his hand, Michael conjures another massive, dark black hole, ready to strike Haruto down. Right at that moment, a brilliant flash of blue light erupts and catches his attention. Glancing down, Michael sees the raging blue hellfire burning fiercely, rapidly spreading right toward his exact position. He instinctively recoils as the blue flames suddenly erupt and surge upward in a massive wave, incinerating everything in their path. Michael quickly takes to the air to escape the deadly hellfire. Nanas has finally returned to the battlefield, her severed arm completely restored as she tightly grips her spear once more. She radiates an intense fighting spirit. Satoru bursts into tears of absolute relief upon seeing his sister safe, loudly calling out her name. Standing nearby with his shield, Fuhua freezes in absolute shock and calls out in disbelief to Hunter Nanas. A shocking realization crosses someone's mind. Even guild leader Shinoda's legendary healing spells could never perform a miracle of this scale. Wounds inflicted by Ctrl+X simply cannot be repaired by any kind of standard healing magic. The only explanation is that her injury was completely rewound to its exact state before she was hurt. In other words, even Michael is left staring in absolute bewilderment at her fully restored arm. Wait, watch this. Hovering in midair, he spots something else that completely startles him as Sarah arrives on the scene. She is actively casting her skill, channeling a distinct energy source to heal Masato. Could it be Ctrl+Z? After watching them closely for a moment, Michael locks his deadly gaze on Sarah, realizing he absolutely must take her down first. Just as his guard drops, Nanas unleashes a devastating slash directly at him with massive destructive power swoosh. Michael turns around to see Nanas's slashing waves flying straight at him, yet he remains completely still. The next second, Michael unleashes his own unique skill Ctrl+X, remove the selected target. Raising his hand high, the dark black hole manifests once more, allowing Michael to easily absorb her incoming strike and escape. Seeing her attack fail to even scratch him, Nanas scowls in sheer frustration. From another angle, Haruto utilizes Spider Silk alongside his skill, as the system screen quickly displays Ctrl+V. Activate Irio's branch. The Spider Silk under Haruto's control instantly shoots toward Michael, wrapping him tightly until he is completely sealed inside a massive sphere. Only muffled screams echo from within the sphere. Meanwhile, Sarah uses her power to slowly reconstruct the missing arm of Masato. Masato watches in awe as his severed arm rapidly takes shape and fully forms once again. Staring at the incredible magical energy enveloping him, he is left completely speechless. Even his damaged gear is restored to its original state. This skill is truly extraordinary. The spatial distortion vanishes completely, though the remaining mana level in the area is still dangerously low. As he looks around, something else suddenly catches Masato's eye. He stares wide-eyed at the glowing red stone that Sarah is holding in her hand. Masato speaks up to ask if that is indeed the giant golem's heart, leaving Sarah momentarily startled by his question. Pressing the red gem to her chest, she replies that Sano was the one who gave it to her. Masato's eyes widen as he clenches his fist, wondering if that guy actually duplicated it before selling it. Before he can dwell on it, Sarah interrupts and says Sano told her that the first priority must be healing guild leader Shirasaki. Clutching the golem's heart tightly with both hands, she resolutely tells Masato that by utilizing his spatial barrier and moving through space, they can easily keep everyone else safe from any danger. Sarah's mind flashes back to her conversation with Haruto, recalling how she asked Hunter Sano a crucial question. Back in the hospital room, she stood directly in front of Haruto, hand over her heart, speaking to him with absolute sincerity. She asked if he could share some of his mana to help her restore the injured guild members to full health. Looking over at the patients currently hooked up to oxygen machines, Haruto asked if their condition was critical. Sarah shook her head in response, clarifying that their lives were not in danger. Upon hearing that, Haruto reached out without any hesitation, asking if she could do him a quick favor first. Wanting to be useful, Sarah eagerly and quickly agreed to his request. That was when Haruto pulled out the glowing golem heart and handed it over, instructing her to take it as Sarah gasped in absolute shock and covered her mouth. Is this really the giant golem's heart? Sarah asks if Hunjun is absolutely sure about handing over such an incredibly valuable item to her. Hearing her worry, Hunjun answers that even though he is not a hunter, he is pushing her into an even more dangerous situation. He says it is the least he can offer as compensation, asking her to help heal everyone once this nightmare is over. Hearing this, Sarah gasps in quiet shock. Seeing her reaction, Hunjun smiles. He raises a single finger to gesture silence, warning her that she can only use the power for about 10 days. He explains that he can set expiration dates on copied items, ranging from a single day to 10,000 years. He adds that the time limit will change depending on how much he trusts her. Back in the present, Sarah channels her skill with the golem's heart to heal the wounded. She silently promises herself that she will earn a heart that lasts a full 10,000 years. Meanwhile, across the battlefield, Hanjin's thick spider cocoon finally cracks under the intense pressure. Michael's dark void violently tears through the remaining webbing, allowing him to step out of the cocoon completely unharmed. Raw energy radiates from his entire body, causing the ground beneath his feet to shatter into pieces. Watching this terrifying power unfold, Hanjun tightens his grip on his sword, bracing himself to strike at any second. With one eye glowing brightly, Michael looks down at Hanjin with a twisted smile, questioning if the boy really managed to copy Miso's corrupted tree. He admits he never expected Hanjun to duplicate an item from another dimension, making him crave that power even more. Unsheathing his own sword, he vows to put an end to Hanjun and seize that powerful curse for his own use. Michael quickly opens his system window to scan the data. Reading through the Ctrl+C and Ctrl+Z commands, he finally realizes why Miso was always so deeply obsessed with this specific country. Suddenly, Michael's system screen flashes with a Ctrl+A, select all command. Infuriated by the move, Hanjun glares at him while tightly squeezing his sword. Over on Sarah's side, she pauses her healing process on another victim to look up in worry. Nearby, Nana swings her heavy spear, staring at Michael with a gaze filled with absolute hatred. Immense power surges from her body as she tells him that repeating the same old tricks will not work on her. With a ferocious swing, Nana's unleashes two massive slashing waves that tear through the air, heading directly toward Michael's position. Yet, the villain stands completely still, waiting until the energy slash is inches away. He raises a single hand and scoffs at her useless efforts. Instantly, Michael triggers his skill as the system displays a Ctrl+X delete command talk about an absolute cheat code. A massive dark void materializes right in front of him to swallow the incoming attack. But the moment he lowers his hand, Nana's is already charging straight through the dust. Declaring that she was only just getting warmed up, she summons a massive, raging torrent of blue flames to incinerate Michael. As the fierce hellfire rains down, Michael calmly activates his Ctrl+X delete skill once again. His dark void begins pulling the powerful blue flames directly into its endless depths. Realizing it is not enough, Michael spawns two more dark voids to absorb the flames, but her overwhelming strength is still too much to suppress. The raging blue fire creeps closer, nearly swallowing him whole. In the next second, the massive flames detonate against the earth. But Michael barely manages to fly upward in time to dodge her strike. Staring down at the blazing inferno, Michael quietly grumbles about how annoying her hellfire skill is. Aiming his hand directly at Nana's, Michael decides to erase her from existence first. Activating his Ctrl+X delete command, he sends a dark black hole hurtling straight toward her. Startled by the sudden attack, she freezes. Fortunately, Hanjin's glowing spider silk suddenly shoots into the frame. Activating his Ctrl+V command to copy and paste giant spider silk, he wraps the threads around Nana's and pulls her back from the fatal blow. The ground where she stood explodes violently. Once she is out of harm's way, Hanjin retracts his silk. Nana's looks back at him with an intensely sharp glare, angrily telling Hanjin to stay out of her way. Hanjun quickly steps up to her side to offer a serious warning. He warns her that Michael's skill is highly dangerous, and there is no guarantee she will recover if she gets hit again. He tells her to take the injury something her subspace. Hearing this, Nana's hesitates for a brief moment. Keeping his eyes locked on her, Hanjun insists that only his copying abilities can truly match Michael's deadly powers. Without another word, Hanjun charges forward into the dangerous fray. Watching his back, Nana silently admits to herself that Hanjun's abilities are anything but ordinary. She glances over and spots Gao, still lying helpless on the ground, quickly deciding that saving lives must be her top priority right now. With that decision made, she turns and runs. Leaving, she looks back at Haruto and says, "I'm leaving this to you then." Charging forward, Haruto checks his system interface and speaks with pure excitement. "Now I can finally go all out." The system instantly displays Ctrl+V, deploying a massive spider web while simultaneously activating his shadow shift technique. Giant web threads instantly materialize as Haruto lunges right behind Michael, perfectly synchronized with his newly summoned spider silk. The veteran villain easily senses the kid sneaking up on him. Michael casually tilts to the side to dodge the strike, mocking Haruto by asking if he copied this move too. Shocked that his attack missed, Haruto reacts instantly by unleashing a massive wave of energy at his opponent. But Michael, already positioned right behind him, smoothly draws his blade to block the oncoming strike like a seasoned pro. The two instantly clash in a brutal exchange, kicking up a thick cloud of dust. Suddenly, Haruto manages to land a clean graze right across Michael's cheek. He glances down to see fresh blood splattering from the wound. Wiping the blood from his cheek with a smirk, Michael admits the cheap copy is pretty impressive, though he promises Haruto is still going to die regardless. With those words, Michael wastes no time activating his next deadly skill. The system displays Ctrl+X, a wipe command that clears the entire area except the user, as dark energy surges forward to swallow both of them whole. Haruto just flashes a knowing smirk, teasing his enemy, "Are you jealous? Because I've got a special gift waiting just for you." As he speaks, he swiftly pulls up his system panel and taps a command, triggering a Ctrl+V input to replicate holy swords. Now watch this. Thousands of duplicated holy swords instantly materialize in the air, pointing directly at Michael. Staring at the massive arsenal aimed right at him, Michael asks if Haruto plans to drag them both to the grave. Giving him a freezing glare, Haruto retorts, "You are not the only one who knows how curses work, or did you completely forget mine?" Michael frowns, genuinely confused by the remark, but before he can even ask, a massive explosion cuts him off. The entire ground beneath them erupts in a violent blast, throwing dirt and heavy debris in all directions. Huge flames quickly rise from the crater as thick smoke fills the air, while Satoru does his best to guide the wounded into safety. Startled by the deafening blast, Satoru looks back and mutters to himself, "If that was a dark magic explosion, we are in deep trouble. I hope Haruto is okay." Meanwhile, Mori is carrying an injured girl. He approaches Satoru to offer some reassurance, saying that if it is Haruto they are talking about, he will be just fine. Feeling a bit more relieved, Satoru nods and agrees that it makes sense, keeping the others safe inside his protective barrier. Masato looks down at the chaos and urges everyone to move the wounded into the pocket space immediately because of the danger. Satoru looks up and quickly agrees, as Nanase and Fuwa focus all their efforts on moving the remaining casualties into the safe zone. Fuwatoko notices that Nanase is still staring intently at the battlefield. He turns around and asks the hunter Nanase directly if she actually plans on heading back out there to fight. Nanase shakes her head and clarifies that she is staying with the group. Tightening her grip on her spear, she stares at the weapon and wonders why her Hellfire skill felt so weak earlier, questioning if she still has not fully recovered. Meanwhile, Haruto's personal blade stands firmly planted in the shattered ground, surrounded by a massive graveyard of countless scattered holy swords. Someone slowly reaches down to pull the sword from the dirt, and it is Michael. He wraps both hands around the hilt, straining to pull the blade free from the earth. Realizing it will not budge, he stares blankly at his hands, but before he can process why, Haruto suddenly appears right behind him. Michael turns around, with the captured sword in hand, remarking with surprise that Haruto can even go as far as duplicating his own body. Looking at the sword, he asks if Haruto really turned his Ctrl+C curse into this, wondering with a smirk if breaking the blade will force everything back to normal. Unbothered by the threat, Haruto casually shrugs and tells him to go ahead, since the cloned item is already nearing its expiration limit anyway. Channeling his energy to destroy the weapon, Michael notes that setting a time limit is clever, but asks if Haruto can even fully control his own power. He instantly shatters the blade and taunts Haruto, asking if his cloned body is also running on a limited timer. He adds that he will find out soon, but Haruto just smirks, waving his hand to dismiss the nonsense. He insists that Michael's curse cannot kill him. Michael sighs deeply and counters that his curse has the unique power to completely erase his target from existence without any hope of recovery. Glancing down at Haruto's arm, which is already suffering severe damage from the dark energy, Michael admits he was surprised by the trick but points out its clear limitations. Michael sneers that once he kills Haruto, even with copying abilities, each clone will only get weaker and weaker. He boasts that the more he kills, the weaker the clones become, and Haruto, exposed, can only grit his teeth and glare. Black energy from Michael wraps around Haruto as he looks down at his hands, his mind racing for a solution. Michael was right. He cannot keep making flawless copies, and dragging this fight out will only end in his defeat. He has to finish this with his next strike, prompting Haruto to quickly pull up his status window for options. Tapping the screen, his stats pop up: Haruto Sano, base defense of 245 plus 35%. His skill level is at 7, with mastery at 10, giving him a crazy idea as he reads. If his health drops below 25%, Berserk mode triggers, but his opponent is easily over level 600. Crouching low on the ground, Haruto locks eyes with the terrifying Michael, weighing his desperate options. Berserk mode might let him land one final, deciding blow, so Haruto slams his hand onto the ground. Spider Silk shoots out instantly as the system logs the activation of Ctrl+V, using the branch of Uraio. The thick webbing charges straight ahead, aiming to trap Michael as he floats effortlessly in midair. Dodging the web with ease, Michael flashes right behind him, prompting Haruto to whip around in high alert. Michael's deadly blade thrusts directly toward Haruto's throat. Too fast to dodge, the sharp blade grazes his neck, spraying blood as Haruto grits his teeth through the pain. At that exact second, the system flashes with Ctrl+5 health is below 25%, activating his berserk state. Instantly, a fierce crimson flame erupts directly from Haruto's sword. He draws the blazing weapon, now dripping with wild, fiery energy. Haruto spins on his heel, unleashing a series of explosive, fiery slashes right at Michael. Stunned by the sudden outburst of power, Michael freezes for a second before his quick reflexes kick in. He instantly triggers his own skill, Ctrl+X, erasing everything in the surrounding area except the user. Haruto's crimson slash tears a straight line forward, but Michael manages to block the devastating blow just in time. Still wrapped in dark energy, Michael wipes the dirt off his face and mutters to himself about a berserk longsword. How dangerous, he wonders if this is actually that person's scheme. Dark energy continues to wrap tighter around Haruto as he glares at Michael, whose eye suddenly flashes with a cold light. Conjuring a pitch-black portal with one hand, Michael mocks him, asking if all he has left now is a curse. He wants to see if it can stand against his power. Just as the system flashes with Ctrl+X to eliminate target, a dense ring of dark magical energy immediately closes in around Haruto, trapping him. Haruto glances around at his closing cage, watching the darkness slowly rise up to swallow him whole. Haruto simply glares right back. Instantly, Haruto triggers Ctrl+5 with a giant spider web and shadow shift, even as Michael's black hole expands. Completely distracted, Michael fails to notice the thin spider threads secretly forming right behind his back. As Michael stares forward, Haruto teleports behind him with a drawn sword, instantly alerting his opponent. Michael quickly cuts his eyes back in alarm. Recognizing Haruto, Michael triggers his skill, Ctrl+X, once again attempting to clear everything around him. Standing at point-blank range, both of them are about to be consumed by Michael's expanding dark energy. Michael quickly adjusts his skill, and the system logs Ctrl+X to hold the erased space for 10 seconds. The black hole manifests again, and as the darkness begins to pull him in, Haruto lets out a desperate roar. At the absolute last second, Haruto activates his skill, Ctrl+5, to clone himself. Seeing the wave of incoming clones, Michael wastes no time and conjures another massive black hole. Haruto keeps spamming Ctrl+V, creating countless clones to flood the entire battlefield. Meanwhile, inside a different space, Lucas sits in a corner, green electricity crackling all over his body. Clutching his face in a clear state of panic, he looks like he's barely holding things together. He wonders what would happen if the man had a copy of the Holy Sword, but a sudden presence cuts his thoughts short. Ares walks over and drapes her cloak over his shoulders, offering him her mother's legendary cloak of immortality. Leaving it behind, the sender says they do not know how it was created, but it can nullify all curses and skills, telling him he must survive. He still has to take responsibility for all of this, leaving Lucas quietly reflecting on his thoughts. The curse is already completely lifted. Could this actually be what happened? Lucas stands up and reaches out to touch Alice's coat. Suddenly, a voice echoes nearby, calling for Alice. Lucas turns in shock as he watches the newcomer approach. It is Nanas. Holding her spear, she stands before him. She asks if the skills Sano and Michael used are far from normal. Hearing her question, Lucas is temporarily left completely speechless. Standing right there in front of Nanas, he clenches his fists and tells her she should ask Sano directly, but admits Michael's abilities are definitely not standard. Michael's skill makes targets disappear. In other words, their very existence is completely erased. He was shocked, yet hopeful when she arrived, but confesses he is deeply worried about her spear. Its power is fading. Hearing his words, Nana silently raises her spear, staring at it for a long moment. Lucas continues, explaining that her weapon was likely weakened during the restoration process. If Sano continues to clone himself, he might not maintain his own existence, prompting Nanas to ask if Sano is too weak to win. Hearing Nanas ask that question, Lucas reveals Michael has only one weakness, and he is desperately trying to seize the giant golem's heart to fix it. Cut to Haruto and Michael, where another massive blast of dark energy just exploded. His system screen immediately displays Ctrl+X. With the surrounding mana completely drained, Ctrl+X is unusable. Haruto's footsteps are already stumbling. The stone ground beneath his feet is shattered, and Haruto's entire body is covered in Michael's dark power, leaving him barely standing. At that exact moment, Haruto seems to realize something crucial, wait for it, and looks up at Michael. who only frowns in response. Right before his eyes, Haruto struggles to stand back up. He glares at him and points out that Michael's curse drained the surrounding mana, the exact reason he wants the golem's heart. Michael remains unfazed, telling Haruto that it is too late now, and mocking his inability to do anything. Since Haruto can barely stand, he silently admits that Michael is right, there is absolutely nothing he can do. The system then flashes a critical red warning, stating the user is severely injured and currently unable to cast Cantron. Staring at the screen, Haruto grits his teeth as he frantically searches his inventory to see if there is anything left that he can use. Suddenly, he spots a glowing slot holding 3 out of 5 space shards. Seeing this, he immediately realizes that the space shards are actively resonating. Looking over at Michael, Haruto notices his resonance as well, and realizes that Michael definitely has space shards too. Seeing his own system screen light up, Michael smirks and asks Haruto if he is experiencing the resonance as well. Hearing Michael say those words, Haruto is now absolutely certain that his theory is correct. Right then, Haruto's eyes widen as he remembers a crucial rule: whoever holds more space shards has the power to combine them all together. Since he has 3 shards, Michael must only have 2. The power of 3 was already massive, so it is definitely worth a shot. With his mind made up, Haruto pulls out a regular sword from his inventory. Michael smirks in mockery, asking what kind of trashy, useless sword he is holding. He sneers that Haruto's skills might be impressive, but they are completely useless now that he is weakened. Haruto snaps back, pointing out that Michael is out of mana too, so they are in the exact same boat. Hearing this, Michael instantly launches a fierce attack, telling Haruto that even without using his curse, he is still nowhere near his level. Michael instantly lunges forward and drives his blade straight through Haruto, causing blood to splatter everywhere. Smirking with absolute contempt, Michael commands Haruto to hand over his space shards before he draws his last breath. Slowly losing consciousness, Haruto yells back that he will hand them over, hoping that Michael can actually handle the consequences. With those final words, he tosses his 3 space shards toward Michael. They immediately float up into the air, glowing with blinding light. The 3 shards from Haruto instantly fly over to merge with Michael's. Michael stands completely frozen in disbelief, asking how Haruto could possibly open his private inventory without any permission. Kneeling on the ground with blood dripping from his mouth, Haruto tells him he forgot to mention that whoever holds more space shards gets total control. The remaining shards can be summoned from anywhere. Instantly, Haruto's 3 shards force Michael's piece to materialize right before them. As the shards merge, they begin to glow with intense light. Haruto stares at him and speaks. Haruto warns that when these merge, the explosion is incredibly powerful. Since Michael cannot copy it, what will he do? Michael freezes in pure terror. Gritting his teeth, he watches the fragments fuse together. The moment the fusion completes, a massive explosion rips through the area. Once the smoke clears, a colossal crater is left behind in the wasteland. Smoke drifts through the air, revealing Michael with his armor completely shattered, leaving him in nothing but shredded rags. He mutters to himself he never expected that kind of destructive power. Michael quickly scans the area, desperately searching for something amidst the burning rubble. He finally spots the combined space shard glowing brightly in the ruins, instantly using his teleportation magic to flash right next to it. He mutters that the space shard is the only thing left standing. Reaching out with a smug grin, he boasts that his opponent must have hit his limit and vanished into thin air. But right at that moment, a familiar voice rings out, freezing him dead in his tracks. "Not a chance," a voice says. Before Michael can even touch the shard, Haruto suddenly appears out of nowhere. Moving like lightning, the young warrior snatches the space shard first. Bursting with energy and gripping his longsword tightly, Haruto looks down and asks him if things are not going so well, teasing if the old man is even doing okay. Michael frowns as cold sweat pours down his face, wondering how on earth he got that longsword back. Before Michael can even finish his thought, Haruto leaps forward, unleashing a massive slash packed with absolute destructive power. Michael barely leaps into the air just in time to dodge the lethal strike. Haruto instantly follows up with a second slash, this one packed with even greater force, aiming straight across Michael's chest. A massive arc of raw energy erupts from the blade, slicing through the air. Catching his breath with the sword in one hand and the shard in the other, Haruto commands the system to store it. The shard is secured inside his inventory, with the system notification confirming he now has 4 out of 5 pieces. Stashing the shard away, a sudden realization hits him as he looks back at his past battles. Back on the snowy mountain, Kurosaki was the reason he survived. And it's the exact same story here. He still hasn't fully mastered copying this blade. Michael's cold voice breaks his train of thought, calling him an absolute nuisance. Haruto looks up to see his battered opponent standing before him in shredded, ruined garments. An ominous, dark energy begins leaking from Michael's body as his eye glows with rage, promising to erase Haruto so thoroughly that he will never return. With that threat, he immediately triggers his ultimate skill. The system screen flashes the command Ctrl+A, selecting all targets within range. Overwhelmed with rage, Michael screams that he will completely delete him from this world. Dark energy fountains erupt violently from the earth, forcing Haruto to tighten his grip on his sword and brace for impact. Michael's system screen updates to the final command, Ctrl+X. Erase selected target. Haruto grits his teeth in disbelief, wondering how his enemy possibly has enough mana to pull off such a massive attack. Completely losing control, Michael lets the chaotic dark energy wrap around him as it erupts into a terrifying pillar of power. Haruto realizes his opponent is not drawing mana from the environment, but is instead forcefully overloading his own body. With the area of effect being this massive, even his shadow shift skill will not get him out of harm's way. Looking up, Haruto watches as the dark tide prepares to swallow him whole. A massive black void summoned by Michael opens up, devouring everything. Meanwhile, Tuner arrives on the scene, watching the chaos unfold. Staring up at the swirling black void, he mutters to himself, questioning if that massive dark sphere is actually Michael's doing. Just as the situation spirals completely out of control, backup finally arrives as Makoto steps out from a freshly opened portal. Assessing the danger, Makoto warns that they have no other choice left, while Tuner calmly holds a space shard in his hand. Tuner chuckles, telling him not to rush, explaining there is a good reason he showed up, and that he will handle this. With a single stomp, he sends a massive shockwave through the earth, raising his mallet and demanding Makoto give him all his mana. Hearing this, Makoto immediately transfers his mana over, telling his ally that he is counting on him to finish the job. Makoto's massive mana reserve is instantly transferred straight into Tuner's body. Instantly, his system pops up a notification. Ctrl+S is starting to store the stacked mana. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 10 times. Congratulations, user, on unlocking the special 10-stack storage skill. After taking in all that mana, Tuner swings his axe in a relentless barrage of massive, amplified shockwaves. He keeps hacking down with his axe, triggering a violent chain of massive explosions wrapped in crackling lightning. Makoto stands on the outside, quietly watching him. He realizes Tuner is channeling all that mana into his axe, but even this might not shatter that barrier sphere, so he decides to lend some extra support. Instantly, he starts gathering his own mana, but right then, an unexpected disturbance suddenly freezes him in his tracks. He stares toward Tuner, completely unsure who is casting a skill nearby at this very moment. The system alerts that Ctrl+X is deleting all active mana skills nearby, forcing Tuner to counter by triggering Ctrl+S to release 4 stacks of mana. Seeing this response, the hidden opponent immediately activates their Ctrl+X skill once again. Instantly, the two opposing skills clash in a massive struggle, prompting Tuner to immediately unleash Ctrl+S with 10 full stacks of mana. The overwhelming tide of mana is so intense that Tuner screams as he struggles to control it, swinging his axe down with everything he has got. Finally, a massive crack splinters across the sphere. Without a single second of delay, Tuner delivers another massive swing. The sphere's shell completely shatters, unleashing a gigantic explosion that violently shakes the entire city district. Shocked by this insane display of power, Michael has to look up. The sheer intensity of the mana forces Haruto to shield his eyes as Tuner lands back on the ground, immediately spotting Haruto standing right in front of him. He has already strung the spatial fragment around his neck like a necklace, which immediately catches Haruto's eye as the young man looks up. Tuner walks right up to him and asks if he is holding onto the spatial fragment. Haruto. Standing back up, Haruto looks at him and asks how the world's top hunter, Tuner, ended up with the spatial fragment. Looking down at the necklace hanging around his neck, Tuner simply sighs and begins to explain. He says there is no time to chat and asks for the fragment, though Haruto must wait because he has to deal with Michael first. Glancing over at where his opponent stands, turning to face Michael, he casually greets him, saying it has been a while and telling him to get lost if he only came for the fragment. Amused by Tuner's sheer boldness, Michael bursts out laughing, noting how incredibly annoying this guy always is. Meanwhile, Makoto teleports straight over to Haruto and immediately asks him where the rest of the group went. Haruto turns to him and replies that he is keeping everyone safely protected inside his pocket space. With that, Haruto raises his hand, and the space in front of them instantly begins to tear open. As the dimensional rift tears wide open, Satoru immediately rushes forward to throw his arms around him, crying tears of absolute relief, and sobbing that he is so glad his senior Haruto is safe. Suddenly, a familiar voice calls out Haruto's name, prompting him to quickly spin around. Michael stands right before him, looking Haruto dead in the eye, and admitting he definitely underestimated him. He announces he is leaving, but warns that gathering these spatial fragments is about far more than just the power of control. Once the god who cast this ancient curse returns, simple skills like ours will not stand a single chance at stopping him. That is exactly why Tomoka Nishihara shattered the key and sealed that dimension, meaning opening the portal is basically an open invitation, so everyone must prepare for that final moment. Clenching his fists, he leaves Haruto with a final warning to be much stronger the next time they meet, or else he will personally destroy him. Haruto simply glares at him in silence, choosing not to give any sort of reply. Right after, Tuner walks up from behind and asks if it is really okay to just let him walk away, to which Haruto admits his body is too exhausted to fight anymore, assuring Tuner that he will handle him later. Tuner looks back at him and asks if he truly understands the stakes. Realizing he never caught his name, Tuner asks, prompting him to introduce himself as Haruto Sano. Taking the spatial fragment off his neck, Tuner hands it over and mentions he has got one piece right here. When asked about his own share, Haruto just smiles and reveals he holds all the remaining pieces. Completely stunned, Tuner urgently tells him that they need to combine them right away to finally forge the key. Seeing how rushed he is, Haruto gestures for him to calm down and just look around them, pointing directly at the massive, hollow crater left by the explosion. He warns that combining just 4 fragments caused all this damage, so he doubts this place can survive combining 5, pointing out they need a much safer location. Tuner gestures to himself and suggests they head straight to the United States. He promises that if Haruto hands over the fragments, he will keep them securely protected inside his guild. He speaks up and asks if it is the Ouroboros Guild, admitting he has no desire to visit such a terrifying place. Right then, his eyes drift forward, spotting Satoru walking alongside Mori. He mutters to himself, wondering if they are really in the same guild. Hearing Haruto's hesitation, the man replies that if Haruto wants to grow stronger, forming an alliance is his best bet, and he can even adjust the terms if needed. Haruto looks him dead in the eye and gives a completely honest response. He politely declines and happily tells Turner that he plans to build his very own guild from scratch alongside his closest friends. 3 months later, in the barren Nevada desert, a long convoy of vehicles rolls across the dusty wasteland, while massive iron gates slowly creak shut behind them. Haruto sits comfortably inside one of the cars, lazily gazing out at the vast blue sky. Right beside him, Satoru looks around in awe, gushing about how they actually got assigned to the prestigious S1 sector thanks to Haruto. Hearing this, Turner immediately turns back to take the credit, giving a confident thumbs up and bragging that he negotiated with the higher-ups because he is the world's best hunter. Satoru just rolls his eyes, leaning close to Haruto to whisper that the guy is incredibly dry. Haruto cannot help but chuckle, teasingly asking who exactly is calling other people dry. Sandwiched nervously between the two massive men, Aoi quietly asks Haruto if it is really okay for her to tag along like this. Haruto turns to her with a warm smile, assuring Aoi that she is a vital guild member and they are going to merge the dimensional fragments together. Meanwhile, Gao sits there with a major scowl on his face, looking completely irritated. He keeps grumbling about everything, complaining that they traveled all this way just for that, and muttering about how utterly useless their vehicle is. Sitting up front, Turner quickly chimes in to warn them that aliens are not the only threat here, as they are actively hunting down both hunters and dungeons. He goes on to briefly explain that their main research focuses heavily on valuable artifacts recovered from races existing in other dimensions. Lately, they have also been looking closely into a unique skill simply known as the curse. Hearing this, Sarah Arita, who had been sitting quietly, finally starts to piece things together and realizes exactly why she was brought along. Turner then holds up the dimensional fragment hanging around his neck, stating they have been eagerly waiting to merge them and finally complete the key. Ares pushes up his glasses with a knowing look, adding that it is not everyone, but specifically America, and that they are interested in far more than just casual research beyond the gate. Friendly banter and laughter echo through the car, as someone tells Alice she is definitely overthinking things. From a global perspective, everyone expects major breakthroughs once the gate opens, which would also shed much-needed light on the research left behind by Haruto's father, Sano. Amidst the lively chatter, Haruto stares out the window in silence, lost in thoughts about his father. He wonders what exactly his father was researching back then. Since they were always together, he cannot fathom how his father managed to conduct research here, realizing his true motive for coming to America is to uncover the truth. Flashing back to 3 months ago at the headquarters in Tokyo, Nanas's voice echoes during a presentation, explaining that Saffield is a multinational guild, that only the International Hunter Association has the authority to disband. She goes on to state that Michael has been expelled from the guild and is currently a wanted fugitive worldwide. The people in the room discuss the news endlessly. A dark-haired man voices his concerns about the reconstruction of Tokyo, but his question is quickly answered, assuring him that everything will proceed exactly as they just discussed. Nanas calmly breaks down the entire situation currently unfolding across Tokyo. Guild leader Shinoda of the Daikon Guild is overseeing the progress, and the restoration is already 82% complete. This leaves the man utterly shocked, wondering how they pulled it off in just 1 week and admitting he had no idea Shinoda possessed such skills. Nanas lets out a soft, somewhat helpless sigh. She explains she cannot share classified details, but cautiously adds that they are receiving help from a highly unique individual who must remain unnamed. She quickly follows with a firm reassurance, stating only that Hunter Sano has made an incredibly massive contribution to their cause. Her reveal sends the room into another frenzy, with everyone demanding to know who this Sano guy is, what guild he belongs to, and if he is even registered with the association. At this point, Haruto chimes in to ask about Lucas, and she replies that his family holds a tremendous amount of influence. He calmly adds that their family seems to be on a decline, which is naturally taking a toll on his standing as well. But on the bright side, the sacred sword has officially been handed over to their country. Stunned by the sudden development, the listener quickly asks for clarification, realizing they willingly gave up the sacred sword and are now just ordinary hunters. He speculates that they simply want to give up, while Haruto sinks into deep thought, realizing that this was the path Lucas ultimately chose. Haruto remembers what happened recently, recalling the moment he insisted he would handle things exactly like that. Even while locked in handcuffs, Lucas remains stubborn, demanding to know what he thinks he is doing by showing off his formidable curse. Lifting the sword, Haruto asks him straight out. Eris told him, Lucas cannot control the curse without the holy sword, right? Haruto adds with a smirk, keep it as a backup, and let him know if he loses it again. Lucas takes the sword back, completely stunned. Meanwhile, Masato sips his coffee and grumbles, why on earth do they have to travel all the way to America anyway? Haruto stands there feeling pretty helpless, asking if he did not see what happened when those spatial fragments exploded back in Roppongi. Future Guild must have an underground warehouse, but Masato gets anxious if it goes off down there. The entire building will be completely destroyed. He quickly adds that Haruto should just do it inside his own spatial zone. Haruto shakes his head. He already tried. But while pulling fragments out works, merging them there is impossible. He explains seriously that the American desert is the only safe spot. Honestly, he cannot even begin to imagine the sheer, terrifying power of 5 spatial fragments, detonating all at once. Masato is totally blindsided by that answer. He turns around in absolute panic, asking if Haruto is seriously joining Albaros Guild and just handing them a perfectly intact spatial key. Haruto just smirks, asking what President Shinoda is talking about before getting straight to the point. He needs help with 2 things. Masato frowns suspiciously. 2 things? Especially after Haruto totally scammed him during that golem heart sale. Haruto skips the explanation entirely. Watch how he stands up and makes a massive announcement about starting his own guild. Masato instantly tenses up, demanding to know why Haruto would not want to join Future Guild instead. With absolute determination in his eyes, Haruto says his personal preferences do not matter. He just needs to get strong fast, alongside his friends. Having his own guild means 0 outside interference. Plus, he adds, there is one more detail to take care of. Fed up, Masato snaps and tells him to just shut his mouth. Over at the Hunter Association office, Turner remarks how surprising it is to run into Aris all the way in Japan. Eris answers honestly, explaining she followed clues here after her mother went missing. Drawing a sympathetic nod of understanding from Turner, Eris adds that Hunter Nishihara disappeared on a Japanese snowy mountain, prompting Rand to curiously ask if they already knew each other. Eris readily shares that they had crossed paths once right before her mother mysteriously vanished. Turner remains highly puzzled, mentioning Nishihara had met the director of Nevada's Zone Research Facility after seeing him, before asking if she knows Sano Kazuya. Flipping through her small notebook, Eris realizes that name is actually written down in her mother's journal. The notes describe him as someone working closely with an institute that researches artifacts from the other world. Turner notes that Nishihara, usually a very generous hunter, treated this man so incredibly well that he assumed they were family or something. Suddenly, Haruto speaks up from behind, asking if they are talking about his father, leaving Eris completely jaw-dropped in utter disbelief. Director Sano Kazuya is his father? A week later, at their new guild office, Satoru's eyes are practically sparkling. He rubs the desk excitedly, marveling at their new headquarters and asking if that officially makes him the second member of the guild. Ran steps in to crush his little fantasy, proudly declaring that she is actually the second official member. Eris sighs, wondering why they care so much about joining order, while Nana steps forward to offer her warmest congratulations. She knew Haruto would become a guild master one day, and happily celebrates his brand new milestone. Haruto politely thanks her, but Satoru immediately chimes in, suggesting Nana should just quit the association and join them. Haruto backs him up, warmly inviting Nana by telling her she is always welcome. Toko laughs loudly, teasing Haruto for immediately trying to steal away one of his best people. Nana appreciates the sweet offer, but politely declines, explaining she can be far more useful staying where she is at the association. Haruto does not mind, simply offering a warm smile of understanding. Masato glares at the lazy group, grumbling that he was the one who handled everything from submitting guild documents to buying office supplies. Haruto shrugs with a half-hearted thank you, telling him his job here is officially done. That completely snaps Masato, who looks ready to throw hands, telling Haruto to shut up unless he wants to fight. Suddenly, a familiar voice catches Haruto's attention, teasingly asking if their guild name is a bit too straightforward. Lucas steps into view, looking remarkably calm, as Haruto gasps and asks what he is doing there. After losing absolutely everything, Lucas explains he lost his international rank, and his family disowned him completely. With nowhere else to go, he wants to join Haruto's guild as their very first member. Satoru puffs out his chest, telling the newcomer that even a founding member like him is only number 2, so no cutting in line. This makes Ran stand up and voice her biggest question: who on earth is the actual first member, and are they insanely strong? He does not answer, simply raising his hand and declaring it is time to go recruit their first member. Meanwhile, in a dark, seemingly bottomless abyss, decayed and dried-out skulls lie scattered across the ground. Inside the white-bone tomb dungeon, a brown-haired youth points his battle axe at someone sitting silently on the dirt, demanding to know what on earth number 1 is doing. Accused of forgetting to bring their supplies, the poor worker bows repeatedly in a panic, apologizing frantically while promising he brought everything. A bystander asks for his actual name, wondering why he is only called number 1. The axe wielder stops to think, trying to remember what it was. He suddenly remembers his name is Aye. He owes the Midas Guild a massive 10 billion, basically condemning him to a lifetime of forced labor. The other guy is completely stunned by such a ridiculous amount, wondering how anyone could owe that much. Ben slings his backpack onto his shoulders, explaining that Aoi Ikunaga has been secretly slipping in and out of dungeons for quite some time now. Rumor has it he joined Midas, prompting Haruto to ask in confusion about this specific guild. Ben hesitantly explains that while they are a major national guild, there are dark rumors that they treat their own members like slaves. Startled by the word slave, Haruto tries to ask more, but a loud shout from behind interrupts them, calling everyone to the bulletin board because it is time to move. Ben quickly says his goodbyes and runs off, telling them they will have to discover the rest of the details on their own. The two walk toward the parking lot to start their search. As they reach the car, Satoru wonders aloud if those dark rumors could actually be true. Could a powerhouse guild really treat their people that way? He asks, but Haruto calmly replies that they need to verify it first. Sitting in the passenger seat, Haruto is lost in thought, wondering why someone looking to get stronger would leave a major guild only to join an unofficial squad under Midas. He instructs Satoru to drive straight to the Midas Guild. Satoru readily agrees, and soon, the towering skyscraper of the Midas headquarters looms before them, leaving Satoru staring up in complete awe of its scale. Satoru admits he feels a bit jealous every time he looks at it, which makes Haruto ask if he visits often. He quickly explains that he used to come here with his father all the time. Haruto stands in silence, trying to process his thoughts about the seemingly airheaded guy beside him. It is easy to forget given Satoru's goofy behavior, but this guy is actually the heir to the second largest guild in the entire nation. Suddenly, a group of stern men dressed in black suits rushes past the two of them. A guard respectfully holds open the door of a sleek luxury car, and a sharp, well-dressed man steps out as the entire squad bows deeply to him. Satoru gasps in surprise, recognizing the man as Takashi, which leaves Haruto wondering who exactly this powerful figure is. Satoru explains that he is the guildmaster's brother, Takashi, a highly respected figure who basically runs the day-to-day operations of the Midas Guild. Even though he is not a hunter, his management skills are top tier, and the two brothers working together built Midas into the powerhouse it is today. Haruto is genuinely intrigued by this revelation, finding it fascinating that a non-hunter could wield so much authority over a major guild. It seems they stared a bit too long, catching the sharp attention of Takashi himself. He turns to look, recognizing Satoru, who quickly offers a respectful greeting, and Takashi nods politely, acknowledging that it has indeed been quite a while. Takashi asks if Guildmaster Shinoda is still busy restoring the city, and Satoru shyly confirms, adding that his father should be finished soon. Shifting his gaze to the young man standing next to Satoru, Takashi asks if he is Sano. Keeping things highly respectful, Haruto introduces himself and asks if Takashi is already familiar with his name. Takashi adjusts his glasses with a highly calculating look, dryly noting that anyone who solved the recent lava ruins crisis would be widely recognized. Before asking what brings Sano to Midas, Haruto gets straight to the point, explaining he is looking for a junior, prompting Takashi to pull out his tablet while asking if this person is currently registered with Midas. Asked for the name, Haruto replies Aoi Ikenaka. Takashi quickly searches the database and notes that Aoi is currently inside the bone engraving dungeon, his expression shifting slightly before calmly concluding that the dungeon is simple and he should return soon. With that, Takashi politely takes his leave. Once the intimidating man walks away, Satoru exhales deeply in relief, admitting the encounter had him absolutely terrified. Haruto watches the departing president of Midas, highly impressed by his powerful presence, noting that despite not being a hunter, the man commands an incredibly formidable aura. He feels zero anxiety, highly confident in this potential new recruit. Since Ikenaga apparently ranks highly in the Midas Guild, Haruto remains quite confident the young man must be thoroughly enjoying his work and performing exceptionally well within his squad. Haruto smiles to himself upon learning that Aoi ranks quite high in the organization. The guild clearly values his unique abilities. He privately notes that the boy's dungeon knowledge rivals even guild leader Kinosaki, and his battlefield instincts seem exceptionally sharp. With one devastatingly clean slash, the squad leader cleaves a massive skeleton warrior completely in two, causing the giant bone construct to collapse and shatter into pieces. Turning to his companion, he yells that only one enemy remains, while a sweating red-haired hunter gasps in relief that their job is almost finished. Over on the other side, the two continue farming monsters without a break. Amane kneels down near a skeleton. He picks up a bone covered in pitch-black energy. This is dark mana, he realizes, and it is nothing like his research. Amane immediately looks it up. Bone carving is only a C-rank dungeon, meaning the skeleton army dark mana should be weaker than other dungeons, making the raid much easier. His mind starts racing with questions. There should be little to no dark mana here, so why is it suddenly leaking out like this? Realizing something is terribly wrong, he quickly rushes off. Dark mana acts like a life source for these skeletons. If they become immortal, the dungeon rank will instantly spike to A tier, but their low-level team is only equipped for a basic C rank run. Meanwhile, the rest of the team excitedly smashes the weak skeletons, sensing absolutely zero danger. Take this, the curly-haired guy yells, completely thrilled that this dungeon raid is such a breeze. But the defeated skeleton suddenly glows with a strange blue light, fusing its bones back together before charging right at him. The guy panics, wondering how it is alive when he just killed it. The skeleton strikes with lightning speed, slicing through the air. Before the guy can react, a sudden blast of water hits the monster. With a painful shriek, the skeleton crumbles to dust. Amane pants, asking if he is okay, leaving the curly-haired hunter, shocked that a mere porter has holy water. Amane confidently replies that they can never predict when a dungeon might mutate, so preparation is key. He approaches the leader and warns him that they need to retreat immediately, because the dark mana is too intense. The arrogant captain sneers, telling the lowly porter not to suggest an immortal lich is here, or the research team would not have ranked this place as a C tier. There are only basic skeletons here, and the Cerberus key incident is not going to happen again. Refusing to back down, Amane yells out in frustration. The captain flinches, surprised by the sudden outburst, and looks back. Amane voices his deep anxiety, warning that once they go deeper, there is no telling when the dungeon will mutate. If they let their guard down, everyone dies. He firmly declares that he never wants to witness his entire party get wiped out again. The captain wavers slightly, but they still have no way to return. Without clearing the dungeon, the return stone is useless, but Amane steps up and takes full responsibility. The others grumble in annoyance, mockingly asking if they should take the fall just like he did during the Cerberus key incident. Seeing them unmoved, he shouts back, striking right where it hurts. Forget about the money. A multi-million debt is nothing compared to losing your lives. With the skeletons reviving like this, an immortal lich is definitely nearby. An immortal lich is an S-rank monster, and pushing any deeper will mean certain death for all of them. Suddenly, the shattered bones glow with a bizarre blue light as dark smoke lifts them into the air. Look over there. Oh, you are not ready for this. The crew watches in absolute horror as the bones merge, and sharp blue eyes snap open in the dark. A massive bone dragon emerges, dwarfing every monster they have ever seen, letting out a ferocious roar. Amane turns pale with absolute terror. The immortal lich has summoned an S-rank bone dragon, and even 100 C-rank hunters stand no chance against this. Over at the bustling Midas Guild lobby, Satoru looks up at the broadcast screen and excitedly points out their group. He looks over at Sarah, happily noting that she has fully recovered and is back in action with her team. She truly shines the brightest when she is active. Haruto smiles, knowing it is because her friends are finally back by her side. Shinoda Haruto suddenly speaks up, mentioning that he originally wanted to recruit her into his own guild, but his sister insisted on keeping her under the association's wings. Nana warned that although Sarah's sentence has been reduced, other powerful guilds and organizations will ruthlessly hunt her down if her abilities are exposed. Keeping a low profile under the association is safer. Haruto agreed, but noted he still needs Sarah's dimensional powers to open the portal. She understood the high stakes, promising that they would fully support him, since it is a matter of global importance. Haruto stares at the screen in deep thought, sighing that there is still some time left. Then he notices a crowd suddenly gathering nearby. Standing up immediately, Haruto asks them what is going on. A panicked bystander looks at him, asking if he is indeed Hunter Sano. The man explains that something bizarre has occurred inside a C-rank dungeon, and it is apparently mutating into an A-rank. Confused, Haruto asks which one it is. He replies that it is bone carving. Haruto pales, realizing that is the exact dungeon Amane is currently raiding as the crimson portal flashes. A heavy scanning device is slammed onto the ground as a scout reports. They have finished setting up the magic detector, prompting Nana to immediately order a scan of the dungeon mana and darkness levels. A panicked voice calls out from behind as Satoru's older sister rushes forward, asking with deep suspicion if the Hunter Association has already sent reinforcements. Confused, Satoru looks over at Haruto, wondering if Sano was also mobilized for this emergency. He softly explains that his younger brother is trapped inside the dungeon, hoping to help, while Nanaze quietly murmurs in understanding. Something went wrong inside the dungeon, releasing a massive surge of dark energy that completely blocks their entry, while high-level magic continues to seep out. Standing right at the dungeon entrance, she quietly reports that the defeated dark mage has apparently been resurrected. In a panic, Haruto Sano warns that the mage is an S-rank undead monster, capable of regenerating dark energy. Suddenly remembering that such power is used for black magic, he and guild leader Kurosaki had already experienced that spatial travel firsthand, making him wonder about the dark energy. Nanaze sternly explains that they unfortunately cannot go inside right now, but he immediately objects, confidently asserting that it might actually be possible. Shocked by his words, she is left speechless, but he firmly declares that he can actually manipulate the dark energy and will head inside. Back with Ai, the terrifying bone dragon relentlessly unleashes devastating attacks on their entire party. Panicking, Aoi screams for the leader to quickly use the teleportation stone, but the terrified leader shouts back that it simply is not working. Ikunaga curses under his breath, realizing that the dark mage's magic circle is actively jamming the teleportation stone. Aoi desperately calculates his options, knowing that with the dragon guarding the area, there is absolutely no way to reach the mage. Angrily cursing, he realizes they will all end up buried here at this rate, forcing himself to think because he refuses to die today. Ran charges forward to strike the bone dragon with holy thunder, leaving Aoi bewildered that he can actually use holy magic. He replies that while he is no priest, he can still manage to summon a small protective barrier. Aoi suddenly realizes that a barrier is exactly what they need, especially since he has 10 bottles of holy water ready. Quickly pulling out the bottles of holy water, he asks if this massive amount is enough to shield the entire team inside a barrier. Ran hesitates, replying that it might be possible, but the barrier will not hold for long against the dragon's brutal attacks. Aoi sternly tells him to just build the barrier as he stabs the bottles of holy water straight into the ground. Murenzen quickly unleashes his divine power against the dark skeleton army, while another hunter stares in shock at the newly formed holy water barrier. The hunter next to him gasps, noting that such a shield must require a massive amount of holy water. Murenzen proudly boasts that this is top-grade holy water, as the flowing liquid forms a protective dome enclosing them all. Glaring at them, the bone dragon slams its claws onto the barrier, causing its skeletal limbs to corrode from the holy water, though the shield cracks under the impact. The leader mutters that since this barrier is forged from holy light, it can easily withstand the beast's brutal attacks, but under such a violent onslaught, this shield will not hold out much longer. Aoi reassures them that the barrier is just a distraction, leaving the leader startled as Aoi leaps right out, shouting that he is leaving the bone dragon to the rest of them. The trapped hunters panic, assuming he is using them as bait to escape, while Ellen screams in pure, unbridled rage, coating his blade in holy water. Aoi ignores their angry curses because the bone dragon is not his main target. He carefully pours the remaining holy water right onto his sword. Glaring at the leading mage floating above, he mutters to himself that if they do not eliminate that spellcaster, they will all be taking a trip to the afterlife together. Aoi quickly hurls his sword toward the enemy, knowing that coating it in holy water makes it temporarily act as a holy sword. Once pierced by a holy sword, the dark mage will no longer be able to summon his endless army of undead. The dark mage quickly chants a wicked spell, leaving Aoi in horror as falling dark bones merge together to form a giant skeleton king. Reaching out to block the flying sword, the giant monster is instantly pierced, and the holy water causes the dark skeleton king to disintegrate. He turns pale in a panic, realizing he just wasted his very last bottle of holy water as a dark skeletal monster lunges from behind. Looking over, Aoi curses under his breath at his absolutely terrible luck. Out of nowhere, Haruto rushes in to deflect the attack, and seeing the blinding golden aura, a bewildered Aoi calls out Sano's name. Staring at Haruto in shock, Aoi asks how he got here, but Haruto seriously replies he will explain later. As the giant skeleton king attacks again, Haruto leaps into the air and draws his weapon, aiming his long dragon sword skill right at its head. His sword blazes with intense fire as he swings it downward, and with a sudden flash of light, the giant skeleton king is instantly shattered. Aoi is left completely speechless, wondering if that really was Sano who just obliterated a powerful undead monster in a single strike. A blinding blue light forces him to look over as the massive bone dragons are engulfed in flames, roaring in pure agony. Their roars suddenly cut short as their skeletal bodies melt away, leaving Aoi shocked by their lack of regeneration, though Ikunaga knows only hellfire can do this. The surrounding hunters cheer in joy, praising the association's rapid response now that Nanas and her reinforcements have finally arrived to save the day. That is absolutely right. Nenes tears through the skeleton horde with every single strike. A hunter admits that having her as their captain completely changes the tide of battle. With her leading, dungeon casualties have dropped significantly. Rumor has it she even stepped down as vice leader of the Great Might Guild just to remain with the association. Another hunter sighs in relief. With someone so reliable leading them, they finally feel safe. But the captain snaps them back. It is too early to relax while the mage is still breathing. Dark energy pours from the mage as the shattered bones of the skeleton king piece themselves back together. Haruto quickly slams his hand onto the ground. He announces a special gift is waiting for them. System screens flash rapidly as he uses Ctrl+V to copy the holy sword. He inputs the command again, spamming Ctrl+V for infinite duplication. A blinding array of holy swords continuously spawns into existence. The mage watches in absolute panic as a storm of blades rains down. Aoi gapes in shock, wondering if those are actually all holy swords. Where did he even get so many? As the mage desperately dodges, Haruto scoffs under his breath, calling the monster painfully slow. Suddenly, a blinding flash erupts. Another holy sword materializes out of thin air, skewering the mage straight through his chest. Its body shatters instantly. Lowering his hand, Haruto shouts out for one last, decisive strike. The holy swords redirect, repeatedly piercing his decaying flesh. Soon, the mage's skeletal remains crumble and slowly dissolve into nothingness. An ally steps forward with a warning. Watch out, touching that hellfire is absolutely no joke. Haruto asks Aoi if he is okay. Looking back flustered, Aoi insists he is fine. Nanas approaches from behind, noting that the remaining undead have been wiped out and the dungeon is finally clear. Haruto offers a quick thank you, leaving Aoi to stare at the two of them in utter disbelief. Sano was once a mere bystander during dungeon raids, yet here he is, taking down an S-rank beast. Reaching a hand out to the still stunned Aoi, Haruto suggests heading back, noting that he has finally kept his promise. Shortly after, he flashes a reassuring smile, reminding him that he promised to treat him to a drink. Aoi lets out a helpless smile, telling him to make sure it is something premium. Takashi steps up to thank Haruto for protecting their guild members. Nenes politely chimes in, explaining that the association will launch an investigation into the dungeon anomalies. He happily responds that it is a massive relief, praising Chairman Tomikazu's leadership. Nanaze then stands up from her seat. She points out that every hunter is invaluable, and they cannot afford to lose a single life over a dungeon glitch. She excuses herself to file a formal report, and the office door slams shut behind her. Takashi pushes up his glasses, lost in thought. Even in a massive crisis, he holds on to his personal principles. Chairman Shinoda must be under immense pressure. Turning to the pair, he suggests getting straight to business with guild leader Sano. Still processing one shock after another, Aoi gasps, wondering if his friend is actually a guild leader. Haruto nods, noting that his awareness makes things much simpler. He announces his intention to recruit Ikanaga into his own guild. Aoi jumps out of his seat in total shock, asking if he actually started a guild. Haruto confirms it, introducing it as the Control Guild. Takashi observes seriously, concluding that Haruto is testing the waters. He asks if Haruto understands Ikenaga's current predicament. Haruto firmly replies that he does, promising to pay off his entire debt. Aoi is left completely speechless, crying out his friend's name. Takashi chuckles coldly, asking if the rumors are true about him selling info on the Golem Heart to leader Kinasaki for 20 billion. Aoi goes pale. 20 billion? Takashi sets down his glass, declaring the deal impossible. Puzzled, Haruto asks why, pointing out that they basically treat Aoi like a slave. Takashi immediately pushes back, claiming he actually highly values Ikanaga's unique talents. He adds that this must be the reason Haruto is so eager to recruit him. Aoi is completely thrown off, wondering if Takashi actually holds him in such high regard. Takashi continues, explaining that calculating the actual cost is difficult due to the dungeon's special nature. Haruto repeats the phrase, visibly confused. He clarifies that activating the Severus key requires a special crystal. There are only 3 in existence globally, and each is strictly single-use. If they fail to conquer the dungeon and slay the boss, it is all over. Gesturing toward Aoi, he notes that during that specific raid, Ikanaga used the priceless crystal to save his teammates. He drops his voice, stating that each crystal is worth 100 million. Adjusting his glasses with a sharp glare, Takashi explains that, since Ikanaga saved their members and can still contribute his keen judgment to the guild, they decided to let him work off his massive debt as a form of direct redemption. Haruto asks quietly, guessing that particular dungeon must have offered a highly lucrative reward. He confirms it, revealing that the Severus key can open the gate to the legendary spirit realm. He smirks, asking if he should understand the space gate much better than anyone else. He points out that he seems to be cooperating with guild leaders Kinasaki and Turner, making Haruto instantly alert. Haruto darkens as he realizes their target is the space key, asking if this means the Midas Guild actually owns a piece of the space gate. Takashi looks at him and comments on how smooth this conversation is going, suggesting they finally start negotiating. Meanwhile, at the Atlee estate in England, black smoke rises continuously as defeated guards lie scattered across the ground. A swift figure easily clashes with an entire squad, as the glowing sword on his back slices right through a hood, covering his eyes. The torn hood reveals Michael's face, and with a casual snap of his fingers, a system prompt pops up before him. Ctrl+X, deleting targets. A magic circle completely wraps around them and sinks into the earth, leaving nothing but the guard's blood. Walking across the luxurious wooden floor, Michael flings the massive doors wide open, gripping his sword to face the man inside, while mockingly thanking Atlee for the hospitality. Atlee glares back, stating there is only one reason for him to show up here. Michael grins triumphantly, confirming he is after the dungeon crystal, the Severus key. Atlee pulls out the key, admitting he cannot beat his curse, and tells him to take it if he wants the spiral dungeon key. Michael snatches it away, declaring that what he actually wants is shift. The old man mutters that it has no effect with control, and gets shocked, asking if Michael wants the shift plus delete combo. Michael smirks, noting that Atlee must have done thorough research for his son's sake. Exactly, because only complete erasure is powerful enough to stand against a transcendent being. Atli frowns at this, questioning if those beings even care about them. He warns that they are just testing them, but Michael chuckles, replying they must evolve shift and control, or face total erasure. He adds that they will target his son Lucas first, so Atli had better hope he succeeds. Atli panics as guards shout from outside, urging everyone to call for backup because Master Atli is still inside. Michael quickly uses the key. He calls out, telling them to inform the Ctrl+C user that he took the key. A bright red glow floods the entire room as a system notification displays that the Severus key has confirmed the crystal's entry, beginning the dungeon event. The red light envelops Michael's body as Atli warns him that clearing this dungeon will get him caught. He smirks, asking if he forgot about the dungeon rewards, while a green system message confirms the Severus key has entered. 3 months ago, in present-day Nevada, USA, as a ship hovers in the sky, people in the elevator wonder how many basement floors this building has since it looks like just one. Turner answers 20. Levels B1 to B10 are all dedicated to alien research laboratories, while levels B11 to B20 are laboratories for otherworldly monsters. Leaving Gao completely shocked to realize that aliens actually exist, Mori speaks up, pointing out that if monsters exist, then aliens definitely must too. Haruto quietly wonders what his father was researching here, while Aoi stands in the corner, feeling glad to have followed Senior Sano. But sweating nervously, he wonders if staying here is actually okay, especially since Senior Sano agreed to those specific terms. Flashing back, Takashi strictly suggests they keep negotiating. If Haruto lets the Midas Guild in on the space key, then they can have Hunter Ikenaga join the Control Guild, and they will also consider his debt to be fully settled. He panics, warning Senior Sano that this is too risky, but Haruto agrees without hesitation, leaving Aoi completely shocked. Haruto calmly explains that since Aoi is also an important junior to Sano, this price is actually quite cheap. Walking with the group, Ayu wonders when Senior Sano became this incredibly strong, but his attention is suddenly drawn to a nearby area. The place is packed with people, and he panics, realizing they do not look like soldiers or guards at all. He wonders if they are government officials, and what they could possibly be doing here. The elevator doors open, and Turner softly introduces this as the otherworldly laboratory. Haruto demands to see his father's research first, so Turner leads the way. Looking at the test tube, Haruto is left quite confused. Inside is just a piece of iron, which Turner explains comes from a place known as the Spirit World. He calmly notes that the previous director discovered it, adding that absolutely nothing on Earth is capable of scratching it. Because the previous director died in a massive disaster, the research had to be put on hold. Haruto asks skeptically how his father managed to research this since he was in Tokyo and could not travel here. Pointing toward the teleportation gate, he explains that his father utilized the space magic of Hunter Nishihara. They need it to travel, but since Hunter Nishihara went missing, it is completely unusable. Glancing over at Ares, Haruto realizes the two actually know each other. He looks back at the portal, suddenly putting the pieces together. Hunter Nishihara knew about the spirit world long before the disaster even struck. She must have known exactly what was going on over there. Haruto figures his father wanted them to go there together when the great disaster struck, but they never got the chance. He looks at the metallic fragment with deep doubt. His father and Nishihara saw something in that other world, and the answer might be hidden right inside this very piece. To find out, he needs to open the spatial portal. In a low voice, he warns everyone that it is extremely dangerous here. Haruto suggests holding the experiment in the desert lab instead. Meanwhile, a heavy silence falls over the majestic halls of the White House. Raimondo asks in a low, serious tone if the spatial fragments are truly in the same place. Logan Bowman confirms they have been moved to the Nevada desert, where soldiers and hunters are keeping a close watch. Simon DeFrey speaks up, promising to make sure the test with the replica key goes off without a hitch. But they still worry about Master Turner, who currently holds the fifth key. Raimondo's face darkens, muttering that the very future of America now rests in that man's hands. With spirit dimensions, magic skills, and massive resources, they have everything they need to completely shatter the global balance. Out in the vast, empty desert, a heavily guarded research facility stands tall. Satoru looks around in sheer awe, amazed by its massive scale. Standing in the heart of the desert, Haruto stays highly alert to any slight movement around him. In the distance, heavy defensive barriers are raised, while nervous soldiers keep their weapons trained right on him. Haruto smirks, noting his senses have gotten much sharper. Just like I warned, There is a massive crowd gathering in the area. The United States definitely will not let them walk away easily. Aoi warns him to stay sharp since government agents are lurking nearby, likely aiming for the key. Nodding, Haruto switches on his radio and commands them to launch the aircraft immediately. An aircraft carrying the necklace quickly approaches. Satoru feels a wave of anxiety, questioning if this is safe, but Mori softly reassures him that everything will turn out just fine. As the aircraft hovers closer with the necklace, Haruto takes a deep breath. It is finally time. The key fragment materializes in Haruto's hand as the piece on the necklace begins to glow with a brilliant golden light. Flipping free from the necklace, the piece drops fast and zooms directly toward the fragment in his palm. The pieces instantly fuse, releasing a blinding flash of light as a golden spark surges right through his hand. Suddenly erupting, the key sends shockwaves through the desert, making Satoru scream out in absolute panic. The golden light slowly fades, leaving nothing but empty space. American commanders quickly bark orders at their troops to stay calm and move in, but they suddenly freeze in their tracks. Looking at the bare sand dune in utter confusion, they wonder how everything could just vanish. Where are the spatial fragment and the hunter? Suddenly, a massive, terrifying tear rips through the air, and Haruto leads his group right out of the rift. Masato stands behind the protective shield, wearing a pair of incredibly stylish sunglasses. He remarks that the whole setup seems to be working perfectly, prompting a confident reply from Haruto that they moved just in time. Masato slips his hands into his pockets and sighs, boasting that isolating the defiled tree with a barrier was no easy feat. Just then, Nanas walks up from behind the shield, noting she finally understands why Miso scattered those plantings across Tokyo to connect their dimension with Hakmana. Surprised by her sudden appearance, Haruto wonders what she is even doing here. Masato cuts in, asking if the spatial key is fully complete yet, and Haruto confirms it is, though it currently sits inside a subspace. He explains that once they possess this key, they will have the power to open a portal to absolutely anywhere they want. Masato looks toward the massive gateway, questioning why they had to conduct this entire process inside an isolated subspace. Haruto looks in the same direction, explaining that the United States has already intervened, which makes Nana's gasp in surprise. She worries if Satoru and the others have become hostages, but Haruto quickly turns around to reassure her that the Americans will remain cooperative as long as he holds the key. He scratches his head, his mind flooded with questions, muttering that this is bound to take forever since the barrier blocks all movement. Haruto corrects him, stating they can actually leave immediately, which leaves Masato wondering if there is another barrier waiting for them. With a confident grin, Haruto replies that they have something far better than a simple barrier. From high up in a helicopter, the figures scattered across the massive desert look no larger than tiny ants. Fully armed soldiers comb through the area searching for clues. One of them scans the dry earth, reporting back to command that there are absolutely no signs of life. Satoru turns pale with fear, desperately hoping nothing bad has actually happened to Haruto. Standing calmly with folded arms, Mori reassures him that Haruto is fine, while Go steps closer and agrees that their friend is far too tough to go down. Suddenly, Lucas's phone rings out of nowhere, immediately catching his attention and snapping him back to reality. On the screen is a highly familiar contact, his father. Meanwhile, that same afternoon, crackling bolts of lightning erupt around Tanner inside the Nevada Research Lab. Trembling with pure rage, he growls out every single word. "Did you forget your promise, Mr. Chairman?" Two bodyguards quickly step in front to shield their boss, pleading with Guildmaster Tanner to calm down. Raimondo stands behind them looking thoroughly worried, trying to explain that the dimensional gate is currently a global issue. Tanner's anger does not fade as he sharply demands to know why the government explicitly claimed they would not get involved, and we even handed over the Cerberus key crystal. Listening to the conversation on the other side, Gall cannot help but wonder if Tanner is really giving up a 100 million yen item so easily. Raimondo rubs his temples in complete exhaustion and sighs. Unfortunately, the situation has drastically changed, and there are no crystal fragments left. But then, Tanner suddenly reaches his hand toward him, shocking everyone by asking if Raimondo still has one. Out of nowhere, a voice cuts through the heated argument. There are none left. The one who just arrived is Lucas. He steps forward to reveal the harsh truth. The crystal that Cooper was safeguarding was just stolen by Michael. Everyone in the entire room freezes in absolute shock. Ares is the first to react, marching directly over with a barrage of questions to ask why Lucas did not speak up sooner. If we encounter Michael in the necropolis, but Lucas stammers back that he literally just found out himself. Raimondo hangs his head, guilty that if Michael gets there first, the entire situation is going to fall into absolute chaos. Tanner regains his composure and actually reassures them, do not worry. Even if he gets there, he is just wasting his time. Raimondo looks up, completely confused by his words. With a dead serious expression, Tanner adds that Michael will not be able to use his skills in that dimension anyway, and he will kill him first. Lucas stands to the side, his mind racing as he remembers Michael's rank X+ abilities are a terrible match against Cerberus, which they all suddenly recall. But what about Tanner's own rank S+ status? The American president spreads his arms, desperately trying to explain that the guildmaster must be misunderstanding how things work. Far away on the other side, inside a hidden laboratory, a massive dimensional rift begins to tear wide open. A scientist watches in sheer disbelief at the sight before him. This is impossible. This portal was deactivated 15 years ago. Then, a single foot slowly steps out from the portal. Watch closely. Masato strolls right out, with his hands shoved in his pockets, oozing confidence as he remarks that the two dimensions really did connect. Even Satoru is completely blindsided by this entrance, gasping out to ask how Guildmaster Kinosaki managed to show up there. Right behind him, Haruto steps out with a deeply annoyed expression, telling him to stop showing off and just get out of the way. Masato turns back to grumble in irritation, but seeing the next person emerge makes Satoru's eyes instantly light up with sheer relief. Haruto, thank goodness, you are actually safe. Even Aoi cannot hide her shock as she recognizes Sano, Arita, and Sarah. Someone nearby smiles warmly, knowing this would happen all along. Meanwhile, Gaul shows zero surprise, only grumbling slightly to ask where the key is, since they are late. Haruto quickly replies that the dimensional key is finally fully completed. When asked if Guildmaster Shirosaki is planning to tag along on this mission, Masato merely sighs with annoyance. It is still much better than letting Gaul go. Lucas walks over to deliver the urgent news. It looks like Michael is already inside the Cerberus dungeon. Haruto is taken aback, but Lucas continues. My father just messaged me that the crystal was stolen, which means Michael is definitely going to clear the dungeon boss. Quickly gathering his thoughts, Haruto fearlessly gives the order they must head there immediately. Their target is the dungeon holding the Cerberus key. A terrifying three-headed beast stands before them, the level 670 Hell Cerberus, a powerful boss monster. Defeating this monstrosity guarantees a 100% drop rate for the key leading straight to the necropolis. All three of the beast's massive heads charge up destructive energy, preparing to obliterate the intruder below. Debris shatters and flies everywhere as the massive Cerberus closes in on the rocky ledge, but the mysterious figure standing below does not even flinch. Facing the monstrous beast, Michael calmly extends his hand, before firmly clenching his fist. Unbelievable, with that single simple motion, the terrifying three-headed beast is instantly crushed into pieces. A system notification pops up confirming target, eliminated by rank X+, as the silver key floats down to grant his reward. Reading the alert, Michael slowly walks over to pick up the silver key and holds it up for a closer inspection. The key is a strict one-time item. The Cerberus key can open the gate to the necropolis once, and after entering, there is absolutely no coming back. Michael grits his teeth, realizing it is just a one-way ticket. It all makes sense now. This is exactly why Miso was so obsessed with the dimensional key. He inserts it into a stone, glowing runes ignite, and the portal immediately activates before him. Michael keeps his eyes locked ahead, taking firm, decisive steps as he walks straight through the doorway. He knows there is absolutely no turning back now. Right outside the massive gateway, a heavily armed squad stands alert, ready to engage at a moment's notice. Beads of sweat drip down Satoru's tense face as he admits he is feeling pretty nervous about finally stepping into a completely different world. Aoi bites her lip in deep anxiety, worried she might literally suffocate from fear before they even cross over. Clad in heavy armor, Tuner turns to sincerely apologize to Haruto on behalf of their president, but the young leader quickly brushes it off as no big deal. Haruto quietly reflects on the situation, realizing that this mysterious individual actually ended up handing them quite a pleasant surprise. Flashback to a little earlier. Right when Aimono stepped forward to make his personal request, Aimono asked President Sano to prioritize sending the United States scouting team if they ever managed to launch an assault into the other dimension. Back then, Haruto refused to compromise and flatly turned him down. He made it clear that Japan would absolutely send their people first, leaving the desperate man with no choice but to compromise and settle for second place just to stay in the race. Haruto listened, staring intently at the silent object resting inside the glass chamber. He agreed to the terms, but demanded a favor in return, to which the older man readily agreed. Reaching out to grasp the key, Haruto quietly reminds himself that these unique dimensional fragments are completely impossible to duplicate, behaving exactly like the original spatial keys. With absolute certainty, he declares that the answers he seeks are waiting for him just ahead. Meanwhile, inside a lonely tower standing amidst a barren wasteland, a panicked voice echoes through the hallways, shouting that a massive crisis has just occurred. Slamming a massive hammer onto the stone floor, a muscular, red-haired man remains perfectly calm and tells the messenger to stop panicking. Dueko. He is the legendary 160-year-old keeper of the flame, chief of the dwarves, and the absolute best blacksmith in the necromancer dimension. A young dwarf girl slowly calms her breathing, stepping forward to ask if he already knows the dimensional portal has officially opened. This is 50-year-old Bio, Dueko's young granddaughter and a proud dwarf warrior. Holding up the fragmented key, the old chief explains that he of course knows, since he forged the key himself. Bio quickly calms down. She says, with excitement, that they can finally recover the missing pieces. Following her hopeful gaze, Dueko stares deeply at a massive iron anvil, wondering out loud if the lost fragment of this legendary tool is actually still out there somewhere. Despite her tiny stature, she steps forward, pointing eagerly at the relic on the table. According to the sorceress's ancient prophecy, repairing the sacred anvil will completely purify the massive world tree and set every single trapped soul free. A beautiful hope that the old chief quietly prays is actually going to be true. Caressing his long white beard, Dueko reminds her that they still have to deal with that foolish mortal. Deep inside a mystical forest, giant purple leaves spread out like something from another realm, where a hand gets brutally wrapped in sharp, painful thorns as fresh blood continuously drips down. Pierced by cruel thorns, Rizel sheds silent tears while whispering that Miso actually kept his promise. A crimson demon face looming behind him whispers that promises no longer matter in the grand scheme of things. The only thing that matters now is that the dimensional portal has finally opened. The voice echoes like a dark void, claiming they can finally rule over that entire dimension. As blood droplets sink into the dry soil, a heavy boot steps onto this dead land. Michael raises his head, peering deeply through the dense, strange canopy right in front of him. A seemingly harmless spirit floats right above him, as he realizes he has entered the necromancer dimension. Suddenly, the gentle creature transforms into a terrifying demon, exposing a mouth full of razor-sharp fangs. Seeing this, he merely smirks with complete and utter confidence, commenting that he had no idea these spirits were actually still around. Instead, a massive swarm of aggressive spirits suddenly lunges directly at his position. Michael's expression turns cold as he reaches out his hand. A tiny black hole manifests right in his palm, before the system announces that Ctrl+X is ready to eliminate the targets. Within a split second, the charging spirits erupt into violent explosions in midair, before they can even react, leaving behind a thick cloud of swirling black and blue smoke. As the heavy mist finally clears after that devastating strike, it reveals that the creatures were not destroyed at all. They instantly reform, baring their sharp fangs and screeching in pure, unbridled rage. More of them suddenly flood the sky, completely blotting out the light with their sheer numbers. His cheat skill is completely useless against them. He summons a massive, pitch-black sword that radiates a terrifying, godlike aura of death. Michael grips the hilt tightly and charges forward, complaining about how incredibly annoying it is to deal with such endless numbers. Deafening blasts echo endlessly through the crumbling ruins, as wood splinters under their heavy boots, the group sticking close together as they push even deeper into the darkness. Satoru steps inside the ruins and looks around with a sigh, questioning if this rundown dump is really a necropolis. Crouching down, Lucas picks up a small notebook to inspect, knowing they need to search the area further. But it is highly likely since Miso did say his homeland was almost completely wiped out. He quickly activates his ability as data floods his mind, using calculation F to trace info from the target. Haruto asks if he is okay, and Lucas sighs heavily, clutching the notebook. In short, it is a long story, and he begins explaining everything that happened to this land from the beginning. Spirits, dwarves, and elves once coexisted here, but the world was corrupted by a dark spirit named Reimer. Corrupted first, the spirits triggered a war. Those corrupted spirits controlled massive monsters, which apparently became the main culprits behind the destruction, leaving Haruto lost in deep thought. So Reimer was the master of the space he had copied. While a wriggling tentacle in the corner catches someone's attention, the scout gasps that he finally made it, approaching with curiosity to inspect what this strange thing could be. Sensing that something is seriously wrong, Masato instantly yells at the guy, warning him not to touch anything. But before the scout can even react, a giant, seemingly endless body erupts from the ground and violently blasts him backward. The beast's bloodthirsty maw instantly locks onto its prey, snapping around and wide open, ready to devour him. With no time to react, the poor soldier is instantly crushed, ending up trapped inside the savage monster's mouth. Gao quickly shifts into his combat form, roaring at everyone to get ready for battle. Masato prepares to fight with an annoyed click of his tongue, and a massive bolt of lightning wraps around him as he strikes the Mukade. Sensing the danger, the beast dives back deep into the ground, completely dodging the incoming electric strike. But the lightning blast is not fast enough to catch the Mukade, only hitting empty dirt as the onlookers watch in absolute shock. Wait, did it run? It acts just like a typical dungeon bug. While a scout in a red hat stands aside analyzing the situation, a massive foot suddenly swoops down right over his head. He wants to call the scout team for backup, but it is too late, and in a blink, he completely vanishes. Using its powerful claws, it flies high up with him. Its face twists with pure malice, stretching into a horrific grin from ear to ear. Before the spirit casually drops the red-hatted scout, the Mukade bursts out of the ground again, but this time it is not alone, joined by a swarm of bloodthirsty spirits. Deep underground, pipes are lowered into a pit. Giant machines operate day and night as if searching for something, until a loud voice cuts through the noise, announcing they found it. Atlee turns and asks for a status report, and a panicked subordinate immediately rushes over with the news. Just as expected, the boss falls, and leaning on his cane, the old man departs. Time to go, and they head over to a rocky ledge where the portal once opened, staring intently at it. This is a clear sign that Michael is trying to open the dimensional gate, leading Atlee to ask how long they can stall him. His helper replies with current tech. Only 1 week. The loyal assistant looks up to share his thoughts, wondering if the whole plan is completely useless without the actual dimensional key anyway. He hears this and dials an important number, and Atlee cautiously speaks into the phone, apologizing to the chairman for calling so late. Regarding their previous discussion, he asks if the chairman can give him an answer. The old man reassures him that they can open the gate immediately with that item, carefully steering the conversation forward. That would give the United States a perfect reason to intervene, and after this, that Sano Hunter will no longer be necessary. Back at the ruins, the Mukade charges Gao with its massive bloodthirsty jaws open, delivering a swift and brutal bite directly onto him. The surrounding ground instantly shatters, but the power of this lava stone giant is no joke, so Gao roars out, telling the others he will hold them back and to hurry. Showing off his massive shoulders radiating a thick bloodlust, Tuner steps up to fight. Gripping his sharp axes, he mutters to himself as his skill activates, displaying the text Calculation S. His grip tightens on his buffed weapons, but this initial boost is far from enough. He stacks multiple enhancement spells, causing his dual axes to glow with immense power as mana storage activates to shatter the very earth. He leaps high into the air, silently locking his sights onto the giant Mukade. A devastating slash crashes down. The Mukai is chopped into 100 pieces before it can even burrow back underground. Tuner lands light on his feet. Standing on the side, Haruto watches closely, analyzing every single detail. He is trying to channel mana into the axe to trigger a sudden explosion. It is actually the Grand Burial Curse, but entirely different from the copied version. If Haruto can upgrade his skills to work like that, it will definitely come in handy. And things just got twice as bad. Another massive Mukai bursts from the earth, immediately launching a relentless attack on the panicked survivors. It chose this exact moment to appear. Alice immediately begins channeling her magic again. Massive shards of ice shoot out from the frozen ground right beneath their feet. An icy shield materializes to block the path. Tuner still wields his massive axe with terrifying power, leaping high to strike the Mukai down again. Perched high up in a towering tree, two mysterious figures look down, observing everything unfolding below. Filled with curiosity, Lisa asks if those people are actually hunters. The companion beside her shares what he knows, agreeing they are most likely humans. He gazes down in deep thought, watching these intruders struggle using every ounce of their power. Oddly enough, the Mukai is usually a peaceful creature that stays underground. Nobody expected it to act so hostile toward them. If they do not find the cause soon, they will be eliminated right here. The Holy Sword is too weak for monsters, but it works perfectly against these other foes. Hovering in the air, the spirits pose a massive threat. Lucas leaps off the ground, using his sharp sword and clean movements to slash through the monsters. Even when sliced to pieces, the spirits begin to regenerate. Seeing this, Lucas grits his teeth and grips his weapon even tighter. Suddenly, a tremendous force of glowing blue light completely envelops the hovering spirits. Drowned in that overwhelming radiance, the spirits can no longer regenerate. Instead, they shatter into glowing golden crystals. The crystals float continuously upward, leaving the two observers in the tree absolutely stunned by the sight. Lizetta looks down at Lucas, deeply curious about what just completely purified those wicked spirits. Pure spirit crystals that should be completely impossible. Did a single strike just purify those corrupted spirits? Is that the holy sword? Did Miso bring these people here? The Mukai roars once more with a mix of rage and terror, before quickly burrowing back into the earth to hide. Look at that, even the seasoned observer is caught off guard by the giant beast's sudden, bizarre retreat. It broke free from the spirit's shackles and returned underground. This power might actually cleanse the dimensional tree, just like Miso claimed. Faced with the terrifying power of the sword, the remaining spirits hesitate, too afraid to make another move. Haruto laughs, dropping to one knee. It seems the key to this is indeed the sword. Vines immediately sprout from beneath his hands, surging with new life. Already powerful, the vines receive a massive buff, growing at an insanely accelerated rate. Using the Gigacious Dimensional Branch skill, the vines transform into giant tentacles, lashing out to seize the spirits, refusing to be trapped. The spirits fly higher to escape. But Haruto quickly inputs another complex command combo, completely sealing off their retreat. Webs shoot out in rapid succession, instantly triggering a massive spider web spell. The threads tightly bind the target spirits, successfully trapping the entire swarm in one go. Their intense vitality makes them start to disintegrate to escape the webs. Masato quickly warns him that the spirits are getting away. Unfazed, Haruto simply tells him to look up, and Masato instinctively raises his eyes toward the sky. Although the spirits break free from their cocoons, none can escape. Lizetta is completely shocked by his incredible ability. How did he get Miso's dimensional tree? Did something terrible happen to Miso? Beside her, her companion wonders where he could have gathered so many swords. With a simple wave of his hand, a storm of purifying swords rains down, hitting every single target. The corrupted spirits are finally cleansed, turning into beautiful golden crystals. He reaches out to touch a crystal, while wondering aloud if this is a truly pure spirit. But the instant his fingers brush against it, a brilliant golden light flashes and the crystal shatters. An intense shockwave hits Haruto's consciousness directly, causing him to shiver in pain. The overwhelming energy forces him to his knees, while Satoru and Aoi cry out in panic, calling Haruto's name. Suddenly, a massive, glowing golden tree sprouts directly from Haruto. The Yggdrasil seed has copied the spirit crystal and is now rapidly germinating. Wild roots violently erupt from the ground, accompanied by a system notification announcing the Yggdrasil seed. After copying the necromancer crystal and letting it partially sprout, Haruto does not do a thing as the roots surround him. Another system alert pops up. Full germination requires elf purification and a spatial tree core. Soon, his figure completely vanishes behind the thick roots, prompting a panicked Aoi to rush over and ask Sano what just happened. Masato curses in disbelief, demanding to know what that spatial seed is and how he even got it. Right then, he notices something else. Lizetta and her companions are quietly watching from the shadows. That draws everyone's attention, and Satoru stares in wide-eyed curiosity, whispering that those are real elves. Elsewhere, a violent energy vortex swirls, instantly disintegrating any spirits that dare get too close. Standing right at the center of the zone, Michael activates his Ctrl+X skill, completely erasing all surrounding mana in the process. Stripped of mana, the user's life force itself begins to drain away, putting them in extreme danger as nearby spirits crumble into dust. Suddenly, another system alert pops up. Mana depleted. The user can no longer sustain the Ctrl+X skill. Michael can no longer keep his footing, collapsing straight onto the hard ground as the spirits finally start regaining their senses. A second later, one of them lets out a maddened shriek, and the spirits suddenly begin biting their own allies. Blindly hypnotized, they cannot distinguish friend from foe, completely turning the tables as they brutally turn on each other. A weak smile forms on Michael's lips as he realizes the side effects of constant erasure affect even spirit forms. In the end, their memories and very souls will collapse, to the point where they completely lose the ability to distinguish between friend and foe. Sano, only you are the exception. From afar, a lone figure approaches, and Vio stares at the sight, without even blinking. She gasps in shock, wondering if they are really fighting themselves, as the squinty-eyed dwarf hurriedly rushes over, demanding to know what on earth is going on. The red-haired dwarf also looks on in utter confusion. Vio spots the motionless Michael, pointing out the human lying right over there. She turns to her companions, questioning if this could be the intruder mentioned in the female sorcerer's old prophecy. The squinty-eyed dwarf cannot recognize the fallen man, prompting Vio to conclude he must be a spatial intruder. But she has a heart. She decides to bring the unconscious man to their chief. Elsewhere, Miso mutters indifferently. Something is seriously wrong with the spirits. Diesel stays silent in absolute despair. The holy sword Miso brought back must have purged them. Judging by his portal, he can feel a massive spatial rift forming on Earth. Once it opens, he must go there. But first, the final core must be absorbed. Meanwhile, Makoto quickly storms into Nanas's room at the Japan Hunter Association. Nanas looks up from her computer screen as her father steps closer, asking what happened. Delivering urgent news, Makoto warns that Fed Cooper and the United States have opened a spatial gate. Hearing this, she leaps up. The gate Miso used was supposed to be completely sealed. How is that possible? Makoto suspects they are using Hunter Nishihara's spatial conversion device. The revelation shocks Nanas. She immediately recalls the warning Haruto gave her. He had urged her to stay on Earth, knowing the Americans would never abandon their gate. He suspected Michael would try to reopen his old portal, bringing dark spirits to Earth. He wanted her to stay and prepare. Now, Nanas and Makoto must hurry before something comes through. Hearing this, Makoto realizes the portal opened by Sano must also be incredibly dangerous. She stops and looks him straight in the eye. That is exactly why she stayed. But do not worry. Sano's gate is safe inside President Shirasaki's basement warehouse. In an emergency, she can easily handle the corrupted tree and seal the space. With absolute resolve, she adds that if the American portal opens, they cannot stop it, urging that they contact the International Hunter Association immediately. The scene shifts to the dark, gloomy elf village. Gao gently places the seed containing Haruto onto the ground, instantly sparking immense curiosity among the gathering elves. Recognizing it as a spatial tree seed, they whisper, wondering if a monster or an acquaintance brought it. Hearing their chatter, he shoots a sharp glare at Masato just as a figure approaches, prompting Lisetta to bow deeply to Creo. He walks right up to the seed and gently touches it, noting that it is already starting to sprout. The purification is complete. Sensing something, Creo shifts his gaze, eyes landing directly on Lucas. That feeling it was the sword. He walks over, unable to suppress his curiosity. Was it you who purified the spirit? He simply gives a two-word reply that is right. A slight smirk plays on Creo's lips as he realizes the success, but his voice suddenly turns ice-cold, demanding to know where his son Miso is. As Creo presses his hand against the seed, a fiery green light instantly erupts from it. A system notification immediately pops up, confirming the elf's purification skill has successfully taken effect. With Creo's intervention, the Yggdrasil seed begins to sprout and split open. Haruto emerges, gasping desperately for air. Seeing this, Satoru rushes over in worry, only to be stopped by Creo. The elf elder's sharp gaze sends a shiver down his spine, freezing him in place as he stumbles back against the bark. A second later, Haruto's hand glows as the blessing of the space tree takes root, automatically copying and pasting itself onto him. With this blessing of the space tree, he gains 65% recovery from all damage, and a 50% reduction to incoming damage. Should he acquire the core of the space tree and complete its blooming, he will unlock 100% recovery and 80% damage reduction. He stares in utter disbelief at his hand. Has the space tree actually been copied and pasted directly into his body? If he gets that core, he will never need healing again. But suddenly, the massive tree trunk crumbles into paper-like fragments. This leaves the elves completely dumbfounded. Has the space tree vanished? And what does this mean for the seed? Only now does Creo notice Haruto's internal organs glowing. It hasn't vanished, it has taken root and sprouted inside this mere human. He gets straight to the point, demanding to know where his son Miso is. Impatient, Creo snaps that he only gave them the spirit's blessing to get news of his child. So he bluntly delivers the cold, hard truth: Miso died back on Earth. Creo's face drains of all color in pure disbelief. While the surrounding elves stand frozen in shock, a lowly human could never kill an elf. Without a shred of fear, Haruto spits back that to them. Miso was nothing but a monster who tried to destroy Earth. Tears stream down Creo's face as he asks if that was truly the reason his son had to die. A dark, suffocating aura erupts from his body. A second later, Creo moves like lightning, lunging directly at Satoru. Completely losing his mind, Creo roars a spell. How dare they set foot here? after taking his son's life. He strikes Satoru with a direct blow, instantly sealing his sword, while a dark forbidden curse binds his body tight. Right on cue, an axe blade swings in as Daniel arrives just in time to save his ally. Unfazed by the heavy swing, Creo easily blocks the attack, sending the forbidden curse crawling right up Daniel's arm, instantly binding Daniel's entire body. A crazed Creo screams that if Miso could have used this powerful elven magic on Earth, he would never have been killed by a mediocre human. Power erupts from his body once more. He tells them that with such pathetic skills, they can never escape this binding curse. Alice watches in absolute horror as the curse slithers toward them like venomous snakes, wrapping around the others and sealing the entire team in an instant. Satoru struggles in vain, cursing that his skills are completely blocked, while Masato beside him desperately warns that his mana is rapidly draining away. Haruto grits his teeth, wondering if this overwhelming power is the blessing of the space tree. His mana is still flowing, yet this strange sensation is completely foreign, forcing him to tap into his system. A dark curse has been mixed into the blessing of the elf. The autocopy fails as a bright red warning screen pops up, stating that a curse from another dimension must be combined with a spatial anomaly to work. Haruto frowns, deeply confused by this strange requirement. Just as Miso once mentioned, if he can tap into that spatial shift, he can replicate it. He just needs to find a way to claim this skill. Meanwhile, Takeo grips his bow tightly, a wave of intense bloodlust radiating from his body as he roars that in this world, the elves are the true monsters. A second later, Creo releases his bowstring with a lethal cry, sending a deadly arrow tearing through the wind. Haruto watches in pure panic, knowing that if the attack hits Sarah, she will not survive. Right at that critical moment, a shadow flashes past. A summoned magic circle completely blocks the arrow while instantly shattering the binding curses, all thanks to Alice's intervention. She glares at her opponent, calmly stating that elven magic is entirely useless against her. As strange glyphs glow behind Alice, Creo gasps in shock, recognizing her cloak as the legendary armor belonging to a famous female mage. Alice is caught completely off guard, asking if he actually knew her mother. Meanwhile, deep within the dwarf underground prison, a chilling silence hangs heavy. Michael slowly opens his eyes after being knocked out, only to find himself tightly bound to a chair. Suddenly, a gentle voice echoes from the other side of the iron bars as Bio kindly asks how he is feeling. Michael clears his hoarse throat and asks if she was the one who captured him while he was knocked out. Pio isn't having it and snaps back. More like saved your life. She snaps. His mana was totally drained, and he was right on the brink of death. But a dark smirk spreads across his face. A second later, Michael easily snaps his ropes and stands up completely unharmed. Pio gets pretty excited, asking if he's a magician, but Michael just steps closer and asks if she's a dwarf. She eagerly asks if he's human, but he simply charges energy in his palm. Everything is falling right into place. Michael suddenly lunges forward with a loud shout, calling out Ctrl+X, cut target, thrusting his hand right at them. A massive sphere erupts, blowing everyone back. Dwarves are sent flying, face planting onto the dirt as chaotic screams echo around them. Pio is completely shocked, yelling out to ask why he's attacking the very people who saved him. Michael only sneers. To him, they are nothing more than easy experience points, and he immediately conjures up another sphere of magic. This time it goes straight for Pio, who stands totally frozen, completely unable to react in time. A deafening blast echoes. Pio opens her eyes in shock to find herself unharmed. Someone is standing right in front of her. It is Duiko. He stands proud and tall, using his heavy hammer to block the blow as Pio stares in disbelief. Pio stammers out chief in total shock. Michael gets instantly annoyed by the old dwarf's arrival and narrows his eyes. Duiko doesn't back down for a second, glaring right back as the other dwarves call out for their chief. Duiko looks back and barks an order to go tell Creo. Pio hesitates, arguing that the guy is too dangerous for them to split up. Duiko snaps and screams at her to leave. Pio flinches, tears welling up in her eyes as she looks at him. Pio bolts as fast as she can, shouting that she will bring Creo. Michael speaks up, asking if he is Chief Duiko. Duiko ignores the question and demands to know his goal, while Michael just sneers at the glowing hammer. He notes that the hammer blocked his curse, meaning it must be made from the same material as the space fragment. Duiko puts the pieces together and grins, realizing Michael is here to evolve that curse. Charging his palm again, Michael remarks how convenient it is to find talking monsters around here. But before he can strike, Duiko slams his hammer down, offering to take on the curse as the ground under Michael shatters. Shockwaves surge through the earth toward Michael. Duiko grips his hammer tight and punches a nearby stone wall, Massive rectangular stone pillars suddenly erupt from the wall. Activating his spatial hammer skills, Duiko quickly leaps onto one of the rising stone platforms. The cracked ground collapses entirely into a bottomless pit, sending Michael falling straight into the dark void. Michael just smiles as he falls, thinking that he needs to steal the old chief's skill first. With that thought, Michael suddenly vanishes into thin air using Ctrl+H to teleport. Meanwhile, back on Haruto's ship, Lisetta explains that crossing this valley will finally bring them into dwarf territory. Aoi nods along, noting there are no monsters around, and they might actually arrive ahead of schedule. Hearing this, Lisetta admits that even though a truce exists, the long war with the dwarves is far from over. They plan to leave right after dropping him off, but Haruto is already deeply lost in his own thoughts. Dwarves, he recalls Kryo's old explanation about how they once lived together, with the dwarves forging powerful items. Kryo explained they supplied the spatial trees needed to fuel the forge, which built a pretty solid relationship between their two races. But his tone grew dark as he recalled the day Aklin Grimari arrived and corrupted the spatial tree. Stripped of its blessing, tragedy struck when Duiko lured Kryo's daughter, Giselle, to try and claim a piece of the tree. As Giselle got tangled in the heavy spatial branches, Kryo rushed in with pure fury to stop him. But the chaos allowed Grimarier to capture his daughter. Driven by absolute rage, Kryo destroyed Duiko's precious anvil, his literal life force, by shattering it in half and throwing the pieces into a completely different dimension. That violent act tore open a massive spatial rift, creating a dark, cosmic black hole right before his eyes. A massive disaster struck Earth as a parallel world suddenly emerged, leaving both planets bound together by a giant, glowing magic circle in the sky. Haruto recalls that this was the exact moment Miso appeared in the human realm to unleash those evil spirits. Kryo paused, before adding that when spirits became corrupted and monsters ran wild, a powerful sorceress stepped up to wipe them out. At that point, Ares rushed in to demand where his mother was. Kryo looks at Haruto, recalling her prediction that humans would eventually arrive here. She also created the spatial key, splitting it with Duiko to seal off this world, his voice growing incredibly serious. After that, she traveled to the Beastman dimension to find someone. But because the anvil was destroyed, she cannot create a spatial key to return. Iris desperately begs to be taken to Giko right away. Cleo coldly replies that meeting him is useless, since both the anvil and forge are broken. But Haruto holds up a gemstone, declaring the anvil problem can easily be solved. Cleo is stunned to see it and demands to know what he means. Haruto just smiles and looks back, leaving the repairs in the hands of Lady Sarah. Sarah nods in agreement, and Haruto steps forward with a smile. Using his universal barrier alongside a fresh sprout from Yggdrasil, he gently touches the ground. Instantly, a glowing tree rises up from the earth. Liza stares in disbelief, stammering if this is a pure, unpolluted spatial tree. Haruto points to the tree with a warm smile, noting the forge fire can finally be lit again. Back in the present, Haruto tells himself that once this is all over, he should plant a new spatial tree seed right here. His thoughts are cut short by a voice asking if a battle is happening. As everyone looks up toward a loud explosion on the cliff, Arya narrows her eyes and whispers that a spirit seems to be fighting something. Sure enough, a massive, insect-like monster is launching a frenzied assault. Someone takes a brutal direct hit, sending them flying straight off the steep cliff. Lucas can barely believe his eyes, gasping if that was a human, while Liza yells out in absolute shock. Meanwhile, deep beneath the Cooper mansion in England, the spatial portal is successfully activated. The crowd gathers around it, keeping their eyes locked on whatever lies beyond. A strange, jet-black energy surges from the portal, emitting bizarre cries while the surrounding soldiers raise their shields to keep from being blasted away by the pressure. Suddenly, a blinding flash of light erupts from the gate, accompanied by crackling lightning. Keeping calm, Atli announces that the gate is open, prompting the others to shout and charge. Atli signals the guard behind him to move, and the heavily armed force begins marching straight into the portal. Inside, soldiers look around in confusion, whispering about what this eerie black mist could possibly be. Suddenly, a soldier drops. His comrade screams for James, but within seconds, he too gets sliced apart as blood splatters everywhere. Talk about a total bloodbath. Armored soldiers fall in an instant. Panic sets in as the hunters yell for all non-combatants to fall back, warning that the space is severely corrupted. Right on cue, Makai bursts from the ground, biting and tearing through anyone nearby, as terrified screams echo through the darkness. The remaining fighters desperately try to keep their cool, launching counterattacks against Mukai. Caught off guard by a hunter's attack, Mukai grits its sharp teeth, letting out a furious, deafening roar. It charges straight at the attacker, slamming its head down so hard that the solid ground cracks open. The target trembles in fear, shocked that his level 300 skill did absolutely nothing. He stammers that this place is far worse than a high-tier dungeon, while Atli struggles to move forward against a crushing, unseen force. His companion glances around, asking if Atli knew how dangerous this was and used them as bait. Atli remains completely silent, and the other man mutters that this is far more terrifying than expected. Hearing this, the struggling old man stops dead in his tracks, turning around to viciously snap at him to shut up. Instantly, a sinister red dark magic fills the area, forcing Atli's companion to break into a cold sweat and curse in anger. Atli stands completely still, coldly watching the man scream in absolute agony. With madness in his eyes, he mutters about foolish humans, before adding that perhaps he actually owes them a thank you. Revealing his true colors, Atli laughs maniacally, boasting that their sacrifice allowed him to control this entire dimension. Despite all the chaos unfolding inside, the building initially appears completely peaceful, but only moments later, a massive explosion rips through the structure and obliterates everything. Elsewhere, a news broadcast reports that a spatial rift opened in England around 1 a.m. local time, with witnesses claiming the portal appeared on the Ashley family estate. Watching the broadcast, Toko remarks that everything happened exactly as Nanase predicted. Nanase looks over, noting they could not have stopped it anyway, before trailing off as her eyes narrow with thoughts of Sano. She wonders if he can truly seal such massive power away. Meanwhile, Haruto's group watches in shock as Pio is sent plunging down the cliff. Liza immediately recognizes the falling child as the granddaughter of the clan chief. Spotting the chief's granddaughter falling fast, Haruto decides it is time to step in and save her. Acting quickly, Haruto places his hand on a nearby tree trunk, channeling his universal barrier through a branch of Yggdrasil. Massive roots instantly erupt from the ground, surging forward at high speed. They quickly grow, spreading out everywhere as Haruto turns. He runs to the back and calls out to Lucas. Understanding the plan, Lucas doesn't hesitate for a second and launches into the air. He uses the twisting tree trunks to spring himself even higher. Once he reaches the perfect height, Lucas swings his sword forward. Soaring through the air, Lucas darts straight toward the insect spirits, slicing them in half, one by one. The spirits are wiped out in mere seconds, completely unable to fight back. Lucas looks around to find Pio and rushes over. He catches her in his arms mid-fall, keeping the little girl safe. They both make it back to the ship, which is still speeding across the water. After some time, Pio slowly opens her eyes and looks around in a daze. Haruto, Lucas, and Arya are all staring at her. Startled, Pio scrambles backward and screams, "Humans, stay back." Liselot kneels down and asks Pio, "Why are you here all alone?" Recognizing her, Pio asks with tearful eyes, "Why are you traveling with humans?" Liselot quickly calms her. "Pio, relax, they saved you." She explains she was guiding them to the chief when they saw her under attack. Pio gapes, stammering, "So are you the sorceresses from the prophecy?" Hearing this, Alice rushes over and asks if Pio knows her mother. Suddenly, remembering her urgent mission, Pio speaks in a panic, "Wait, the chief is in serious danger. Someone brought a curse here." She pleads, "Please, you have to help us." Haruto instantly realizes who is behind this and grits his teeth. "Reese, so he is here too." Meanwhile, Reese teleports behind Dominic and mocks him, "Breaking the ground won't affect me at all." Before Dominic can even react, Reese activates Dimension Plus X to erase his target. A dark magical sphere instantly engulfs Dominic, leaving him staring at Reese in utter shock. Dominic refuses to yield. He musters every ounce of his remaining strength to raise his massive hammer high. With a thunderous roar, Dominic smashes it violently against the magic sphere, immediately cracking its dark surface. The cracks rapidly spread as the sphere vibrates violently, looking ready to burst from an overwhelming pressure within. With a massive bang, it finally explodes, revealing Dominic still standing tall inside. Reese lands on a stone pillar opposite him and scoffs that hammer cannot break my curse. Dominic looks down at his glowing weapon and replies in a low voice, "This is no ordinary hammer, it is mithril." Reese merely gives a cold, mocking smirk, quite a fancy name for a simple tool. He sneers. He extends his hand, and small metal fragments quickly align in a straight line, instantly shaping themselves into a deadly sword. Reese grips it tight. "I will take that hammer." Over the next few minutes, Reese and Dominic engage in a brutal, fierce clash. The entire cavern shakes from their heavy blows. Reese shatters the stone platform under Dominic, sending him falling. Reese pursues him immediately. Dominic slams his hammer into the wall to halt his descent, thinking to himself, he is trying to keep his distance, but those cheap tricks are useless against me. Suddenly, a stone pillar erupts from the left right where Reese is standing, catching him completely off guard. But Reese quickly escapes, using his teleportation magic. Just like before, he vanishes into thin air. Before Dominic can scan the area, Reese materializes right behind him, startling the old warrior. Without hesitation, Reese swings his sword down hard, aiming a deadly strike directly at Dominic. The impact point explodes violently, throwing up thick clouds of dust. Reese watches closely through the haze. As the dust finally settles, Dominic is still standing tall, barely unfazed. Reese sneers, channeling his magic and shouting, "I am different from you. I have far more than just a hammer." He roars Dimension+X. Obliterate the target. A massive sphere hurtles straight toward Dominic. Dominic desperately tries to dodge, but the moment he moves, the sphere erupts in a massive blast, forcing a painful groan from him. Reese does not waste a single second, instantly charging forward to deliver a follow-up slash. 2 more explosive spheres materialize in the air, right next to Dominic. He quickly leaps back to escape, but the massive blast area is simply too wide to avoid. Dominic can only watch in helpless shock as the explosion engulfs him. A deafening blast strikes Dominic, leaving him badly wounded. Reese fires another magic sphere, but Dominic roars and swings his hammer, stopping it mid-air. Their powers collide and explode, sending Dominic into the abyss. He manages to lodge his hammer into the wall and conjures a stone platform beneath him. Exhausted, he collapses to his knees as Rice lands before him with a provocative smirk. He mocks his opponent, asking if he is finally at his limit, and demanding he just give up and hand over both the hammer and the artifact. Gecko tenses up immediately, frowning with cold sweat dripping down his forehead. He glares at Michael with absolute caution. Following a tense silence, Gecko slams his hammer down, muttering that Michael seems to know about it too. He staggers up, left arm bleeding heavily from the explosion, while his right hand scrambles inside his pocket for something. Gecko hesitates for a brief second before pulling out a brilliantly glowing gem from his pocket, holding it right in front of Michael. Michael freezes, his eyes widening in shock as he stammers that thing. Right then, old memories flood back into his mind. Back then, he had questioned how a curse could be modified without any proper equipment, and Miso had replied that the dwarf chief holds the power to cast them. Leaning forward, Michael had asked in sheer disbelief they can actually create curses. Miso had nodded, explaining that by using the core buried deep beneath the roots of the space tree, they can craft an artifact to reinforce absolutely everything. Miso had smiled quite sinisterly. It upgrades not only skills, but also equipment, and even curses though, since the space tree is now corrupted. Making another core has become totally impossible. Yet, a few spare cores made by Chief Gecko still remained. Back in the present, Gecko tosses the glowing core into his mouth, chewing and swallowing it whole. Instantly, his eyes flash, as a massive wave of raw power erupts from his body. Gecko lets out a roar, before freezing his eyes, bloodshot and veins popping all across his face. Then, the left arm, that had just been completely blown to pieces, miraculously regrows, fully intact. Gecko stands tall and imposing, clenching his fists as he glares at Michael. Michael watches in utter shock, realizing this artifact can even regenerate a completely severed limb. Michael simply smirks, telling Gecko that a reinforcement item like this is truly beyond his wildest imagination. Gecko screams as he slams his hammer onto the stone, calling Michael a fool who still has no idea how terrifying this power is. The massive pillar beneath them shatters with a force far greater than before. Michael remains silent, watching Gecko's every move, but suddenly he notices something is extremely off. Instead of crumbling away, the shattered stone blocks beneath his feet begin to rise and gather together. Right before his eyes, a massive stone giant begins taking shape out of the rubble, leaving Michael frozen in absolute shock. The giant charges forward, lunging its massive arms directly at Michael in a desperate attempt to completely crush him. Knowing there is no time to waste, Michael leaps high into the air to dodge, but the moment his feet leave the ground, shattered stone slabs wrap around his legs to trap him. Right before his shocked eyes, the debris merges into a heavy stone pillar, completely locking both of his legs in place. More stone fragments rise from the ground, flying upward and wrapping tightly around Michael's entire body to paralyze him. Taking full advantage of Michael being completely immobilized, the stone giant prepares to launch a devastating punch. Controlled by Gecko, the massive stone giant slams its colossal fist directly onto the trapped Michael. But instead of celebrating his victory, Gecko's eyes widen as he stares in complete disbelief at what happens next. Meanwhile, in the heavenly realm, under the shadow of the sacred tree Ireo, A heavy gloom hangs in the air. Masato strokes his chin, remarking on how reinforcement items can upgrade anything, which gets Satoru quite excited. He hopes that Haruto can bring back a massive stockpile of them, but Creo simply sighs, warning him not to get his hopes up. Satoru cries out, asking why, while Gaul stands nearby, silently hanging onto every word. The crafting process is incredibly difficult. And worse, they can no longer be produced now that the space tree has been thoroughly corrupted by Grimoire. Creo maintains a steady tone as he patiently explains the situation. The roots are barely holding it off, but it is only a matter of time before Grimoire reaches the core, and when that happens, their entire dimension will meet its end. Masato glares at him, demanding to know if he is seriously planning to bring such a dangerous creature to Earth. Just then, one of Creo's trusted subordinates steps into the room. They plan to imprison Grimoire inside a specialized spatial distortion dungeon while transporting the beast over. Creo speaks up in a firm tone, explaining that if they can transfer Grimoire to Earth and rescue the core, they can use its power to craft a key to that spatial distortion dungeon. Masato pushes himself up, whispering for them to wait. He stumbles over to stand directly before Creo, asking if he truly meant a key to the spatial distortion dungeon. Creo nods, confirming Gueko can indeed craft it. Masato rushes forward and grabs Creo by the shoulders, desperately asking if the dwarf can actually build the key to the exact dungeon they have been searching for. Creo asks if he has ever been there, and Masato nods, confirming he went there once with his younger brother. Creo gives him a cold look, stating that as long as they have an item from that place, Gueko can definitely make the key. Upon hearing this, Masato collapses onto his knees. Wiping away his tears, Masato whispers to himself that he can finally save Pseudo. But Creo quickly snaps him back to reality, warning him that time is rapidly running out. If the core of the space tree is completely consumed, crafting a key will become impossible forever. Back on the battlefield, Michael roars out his command Ctrl+X to completely erase the surrounding space. Excluding the user, a black hole suddenly spawns. It expands by the second, relentlessly sucking in all the dirt and rocks around it. Even the stone platform Gueko stands on is slowly pulled away. The more it consumes, the larger the anomaly grows, forcing him to brace himself. With his muscles tense to the limit, the black hole edges closer. After a desperate struggle, Gueko realizes he can no longer hold his ground. Panic sets in as his body is nearly dragged straight into the abyss. Desperate, Gueko slams his massive hammer down onto the remaining rock fragments. Just as the vortex closes in, a heavy stone wall erupts to shield him from the pull. With the suction temporarily blocked, Gueko seizes the split second to leap backward and put some distance between them. The rising stone barriers are instantly devoured, but Gueko refuses to stop, frantically conjuring more walls higher and higher. Row after row of stone fortifications rise up, desperately shielding him from the terrifying, relentless suction. But even these heavy defenses cannot withstand the immense gravitational pull, shattering into millions of pieces. As the void swallows the shattered stone, it grows even larger, feeding off the destruction and charging forward with insane speed. Gueko watches in absolute despair. No matter how many walls he builds, nothing can stop it, pushing him to make one final, reckless gamble. As the rift closes the gap, he swings his hammer directly at the darkness, but his desperate strike does not affect the gravity well at all. Faced with Michael, Gueko is completely out of options, helplessly letting himself get sucked into the abyss while groaning in pain. After a moment of excruciating agony, the black hole finally disperses. Michael slowly approaches the fresh devastation, staring down into the deep, bottomless abyss left behind. Standing at the center of the crater, Michael casually picks up Gueko's discarded hammer from the shattered, ruined ground. Looking down at the defeated and kneeling warrior, Michael demands he hand over the relic. Buried deep under the rubble, Gueko barely manages to look up. "Do you think I absorbed that artifact just to regrow my hand?" Gueko wheezes. "That was the last one. And nothing remains for you." Michael's face darkens as he mutters that he only came here because of Miso, adding that it sounds incredibly painful indeed, but he decides he will just search another dimension instead, leaving Gueko completely startled as he gasps out Miso's name. Michael drops to one knee and leans in close, asking if Gueko knows the boy, and if so, surely he knows about the terrible shift curse. Gueko's face turns pale, his eyes widening in horror as he shouts that Michael did not come here for the relics. His real target was the shift and delete skills all along. Michael simply turns to leave, glancing back with a cold smirk. He muses that testing shift first is not a bad idea. Meanwhile, over at the Atlee mansion in England, hunters gather around glowing magic circles. Only Atlee sits entirely alone in a dark, quiet corner, completely lost in his own heavy thoughts. Just as Miso warned, Gremory still lacks a physical form, meaning they can survive as long as they avoid direct eye contact. They can still resist the mental attacks, prompting Atli to tighten his grip on the ancient sword in his hand. He has relieved the government return the holy sword, thrusting it into the ground. Yet deep down, he feels there is no escape. He severely underestimated the monster, realizing Gremory is not an enemy that can be slain with a single blade. At this rate, all of England will fall. As memories of his meeting with Miso surface, he wonders how they can possibly stop him. She replied that they wanted to seal Gremory inside the very space stolen from him, leaving Atli to demand to know how. Miso simply explained in her monotone voice that they must use the holy sword to force the beast inside. However, this must be done before he absorbs the spatial tree core and attains his true, terrifying form. If he regains his true form and reclaims that space, he will be able to freely cross between dimensions at will. Snapping back to reality, Atli notes that a hunter already owns the space and has opened a portal inside when a sudden shout interrupts his thoughts. Calling out his name, a middle-aged woman approaches. This is Hunter May, the actual Prime Minister of England. May demands to know how he plans to handle this escalating crisis. Standing up, Atli states he wants to mobilize every hunter to resolve this at all costs, though May remains highly skeptical of the plan. Atli nods confidently, assuring her they still have time, but as they look at the magic circle, she asks what happens if they fail. He mentions a portal in Japan that Gremory could use, causing May's expression to instantly turn grim at the implications. She asks if he intends to shift the blame to Japan, warning him that this disaster will affect the entire world. Pointing out that is no real solution, Atli steps up behind her, whispering that Gremory will soon regain his true form anyway. Once that critical moment arrives, normal magic will no longer be enough to keep the beast under control. Leaning in uncomfortably close, he startles her by asking if she has already forgotten the tragedy from 15 years ago. He whispers directly into her ear, recalling when the gate opened on their own soil, leaving her to choose between sacrificing England or Japan. She knows a failure here would devastate the globe. Meanwhile, Pio leads Haruto's group to the edge of a cliff, staring down into the dark abyss. Faced with the ruins, Pio stammers that the village is completely destroyed. Tears pooling, the frantic girl sprints down the cliffside, screaming for her chief. Haruto shouts out to stop her, warning that Michael might still be lurking inside. Pio completely ignores him, rushing straight to Gueko's motionless body. She covers her mouth in horror. Throwing herself forward, she desperately shakes him, screaming out for Chief Gueko. He lies completely still, breath faint, eyes rolled back, and showing absolutely zero signs of life. Lisetta rushes to the scene, demanding to know who did this. Haruto stays remarkably calm, noting that the chief is barely clinging to life. He turns to Arita Sarah, asking if she can heal him. Pulling off her hood, Arita Sarah stares intently. She agrees to try, but warns that the damage is from that erasure skill. She hopes for a loophole like last time. Pio grabs her cloak, begging for hope. If she can restore things, she must save the chief. She promises to do whatever it takes. Arita Sarah steps forward, placing her hands on him to trigger her Ctrl+Z. But within seconds, the system denies it. The system rejects the skill, stating Ctrl+Z requires an upgrade to affect this foreign space. Arita Sarah frowns, looking over at Haruto. It is useless. She explains that using her power in this dimension requires a direct upgrade first. Haruto grits his teeth in frustration, realizing they must upgrade their cursed skills to work here. Pio stands frozen, shocked. Tears fill her eyes once again. She desperately asks Haruto if they upgrade, can they actually save the chief? Haruto looks around at the devastation and sighs. How can they manage that when everything is already gone? Pio steps forward with absolute certainty. Looking at him with deep resolve, she covers her heart, saying she can help. Suddenly, her mind drifts back to a memory from 5 years ago. Gueko sat in his forge, explaining to the young girl that they could not restore the world tree. He held out 2 glowing cores absorbed during the fight with Michael, calling them the very last runes. Gueko offered them to her, telling Pio to keep them safe. Shocked, she asked if he really meant her. He smiled gently, explaining they would need them if the prophecy held true. He looked at Pio, stating the keeper of these fragments would become their savior. Snapping back to the present, Pio tells Haruto that she must check on something first. While Haruto stands there confused, Pio asks if he still has the fragment of the anvil. Haruto smiles faintly. Who would have thought this crucial piece would just land right in his lap? Before this, Haruto had met with President Zaimano, demanding one condition before prioritizing the American scout team. He had earnestly requested the fragment, explaining it likely belonged to the very dimension they were about to enter. Once inside, they might finally discover the answers that his father had been searching for all along. Haruto pulls out a massive metal shard, asking if this is it. Payo beams with joy, confirming it is the anvil fragment from the prophecy. She rummages through her pockets while Haruto watches in silence. Pulling out a glowing core, she says it will help them upgrade the curse. Haruto leans in close to examine the strange energy, asking what it is. Pio calls it a powerful rune. Remembering Gueiko's teachings, she explains that upgrading gear, skills, or curses requires absorbing these cores directly. Standing right behind them, Tuner chimes in. So, that is how they upgrade a curse. Pio clutches the core tightly, begging Haruto to use this final rune to upgrade the curse and save the chief. Haruto is caught completely off guard by her sudden plea. Pausing for a few seconds to think, he turns to Aritasara and tells her to absorb it instead. Pointing to herself, Aritasara asks if he means her. Haruto nods, stating they must restore this place. Pio steps up to hand her the core, telling her to just swallow it. Despite her lingering doubts, Aritasara trusts Haruto and puts it in her mouth. The instant she swallows the core, her eyes shoot wide open as she lets out a startled gasp. In the next split second, a blinding light erupts from her body. Sarah freezes completely, sweat pouring down her forehead. The brilliance intensifies rapidly, forcing a painful scream from her throat. She collapses to her knees, completely drained of energy. The radiant energy expands outward, illuminating the entire surrounding area. Haruto shields his eyes with both hands. Slowly, the glare fades, leaving thick smoke drifting through the air. Clutching her chest as she gasps for air, Haruto rushes over, frantically asking if she is okay. Sarah nods, looking up as if it were nothing. Standing up, a new system notification appears, stating Ctrl+Z is now ready. She stares in disbelief, whispering, Level 2, but Haruto quickly cuts her off, telling her to stop talking. Realizing she slipped up, she quickly nods in agreement. Seeing this, Bio rushes toward Dweko, shouting for them to hurry and save the chief. Nodding, Sarah quickly runs over, immediately activating Level 2 Ctrl+Z. By using dimensional power to restore her target in space, a brilliant, deep blue flame suddenly erupts and rages wildly all around the two of them. The heavy rocks crushing Dweko slowly float into the air, finally revealing his battered body beneath. Thanks to Aritasara's incredible power, Dweko's bleeding wounds instantly stop, and those deep cuts slowly begin to close up, without leaving behind a single scar. The onlookers watch in absolute shock, realizing this is far from ordinary healing, as his severed arm actually begins to regenerate on its own. After a short moment, Dweko slowly wakes up, struggling to sit up while gently rubbing his throbbing temples. Overjoyed, Bio immediately rushes forward to hug him tightly, calling out to the chief. Haruto steps up to ask if she is okay, and Aritasara smiles happily, saying she can now control her mana much better than before. Looking around at the devastating ruins, Haruto asks if she can restore this entire area as well. Sarah believes she can do it, pulling out the golem heart he gave her earlier as an extra source of power. Meanwhile, the sacred tree Irayo is covered in an even thicker shroud of dark energy. Shinoda Satoru watches with deep concern, noting that the corruption worsens as they get closer to the Grimory necrotic space. Ryo speaks up to reassure everyone, explaining that spirits and elves share an incredibly deep spiritual connection with the world tree, meaning curses and dark magic cannot harm them. Growing highly impatient, Masato snaps and swears under his breath. He casts a protective magic circle around the four of them, muttering that dark energy and dark mana are completely useless against him. Ryo smiles and thanks him for helping, but Masato coldly replies he is only doing this to claim the core of the world tree for his child. He hesitates slightly before asking Creo how they are supposed to find that multi-dimensional dungeon. Creo calmly explains that they do not actually need to look for it, leaving Masato shocked as he suddenly stops in his tracks. Creo calmly points out to him that dungeons cannot simply teleport or move on their own. With a grave look, he explains that the multi-dimensional dungeon is actually located inside a colossal creature that is completely beyond their wild imagination. Masato widens his eyes in utter disbelief. Creo continues, explaining that once a dungeon is cleared and the boss core appears, the creature runs away to escape the agonizing pain. Gaul speaks up from behind, realizing that must be what they mean by multi-dimensional, and Creo quickly agrees, adding that the boss core is the key and Dweko can replicate it. Looking back at Masato, He adds that pinpointing the exact dungeon will still require a bit more information. Masato replies that he knows, gritting his teeth in anger as veins bulge on his forehead because his younger brother is trapped there. Suddenly, an ear-splitting roar echoes as the sacred tree Irayo shakes violently and branches snap, prompting Creo to warn everyone that Grimery is already absorbing the core. Rushing forward at full speed, he shouts to the group that they have absolutely no time left. Hearing his urgent warning, everyone quickly follows behind, knowing that if the creature completely absorbs the World Tree core, they are all doomed. Meanwhile, 30 minutes before the dimensional tree is invaded, Dweko is seen standing in a daze right in front of the roaring forge. Staring intensely at the flames, he quietly mutters to himself that the forge has somehow ignited once again. Frowning with deep suspicion, he looks to the side and wonders how the forge could ignite when the dimensional tree is still healthy and glowing. Just as the other dwarves begin entering the room, bewildered, they murmur among themselves that it is completely impossible for this to be the real dimensional tree. They gather around to whisper among themselves, utterly shocked to see that the forge is actually burning once more. Patting his chest, Haruto proudly tells them that the seed of the dimensional tree is nurtured inside his body, meaning their sacred tree is not yet extinct. Dweko freezes in shock, asking if Miso is actually dead, since Creo was supposed to have given the seed to him. Haruto remains completely silent, but Sarah quickly speaks up to explain that Miso plotted to bring dark spirits to Earth, and they only fought back, before Haruto finally admits he used his cursed skill to take the seed from Miso. Sighing as he looks over at the anvil, Dweko realizes Haruto came there to upgrade his cursed skill. He agrees, promising to forge the necessary rune to help him. Haruto smiles and thanks him, silently celebrating that he now only needs to touch a specific space to succeed. Looking around at the group, Dweko warns that he will only forge enough runes for those present, as it will be disastrous if Michael gets a hold of them. Arashil runs over to ask the chief if he can craft a dimensional key, causing Dweko to freeze as he recognizes her cloak, which he personally made for Nishihara Tomoka's daughter. He immediately nods in agreement, stating that he can certainly do it, but he will first need some black steel. Giving Arashil a meaningful look, he explains the material is only found where the Iron Dragon lives, which makes it incredibly difficult to obtain, since it is inside a multi-dimensional dungeon. Haruto realizes this multi-dimensional dungeon is where Guildmaster Shirosaki's younger brother is trapped. Had they gone missing? But his train of thought is cut off by a violent tremor. Someone runs up to Chief Dweko screaming that they are in deep trouble. The dimensional tree is being contaminated. What? Dweko holds his face in total despair, realizing everything is truly over. Haruto quickly asks what he means, his voice heavy with pure exhaustion. If Grimoire successfully absorbs and refines the dimensional tree core, there will be no stopping it. Deep inside the tree, a chorus of eerie voices begins to echo. Their goal in this dimension will soon be complete. With every spoken word, the core inside pulses with a blinding light. Giselle, I am sorry my power is not enough to protect you anymore, but I have a strong, undeniable feeling you will survive. So please do not give up hope. Rysel stares blankly into space, sensing his father's presence getting closer. Could he really be coming? A sudden chill runs down his spine as a sinister voice echoes mockingly, calling him a stray worm. But Rysel should not get his hopes up. This entire dimension already belongs to the dark force. Evil energy completely envelops the sacred Iriso tree. The entire sky is dyed blood red, and the surrounding spirits are slowly being corrupted. Before the corrupted spirits can even reform, a massive object slams into them, crushing them against the trunk. The voice continues to echo inside Giselle's mind, promising to make her invincible once the transformation is complete. Masato looks up as a rock crashes against their barrier. The ground is violently shaking when Creo suddenly shouts. There is no time to stand around. Masato looks at him in confusion, asking what is wrong and why he is so panicked. Masato looks around with an annoyed click of his tongue, realizing there must be another dimension nearby. As Creo calms down a bit, the massive object is turning into a multi-dimensional dungeon. Still unable to hide his fear, Creo explains that these dungeons are born when formless dark spirit kings, like Grimoire, possess creatures living inside the dimensional tree of any world. Satoru, Gao, and Masato all gasp in shock. In a low, heavy voice, Creo continues his dark explanation. And get this, the life force stored inside the tree will transform into incredibly powerful, monstrous beasts. Satoru steps forward, in utter disbelief, asking if he means those massive monsters they have already encountered. Creo nods grimly. Masato immediately realizes the gravity of the situation if this continues. Not just Creo's son, but everyone here will turn into monsters. Turning completely pale, Satoru demands to know why Creo brought them here, if he already knew the terrible truth. Masato grows incredibly tense as a flood of desperate questions races through his mind. They have the core and need to escape. But what about Creo's son? Suddenly, he remembers his brother's dying wish to get out safely, so his brother could rest in peace. With a heavy heart, Creo softly apologizes, admitting he only wanted to save his boy, and urges them to turn back now. Masato stays silent, simply drawing a small blade and muttering a curse under his breath. He shatters the protective shield and slashes through the incoming dark energy, mocking Creo's words. Stunned by this reckless move, Creo raises his hands to block the remaining dark mist. A terrifying Mukai monster suddenly materializes in the air, letting out a deafening screech. Dark mist wraps around the beast, but Masato moves like lightning, slicing it clean in half. Creo looks around in absolute shock. Wondering where these beasts came from, Masato tightens his grip on his sword, asking them who they think they are dealing with. It is the perfect chance to take down Grimoire too, and right on cue, more Mukai charge forward. At least 4 of them are swarming the group. Reluctantly drawing his sword, Satoru frantically screams that they are going to die. He is already sick of this swarm, when an insect-like spirit dives straight down toward his head. Satoru panics, completely unable to react, but Masato conjures a barrier just in time to block the diving creature. Satoru seizes the opening to slash the insect. Staring at its dissolving remains, he lets out a quiet sigh of relief. It is lucky the shield works on spirits, but Gao turns and yells that it is completely useless against the monsters. Forcefully blocking a Mukai's jaws, Gao yells for Masato to stop wrecking everything. Masato slowly strokes his blade, telling himself to focus his power. Ignoring the rushing dark mist, he points his sword tip toward the ground. Intense magical lightning erupts around his body, striking the Mukai directly and sending them into agonizing screams. Instead of stopping, the electrical currents only grow stronger and more violent. Satoru cannot help but marvel at guild leader Masato's incredible area of effect attack, wiping out countless monsters in a single blow. Seeing the battle settle, Creo quickly warns them that killing these monsters means nothing. The real source of this dungeon's corruption. He points toward the swarming spirits, declaring that they are the true culprits. The monsters are merely puppets that can clone endlessly. Not wasting a single second, Masato roars to wipe them out too. Sensing the incoming lightning, the spirits quickly scatter to dodge. Masato freezes in surprise, realizing they just avoided his attack. Gao frowns, calling for a single finishing blow, but that last attack sparks something in Satoru's mind. He shouts out. Masato watches Satoru hunched over and asks what he is doing, only for Satoru to reply that he just remembered Haruto gave him a whole bunch of these. What? At the mention of Haruto, Masato flinches with curiosity, but before he can ask, Satoru is already throwing dozens of balls onto the ground. He shouts out for his minions, and the moment those fist-sized spheres hit the dirt, they transform into stone golems, crawling forward rapidly. Locking onto their targets, the stone golems spring high into the air, latching tightly onto the spirits. The spirits struggle to shake them off, screaming in irritation, but the heavy stone golems weigh them down and slam them straight into the ground. Satoru yells in excitement for Guildmaster Shirosaki to quickly use his black lightning, leaving Masato completely stunned by this ridiculous tactic. Satoru grins triumphantly, proud of the trick Haruto taught him. Masato nods, raises his blade, and lets out a deafening roar. Lightning bolts strike down from the heavens, violently shaking the earth. The deadly sparks blast straight through the golems and the spirits. The beasts shriek in agony, and the rest are caught in the electric web. As the lightning fades, the spirits are completely wiped out, leaving only the stone golems standing tall. Satoru walks over to pat one on the head, offering a quick word of praise, but the golem immediately dissolves into thin air. It seems that without the holy sword, this purging method has completely reached its limit. Masato watches Satoru, noting that Sano is clearly great at training his guild members. Meanwhile, Gao is fighting hard against the giant Mukai monsters. Once they are dead, he proudly declares that his side is cleared. Not to be outdone, Creo binds another Mukai with ancient runes. He calls out that his sector is secure, but a weak voice suddenly echoes in his head, "Father, please come back." Stunned, Creo frantically searches the area, shouting Giselle's name. Realizing he cannot wait, he bolts off like the wind. He insists he heard her voice and she must be nearby, while Gao shakes his head, asking if they should just head back. Masato turns to leave, telling Gao to do as he pleases while he follows them, and Satoru quickly tags along behind him. Gao stands alone, muttering that he has a bad feeling about this departure. His face darkens as he watches them walk away. Suddenly, his past conversation with Takashi flashes in his mind. Takashi reminds him that he pressured Sano as requested, but tells Gao he must leave, while Gao places his tablet on the table. Gao asks how they can stop after gathering this much data. Takashi sighs, suggesting they can find other hunters for backup. Gao immediately cuts him off, stating that doing so would utterly ruin the reputation of the Midas Group. He glares at Takashi, asking if he truly wants everyone to discover his heart disease is caused by mana addiction. Takashi adjusts his glasses and warns him of the danger, noting they still have 1 year to find another way. Gao slams his hand on the table, outraged that they only have 1 year left. Standing up, he snaps that if the Alvin space lacks the rune fragment, he will search every other dimension. Takashi coldly watches him leave, stating that anyone can manage the company, prompting Gao to fiercely bark at him to shut up. Gao insists that since Takashi built Midas, he must protect it. Back in reality, Gao quickly shakes off the memory and rushes after the group. He knows that getting distracted like this will only get him killed first. Meanwhile, in England, the magic circles have merged into a massive cube to seal the entity inside. Onlookers watch in tense anticipation, celebrating that the barrier has finally been completed. One warns not to celebrate yet, as it only blocks dark energy. But suddenly, the ground beneath them shakes violently. A giant, monstrous root erupts from the ground, shattering the earth into pieces. Panic spreads as they shout that its physical form has appeared, demanding they call in the combat hunters. More roots tear through the ground, and a thick, suffocating dark energy fills the entire area. The relentless growth continues as the branches smash violently against every side of the containment cube. After a relentless assault, a massive root finally pierces through the seal, and the others follow, shattering the cube. The containment cube crumbles, allowing the wild roots to thrash in every direction and destroy everything in their path. Bystanders watch in horror as their attacks fail to leave even a single scratch on the massive beast. Despite their desperate struggle, they cannot contain this colossal power, leaving the area filled with screams of terror. Explosions ring out as the earth is crushed. Watching from above, Atlee requests an emergency meeting, but Prime Minister May coldly questions if it is truly that urgent. Without even turning to look at her, he warns that the entity is regaining its physical form much faster than anticipated. Frowning with grave concern, he reveals that the dark spirit Gramarye seems to have taken full control. By controlling the space tree, they tried to stop it, but it was already too late. The next words terrified everyone, warning that the great disaster of that year might repeat itself. If that happens, both the United Kingdom and Japan will suffer devastating consequences. They have to call for aid from their ally before Japan does. Right then, inside Masato's basement warehouse, swift slicing sounds echoed through the air one after another. It was Nanazi, frantically slicing through the attacking branches. Fu-Ho yelled out that something terrible had happened, prompting Nanazi to rush right to his side. It seemed like that thing had regained its original form. Fu-Hoa frantically worked the screen, explaining that the rogue branches were blocking them from closing the spatial gate. Nanaze coldly stepped forward, declaring that her hellfire would burn it all down. Meanwhile, over in the elf village, Lisetta voiced her surprise at how easily they had reached their destination. Haruto stepped through the spatial gate, calmly explaining that such a feat required a barrier tuned to specific spatial coordinates. I see. Her eyes suddenly went wide. He had also set one up in the dwarf village, allowing them to easily travel back and forth between the two places from now on. Only then did the two notice the sheer devastation around them. With bodies scattered all over the ground, Haruto stood frozen, his face darkening with a heavy frown, while Lisetta looked around to assess the situation. Noticing the massive holes torn into the floor, a dark premonition washed over Haruto as he growled the name Michael Turner. Miller gasped in shock, asking what on earth had happened, prompting Haruto to quickly warn them that Michael was still nearby. Suddenly, Sakabe's weak voice echoed out, warning them that the man had already left to target Elder Creo. Haruto rushed over to ask what he meant, and despite his severe injuries, Sakabe managed to mutter something about a curse on this dimension. Without a second thought, Haruto urgently called out to Sarah, begging her to heal the wounded man. Sarah quickly agreed, while Haruto wondered if this was the very same dimensional curse Miso had warned him about. At that moment, Miso's words flashed back in his mind, recalling that her specific curse was known as Save. Haruto pondered further, realizing that even if the man possessed that power, he could never develop it without the missing key. With that realization, Haruto whipped around to ask Lucas what would happen if Michael actually secured the ancient script. And though completely bewildered by the sudden question, Lucas quickly replied that the curse would evolve into delete. Hearing those chilling words made Haruto turn completely pale. It seemed impossible. A combination of save and delete meant total erasure, meaning neither Sarah nor his own curse could ever recover. When asked about the whereabouts of Elder Creo and the others, Sakabe explained they had headed to the space tree's core to rescue Creo's child. Realizing Satoru was also there, Haruto knew they had to outrun Michael, but Lisetta cried out in despair that it was already too late. They would be trapped inside the space tree once the corruption took over completely. Before she could even finish, Haruto cut her off, explaining that since this subspace belonged to Remory, they could reach the core faster than anyone else. Meanwhile, Creo stood directly before the core of the space tree, his face tight with pure dread and anxiety. He screamed Giselle's name in agony, but even while trapped in the core's tight grip, she desperately begged her father to escape and save himself. The core was about to be fully absorbed, meaning he would be trapped if he did not leave now. Creo refused to give up, crying out that there was still time and apologizing for being late. In a flash, Gu Takichi pushed past him, shouting that waiting for Creo would take all day, and with a burst of power, he violently tore apart the massive tentacles holding Giselle. Before Gu could fully rescue her, the space tree suddenly launched a vicious counterattack. Fortunately, he managed to dodge it just in time, but as Gu's own tentacles multiplied, Masato grew frustrated and demanded to know what on earth he was doing. Gu was only making the situation much worse. Masato prepared to end the monster with a single blow, but Creo desperately screamed at him to stop before he burned everything to ashes. Suddenly, Creo froze in his tracks. Having spotted something incredibly bizarre, Creo realized that a small section of the core remained uncorrupted and bursting with pure life force, making it absolutely perfect. Sensing a glimmer of hope, Creo urgently ordered everyone to back away, and in the next second, he conjured a massive arrow using that clean energy. As the projectile swelled in size, Satoru watched in utter amazement, wondering how the Elder could construct such a weapon out of raw energy alone. Even Gu was highly curious, wondering where that massive energy source had come from. At the same time, Masato noted to himself that while the tree still possessed life force, it had grown incredibly weak. He wondered how Creo could create such massive arrows with only that much power. Just as Masato finished his thought, Creo released his arrow directly at the space tree, instantly destroying the massive tentacles that wrapped around Giselle's entire body. Creo quickly lunged forward, catching Giselle in his arms as she plummeted from above. Watching them, Masato wondered what could have happened if the space tree had not been corrupted, and the elves know exactly how to harness this energy. He did not even want to imagine that nightmare. Then, Masato Shirasaki spoke up. "If we do not leave right now, we will get trapped." Creo immediately agreed, shouting, "Let's go." Just as they stepped inside Masato Shirasaki's protective barrier, the tentacles of the space tree began to rise once again. The surrounding tentacles sent Satoru Shinoda into a total panic. Damn it, they would never escape at this rate. The sheer power of the space tree quickly cracked the barrier, leaving Satoru Shinoda completely pale with fear. Haruto. In a flash, a mysterious surge of energy suddenly shredded the incoming tentacles to pieces. Satoru Shinoda cheered with joy, crying out that he knew his savior Haruto would show up. Completely crushing his hopeful expectations, Michael stepped forward and calmly announced that he was sorry to disappoint them, but he was not Haruto. Masato Shirasaki screamed in absolute disbelief. But without a second of hesitation, Gal Takeuchi lunged forward, roaring that the bastard arrived right on time. Moving with terrifying speed, he charged straight at Michael like a flash of lightning. In the blink of an eye, Gal Takeuchi stood right before him. Yet Michael did not even flinch. "Now, there are no stones here, and no little girl to heal your wounds anymore, so what exactly are you going to do?" He swiftly activated his skill, Ctrl+X, to cut the target. A split second later, a dark, gloomy barrier rose directly in front of Michael. The stone armor on Gal Takichi immediately started to decay under this skill, and his voice filled with pure shock. "My stone armor is completely rotting away." Even with the upper hand, Michael suddenly paused for a brief second. It turned out the stone layer on Gal Takeuchi had stuck all over him. Gal explained with satisfaction that if anyone else wore his stone armor, it would completely isolate them from the outside world, which means you cannot use a single skill anymore. Losing an arm is a very cheap price to pay for this. Saying this, Gal Takeuchi turned his head and roared, "Shirasaki, what are you waiting for?" Hearing that, Masato Shirasaki joined the fight. yelling that he did not need to be reminded. At the same time, he cast his spell to summon more stone armor. Facing both incoming attacks at once, Michael knit his brows. As the combined strikes of Masato, Shirasaki, and Gall Takuchi crashed down, Michael remained standing firmly in place. A split second later, he activated Ctrl+H to teleport the caster. In the blink of an eye, Michael had shifted to another spot, completely dodging both powerful attacks. Masato Shirasaki refused to back down, asking where he thought he was going. As both of them launched a counterattack, Michael grumbled in annoyance that these wide-range attacks were incredibly bothersome. Just as he finished speaking, Gall Takuchi seized the opening to lung forward, asking how he would handle a direct hit. With no time to lose, Michael managed to block the strike, but the devastating power of the blow still pushed him back a few steps. Gall Takuchi snarled fiercely, swearing that he would kill him right here and become the #1 hunter in the world, a claim that only made Michael laugh. #1 in the world? How utterly useless. Cursed fools like you will eventually be finished off by superior beings. Then, he unleashed two skills at once, Ctrl+A to select all targets, and Ctrl+X to cut them down. Michael's dark magic grew stronger by the second. A dire situation that had Masato Shirasaki thinking fast. This is bad. He frantically screamed at everyone to get inside immediately. In a flash, Masato Shirasaki summoned his magical labyrinth, and a powerful protective shield quickly formed around the entire group. But unfortunately, Michael's destructive power was simply too overwhelming, causing Masato Shirasaki's shield to rapidly crack. Still, he desperately held on, cursing that even his powerful protective shield was slowly being erased. Just a moment later, Michael's relentless assault had nearly crushed Masato Shirasaki's protective shield completely. The instant the barrier shattered, Satoru Shinoda was swallowed by Michael's dark magic as Masato Shirasaki let out a desperate scream. Meanwhile, right beside him, Creo did his absolute best to shield Giselle from Michael's onslaught. Gall Takuchi found himself in the exact same desperate situation. Then, the dark magic spell erupted into a massive explosion. The sheer force of the explosion even terrified the space tree's tentacles. Despite this, Masato Shirasaki still struggled to stand his ground against Michael. Michael sneered, asking if he actually managed to survive the dark magic labyrinth, praising the rookie for a decent effort. Annoyed, he furiously roared at him to shut up. Before Masato Shirasaki could even get close, Michael casually snapped his fingers, declaring he was finished with him before unleashing a decisive Ctrl+X strike. In a split second, his entire body was utterly battered to pieces. Just like that, Masato Shirasaki was defeated. Right after that, Michael glanced over to his left, and upon spotting Creo, he curiously asked if he was Miso's father. Creo asked suspiciously if he knew Miso, to which Michael unhesitatingly replied that he did, and that Miso was the one who guided him. He even told me about your Cypress curse and the exact way to take it from you. With those words, he strikes instantly Kanchan, sever the target. Just like that, Creo's right arm is completely shattered. Half of the severed arm flies through the air, crashing right into Satoru. The brutal impact jolts him wide awake. Before he can even process the pain, Satoru stares in absolute horror. He sees Creo right in front of him, agonizing in pure torment. Honestly, who could blame him for being completely lost right now? Looking over his shoulder, he spots Masato collapsed on the ground, while Takashi Gall is also completely out of commission. Pure despair washes over his face. With both mentors down, he needs to run immediately, or he will be the next one slaughtered. But before he can move, Mikhail sneers out, "You will be joining your child in the afterlife very soon." Hearing those cruel words, Creo forces his broken body up despite the searing agony. He demands to know, "Did you really use Miso just to kill that boy?" Mikhail does not show a shred of remorse, replying, "Who cares? You are all nothing but monsters anyway." Creo gasps in absolute disbelief at the betrayal. A second later, Mikhail flashes a wicked grin and declares, "Now, I am taking your curse." Suddenly, an overwhelming surge of energy erupts, catching Mikhail completely off guard. This magical force swells rapidly, obliterating the massive tentacles of the spatial tree in a violent explosion. Even Mikhail is blown backward. This terrifying sensation, is it a greatsword? He quickly spins around in suspicion, wondering if Sano has returned. To everyone's shock, this mind-blowing power is radiating directly from the blade in Satoru's hands. Mikhail realizes it instantly, muttering, "So that guy actually passed his greatsword down to a brat like you?" His gaze turns cold with pure contempt, looking at Satoru like a fool who has no idea what he is holding. "Do you even know what you are wielding?" Sensing a sudden anomaly, Satoru quickly whips his head around. The clashing metal of their blades rings out with a deafening boom. Satoru is violently thrown backward, struggling to recover, while Mikhail stands there completely unbothered. Staring down at his weapon, Satoru recalls the shocking moment when this blade successfully withstood that massive, bone-crushing strike. It actually blocked an attack from Mikhail, a fighter at level 600. A fragile spark of hope ignites inside him. He grips the hilt tightly, telling himself that he can actually do this. Satoru strikes with enough force to send sparks flying, but Mikhail raises his hand, unleashing a tempest of killing intent to crush the boy's fragile hope. It seems wielding that sword gave you the delusion that you are actually strong. I am going to end that little fantasy right now. The air violently trembles as he coldly unleashes his deadly spell like a casual habit. Kanchan. Sever the target. Fresh blood erupts from Satoru's mouth as Mikhail's lightning-fast counterattack bypasses his defenses before he can even react. His trembling voice betrays his rising panic. Brother Haruto, even with this great sword in my hands, I do not think. A memory flashes of Satoru talking with Sano in the past. Sano tilts his head with an incredibly calm gaze, as if nothing in the world could bother him, and asks what is wrong. Are you really that worried about entering the territory of the Alpha race? Satoru sighed, his quiet voice trailing off. You only say that because you have already been there before. Haruto, Sano chuckled and drew his massive greatsword, saying, if you are that worried, I will let you borrow this. Satoru's eyes widened in sheer disbelief as the legendary blade was offered to him. You are lending me your actual greatsword? Sano looked him directly in the eyes, emphasizing each word like a solemn vow. Yeah, you already know about my curse, right? I set a time limit of 1 month, which should be plenty. If your life is truly in danger, it will save you once. A cold system notification suddenly rings inside his mind. The user's life has entered a highly critical state as their total health points fall below 25%. Option 1 of the Long Dragon Sword Kalisa is now activated. His eyes snap open, feeling a wild surge of power flooding his muscles like fire. What is this? My body is overflowing with energy. So this is what Haruto meant. Mikhail notices the sudden change and sneers. It seems the great sword's lingering energy just barely saved you. But if you dare to attack with that power, you will die. Satoru roars, unleashing every drop of his surging power to activate Fury mode. Mikhail recoils half a step. He watches in utter shock at the exploding mana, wondering how a dying brat could possess so much raw power. This radiant light makes absolutely no sense, completely obscuring both of their figures. Meanwhile, Sano and his group suddenly materialize in a cold, dark dimension. He tilts his head, his eyes flashing with curiosity and caution at the sound of Ares' voice. Immediately after, her brow furrows, sensing that things are taking a turn for the worse. Ares can feel that the greatsword has just entered a state of pure frenzy, leaving her to wonder what is happening. Deep concern fills Sano's eyes as he realizes the dire consequences of Satoru drawing the greatsword. The kid is in serious trouble. Yet, that was not the only reason he decided to hand over that powerful greatsword to him. Sano turns to his companion, his voice laced with urgency, asking Ares if she knows the way. She nods and quickly points forward. She points ahead, saying it is not too far. Sano clenches his fists in worry, knowing they must hurry, because Satoru is in grave danger. The scene shifts to the battlefield, where a fierce clash is unfolding between Michael and Satoru. One of Michael's arms is heavily scorched and injured. He gnashes his teeth in absolute frustration, shocked that Satoru could actually push him to this limit. He demands that the skill be handed over immediately. Michael thrusts his blade forward, aiming a deadly strike directly at the spot where Cryo's heart beats. A piercing shriek of agony rings out. Michael smirks, warning him in a low, chilling voice to stay completely still, or he will end his life right there. The exact method to transfer a curse to another person, every single word previously uttered by Miso now echoes clearly in Cryo's mind. A curse cannot be transferred by simply killing the owner, much like Sano's Ctrl+C. One must immobilize the target, establish a connection, and only then pass it over. Cryo tightly clenches his teeth, refusing to make a single sound despite the agonizing pain. Suddenly, a terrifying surge of dark energy erupts, completely wrapping itself around Greel's body. Michael wears a deeply satisfied grin, but just when it seems everything is finally over, he suddenly spots something completely unexpected on the battlefield. The Snow Mountain Golem summons every ounce of its strength to strike Michael's leg, pouring its entire soul into trying to wound him. Michael scowls in sheer annoyance, wondering what on earth is happening. A handful of mutated golem cores are suddenly thrown right before his eyes. Satoru struggles to stand, muttering that he still has the weapon Sano gave him, as the cores rapidly transform into massive golems surrounding Michael. Michael sneers in contempt at the pathetic struggle. Satoru only offers a weak smile, knowing his mission is accomplished and he has bought enough time for his friends. Michael roars in absolute fury at his stubbornness, calling him a wretched brat. A massive black hole manifests, threatening to swallow any creature foolish enough to block his path as the dark vortex rapidly expands. Raising his hand to end them all, Michael commands them to die, sending the black hole surging toward the fallen Satoru at terrifying speed. Out of nowhere, a brilliant pillar of light pierces the center of the void, expanding rapidly to completely obliterate the dark abyss. Michael is left completely stunned, unable to hide his shock at this sudden sight. Sano's group finally arrives, charging in with terrifying speed. Michael grimaces in annoyance, realizing this tiresome battle is dragging on far longer than he ever expected. An icy, familiar voice calls out to activate his signature skill, Ctrl+X. The target is instantly locked. An ominous dark aura from his skill sweeps over, completely surrounding Sano and his approaching allies. With cold, furious eyes, Sano snaps that he has no time to waste on him, unleashing a decisive, powerful slash directly at Michael. Michael stands completely unfazed, remaining tall even as a massive explosion erupts right before him. Sano's devastating blow is so powerful that it makes the very earth beneath them tremble. Suddenly remembering something, Sano spins around with a worried expression, his voice echoing across the ruined battlefield as he calls for Satoru, who struggles to open his eyes and look up. Sano praises him for holding his own against Michael, so deeply focused on his injured ally that he fails to notice the danger brewing around them. A sudden beam of light shoots from behind at a blinding speed, impaling Sano straight through his shoulder. By the time Sano realizes what happened, it is already too late. His body is blasted away, blood spilling continuously from the wound. Satoru cries out in pure horror, his eyes wide as he screams Sano's name. Turner grinds his teeth in rage at their foe, cursing both Sano and that absolute bastard Michael. Sano suddenly appears from behind completely unharmed, stopping Turner from making a reckless move and telling him not to charge forward. They must focus on getting the wounded to safety first. Turner sighs in deep relief at Sano's sudden, safe appearance. Sano looks at him calmly, openly bringing up his secret and asking if Turner already knows about his unique curse. Turner nods but still cannot hide his utter shock, admitting he had no idea Sano could actually create copies of himself. Shrugging casually, Michael remarks that his curse and Sano's do not play nice together, though he adds that none of that matters anymore. Sano's sharp gaze sweeps over his heavily wounded allies. Scattered across the battlefield, the team is completely exposed, and another attack right now would be absolutely devastating. Clenching his fists, Sano makes a split-second decision. His absolute priority has to be saving the wounded first. Sano raises his hand to activate his go-to skill Ctrl+V, Paste Gray Soul Branch. Giant wooden branches erupt from the ground, forming a massive, solid shield to block the incoming attacks. Michael looks at the massive barrier and sneers. Did Sano really think some overgrown weeds could actually stop him? As Michael charges up a devastating blast, Sano whips around and screams for everyone to evacuate immediately. He tells Sarah that the wounded are in her hands now, and she quickly nods, taking charge. Creo narrows his eyes, realizing Michael stole his cheat, but Sano calmly shakes his head because he saw this coming. Sano explains that without the ancient characters, even a stolen cheat like that is completely useless. With the pocket dimension open, Sano's allies start rushing the injured out of the danger zone. Sano mutters to himself that he needs to keep the defensive barrier up, raising his hand to cast Ctrl+V and paste the Gray Soul Branch once more. But the cold system voice suddenly cuts him off. The system warns that Ctrl+V cannot paste the Gray Soul Branch because of a severe conflict with the active spatial tree in this area. Sano frowns at the bizarre error, completely shocked by this sudden conflict. A new prompt flashes in front of him, asking if he wants to use Ctrl+C to copy the active spatial tree. It warns him to choose carefully, as copying it could cause a dangerous conflict with his own spatial tree. Sano's mind races as he remembers the true owner of this dimension. A wild thought flashes as he realizes that the spatial tree here already belongs to Gramarye. Could he actually copy something like that? Watching Sano stall, Michael sneers, asking if he is just hiding behind those pathetic branches to let his little friends escape. Shrugging with pure malice in his eyes, Michael says it does not matter anyway now that he has the cheat. He is taking Sano's curse next. Sano stays calm, reminding him that a cheat is useless without the ancient characters. Taking a deep breath, Sano locks in his choice of yes, and the system immediately responds by initiating Ctrl+C to copy the active spatial tree. At 10%, the system warns that the control skill is disabled during copying. Sano instantly grimaces at this terrible limitation. Why can he not copy it immediately? Now, he cannot even use his curse to fight back, which is a total disaster. Michael bursts out laughing as Sano turns his back, mocking him for turning away from an enemy. Reacting on pure instinct, Sano summons his holy sword just in time to block Michael's deadly follow-up strike. Michael grits his teeth, roaring that a simple sword cannot possibly make up for the massive gap in their combat experience. Another devastating magical attack erupts from his hands, locking onto Sano with lethal force. Sano grits his teeth as he watches the progress bar crawl, wondering how on earth this process is taking so long. Cursing under his breath as the killing intent closes in, Sano is forced to listen to Michael mock him, screaming that while his allies grew stronger, Sano remained completely weak and useless. Michael repeats his past warning like a final sentence, shouting that he promised Sano would die the next time they crossed paths. Sano panics. As Michael closes the distance, he is way too close. He realizes with dread that his most reliable ability is completely locked. Without the control skill, he is dead meat, and a split second later, he is sent flying, coughing up blood. Giving Sano no time to recover, Michael rockets forward and grabs him tightly by the throat. Michael frowns, narrowing his eyes in deep suspicion at why Sano did not even try to dodge his attack. Sano gritted his teeth in sheer panic as the progress bar only hits 97%. But then a realization suddenly flashes in Michael's mind. He bursts out laughing, realizing that Sano actually cannot use his curse right now, a massive, fatal weakness he is more than happy to exploit. Michael mocks him for no longer being able to play his copy-paste games, shocked at how easy it is to steal his power. He raises his hand, eyes filled with absolute greed, as he declares he is going to take Sano's Ctrl+C. The air heavily vibrates as Michael triggers his curse, Ctrl+X, cut target, and the skill activates instantly. Michael's grin turns completely maniacal as Sano's agonizing scream echoes through the entire area. But right at that horrific moment, the cold system voice finally chimes in to announce that Ctrl+C is complete. Just then, as Sano coughs up more blood from his severe injuries, the system automatically triggers a brand new command, Ctrl+V, pasting the gray soul sprout to absorb the spatial tree core. With the sprouting complete, Sano screams as blinding pain rips through him. Sensing the critical danger, the system immediately flags a warning. System notice: host HP has dropped below 15%, initiating recovery process. Just like that, the system begins healing Sano. In an instant, Sano temporarily recovers. The system quickly flashes another notification on his screen. Thanks to Grezel's blessing, host damage recovery is at 100%, while incoming damage is cut by 65% for 1 hour. The deep wounds on Sano's hand begin healing at rapid speed. Flynn glares at Sano, asking with clear annoyance how he can still recover. Sano just smiles and asks what he plans to do next. It seems his curse has advanced. Refusing to back down, Flynn readies another deadly attack. While asking Sano what he has left to say, he declares that he now has one more perfect reason to kill him. Just then, the ground cracks, catching Flynn completely off guard. A second later, the massive roots of the spatial tree burst through the dirt. Watch closely. Flynn has no choice but to redirect his spell directly at the incoming spatial tree. Sano mocks his opponent, yelling that he is wasting his time, all while dodging the deadly roots of the spatial tree thrashing around them. Flynn wonders if Sano is taking hits too, questioning if someone has somehow stolen his power right from under him. Fine, he decides. He will just absorb everything, but is that dark spiritual energy over there? A moment later, the spatial tree attacks again, forcing Flynn to draw his sword and clash with the wild roots. He summons a glowing magic orb, shouting that the spatial tree is nothing but a mindless monster. Flynn hurls the magic orb straight at the spatial tree. After a massive explosion, the beast pauses, but a second later, it lashes out again. Frustrated, Flynn realizes the creature is using its roots to launch a non-stop, relentless assault without a single break. Suddenly, massive roots burst from the ground, effortlessly bypassing Sano. This strange action leaves him completely baffled, wondering if the tree has somehow realized that he copied its unique abilities. Has this thing completely absorbed the entire spatial tree? But now that Sano can use the tree's skill, he hopes he can somehow control this wild, rampaging fury. Sano reaches out to touch the root, but the system suddenly flashes a bright, red warning across his vision. The skill is blocked due to an overwhelming presence far superior to the host. Sano cannot believe it, wondering what kind of superior entity could exist here. What on earth is going on? Before he can think, thick roots tightly wrap around him, making him scream in terror. Bound tightly with absolutely no way to escape, Sano feels the spatial tree's roots squeezing the air out of him. Gritting his teeth in sheer desperation, Sano tells himself that if he remains trapped here, he will end up transforming into a monster. There must be a way out. Realizing his hand is trembling, he senses a sudden surge of dark spiritual energy nearby. Sano desperately begs the system for help, which advises him to use the dark spiritual energy to create a temporary subspace. Summoning every single bit of his remaining strength, Sano finally activates the skill. As his body undergoes a strange change, Sano realizes even a tiny bit of mana will be enough to escape this trap. Over in the elf village, the spatial tree is running rampant, prompting Lucas to shout at everyone to hurry into the safe subspace. Terrified villagers scream as they run for their lives, until Henry finally reports that he is the very last elf left. Lucas quickly orders them to go, and Henry is the first to reach his hand through the shimmering spatial portal. Before stepping through, Henry turns back to thank Lucas, expressing how deeply grateful he is for saving everyone there. But the catastrophe was caused by Remory fully materializing, meaning the Elder and Lucas's comrades are now lost. Lucas replies with a serious look, telling Henry not to write off his comrades just yet. Since the subspace is still open, Hunter Sano must be alive, so they will wait for him at the Dwarven village. Meanwhile, Matthew stands on a steep cliff observing the chaos below. He notes grimly that Remory has now completely absorbed the spatial tree. Ray asks if humanity has lost, and Matthew grimly admits that it certainly seems that way. Matthew shows her the item, explaining that he must destroy it before it can ever fall into Michael's dangerous hands. Suddenly, Deern arrives and urgently informs the captain that a new subspace has just opened up. Matthew looks back, completely shocked by this news. Wondering if humanity has truly returned, Deern nods and tells Matthew that he needs to come with him right away. Matthew is left both incredibly surprised and deeply confused upon hearing those unexpected words. Elsewhere, Sano is dragged deep underground by the roots, but after a moment, he violently snaps them with his bare hands. Breaking free, Sano looks around in confusion, wondering if he somehow dragged the tree's roots down here with him. With Satoru and the others completely missing, he worries if this is indeed the result of Remory's full materialization. The subspace has completely warped, and those strange roots are writhing everywhere. Catching a sudden glow nearby, Sano wonders what a light could possibly be doing down here. Driven by curiosity, Sano decides to move closer and investigate. The glare is blindingly bright, making him squint. Moments later, Nana steps right out of the glow and calls out his name in sheer shock. She yells out for Hunter Sano. And seeing his friend, Sano rushes forward in absolute disbelief. He asks how Hunter Nanas even got here, but she quickly fires back that she should be the one asking why he returned. Sano scans the area and asks if this is Master Shirasaki's underground vault and why the subspace is still open. Nanas explains that those corrupted roots are physically wedging the portal open. Sano tenses up as the pieces fall into place. He realizes this is how he ended up here, meaning he has to head back in to find the dwarf village. Right then, she screams for him to watch out, snapping Sano back to attention. Seeing a strange projectile flying right at them, Sano dives out of the way, narrowly escaping the danger thanks to her quick warning. Without missing a beat, she draws her witch blade and strikes back at the threat. Sano tells her he is going back to destroy the dark spirit, asking her to hold the line here, which she immediately agrees to do. Suddenly, a glowing portal tears open right before their eyes. Sano watches in utter shock as a human hand reaches directly out of the portal, and out steps Lucas, waving a cheerful and surprisingly relaxed greeting to everyone. They finally made it out alive. Sano calls out his name in disbelief, and Lucas is just as shocked, asking if Hunter Sano actually managed to make it out safely. Spotting the female hunter, Lucas is equally baffled, wondering aloud why Nanas is standing right there with them. Sano quickly breaks the news that they are back on Earth, leaving Lucas to shout in utter disbelief, wondering what they should do next. Cutting him off, Sano firmly states that their only real option is to turn right back around. A second later, a massive crowd of uninvited guests begins pouring out of the portal, and the numbers are growing fast. Gripping her weapon tight at the sight of the crowd, Nanas anxiously asks why elves are suddenly appearing here, but Sano is quick to assure her that they are friendly. She demands to know what is happening. Henry steps forward next, asking Sano if his survival means the Elder is safe, and if he actually managed to rescue Lord Giselle. Sano confirms that he is fine, silently reasoning that since the elder did not cross over, he must be out of harm's way for now. The real issue is whether they can get everyone back to the dwarf village, though Bella is just incredibly relieved to hear the good news. Anbak, however, looks deeply stressed, declaring that things are actually terrible because they are completely locked out from returning. Hearing this immediately fills Sano with a mix of deep anxiety and confusion. Meanwhile, the subspace portal is rapidly shrinking right before their eyes. Spotting the danger, Sano charges forward, realizing they are about to be locked out for good. Reaching his hand desperately toward the fading dimensional rift, Sano tries everything to stabilize the space, but the portal snaps completely shut right in front of him. He clenches his fist in pure frustration as a system notification suddenly rings out, announcing the Ctrl+V command. The system attempts to paste the subspace, but flashes an error saying it cannot be found, leaving Lucas shouting in absolute disbelief. Lucas then suggests something that deeply troubles Sano, explaining that Remory might have already achieved complete physical manifestation. With his power restored, the beast likely seized back control of the domain, especially since Miso only ever borrowed a small fraction of it. Catching his drift, Sano realizes the portal will remain sealed shut until they successfully take down Gramarye once and for all. Steven tries to speak, but Eric cuts in to ask if they are truly stranded, only for Nanas to calmly intervene and say it is far too early to give up. Sano glances back at her in surprise as she walks over to a chair, calmly explaining that Count Cooper has opened a major portal over in England. She activates her tablet to show everyone a breaking news clip of a colossal, mysterious tree currently swallowing up an entire city. The massive roots are bursting right through the streets, causing utter devastation. Sano hesitantly asks what this is, while Lucas gasps for his father. Suddenly getting an idea, he remarks that thanks to his greedy father, they might have just found their way back into the fight. Meanwhile, in England, the towering tree monster is actively invading the capital, ruthlessly crushing block after block of buildings in its path. Watching the horror unfold, Maximus curses in frustration that the creature is simply too massive to sustain any real damage. Robert anxiously asks if they are out of options, all while the beast continues to thrash forward at a terrifying pace. Standing nearby, Count Cooper watches the chaos unfold, realizing the spatial tree has been fully absorbed by the mighty Gramarye. It is far bigger and more dangerous than anyone predicted, but in the end, it is still just a tree. Scene change, fighter jets are immediately scrambled and quickly drop bombs right on top of the monster. While he is busy thinking they should use the most effective firepower available to wipe it out with fuel air bombs, a massive explosion and raging fire instantly erupt. Soon after, the fire burns fiercely, engulfing a corner of the city in a sea of flames within seconds, which completely startles Maximus when he sees it. Fire at the giant tree. Ella asks him blankly why they did not just do that right from the very beginning. Turning around, Kelly asks if Earl Cooper is absolutely sure this is going to be fine. He calmly replies that Remory is essentially a formless spirit, and his only mistake was manifesting himself through the spatial tree. That tree is highly vulnerable to their weapons, and though Remory manifesting has caused some damage, once they burn it all to ash, they can finally deploy the hunters. After that, the resources there will be worth far more than any damage caused this time around. Still worried, she tells Earl Cooper she does not think this will stop at just simple damage, prompting him to angrily snap back. What does she mean by that? Right after she speaks, the monster roars again, causing Earl Cooper to completely lose all color in his face. Sano continues monitoring the situation through his tablet and immediately makes a suggestion that they need to leave right this second. When asked if any hunters can use teleportation magic, Nanas quickly replies that even if they gather everyone here, they still cannot reach the United Kingdom right now. Looking a bit anxious, Sano asks if it would help if he supplied the required mana. Nanas repeatedly shakes her head and explains that mana is not the issue, as teleportation magic has strict limits on both distance and passenger count. Those limits depend on the level of the user, meaning the more people they try to move, the shorter the teleportation distance becomes. Plus, there is a cooldown period, and even activating the spell takes a significant amount of time. From the very beginning, no hunter could ever teleport straight to the United Kingdom in a single go, so Sano understands why Hunter Turner had to fly here on a plane. Not even the strongest guild in the entire world could pull that off. But then Henry quickly chimes in, calling Hunter Sano absolutely abnormal. When she mentions teleportation magic, does she actually mean spatial displacement magic? It seems Sano suddenly realizes something, causing him to stare back at Henry with a totally panicked expression. Henry then explains that displacement magic can work anywhere within the exact same dimension, completely ignoring any limits on distance or the number of people. It is currently unusable, but Sano is curious and asks why he even brought it up, to which Henry replies that Sano is the one who can make it work. Sano catches on to Henry's plan and asks if he is seriously suggesting they utilize the blessing of the spatial tree. Scene change as everyone sees Sano's group arrive. They start whispering, pointing out how they were suddenly summoned here and ended up in this chaotic state. Seeing the elves, they wonder why they are here, while Lucas also arrives and directly asks Sano if they really had to climb all the way up this mountain. Sano gently replies that it is a spatial tree, meaning that underground warehouse might not even have enough room to fit it all. After that, the system broadcasts an official notification, planting the symbiotic seed of Zigrezo. A sprout instantly shoots out from beneath the ground, and a massive, towering tree suddenly appears right before their very eyes. Terrified by the sight, Brianna panics and asks if that is the exact same tree currently causing absolute chaos over in the United Kingdom. John disagrees and says this one feels completely different from the tree in the United Kingdom. And, just as he says, Zigrezo feels incredibly friendly. On top of that, after checking the system, Brianna is shocked to find her health points are rising without her doing anything at all. Elisa agrees that her mana points are up too, and another hunter happily catches a falling leaf, excited to see if it is true. In addition, Henry asks Sano how a human could possibly plant a spatial tree, but Sano happily replies he was planning to plant it here anyway. Staring at the leaf in his hand, Henry mutters quietly, to receive the blessing of the spatial tree. Sano has surpassed even the elves who hold a higher rank, prompting Sano to ask what exactly he means by rank since Remory did it too. He explains without holding anything back, saying it is basically the same as what humans refer to as levels. But unlike levels, once a rank is predetermined, it is completely impossible to ever cross that massive gap. Even though he has fallen and become corrupted, Remory is technically still the Spirit King. Sano remains curious and asks if even Jun from Duiko would find it completely impossible. Henry is slightly surprised by the question, but replies that while the probability is not zero, it is normally impossible, making Sano smile and think to himself, if it is normally impossible, well, he is far from normal. And a second later, Sano asks Henry if he is finally ready. He firmly replies that no matter how vast Earth is, they only need to know the exact destination, and Sano, pleased with this answer, tells Henry he is counting on him. They need to wrap this up quickly so Henry can finally go back to his own home too. Hearing the word home makes Henry thoughtful, wondering if his home is already completely destroyed, since they cannot stay here forever anyway. Right? Despite having so many questions, Henry still resolutely commands the activation of the spatial displacement magic circle. At his command, everyone quickly gets into position, but when Nana spots his footsteps right above their heads, he panics and gasps out, "What is that? Are his steps seriously right above us? This is completely different from their own skills." A shocked Lucas asks if this is spatial compression, which Henry quickly confirms, explaining there are no limits on distance or numbers. Right on cue, everything begins to fade away. Cut to Nathan looking down in sorrow, prompting Matthew to remark that this is the first time in 120 years. Nathan quickly snaps back, correcting him that it has actually been 124 years. Satoru playfully chimes in, saying they talk as if it has only been 10 years, wishing he could live that long. Matthew shoots a stern look at the boy, questioning why this girl can heal any injury instantly, yet cannot save Giselle. Sarah quickly explains to Matthew that even though she consumed the rune revert, she still does not know why. Hearing this, Shirosaki yells in shock, demanding to know if she really ate the rune. Matthew answers for her, explaining she ate it to heal him, before asking what happened to Michael. He softly replies that they do not know either. If so, both of them must be trapped and dead inside the grimoire, since the pocket dimension created by the hunters has completely vanished. Refusing to believe it, Satoru screams in denial, asserting that Haruto-senpai cannot be dead. Shirosaki hesitates in awkward silence, muttering that if they only had the rune. Matthew ponders for a moment before asking if Turner can defeat the corrupted spatial tree and that bastard born from the rune. Turner confidently declares that back on Earth, the guy is weaker than him. After a brief pause, Matthew pulls out the finished rune. Seeing it fully restored, both Turner and Shirosaki look on in complete disbelief. Matthew looks at him seriously, asking if Turner knows exactly why he is handing this over. Turner picks up the rune and honestly vows that they will protect both this dimension and Earth. With that, he tosses it into his mouth and crushes it between his teeth. Turner grunts in pain as his body begins reacting violently. The system immediately chimes in notifying him that Ctrl+S can overwrite and double his mana from 10 levels to 20. Turner smirks in pure satisfaction, realizing he is about to become an absolute monster. Excellent. A single rune has just doubled his curse power, meaning he can easily blow away both Michael and the grimoire. Master Shirasaki is next, gasping in shock at the dark mana swirling inside his body, before suddenly collapsing to his knees in agony. Matthew quickly asks if he is a user of dark energy, but Turner fires back, correcting him that they call it mana. Surprised, Matthew explains that since the rune has a spatial attribute, it repels dark energy. At this rate, Turner will lose both the rune and his power. Shirasaki screams out in agonizing pain as the energy clashes inside him. Seeing this, Alice frantically yells for Sarah to hurry up and help. Rushing over, Sarah agrees and casts her healing magic on him, thankfully forcing Shirasaki to spit the rune back out. Matthew watches in amazement, silently marveling at how she managed to restore a rune that was already being absorbed. Meanwhile, Shirasaki realizes that learning dark mana has completely backfired on him, while Taylor watches in confusion, wondering why the master could not absorb the rune. After a moment, Shirasaki clenches his fists, declaring that the one thing he hates most is the thought of the ship falling into Michael's hands. He believes that with this rune, he could reclaim the ship, but Nathan simply glares at him with deep disapproval. Nathan finally speaks up, questioning if that would actually bring about any good, leaving Turner visibly anxious as Akuchi steps up to try the rune next. He brings the rune to his lips, but just before popping it in, Akuchi suddenly pauses and calls out to his captain. Surprised and thoroughly confused, Matthew turns around to look at him as Akuchi asks if this rune can cure mana addiction. Confused, Matthew repeats the phrase, questioning what he means by mana addiction. Matthew explains that if he means the side effects non-combatants experience from absorbing mana, then yes, it can strengthen anyone enough to turn them into a warrior. Satoru's eyes instantly light up as he asks if that means they can actually awaken as hunters, calling the whole thing absolutely amazing. Akuchi can hardly believe it, realizing that with this power, he might finally be able to cure his younger brother. Not only could he heal him, but he could also help him awaken as a hunter. With hope in his voice, he asks if Matthew can make more of these. Matthew answers with a firm no, explaining that it is impossible. When a frustrated Akuchi demands to know why, Matthew clarifies that if Michael gets his hands on them, it would be catastrophic. Plus, the blessing of the spatial tree is gone. Akuchi grits his teeth in pure frustration, cursing Michael under his breath. Slipping the rune into a small pouch on his waist, Akuchi decides he cannot consume it, resolved to save it for his brother instead. This unexpected move leaves Matthew completely speechless, but before he can say anything, Nathan calls out to Turner. Turner immediately spins around to look at him, as Nathan gets straight to the point. Nathan asks if any good will actually come from reclaiming the ship, and Turner responds without hesitation, stating he could infinitely store the curses doubled by the rune. Skeptical, Nathan asks if something like that is even realistically possible. Turner confirms that he is the only one capable of utilizing the ship that way, but reminds him that Michael has already taken it. Nathan reveals he isn't the only one who's cursed. Chip Turner can't believe his ears, yelling out what? Matthew cuts straight to the point, asking if Giselle is cursed too. Nathan doesn't hold back, confirming that's exactly what he's worried about, and it might be why the enemy hasn't fully recovered yet. He orders Turner to grab the kid's chip. Meanwhile, back in present-day England, the massive space tree is practically shaking with rage. Seeing its fury, Timothy looks absolutely terrified, muttering, "Damn it, that thing is absolutely massive." Jerome grits his teeth, wondering how they could ever defeat a giant like that. Just then, the space tree lets out a wild, deafening shriek. It unleashes its very first strike. Debris flies everywhere with a massive boom, and people start screaming in panic as stray rocks smash into them. Sky blocks the incoming debris with his shield, shouting that even if they gathered every hunter on Earth, they couldn't beat this monster. Over where Count Cooper is standing, they quickly cast a magical barrier to protect themselves. Next, Kelly desperately asks if they can do anything at all in this mess. Count Cooper turns around and simply tells her to wait for the Japanese hunters. She panics, pointing out that their lives are literally on the line, but Count Cooper casually reassures her, saying they still have plenty of sacrifices left to buy them some time. A second later, fighter jets scream across the sky, releasing a volley of missiles right onto the space tree's head. Spotting the missiles, the creature screeches in madness. The space tree immediately uses its magic to redirect them, yet the raging flames are still rushing straight toward its open mouth. On top of that, another missile is tearing through the air at blinding speed. The moment it collides, a blinding flash erupts, completely shielding Kelly's eyes, and Count Cooper is left just as blind. In an instant, a deafening explosion shakes the area. Right after, a mountain-sized pillar of fire erupts right before their eyes. The fire rapidly engulfs a massive section of the city, sending thick ash and burning embers drifting into the distance. For a moment, Count Cooper's group sees nothing but a sea of flames. Kelly is left completely speechless by the sheer scale of the destruction. She screams out that they should have never gotten involved. But despite taking that devastating hit, the space tree somehow stands completely unscathed. It quickly retaliates against the fighter jets. And just like that, the first plane is set ablaze by the space tree's counterattack. It instantly targets the second jet, shooting it down and sending it spiraling in flames. Kelly frantically tells Count Cooper that she is calling for backup from the International Hunter Association right now. But as soon as she finishes speaking, she freezes in absolute shock. Right on cue, a massive portal tears open in the sky, widening by the second and leaving everyone completely breathless. Suddenly, an intense surge of mana rains down on the space tree. This burning shroud of energy is none other than hellfire. As the searing pain tears through its massive body, the beast screams out in agony. Next, Nanas charges out of the portal straight toward the space tree. Sano leaps right after her. Seeing him, Nanas notes that it's actually possible to knock this thing into the air. She's holding it off with hellfire for now, but she wonders how they're supposed to land. Sano tells her not to worry about that. Right after, a system notification pops up. Garen 5 has activated the giant spider's thread. The rest of the squad follows right behind Sano, but falling from such a crazy height has some of them screaming in pure terror. To make matters worse, Lucas looks over at Henry, asking why on earth they are so high up. Henry explains that he couldn't choose the landing altitude for this teleportation. It's dangerously high. Lucas points out that no hunter could ever survive a fall from this height. Henry warns him to protect himself. Immediately after, the system announces Garen 5 is deploying the giant spider's thread. The sticky thread shoots out in a flash, instantly anchoring itself to a nearby stone pillar. Just like that, the threads automatically weave together, creating a massive safety net that allows Sano's group to land without a single scratch. Henry stares at the spider silk, totally baffled yet amazed. Once safe, Aga happily says he was ready to get all bruised up, but they are totally fine. Edward replies in shock, complaining about how absolutely disgusting the sticky stuff covering his body is. He asks what it even is. Meanwhile, Lucas kneels to inspect the web, realizing that catching all of them at once like this is no ordinary skill. Driven by curiosity, he picks up a strand and wonders, is this actually spider silk? It makes no sense. Could Sano really have learned a skill belonging to a monster? If that is true, and if Hunter Sano defeats Grimarie to absorb his rank, and continues to absorb those of even higher ranks, the very laws of the dimensions will completely collapse. If that happens, Sano will become a transcendent being capable of rewriting reality across different dimensions. Meanwhile, the space tree continues to burn in the flames. Seeing this, Sano grimly tells Nanas that just as he thought, even hellfire isn't working. She quickly points out that the creature is just too massive. Sano quickly comes up with a plan, asking if she can distract Grimarie. Nanas turns to him, asking what he's planning to do. Sano plans to destroy the core of the world tree in the elf dimension connected to Grimarie. She asks if Sano really thinks they will get that chance. But Sano stays firm as long as she holds him off. It's possible. Henry suddenly calls out to Sano, leaving the hunter completely puzzled. Turning back, he whispers to Sano, "Is that power the mark of a transcendent being?" Sano is completely caught off guard that Henry actually knows about this secret. Yes, but how do you know? Henry remains silent, lost in his own dark thoughts about their homeland being in danger. Sensing the quiet, Sano interrupts. "Look, I am sorry to cut in, but we have to work together first." Henry is skeptical, muttering that a joint attack won't even scratch the beast. But Sano stays firm. "It'll be fine. I will be the one to bring Grimarie down." Elsewhere, Lucas rushes to find his father. Count Cooper looks incredibly tense as he turns to ask if Hunter Sano is still with him. Lucas snaps, demanding to know why his father had to go this far. "Did Miso tell you something?" Count Cooper falls silent, then mutters the transcendence, "Those who cursed you just to steal power that matches their own." Meanwhile, Nanas presses her advantage, continuing her relentless assault. She warns Sano that he only has one single shot at this. Henry and his squad join the fray, shouting that this is their absolute limit. Sano smiles, "That is more than enough." The moment arrives, and Nana screams out, "Go!" Right now, Sano bolts forward, moving faster than the eye can follow. Sensing an intruder, the space tree sends its massive tentacles whipping forward. They are incredibly fast, quickly closing the distance to Sano. Henry roars, demanding to know where the beast thinks it is going. He rapidly pumps raw mana into his sword, slicing the tentacles apart before they can even touch Sano. The giant space tree howls out in agonizing pain. How dare a mere monster resist? Henry growls, but the creature pivots, launching a massive attack straight at his squad. He remains calm in the face of danger. A split second later, a massive explosion rips through the ground, throwing up clouds of debris. Watching from afar, Sano worries if the others are going to make it out alive. Luckily, Henry's team evades the blast. He orders everyone to pull back now that their job is done, and Lucky quickly acknowledges. Sano drives forward with everything he has got, muttering to himself that he is almost there. Gritting his teeth, he pushes through the pain to close the final yard to his target. Suddenly, a massive witch blade slash cuts through the air, striking the giant tree. Sano spots the incoming strike and quickly veers off to the side to avoid getting caught in the crossfire. The sheer power of the blow shakes the ground like a massive earthquake. Within seconds, the colossal trunk is sliced completely in half. The wounded Leviathan shrieks in agony, a sound loud enough to shatter the sky. The mastermind behind that devastating attack is Nana's. Catching her breath, she whispers that the rest is up to Sano. Seizing the golden opportunity, Sano rushes back into the fray, searching for a fatal weak point while the monster is reeling. But the space tree suddenly uproots itself, launching skyward at a speed that Sano cannot keep up with. Sano grits his teeth in frustration. He quickly commands his system Ctrl+V to activate Shadow Shift. The system immediately grants access to the Shadow ability. Wasting no time, he springs high into the air. Sano rockets straight toward the gaping maw of the space tree, which is already preparing to swallow him whole. The creature glares down at him, wondering if this puny human is actually aiming to target its inner pocket dimension. Fine then, let us see if a mere mortal can survive my spiritual claws. With that, it snaps its jaws shut, but the second the giant jaws part once more, Sano dives straight inside. This reckless move leaves Count Cooper stunned, wondering why the hunter would do something so suicidal. Lucas quickly asks if his father has already forgotten a question that suddenly jogs the old man's memory. Meanwhile, Sano keeps plunging deeper, a smirk playing on his lips as everything goes exactly to plan. He calls on the system to execute a Ctrl+V paste of his Angelus Rapier arsenal. With the skill successfully triggered, he unleashes a lightning-fast strike. Sano taunts the beast, asking if its giant wooden hide can withstand the bite of a holy sword. "Let us see who breaks first," he yells, but the arrogant monster sneers, shocked by how many blades he has summoned. The mass of holy swords rain down on the beast, releasing a colossal torrent of pure mana. Everyone watching is absolutely speechless. Demort can barely believe his eyes, asking if all of those things are actually swords. Enoch stammers in disbelief. How could a Japanese hunter wield so many of Britain's rarest national treasures? The devastating strike shears off a massive section of the trunk, though the roots still cling stubbornly to the earth. With the giant maw finally destroyed, a military jet seizes the window and sweeps into the area. The combat pilot quickly radios back to base target, unresponsive. Mission successfully accomplished. Heading back, the crowd erupts in cheers upon hearing the news. Henry smiles, admitting that Miso was right after all. Just one strike from the holy sword was enough to disable it. But Nanas quickly chimes in it wasn't just the sword. Only Hunter Satoru could pull that off. Her sharp response leaves him completely speechless for a moment. After a brief pause, Henry smiles to himself. He knows that even with hundreds of holy swords, only Satoru could achieve this, hoping this incredible power can save the elf dimension. A few minutes later, Kelly turns to Count Cooper, asking if a single hunter turning the tide of this hopeless battle was what he had been waiting for all along. The Count hesitates, murmuring a quiet response. He admits that was only part of it, but his true goal is something else entirely. With that, Count Cooper abruptly walks away, leaving her completely baffled. Lucas calls out to his father in utter shock as the Count heads straight for the space tree. Cooper only has one goal in mind, the ultimate power of transcendence. Elsewhere, the monster onslaught intensifies. Watching the massive beasts close in, Clement starts breaking out in a cold sweat from sheer terror. He wonders if they can even stand a chance against a nightmare like this. Curtis glances over, noting that, while some powerful human warriors are coming to assist, the enemy numbers are simply too overwhelming. Matthew walks past and snaps at them to stop whining, He reminds them that the moment the spirits were corrupted by Grammare, their doom was already sealed. The humans arrived exactly as the mage prophet foresaw, and now their only option is to bet their entire survival on them. Looking back at the battlefield, he quietly notes to himself that they even carry the curse of Giselle. Just then, Taylor marches forward with fierce determination. Nathan tells Giselle she doesn't need to fight, but she firmly refuses. She insists that since her power surged because of this, she can at least fire an arrow of light. To prove her point, Giselle immediately unleashes her newly awakened power right in front of him. A second later, the beasts charge directly at them, prompting her to warn everyone that they have arrived. With a swift release, Giselle fires an arrow that pierces straight through the beast, leaving it howling in agonizing pain. Beavis rushes forward, pleasantly surprised to see the elves putting up such a decent fight. Clement charges right alongside him, shouting to show them what they are made of as the wounded beast roars in fury. But the sheer size of the beast makes Clement turn tail and run, screaming about its massive size. Satoru draws his sword, calmly telling them not to panic over a big target. Launching himself into the air, Satoru leaps high above the battlefield and aims his blade directly at the monster's head. With a single, devastating slash, he splits the beast clean in half. It lets out a final, agonizing shriek as dark blood splatters everywhere. Satoru quickly covers his nose from the stench, but as sharp spikes suddenly fly toward him, he summons a wall of ice to block the attack. Even with the barrier, the sheer force knocks him back a few steps. The sudden counterattack catches him slightly off guard. Shirosaki watches silently, utterly speechless. He cannot help but respect the progress, thinking to himself that Satoru has gotten incredibly strong. Before he can dwell on it, Tanner snaps him out of it, yelling at Shirosaki to stop spacing out in the middle of a war zone. He tells him to clear the area, and Shirosaki sighs, telling him to stop nagging since he hasn't even consumed his power rune yet. With those words, Shirosaki gets straight to business. In the blink of an eye, several beasts are completely obliterated by his onslaught. Nathan watches in sheer awe, while Matthew admits that wiping out an entire pack in a split second is incredibly impressive. The sheer impact of his strike actually leaves a massive trench carved into the ground. Shirosaki looks back at the destruction, boasting that this is a walk in the park even without using his rune. But suddenly, something massive begins to shift. Satoru watches in absolute shock. Is the legendary space tree actually moving on its own? Just then, massive vines violently burst through the ground. Thick, ancient branches thrash wildly across the battlefield like giant, angry pythons. The dwarf soldiers grit their teeth and tighten their grip on their weapons, but they look completely helpless against these colossal roots. A massive root slams down, crushing several unfortunate soldiers instantly, before piercing through heavy armor to claim even more lives. One of the survivors cannot help but let out a desperate curse. Seeing the mounting casualties, Shirosaki yells for everyone to group up immediately. Feeling the overwhelming power radiating from the colossal vines, he grits his teeth, determined to handle this even without his magic spells. Raising his hand high, Shirosaki manifests a glowing red barrier across the battlefield and commands it to expand. The energy shield acts as a massive dome, steadily growing until it completely envelops and protects the entire group. Leaders urge everyone to move quickly just as a colossal vine crashes onto the barrier, causing a deafening, earth-shattering explosion. Several people flinch in terror, but luckily, the barrier holds strong. Despite the relentless pounding of the vines, it remains completely unscathed. One dwarf pats his chest, sighing with immense relief that they are safe, but someone else spots a dark shadow approaching. What? No way. Towering right in front of him is a massive branch, easily several times larger than the previous vines. A worried goblin mutters that the thing is at least 10 times bigger than any other branch, making everyone question if they will even survive. Takuchi nervously asks Shirosaki if he can hold out, getting only a growl in response. If you're so worried, handle it yourself. You've already gotten stronger from that spell's power, haven't you? In comparison, this massive space-time branch is even larger than Shirosaki's expanded barrier. It slams down like a giant octopus tentacle, smashing hard against their defense. The barrier cracks under the sheer force. Shirosaki grits his teeth, enduring severe internal injuries. Damn it! How can a mere human possibly control a space-time tree? The barrier completely shatters. The colossal branch looms right before him, but Shirosaki refuses to give up, roaring as he channels every ounce of energy left in his body. He's throwing absolutely everything he has into stopping this. Crimson energy surges forward like a tidal wave, violently blasting the space-time branch away. The branch slams down once more with a deafening blast. Yet, as the dust settles, The barrier stands completely unscathed. Everyone inside the red barrier is still alive, and the branch is temporarily held back. But suddenly, a sickening splat echoes through the air. Coughing up a mouthful of dark blood, Shirosaki collapses to his knees, bracing his hands against the ground to keep from falling completely flat on his face. Terrified and worried, Satoru screams out for Master Shirosaki, only to get immediately snapped at to shut up and stop making a scene. Since he's not dead yet, he wipes the blood, muttering that another hit like that will break him. Just when things look utterly hopeless, a familiar voice rings out from behind them, telling him to leave the rest to them. Hearing this voice, Shirosaki's face pales. Meanwhile, Sano finds himself trapped inside a pitch-black dimension. Looking around frantically, he wonders if this is the guy's pocket dimension. He can't even tell which way is up or down in this void. Damn it, time is running out. Suddenly, a low, ominous voice speaks up, causing Sano to jump in surprise. The voice mocks him, saying it never expected him to jump straight into this pocket dimension. Turning toward the sound, Sano sees a dark figure with fiery red hair. The figure smiles with amusement, noting that this actually saves him some trouble. Sano wonders if this is the true form of the dark spirit, Grimery, demanding to know what the entity is talking about. Without saying a word, Grimery points straight at him, staring intensely at the golden energy swirling around Sano's heart. The seed of that spatial tree is inside your body. The entity laughs out loud. He explains that while the spatial tree in the elves' dimension has already withered away, the one inside Sano is just beginning to sprout, possessing a multi-dimensional connection that he himself completely lacks. Hearing this, Sano is stunned. A multi-dimensional connection? Sano thinks to himself as Grimery smirks mockingly. Grimery boasts that keeping those useless goblins alive paid off, as he needed their blessing to make the spatial tree's seed actually sprout. Sano grits his teeth in anger, realizing that this seed was the enemy's target all along. Grimery immediately corrects him, snapping that the seed belonged to him from the very beginning, and Mizo stole it, his rage bursting into a wave of blood-red energy. Demanding it back, Grimery storms forward, but Sano fires back, telling him to stop twisting the truth, while secretly planning to summon his infinite holy sword. Assessing their power difference, he makes up his mind that there is no way he will lose to this thing. Without hesitation, Sano acts immediately, trying to Ctrl+V paste his holy sword, but a system alert pops up immediately, warning that he cannot copy the holy sword from other subdimensions within this specific space, leaving him completely paralyzed in disbelief. Grimery lunges right in front of him, mockingly explaining that, because this is his personal domain, there is absolutely nothing Sano can do here. With those words, he swings a fist, sending Sano flying backward. Though fortunately, this dark void is completely empty of any obstacles. Though the hit hurts, Sano avoids crashing into anything, using the momentum to flip and land firmly on his feet. He quickly calculates, if relying so heavily on keeping his holy sword stored in a subdimension while traveling in the dark was a massive mistake. He needs something else besides the holy sword to deal with this monster. Realizing he might be able to use whatever he already copied into his inventory. Putting his plan into action, the system announces that the copied Kali Sanlong sword has been successfully pasted into this world. Instantly, a massive sword appears in Sano's hand, bringing him a wave of relief as he realizes the trick actually worked. Grimery scoffs with disdain, declaring that weapons are completely useless inside his void. The dragon sword in Sano's hand erupts with blazing flames as he tells him to just wait and see, gripping the hilt tightly. Deep down, he's incredibly anxious, knowing that if this weapon fails, he will have absolutely no way left to defeat his opponent. Not giving him any time to overthink, Grimery lunges forward again, but Sano roars, swinging the flaming dragon sword with all his might. The devastating strike slashes clean through, slicing Grimery's body right down the middle right before his eyes. Even though his last strike hit home, Sano stays on guard. He calls out to ask how it felt, but in an instant, Grimery materializes right behind him. Razor-sharp claws plunge straight into Sano's stomach. The devastating blow tears him up inside, forcing him to cough up blood. Grimery mocks him as a total fool. He laughs, pointing out the absurdity of trying to strike a being with no physical form. Sano smiles and replies that hitting him was never the goal. This leaves Grimery completely baffled. Suddenly, a system alert flashes before Sano. His health has fallen to 25%, immediately triggering his powerful rage mode. It is like a sudden rush of pure adrenaline. His sword blazes with overwhelming energy as his strength skyrockets. Brilliant flames pierce the oppressive darkness. Sano swings his blade, sending a fiery arc, brushing right past Grimery. The demon is stunned by the sheer power behind the attack, but utterly confused as to why it missed him. Thinking Sano just made a pathetic rookie mistake, Remori laughs and claims that was his last desperate shot. But Sano only smirks and asks if that is really true. Confused by Sano's absolute confidence, Remori frowns. He quickly whips his head around to look behind him, right where the energy just flared. A tiny fracture appears in the air, letting outside light leak into the darkness. Remori brushed it off quickly, a minor tear in his subspace pocket, but did Sano really think he could run? Meanwhile, Sano keeps desperately trying to activate his ability, but it fails. Ctrl+C cannot copy the holy sword into this pocket dimension. The glaring red error screen flashes before his eyes, making his heart sink as he curses the delay. Realizing Sano's actual plan, Remori laughs mockingly at how the boy threw away a golden opportunity just to retrieve a sword. His face turns cold as he delivers a death sentence, telling Sano to blame his own stupidity as dark energy floods the area. In a flash, Remori lunges forward and grabs Sano by the collar. With a creepy rustling sound, sharp wooden branches sprout from the monster's hand, quickly wrapping around Sano's body and trapping him inside a dense vine cocoon. The cocoon pulses slowly like a beating heart, beginning to drain every last drop of Sano's life force. Remori sneers, telling him to rot inside while he slowly drains him dry. But suddenly, the monster's expression twists in shock. Meanwhile, on the chaotic battlefield outside, Turner grips his massive axe, preparing to strike. He is constantly channeling the power of his unique curse. Ctrl+S saves 20 times the mana for Titan X. Suddenly, the system alerts him to press Ctrl+Shift+S to multiply the storage. Screen alerts flood his vision, stacking up 21 times, 22 times, 23, 24, 25, 26, and 27 times. The entire process functions like a massive charge-up sequence, forcing his raw physical and magical power to skyrocket to absolutely absurd levels. Shirosaki's jaw drops in utter disbelief. He wonders if Turner's curse is actually the ability to stack infinite mana. Satoru's eyes go wide, wondering just how much energy he plans to hoard. At this rate, he might split the entire planet in half. The energy swirling around Turner is absolutely devastating now, yet he still refuses to swing his axe. The sheer invisible pressure of the stored mana causes his nose to bleed, but he grits his teeth and bears it. The system warns that Ctrl+Shift+S has stored 120 charges, and going further is extremely dangerous. Ignoring the warning, and even as the ground beneath his feet completely collapses from the pressure, Turner continues to hold his strike. Nathan stands there in absolute shock, questioning if this is the power of magic runes. Matthew shakes his head, explaining that there is much more to it than just raw magical runes. He stares at Turner, proudly stating that this is the direct result of his brutal, endless training. Gripping his weapon with everything he has, Turner reassures himself that he can handle the strain. With that, he charges straight ahead. He screams out for the enemy to take his hit, leaping high out of the crater while shattering the earth below him. He raises his glowing axe, packed with monstrous energy, and swings it down with maximum force right at the spatial tree. A massive burst of pink energy erupts, shearing right through the massive trunk of the spatial tree. A deafening explosion shakes the area as thick dust blinds the crowd. However, Satoru is quick to spot the insane result. The mighty spatial tree has been cut completely down. Takeuchi watches in complete disbelief, thinking that such power goes way beyond human limits. Is this really what magic can do? Staring at the pill in his palm, he wonders if taking it would help him resist the temptation of power. He quickly curses himself for even thinking such a thing. This pill belongs to his brother, and he knows his own turn will eventually come someday. The exact moment Turner destroys the spatial tree, Remori feels a sudden, jarring shockwave. He goes absolutely ballistic, screaming out in sheer panic. The spatial tree of the Elven realm has actually been chopped down, and he demands to know who did it. Suddenly, a loud cracking sound echoes through the dark space, forcing him to look back. That tiny tear from earlier has begun to rapidly expand. In an instant, Remori's entire pocket dimension shatters like glass. He is left completely speechless as his domain crumbles around him, realizing his nightmare has just begun. Sensing trouble inside the cocoon, Grimoire looks back warily. Since the space itself is shattered, the system restrictions are completely gone. Ctrl+V pasta a sword. A rustling sound echoes as a sharp blade pierces the wooden cocoon. Instantly, the vine barrier is shredded by countless swords, sending a blinding holy light through the shattered dark space. Grimoire watches in pure disbelief, still unable to figure out his next move. Sano emerges with a small sword in hand, looking pretty exhausted after his narrow escape. Grimery instantly recognizes it as the divine sword Miso once sought on Earth, but he arrogantly scoffs that a normal weapon cannot possibly wound him. Sano's expression hardens, his fighting spirit flares. Miso did not come to Earth just for a cursed holy sword, and this legendary blade is more than enough to end this. The system rings out Ctrl+V, pasting infinite mana directly into the holy sword. Energy from all directions surges into the blade, causing Grimery to turn pale as he stares at the glowing weapon. Sano wastes no words. Swinging his blade, he demands his space back as he unleashes a massive, flood-like wave of raw energy directly at the terrified villain. Now, watch. Despite his usual arrogance in this domain, the villain finds himself completely unable to dodge Sano's incoming strike. Taking the hit head-on, his mind races with only one terrifying realization: this is very bad. The devastating strike splits Grimery right down the middle, his body glowing as if being purified by holy light. Yet, his body instantly pieces itself back together, as he boasts that even a divine weapon cannot touch his completely formless existence. Before he can even celebrate, Sano's holy sword shoots a piercing beam of light straight through his head, followed by countless other deadly rays. Sano roars in absolute fury, swearing to erase both the monster and his soul, as relentless beams of holy energy tear Grimery's body to shreds. With too many blinding light beams piercing his body, the monster finds it almost impossible to regenerate anymore. Finally, he lets out a desperate, painful scream of defeat. Blinding holy energy erupts, tearing Grimery to pieces and leaving behind only a bitter echo and a single glowing red crystal. Impossible, defeated by just a holy sword, as his core crystal clatters onto the hard ground. Reaching out to pick up the glowing crystal, Sano examines it with great curiosity, realizing it is the spatial tree core the monster absorbed from the elf realm. He immediately copies it, Ctrl+C. Copying the spatial tree core from the elf realm, the system tracks his every move before prompting Ctrl+V. Paste it straight into the source code of Grizzle. The connection between the core of the elf dimension and the user is now fully complete. Now that movement and spatial manipulation are possible, tiny roots sprout from the earth, gently wrapping around Sano's battered and heavily wounded body to protect him. The system announces that the player's wounds will now automatically heal under Grizzle's divine protection. As the branches gently brush against the deep slashes left by Grimery, the wounds begin to close up instantly. Slightly surprised, Sano realizes this is incredible, just like having a personal healer working from the inside. Once his body completely recovers, Sano continues his analysis. With control over the elf dimension, he wonders if he can now travel freely back and forth between different subspaces without even needing a portal key. Looking around, he mutters to himself that this must be what was meant all along. All he had to do was secure the dimension's core. Wasting no time, Sano turns around. His first destination is Wiko's place to secure the powerful rune stone. Suddenly, a glowing system panel appears and forces him to pause. 3 rapid notifications flash: Ctrl+C, Grimery's subspace detected, auto-copying initiated, Ctrl+V pasting Grimery's subspace directly into the existing pocket dimension. Ctrl+V, a fully expanded subspace has been created. Sano gets excited, realizing his only remaining task is to find and retrieve that elusive runestone. Meanwhile, a mysterious figure in a crimson cloak glides swiftly through the dark space. Count Cooper. He recalls Miso's warning that he had accidentally taken a piece of Grimory's subspace with him. This mistake created 15 spatial cracks, but after running through the pitch blackness, he finally spots a tiny rift. He eagerly approaches the rift, celebrating his discovery, but a sudden and violent rumbling throughout the entire space startles Cooper completely. A system notification suddenly flashes before his eyes, stating that the 2 incomplete subspaces are now fully merged. Cooper is stunned, wondering if Sano actually managed to defeat Grimory and seize control of the entire pocket dimension. Watching the rift in front of him rapidly close, Cooper desperately sprints forward, knowing he will be permanently trapped inside this dimension if he does not make it. To force a path open, he raises his arm and prepares his magic staff. With a swift, decisive motion, Cooper hurls his staff directly into the closing rift, wedging it tight and successfully disrupting the space's self-healing process as wild energy crackles loudly. Sprinting right behind his weapon, Cooper rushes to squeeze through before his only exit is gone. Cooper's careful efforts successfully widen the rift, just enough for a person to squeeze through. Feeling the wind blow from the other side, he quietly celebrates this perfect opportunity. Moving like lightning, he leaps right through the narrow rift before it can snap shut, landing safely on the other side. Cooper sighs in relief. The spatial rift is completely sealed now. Smiling happily, he realizes he has finally made it. He has reached the elven dimension, where a colossal tree towers before him, its canopy blocking the entire sky. Cooper stares in disbelief, wondering if his eyes are playing tricks. Could that be the spatial tree? And how is it still intact? The entire elven dimension should have been corrupted by Grammar Ray by now. He looks around in absolute panic. Is this not the goblin dimension? Where on earth is he? Suddenly, a rustling noise sounds behind him. Cooper alertly turns back. Massive antlers brush through the foliage, revealing a deer head attached to a muscular body standing twice his height. As it emerges from behind the leaves, Cooper freezes in absolute horror. This is a terrifying beastman monster standing right before him. Back on the elven battlefield, the allies gather near the freshly cut spatial tree. Satoru refuses to celebrate too early, asking a very cautious question. They cut down the tree, but why is nothing happening? Sensing his deep anxiety, Shirosaki speaks up in a completely flat, indifferent voice. They just have to wait. Before anyone can even relax, Ares suddenly gasps in surprise. The sharp, crackling sound of electricity begins to echo around them. A spatial portal suddenly materializes in the air. The gateway opens, and Sano calmly steps out. Cheers ring out for Haruto-senpai as Satoru rushes forward, hugging Sano tightly while asking if he is truly safe. Realizing his sudden tackle might have hurt Sano's healing wounds, Satoru immediately lets go, frantically apologizing and asking if he caused any pain. Sano pulls aside his clothes, showing his healed wound. He softly assures Satoru that everything is fine. Shirosaki approaches to ask if Grimari has been dealt with. Sano nods, earning his allies' deep admiration. The hunter succeeded without relying on any spells. Shirosaki wonders how they should handle the next steps, but his thoughts are cut short when Sano bluntly demands a gemstone. Instantly, his brief admiration is replaced by pure frustration, grumbling under his breath about what a total jerk Sano is. Unaware of Shirosaki's annoyance, Sano turns to look behind him. His eyes land on the massive spatial tree, split in half with smoke still lingering. Sano turns to the man who took action against the tree. "Hunter Turner, did you chop this down?" Turner is slightly startled but admits he did. Turner asks if it was a mistake, but Sano assures him that his actions actually helped defeat Remory. Hearing this, Turner smiles and nods. Awesome. Takuchi, still clad in his thick stone armor, walks over and asks if Sano happened to see Michael anywhere nearby. Sano looks at him, nodding slowly. He confirms witnessing Michael's final moments, though he could not confirm the location of the body. Exactly 30 minutes ago, in a secluded spot, a lone warrior was cleanly slicing through rampaging spatial branches with flawless, decisive sword strikes. The rampaging branches are swiftly and easily neutralized. He faces the entire forest of spatial branches alone, the sharp ring of his sword echoing in the air. This is Michael, the man Takuchi is looking for. Right then, high up in the sky, glowing crimson magic begins to gather, slowly condensing into a massive orb of energy directly above where Michael stands. It acts like an invisible black hole, violently sucking in everything nearby. The ground shakes violently as the surrounding landscape is swept up into a raging vortex. Michael watches in utter, wide-eyed horror. In that terrifying split second, he realizes a horrific truth. This entire subdimension is actively collapsing around him. Michael stands frozen, unable to believe his eyes as panic grips his chest. No, this can't be happening. Grimoni's subspace is completely vanishing. He spins around and desperately flees the area. He has only one single thought racing through his mind. If the dimension is collapsing, Sano must have defeated Grimoni. He needs to escape immediately, or be trapped forever. But then, watch this. A blinding beam of crimson light strikes down right beside him. Michael stares at the sight, so stunned he forgets to breathe. A massive multidimensional rift has opened right in front of him. Elsewhere, Sano grits his teeth and bites down with immense force. The mysterious object clenched in his mouth instantly shatters, scattering into a million tiny pieces. Satoru curiously asks if he feels any different. Sano turns to his companion with a completely deadpan expression, admitting that absolutely nothing has changed for him. Satoru wonders if Sano did it correctly, prompting Bio to clench his fist in anger and ask if he dares to doubt their leader's absolute authority. Satoru quickly stammers out an explanation, but before he can finish, a sudden wave of mocking, joyful laughter echoes through the quiet clearing. Sano snaps his head toward the noise, glaring with pure irritation as he demands to know what is so incredibly funny. Shirasaki points right at his face, mocking him. He admits he was annoyed, it failed on him, but seeing it also fail for Sano makes him feel much better. Turner quickly chimes in to object, claiming that he definitely felt a noticeable effect. Sano narrows his eyes and asks if that was the effect of the shift. Turner looks away, visibly flustered and hesitating to answer. Turner tells Sano to just take a deep breath. His tone softens to ease the rising tension, suggesting there is no need to worry so much. Even with the shift key, he could not accomplish anything, suggesting there might not be any other shift users left in the world. Hearing those words, Nathan glances over at Matthew. His eyes darken as a storm of complex thoughts crosses his face. A moment later, Nathan slowly speaks up. His low voice startles the person next to him, who whips their head around as Nathan asks if he kept his new curse a secret. Nathan coldly adds that Matthew might have his reasons, but it is none of their business. Nathan asks if they should give it to the protectors of this place, and after a tense silence, Matthew gives a brief reply. His voice is surprisingly calm, catching Nathan off guard and making him quickly glance over. Not yet, Matthew says with absolute resolve. The mage's prophecy is not over. Nearby, Takashi slowly steps up to Sano, quietly suggesting that they should head back to Earth pretty soon. Hearing this, Sano remembers something and calls out to Master Takashi, before throwing him off with a direct question about how the talisman symbol actually works. Takashi instantly whips around to leave, muttering that he does not know. Sano immediately rushes in front of Matthew, angrily shouting to see how it does not even work. He yells that they are just dumping useless trash on them to make them work like dogs. Suddenly, a sharp pain shoots straight down Sano's spine. He freezes mid-sentence, his entire body locking up in sheer shock as the system suddenly alerts him that the uncopyable energy of Ctrl+C has been absorbed into his body. Ctrl+V. The mysterious energy has fully merged, forcing a Ctrl+V paste operation to protect the host, and a full reconfiguration reboot is now underway. Sano collapses to his knees, clutching his chest in agony and cursing under his breath. Satoru panics, calling out in worry to ask if Haruto-senpai is okay, but the system's cold, robotic voice keeps going, announcing that Ctrl+V will wipe all current user data. Before long, his body begins to blur and dissolve, slowly fading away as if his very existence is being torn from reality, while Satoru desperately screams out for Haruto-senpai. Everyone present watches in absolute horror, unable to believe their eyes as Ares and Sarah stand completely frozen, their faces pale with shock. Nathan and Matthew stand paralyzed in place, their eyes wide with utter disbelief. Just then, the system alerts that Ctrl+V is pasting his reconstructed body into a subdimension for maximum safety. In another dimension, surrounded by pitch-black darkness, a tiny red speck of light suddenly flashes. Within seconds, that faint glow rapidly expands, pulsing with flickering blue light like moving pathways of pure energy. In an instant, Sano's physical form abruptly appears right in the middle of the dark void. Then, a massive wall of system notifications pops up right before his eyes, declaring that Ctrl+V's mysterious energy has merged with Ctrl+C, boosting Ctrl+C to level 10. Ctrl+V, level upgraded, raising Ctrl+C to level 10. Under Ctrl+5, the paste function has been upgraded, and advanced features are now unlocked. Sano stares at the screen, shock washing over him as he wonders if he really just unlocked advanced features. Without hesitation, he draws his weapon, a sharp glint in his eyes, as he wonders if this means he can keep training to become even stronger. As the system sounds fade, brilliant streams of golden light burst forth, wrapping completely around the sword in Sano's hand. Ctrl+V pastes and enhances the Kalisa Dragon Sword, immediately reporting that pasting one Kalisa Dragon Sword upgrades it to level 1, boosting its power from 200 to 400. Unique Skill 1, Absorption Level 2, has been upgraded. Unique Skill 2, Rage Level 2, has been upgraded. With sheer excitement on his face, he cannot help but wonder if this is the true power of the talisman. A moment later, a new prompt appears, confirming that Ctrl+5 has successfully pasted and upgraded the Kalisa Dragon Sword. As the notifications fade, the energy around the Kalisa Dragon Sword explodes with absolute power, brilliant golden light flooding and illuminating the dark corners of the void. Ctrl+5 warns that further enhancement through pasting is impossible, as additional upgrades require the absorption of more mysterious energy. Pasting one Kalisa Dragon Sword to enhance it successfully increases its power from 1,800 to 2,200. Unique Skill 1, Absorption Level 11, is upgraded, and Unique Skill 2, Rage level 11 is upgraded. Suddenly, a wild idea hits Sano as he wonders what would happen if he could copy and paste his entire body. The system instantly flashes a bright red warning, stating that Ctrl+V cannot be used to alter body size. His excitement vanishes as his face falls, grumbling that he really thought that crazy idea was going to work. Sano suddenly stops in his tracks as a realization hits him. No, the record says it is happening right now, which means it will definitely occur in the future, perhaps if he can absorb even more charms. Meanwhile, Takashi is growing incredibly impatient on the other side, gritting his teeth with absolute rage written all over his face. Damn it, where did he go? Did they mess something up during their battle against Grimori? Frustrated, Takashi slams his fist hard against the wall behind him, knowing they cannot return to Earth without that guy. Deep anxiety gnaws at him, because if this keeps up, he will never be able to deliver the charm to his younger brother. Right at that moment, a very familiar voice suddenly rings out, making Takashi spin around in shock. He says he is right here, and a hand suddenly reaches out from a spatial rift. Sano quickly emerges from the portal. He rests his heavy sword on his shoulder, casually taking one step after another. It is as if nothing even happened. Satoru tears up with pure joy, shouting out to Haruto's senpai. Shirasaki quickly asks if something went wrong, and Sano explains he was forcefully teleported into a subdimension, a slight smirk playing on his lips. He secretly resolves not to tell them everything that happened, but Shirasaki's gaze suddenly locks onto the sword in Sano's hand. That great sword looks completely different now. Sano calmly replies that it seems to be the power of a weapon-enhancing rune. Shirasaki grits his teeth, completely unable to accept this, as he gasps out in disbelief. Did Sano awaken the power of charms too? Sano says nothing else, choosing to remain perfectly calm. Sano simply says they should head back to Earth, making Shirasaki scowl and snap at him not to change the subject. Sano asks what he is talking about, then mockingly points out how pathetic it is that Shirasaki is the only one unaffected by the gem's energy. This mockery completely ignites Shirasaki's rage, pushing him to yell out in fury for Sano to shut his mouth. Switching over to the other side, Michael stands motionless amidst the swirling dust clouds. Suddenly, he mutters to himself in surprise. His eyes lock onto the figures, standing right in front of him. He remains completely frozen, his entire body tensed and on high alert. Fugu gasps in shock, wondering to himself why Michael would suddenly emerge from a subdimension. The young warrior behind him immediately charges forward with his sword drawn, yelling to not leave any openings. The man beside him does not hesitate either, instantly unleashing his magic to launch an attack. In an instant, the massive blast of magic roars toward Michael like a raging storm, leaving him absolutely no room to dodge it. The second the magic makes contact with Michael, a devastating explosion rips through the air. Raw magical energy surges wildly as violent flames swallow the surroundings, turning the entire area into a blazing sea of fire. Witnessing the destruction, the man grits his teeth in sheer frustration, asking what on earth is going on. A dark purple vortex suddenly forms right in front of Michael, spinning violently to absorb the entire onslaught in the blink of an eye. Michael narrows his eyes, his face radiating pure, lethal intent. Lacking even a shred of mercy, he locks his sights onto every single person standing before him. Suddenly, a deafening blast shatters the quiet air, instantly piercing clean straight through the left side of one man's chest. He screams in agonizing pain and collapses to the ground, clutching his heavily bleeding wound. Consecutive explosions ring out in rapid succession, a relentless barrage that leaves them absolutely no time to counterattack. Facing this crisis, Fugu leaps to the front and shouts for everyone to fall back as he deploys a massive shield with movements almost too fast to track. Immediately after, the relentless stream of incoming attacks is blocked. Seeing this, his allies behind him cheer in relief. Fugu quickly turns to Jimin, firmly commanding him to call for reinforcements from every guild immediately. He emphasizes that they must tell everyone Michael is here. A massive magical sphere quickly materializes in Michael's hand, expanding larger by the second with surging energy, as it crashes repeatedly against Fugu's protective shield. He grips his shield tight, panic rising within him, as he realizes the attack is simply too massive to stop. Sensing the extreme danger, Fugu turns back in a panic and screams for everyone to get out of the warehouse now. Hearing his warning, they immediately bolt toward the main exit, while Fugu pushes himself far past his absolute limits to hold back the swirling vortex of magical energy. Fugu's shield suddenly begins to crack, fractures spreading rapidly across its surface like a spiderweb. Even with blood coughing out of his mouth, he stubbornly stands his ground, pouring every ounce of his remaining strength into defense. Michael watches with a mocking sneer, asking if Fugu honestly believes a simple giant shield is enough to block an attack like this. At that moment, a system notification chimes, stating that the command Ctrl+Shift+X will completely delete the target. He raises an eyebrow, his tone filled with amusement as he notes it is the perfect time for a test. A cold drop of sweat slowly rolls down Fugu's face, his eyes completely bloodshot and filled with absolute terror. Instantly, Michael pours even more power into the magic sphere, his crazed eyes matching the violent vortex of energy. That terrifying force relentlessly slams into the shield until the orb violently detonates, scattering magical energy like a raging storm. The shield shatters right before Fugu's horrified eyes, and within a single second, that devastating impact blasts him straight backward. Fugu is sent flying toward the main entrance, leaving a thick trail of dust billowing behind him. He crashes hard onto the ground, sliding a long distance across the cold stone floor. A painful groan escapes his throat, forcing his terrified teammate to cry out the name Chemin in panic. Suddenly, Michael materializes right in front of Fugu, brutally stomping down to pin him against the freezing floor. Michael coldly remarks that Fugu probably fought so desperately because he saw Michael as the villain of this story. With a face twisted in pure malice, he declares that he will play the part and wipe humanity off the face of the earth. In another location, Satoru is moved to tears upon seeing a familiar face, quickly running over to his sister. But as he tries to get closer, Nanaze suddenly yells with a furious voice, telling him to stay away. Henry approaches Sano and gently asks if he defeated Elder Grimoni and if Giselle is currently safe. He calmly confirms that everyone is safe, letting Henry breathe a sigh of relief since it matches the wizard's prophecy. Henry then suggests that they should quickly head back before the subspace completely closes off. Sano reassures him to stay calm, noting that the gateway to the elf realm can be opened at any time. He freezes in utter shock, asking how that is possible. Sano explains that he grew the world tree across Earth and the elf realm, using its spatial core to bridge both worlds. Henry is deeply stunned by this dimensional interference, wondering if Hunter Sano has truly reached the level of a transcendent being. Nanaz suddenly speaks up from behind them, startling Sano by asking about the whereabouts of Eris. Sano explains that Eris stayed behind to search for her mother, causing Nanaze to freeze in realization before Sano points out that Lucas and Count Cooper are also missing from the group. Nanaze locks her eyes onto him, asking Sano if he ever crossed paths with them since they went inside to search for him. Sano gasps in pure horror, cold sweat instantly breaking out across his forehead as the realization hits. A terrifying thought flashes through Sano's mind, realizing they might still be lost and wandering aimlessly between the dimensions of the elf realm. He yells out in anger, questioning what Count Cooper could possibly be thinking. She speaks softly, recalling that Cooper had mentioned miso, meaning he definitely went in with a specific goal in mind. Sano is utterly shocked to hear Miso's name, but a panicked shout from nearby suddenly makes him whip around. Takashi furiously screams into his phone, demanding to know why that person is there and wanting to speak to his brother immediately. Failing to get a straight answer, he roars in anger, smashing his phone into pieces on the ground while warning them not to mess with him. Sano curiously inquires about the situation, but Takashi urgently declares that he needs to head back right now. Takashi explains that Michael has arrived in Tokyo, putting all the hunters and his own brother in grave danger.